9 Sun God King Chapter 30:44 to Chapter 31:22. Xianxia now understood that the middle-grade heavenly soil that the Katyard people resided in was probably a very large one. Furthermore, it was being supervised by the Great Luo Empire's destroyers. Now that the Katyard people's land had dried up, the Great Luo Empire used them to help the Great Luo Empire obtain resources. The Great Luo Empire might have been asking for divine universe metal stones from the other mid-tier heavenly earths. After all, it was the strongest power in the cosmos. As for the other mid-tier heavenly earths, they were like small kingdoms and would definitely have to pay tribute. The gods' wilderness would become a high-class heavenly earth. If the Daluo Empire wanted to build an imperial palace here, the gods' wilderness might even be turned into a huge imperial city by the Daluo Empire. Xianxia, the cat-eared man beside me, is from the exotic cat kingdom. They are one of the 7 kingdoms of this cosmos. Great Divine Lord said, "You just insulted them, then you can bear their anger, ha ha ha." After the Great Divine Lord laughed out loud, the cat-eared people of the strange cat kingdom immediately rushed towards Xianxia. Tying Ba immediately arrived in front of Xianxia, extended his hands and grabbed the throat of the 2 cat-eared people. The cat-eared person was greatly shocked. Sharp claws appeared on her hands and swiped at Ba Tying ferociously, but they were blocked by Ba Tying's silver armor. What was shocking was that the claws of these 2 cat-eared people at the 9th level of the divine space realm could not even leave a scratch on Ba Tying's armor. Tyrant Ba was wearing armor and a mask. It was impossible to tell that he was a blue-skinned person. You've surpassed the 9th level of the divine space realm? Are you from the Empire? One of the cat-eared people was panic-stricken. He could feel the formidable aura of the divine universe heavenly bone on Ba Tying's body. If a divine universe heavenly bone reached this level, then it was likely that it came from an empire. Even if it didn't surpass the 9th level of the divine universe realm, it was still something that the 9th level of the divine universe realm of other kingdoms could not compare with. The cat-eared people were indeed from an empire, but not the Great Luo Empire, but the Great Blue Empire. Why should I answer the questions of trash like you? Tyrant Ba coldly sneered. He grasped out and a powerful divine universe heavenly bone energy wave erupted from his body. Voila, the necks of the 2 cat-eared people were torn off by Ba Tying. The law enforcement realm king was dumbfounded. The strength of the 2 cat-eared people was extremely powerful even when compared to the 9th-tier divine universe realm of the heaven-splitting ancient clan. But now, their heads had been beheaded by Tying Ba. Xianxia is also quite frightened. He knew that Ba Tying is very awesome, but he did not expect his strength to be so terrifying. No wonder Wang Mingtai could only use poisonous insects to deal with Ba Tying. If they fought head-on, Wang Mingtai would not be his match. It seemed that this Tying Ba was not an ordinary person. Even if his birth did not surpass the divine space realm, with his current strength, he should not be considered weak in the empire, right? What struck Xianxia the most was that Tying Ba always said that his family of 4 were trash. Although Tying Ba mocked himself as trash, he was born in an empire after all. A 9th-tier divine space realm expert from a small kingdom was indeed trash in his eyes. The Great Divine Lord was so shocked that his jaw nearly dislocated. He had originally thought that he could do whatever he wanted in the god-desolate land with a few big shots of the kingdom by his side. He could be tyrannical. He never expected that not long after he was arrogant, he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face. The 2 strongest experts at the 9th tier of the divine space realm by his side were like grasshoppers. They were easily beheaded, and a long intestine was dragged out. After Xianxia recovered from his shock, he immediately kept the bodies of the 2 cat-eared people. Although they were trash from the kingdom, they had divine universe heavenly bones in their bodies. They could be sold for divine universe metal stones. Right now, he couldn't wait for more of this kind of kingdom trash. They were all walking divine universe metal stones. Big brother, when did you come to the empire? Why didn't we know? Behind the Great Divine Lord, there was a cat-eared person at the 8th level of the divine space realm who was trembling in fear. At this moment, the Great Divine Lord's heart also turned cold. He knew that when he met Xianxia, he would stumble again. Every time he met Xianxia, he would not have a good ending. Are you worthy of calling me big brother? Tying Ba angrily rebuked and instantly appeared in front of the cat-eared person. He grabbed the head of a cat-eared person and ruthlessly smashed it. Boom, the heads collided with each other like two watermelons colliding. It was a tragic sight. Qin Yan's heart ached. Those were all divine universe heavenly bones, it wouldn't be good to shatter them. Taiyin fought the 8th level of the divine space realm like he was fighting insects. With 2 or 3 moves, he turned the opponent into a meat patty. Another cat-eared person at the 8th level of the divine space realm died. He had quite a few divine universe heavenly bones on his body, but he still died. There was only one cat-eared person left, and he was at the 7th level of the divine space realm. This cat-eared person was so scared that he immediately begged for mercy. "Leave him behind, I have something to ask him." Qin Yun shouted. "Yes." Taiyin nodded. The cat-eared person immediately wept bitterly and floated in the air to thank Qin Yun. "Cripple him first," Qin Yun said again. "I." The cat-eared person who was kneeling down immediately cursed. Taiyin walked over and directly crushed the divine universe within the cat-eared person's body. "This guy. Just twist off his head." Qin Yun pointed at the great divine lord and said, "His body is not bad, I plan to give it to the law enforcement realm king." "Qin Yun, fuck your grandpa, just you wait, I will definitely bring the Empire's experts to capture you and kill you." The great divine lord cursed. As the great divine lord cursed, he also frantically fled. However, he was shaken down by Taiyin's loud roar. Taiyin walked over and grabbed the great divine lord's head. With a forceful pull, his head was torn off. There were more than 10 other accomplices brought by the great divine lord. They were also beaten to the ground by Taiyin's loud roars and then trampled to death one by one. These guys were born in a middle-grade heavenly earth. They have quite a few divine universe heavenly bones on them. Qin Yun smiled as he walked over. He opened his heavenly eye and saw many divine universe heavenly bones. "Brother Ba, I'll give you half of the profits from these divine universe heavenly bones," Qin Yun said with a smile. He gave the great divine lord's powerful avatar to the law enforcement realm king and told him to return to the Heaven's Secrets sect. "There's no need for that. We don't need divine universe metal stones right now, and we don't need to break through. If we surpass the 9th level of the divine space realm, we won't be able to stay in the divine desolate." Taiyin laughed. Next, Qin Yun wanted to interrogate the only remaining cat-eared person. If the cat-eared person wanted to build a kingdom in the divine desolate, they would definitely occupy a large piece of land. Qin Yun wanted to ask this cat-eared person how much he knew about the strange cat kingdom. The most important thing was Malur and why she was targeted by the Great Luo Empire's destroyer. Ever since he met Malur last time, Qin Yun didn't dare to let her out. He also didn't know if the destroyer was still in the divine desolate. Although he was already restricted from entering the divine desolate, he didn't dare to take the risk before he could figure it out. You will all be finished, especially you." The cat-eared person looked at Qin Yun and cursed, "You are the successor appointed by the divine desolate Nine-Yang Law Spirit. The Great Luo Empire will definitely exterminate you. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible." Qin Yun is rather surprised that the cat-eared person actually knew of the relationship between him and the Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit. Even Qin Yun himself did not know that he was the successor of the Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit. "Speak clearly. Why does the Great Luo Empire want to exterminate me?" asked Qin Yun. "You've already destroyed the divine universe within my body. I'm no different from a cripple. I might as well just die. I will never tell you what you want to know." The cat-eared man had a stubborn look on his face as he said with a hideous smile, "Qin Yun, since you've been targeted by the Great Luo Empire, you're destined to die." Ha ha ha. Qin Yun had many ways to make the cat-eared man speak. He only smiled and began torturing the cat-eared man. But it wasn't long before the cat-eared person begged, "I was wrong, I'll tell you everything. If you had said so earlier, wouldn't everything have been fine?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "Look at you. Did you suffer all that pain for nothing?" The cat-eared man wanted to cry but no tears came out. In his eyes, Qin Yun was the great evil demon. He never expected that the lowly slut in front of him would have so many tortures that made him wish he were dead. "Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know." The cat-eared man didn't even dare to look at Qin Yun. Qin Yun was an incomparably handsome man, especially when he smiled. He was infinitely charming. However, when the cat-eared man saw Qin Yun's smile, he couldn't help but shiver. Because when he was being tortured by Qin Yun before, Qin Yun also had this kind of harmless smile. "How did you know that I am related to the Nine-Yang Law Spirit?" Qin Yun asked. "That's what Great King Yang said just now. That guy said he's some great god king. His surname is Yang, and his name is Great King," said the cat-ear. Great Divine Lord, this guy, knew that his title as the Great Divine Lord was nothing in the eyes of the middle and upper echelons, so he gave himself such a name. This reminded Qin Yun of a good brother of his, Morong Darin. He often used his own name to take advantage of others. "Did he say that the Great Luo Empire is targeting me?" asked Qin Yun. "This is what our king said." The cat-eared person said, "You are a special human created by the deity Desolate's 9 sons Dharma spirit. You will receive the 9 sons Dharma spirit's legacy cultivation method. This cultivation method is mainly used to cultivate the divine sun. Once you master this cultivation method, you will definitely become a threat to the Daluo Empire." Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. He had already obtained the cultivation technique. It was the Divine Yang cultivation technique that Grand Prime had gotten him to enter the 9 Yang Divine Temple's miracle to obtain. He knew that the Divine Sun cultivation technique was very powerful, but he had not expected that it would be able to threaten the powerful upper echelons of the Daluo Empire. However, he was still unable to comprehend the Divine Yang cultivation technique. Although Momo had obtained it, she didn't understand it herself. On the other hand, Yang Yang had grasped it bit by bit and would occasionally enter the Divine Universe Purple Sun to cultivate. "How can you determine whether or not I have obtained the 9 Yang Law Spirit's legacy?" Qin Yun asked with a frown. "The 9 Yang Dharma Spirit has never communicated with me. I have always wanted to ask it many things. We have a special method that can sense the connection between you and the 9 Yang Law Spirit. It's not us, it's the Daluo Empire. Their destroyer specializes in this kind of thing," the cat-eared man said. The 9 Yang Law Spirit had previously told Qin Yun that it did not contact him because there was a mysterious and powerful fellow secretly monitoring them in order to protect Qin Yun. However, even so, the 9 Yang Law Spirit had still contacted Qin Yun a few times, but it seemed like it had not been monitored. This meant that the 9 Yang Law Spirit had a way to prevent it, but it could not guarantee that it could prevent others from eavesdropping. For safety reasons, it tried its best not to contact Qin Yun. "Are those destroyers still in the Divine Desolate?" Qin Yun was still rather afraid. The destroyer was truly powerful. Batayan was strong enough, but against the destroyer, he might not even be able to withstand 2 moves. No, they don't dare to continue staying in the Divine Desolate. The 9 Yang Law Spirit's biggest concession was to allow the Daluo Empire and our other kingdoms to send people at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm, so that we can also obtain the resources of the Divine Desolate. If they exceed the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm, the 9 Yang Law Spirit might destroy the Divine Desolate and perish together with us," the cat-eared man said again. "The Daluo Empire is unable to seal the 9 Yang Law Spirit?" Qin Yun felt somewhat puzzled because the Taisher and the other bloodline heavenly pattern boxes all had many small universes, so they should be very powerful. Yet, they were sealed. The 9 Yang Law Spirit only had 7 myriad realms divine suns. The Daluo Empire could seal the Taisher and those small universes back then, so why couldn't they seal the 9 Yang Law Spirit? The myriad realms divine suns, divine moon and divine desolate are currently in a special space. This space is located at the intersection of many universes. If the Daluo Empire tries to seal them, the 9 Yang Law Spirit will make all the myriad realms divine suns explode and break the spatial barrier of many universes, connecting them together, the cat-eared man said. Tying Ba said in shock, "If that's the case, then this universe is doomed. The resources of the other universes are far inferior to the one Divine Desolate is in. At that time, many empires will invade and a war will break out. The Daluo Empire will not have peace." Now that there was a powerful spatial barrier, it would be very difficult for anyone from the Outerverse to enter the Nine Suns' Holy Land. Anyone who tried to enter from the Nine Suns' Holy Land would be sealed within, and it would be very risky for powerful Outerverse people to pass through that passage. The passage in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground is very unstable, mainly because the nine-yang law spirit would occasionally make the passage fluctuate. When the barbarian aliens came through the passage, more than half of them died and were eventually turned into energy for the nine-yang law spirit to absorb. Xianxia now admired the nine-yang law spirit even more. It actually chose such a crafty location to create the myriad realms: divine suns, divine desolate and divine moon. This way, the Daluo Empire can only compromise with the nine-yang law spirit and not act blindly without thinking. But with the Daluo Empire's ability, they will definitely come up with a good plan in the future. At that time, it might be the end of the nine-yang law spirit. When will the Daluo Empire send people over? Qin Yan asked. The cat-eared man looked at Tying Ba. He originally thought that Tying Ba was from the Daluo Empire, but now it seems that is not the case. Otherwise, Qin Yan would not be so ignorant. When we finish building the imperial palace, they will come. The Daluo Empire's imperial family is high above us. They are here to rule the divine desolate. Before that, it will be us, the kingdoms, who sweep away all the obstacles, the cat-eared man said. Are you kingdoms really that afraid of the Daluo Empire? Are you willing to be their lackeys? Qin Yan wanted to rope in these kingdoms and use them to resist the Daluo Empire. The conflicts between kingdoms run deep, the cat-eared woman said. You could even say that wars have broken out between almost every kingdom, and all of those wars were instigated by the Daluo Empire. We all know that, but there's nothing we can do. A complete copy: update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible. The Daluo Empire might not have treated these kingdoms as their lackeys, but they had been suppressing their growth. For example, the Great Luo Empire had allowed them to come to the God's wilderness on the condition that they build a super emperor city. The Daluo Empire wouldn't care about anything else. The enmity between the kingdoms was very deep. After they built the super emperor city, they would definitely continue to fight in the deity desolate. With the power of the kingdom, they would definitely be able to rope in all the powerful races in the divine wilderness and then get involved in the war. In this way, the living beings in the divine wilderness would die in large numbers in the war. The Daluo Empire wouldn't act directly. Instead, they would use a method that was within the rules to suppress and restrict the growth of the lower and middle-level living beings. The Daluo Empire would only be able to make a move if a middle or lower-level living being managed to break through the suppression. The Daluo Empire was the only upper echelon of this universe. They were high and mighty and rarely took action. What they loved to do the most was to set up a variety of rules and then use the power of the rules to suppress other parties. They wanted all living beings in the universe to live according to the rules they had set up. Previously, there was a group of your cat-eared people who joined hands with the great divine lord to snatch a mine. Those cat-eared people were eventually killed by the destroyer. Do you know about this? Qin Yan asked. I do. How do you know about this? The cat-eared person was a little surprised. Because I saw it with my own eyes. I was nearby at that time. I heard those cat-eared people say that the destroyer was here to capture a little girl. They also said that the little girl had appeared in the Nine Sun Sacred Land. Qin Yan asked, do you know what kind of little girl she is? The cat-eared man frowned and said, previously, there was indeed a group of destroyers in the divine wasteland looking for that little girl, but they still couldn't find her. Now, they have no choice but to leave. I wonder if they will come after the little girl appears. This will anger the nine-yang law spirit. What kind of lass would make the great Luo Empire send out so many destroyers? Asked Qin Yan. The little girl's father is a member of the imperial clan of the Daluo Empire. He and we cat-eared people gave birth to a baby girl. This infuriated the entire Daluo Empire's royal family, and the little girl's parents were captured in the end. It is said that they were tortured in the Daluo Empire for several years before dying. There are also rumors that they didn't die, the cat-eared person said. Qin Yan is very surprised that Maluru actually has such a background. The cat ears of the cat people are all black while Maluru's are white. Moreover, she also has a heaven-defying ability. It turns out that she has the bloodline of Daluo Empire's imperial family. At this moment, Qin Yan was even more shocked by the strength of the Daluo Empire's royal family. Miller was so special. She could increase her mental power by 10 times and she could easily crush the divine universe metal stone with her teeth. Her body was very strong and she could easily travel through space. Was this the power of the Daluo Empire's royal bloodline? Then are they capturing the little lass to eradicate her completely? Asked Qin Yun. The royal family attaches great importance to their bloodline. They will never allow their royal family members to marry the middle and lower class people. Once discovered, no matter who it is, they must die. That little girl was very powerful, and it was said that her bloodline had mutated, making her even more powerful than many members of the royal family of the Daluo Empire. Thus, she had to be destroyed to prevent her precious bloodline from being passed down to the middle and lower class. Actually, we, the middle class people, are also restricted. We are not allowed to marry the lower class people. If we are discovered, our whole family will be exterminated, said the cat-ear man. Qin Yun looked at Taiyin Ba and asked, Brother Ba, is there such a rule in your hometown? Taiyin Ba had a strange look in his eyes and said, there is also such a rule. The upper, middle and lower class people are not allowed to marry each other. As for why, I don't know. So you are from the Outerverse Empire? The cat-ear man immediately concluded and said. Qin Yun suspected that Taiyin Ba's background might be similar to Malur's. They were both mixed blood of different races. From this, it can be seen that the power of bloodline is very important in every universe. The royal bloodline of the Daluo Empire was very powerful. It allowed a little girl like Malur to be so powerful that she could escape the pursuit of many destroyers and escape all the way to the God Desolate. After your kingdom enters the God Desolate, will they slaughter the native races? Qin Yun asked. He has always been worried about this matter. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to say. After all, human nature is very complicated. The cat-ear man didn't dare to say it because he knew that the lower class people are like ants in their eyes. Of course, Qin Yun does not count. How many people will your exotic cat kingdom send to the God Desolate? Asked Taiyin Ba. The first batch is about 1 million. They are still flying in the universe. They will arrive soon, said the cat-ear man. Qin Yun was shocked. These million cat-ear men are no higher than the 9th level of the divine space realm. In their original hometown, they should be at the bottom of the hierarchy. If there are tens of thousands of them among these million cat-ear men, it will definitely bring great chaos to the God Desolate. Many of the big cities in the God Desolate will not be able to resist the powerful cat-ear men. How many are there in the 9th level of the divine space realm? Are there many? Asked Qin Yun. I'm not too sure. The 9th level of the divine space realm is relatively large in our exotic cat kingdom. The cat-ear man said, the first batch has 1 million, the second batch should have 2 million, and there will be more after that. At least 200 million cat-ear men will come to the God Desolate. At least 200 million cat-ear men. Qin Yun felt a headache when he heard that. This would definitely cause a huge change in the God Desolate. It must be known that although these cat-eared people were very useless in the exotic cat kingdom, they were born with the divine universe bone. The natives and living beings in the God Desolate could not resist them at all. Furthermore, other than the exotic cat kingdom, there were a few other kingdoms. Their numbers were definitely not small. Of course. The God Desolate was huge. Even if it could accommodate billions of people, it would not seem crowded. The most terrifying thing was that the God Desolate was still growing. It would really become a super huge heaven and earth in the future. The God Desolate is very big. Spatial teleportation is limited. The native living beings can still survive if they are scattered. The cat-ear man said, what's more, our kingdoms came to the God Desolate for resources. When the time comes, the ones who can compete with us for resources will be the other kingdoms. You mean to say that the kingdoms will fight to the bitter end? But at the same time build the great Luo Empire's imperial palace? Asked Qin Yun. Although we will build the great Luo Empire's imperial palace together, it will not stop us from fighting elsewhere. The cat-ear man said, yesterday, a few of our kingdoms worked together to do something for the empire. After we are done, we will fight to the death tomorrow. This is normal. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. The great Luo Empire wasn't afraid of those kingdoms allying together. However, if they acted friendly, the great Luo Empire would be displeased and think that they were allying together to rebel against the great Luo Empire. As long as the Daluo Empire existed, it would be impossible for those kingdoms to unite. Furthermore, they would have to hate each other. That way, they wouldn't be destroyed by the Daluo Empire. Qin Yan thought about it for a moment and knew that the Great Luo Empire would not let those kingdoms live in peace. If there was a need, the Great Luo Empire could easily unite those kingdoms. To the upper echelons of the Daluo Empire, this kind of control gave them a sense of accomplishment. The other kingdoms were angry with the Daluo Empire, but they didn't dare to say anything. The Divine Desolate will be thrown into chaos by your kingdoms. As a result, you won't be able to obtain too many resources in the Divine Desolate. In the end, the one who benefits the most is still the Empire, said Qin Yun. The cat-eared man didn't say anything. Of course, he knew what the higher-ups of the Empire were thinking. Have you never thought of joining forces? Asked Qin Yun. The cat-eared person remained silent. Of course they had thought about it before, but they had never dared to do it, much less say it out loud. If word of it got out, it would be considered treason. Ba Taiyin said, it looks like those kingdoms will definitely try to rope in the strong races of the Divine Wilderness after entering the Divine Wilderness. The Divine Desolate's native strong races have large amounts of resources. If the kingdom can rope in the strong races, they can let the strong races participate in the war. This is what the Daluo Empire wants to see the most. The attitude of the Daluo Empire was clear. The death of countless people in this universe was something that the Daluo Empire would be happy about. As long as the upper echelons of the Daluo Empire did not die, it would be fine. If any living being or celestial body in the universe perished, the energy would return to the universe. Even if the energy was absorbed by the middle and lower classes, the middle and lower classes would still perish in the future, and the energy would return to the universe again. If one wanted to possess the power of an upper-class person, they would need to gather a huge amount of energy from the universe. There was a limit to the energy in the universe. If a large number of upper echelons appeared, then the resources would definitely not be enough. If the Daluo Empire didn't have enough resources, and if there were other foreigners with similar strength, then the Daluo Empire would be in danger. How could it be so easy to break through the restrictions of this universe? It was already very difficult for people in the middle to rush up, let alone people in the lower ranks who had to cross 2 levels. However, the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit was able to create a high-grade environment like the Heaven's Divine Desolate. Now, Qin Yun increasingly felt that the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit was very powerful. Do you know where the Great Divine Lord is? I must exterminate this bastard. Qin Yun asked. He's now loyal to our exotic cat kingdom. This guy is a little special. He has a celestial divine sun in his body, and we want to study it. That's why we gave him good treatment. The cat said, if you want to kill him, you will have to go to the exotic cat kingdom's exotic cat royal city in the Deity Desolate. Can anyone enter? Asked Qin Yun. Apart from us, the cat-eared people, who can enter and leave freely, anyone else will have to obtain permission to enter. It will be very difficult for you people to enter. The cat-eared person shook her head. Take us to the strange cat royal city. Qin Yun had already decided to end the Great Divine Lord now. Great Divine Lord, this bastard, if he didn't get rid of him quickly, if he used the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun's heart well, the consequences would be unimaginable. The cat-eared person could only bring Qin Yun and Tyrant Ba to exotic Cat King City. If he didn't, he would be tortured. In a secret conference hall in the ancient Garden City, many elders and clan leaders of the heaven-splitting ancient clan had gathered to discuss important matters. The 7 great kingdoms have arrived one after another. You ancient clans, patriarch sighed, we can't control Deity Desolate. 9 Sun Law Spirit has reached an agreement with them to let them enter Deity Desolate and obtain its resources. Dragon Ancient Clan's patriarch said. Then will they start a massacre in Deity Desolate? Taiwi Granny said with frown. I don't know. In short, Deity Desolate is about to undergo a great change. This land is no longer our paradise. Great Luo Empire will occupy it forever. Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's patriarch is very unwilling. They won't even let our deity Heaven's Divine Moon go. They want to build a city in deity Heaven's Divine Moon. Yu Lifan hastily asked, then what about you Xian? Did they request to enter Moon Core? Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's patriarch shook his head. Entering Moon Core is not something we can decide. That's Little Law Spirit's decision. Little Law Spirit definitely won't agree to it. Great Luo Empire knows that too, so they don't plan to enter Moon Core for now. But it's hard to say in the future. Then what will our heaven-splitting ancient clan do? Xiao Qihong asked. Great Luo Empire did not pursue our wrongdoings. They even praised us for our diligent efforts in destroying large numbers of divine sons over the years. They even want to reward us by allowing us to establish a kingdom and allow us to enter the middle level, but there's a condition. Xiao Qihong looked at everyone and said. Only the patriarch attended the meeting hosted by Great Luo Empire. The other heaven-opening ancient clan elders only found out about the meeting now. Many heaven-opening ancient clan elders were excited to know that they could enter the middle level. But they quickly calmed down. Great Luo Empire had a condition, and it was definitely not simple. What condition? Xiao Qihong asked. It won't cost us too much, right? The first condition is that we must keep our distance from Nine Sun Law Spirit. We must not help Nine Sun Law Spirit fight against Great Luo Empire. The second condition is that we must hand over a portion of the Divine Universe Goldstones we obtain from the Divine Wilderness to the Great Luo Empire. The third condition is that we must capture a little girl and hand her over to the Great Luo Empire. They will inform us of any information about this little girl. The fourth condition is also the last condition. Qin clan elder sighed but did not say it out loud. It was clearly difficult. What's the fourth condition? Xiao Hong asked. We must capture Qin Yun and hand him over to the Great Luo Empire. The Great Luo Empire did not ask us to capture Qin Yun and hand him over to them within a certain period of time. They only want us to agree that once we capture Qin Yun, we must hand him over to the Great Luo Empire, Qin clan elder said. The heaven-opening ancient clan elders looked at each other and frowned. They could accept the first few conditions, but the last one was a little difficult for them. Qin Yun was recognized by Nine Sun Law Spirit, which took good care of the heaven-opening ancient clan. Nine Sun Law Spirit had helped the heaven-opening ancient clan return from the Outerverse. But now, they wanted to capture Qin Yun and hand him over to the Great Luo Empire. Wasn't that ungrateful? Furthermore, Xiao Qihong was Qin Yun's master. There were also a few other heaven-opening ancient clan elders who had a good relationship with Qin Yun. A complete copy. Update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible, Patriarch Qin said. I think very highly of Qin Yun. Therefore, this condition puts us in a difficult position. What if we agree? Xiao Qihong asked. It doesn't matter if we don't agree. We won't be able to establish a kingdom and we won't be able to break through the ranks. Qin family head said. Nine Sun Law Spirit told us to take good care of Qin Yun. We cannot be ungrateful, the Dragon Clan leader said. The other clan leaders nodded repeatedly. Although capturing Qin Yun would allow them to obtain great benefits, it would also betray the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit. Keeping a distance from the Nine Sons Dharma Spirit and not helping the Nine Sons Dharma Spirit against the Daluo Empire was nothing, as the Nine Sons Dharma Spirit had never expected the Heaven-Splitting Clan to fight against the Daluo Empire. At that moment, the elders of the Heaven-Splitting Clan were in a difficult position. There was an opportunity right before their eyes that could allow them to survive the Great Change. Moreover, after the Great Change, they could undergo a new transformation and break through the ranks. They could become members of the middle class and not be suppressed by the Daluo Empire. Just as they were feeling helpless, a voice suddenly entered the secret meeting room. I am the Nine Sons Dharma Spirit. Agree to the Daluo Empire's 4 conditions. The Great Luo Empire only asked you to capture Qin Yun. They didn't tell you when to capture Qin Yun. This means that the Great Luo Empire only told you not to protect Qin Yun, the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit said. Fa Ling, why did you abandon Qin Yun? Asked Patriarch Qin in astonishment. There's no need to give up. Qin Yun is not as weak as you think. Just keep your distance from him in the future. Also, I'll tell him about this so that he won't hate you. If you were to be hated by this brat, you will be out of luck. Nine Yang Law Spirit laughed and said. Many of the seniors of the ancient Heaven-Splitting Clan did not believe it, but they recalled how Wang Mingtai had died. He had indeed been tortured by Qin Yun. For Qin Yan to be chosen by the Nine Yang Dharma spirit, he must have obtained some kind of inheritance from the Nine Yang Dharma spirit. He might even be very powerful. Fa Ling, what will happen to God's desolate in the future? Will a large number of powerful races die tragically? Dragon Clan Chief asked. I will try my best to have the other strong races merge into your kingdom. The Nine Yang Dharma spirit said, no matter what, all of you are representing the divine wilderness. Perhaps you can minimize the casualties of the divine wilderness. What about the Nine Suns sacred ground? Are we still going to defend the Nine Suns sacred ground? The young clan leader asked. There's no need to defend anymore. Move the sects away. I want to close the Nine Suns sacred grounds barrier. The Nine Yang Law spirit said, next, the matter of resisting the barbarians from the outer universe will be handed over to the kingdom and the Daluo Empire. You all just have to grow in peace. The seniors of the heaven-splitting ancient clan exclaimed. The barbarians from the outer universe were extremely terrifying, and there might even be people who surpassed the ninth tier of the divine space realm who broke through the restrictions and entered through the passageway. At that time, it would be dangerous. Don't worry. The Daluo Empire and the other kingdoms will be able to hold them off. There are so many divine universe goldstones in the Nine Sun sacred ground. They will go in even if they have to risk their lives, said the Nine Sun Dharma spirit with a smile. What about inside the myriad worlds divine yang? Will the Luo Empire interfere? Yu clan leader was a little worried. They don't dare. This is my bottom line. If they don't have absolute confidence, they won't dare to fight me to the death. The ancient garden city will remain within the seventh divine sun. You can enter at any time and interact with the other Outerverse members, the Dharma spirit said. Dharma spirit, should we give Qin Yan a little more help at this time? Xiao Qihong asked. For example, give him a lot of divine universe goldstones. This kid seems to be lacking divine universe goldstones. The Dharma spirit smiled. There's no need to give it to him. Let him think of a way to get it himself. Don't worry about him. I'm not even worried about him, so why are you so anxious? Everyone is somewhat speechless. It is said that Qin Yan is acknowledged by the Nine Yang Dharma spirit. Now, it seems that Qin Yan is just a wild child in the eyes of the Nine Yang Dharma spirit. It is indifferent to Qin Yan, completely letting him be. Then, can our clan's girls get in touch with this kid? Yu clan leader asked embarrassedly because Imperial Demon Yao and Qin Yan had a good relationship. Moreover, they could not guarantee that Qin Yan would not get involved with the women of the heaven-splitting ancient clan in the future. Ha ha ha, you should ask the Daluo Empire. Why are you asking me? The Dharma spirit said with mischievous laugh, this kid Qin Yan has a very good affinity with women. It won't be strange if he gets involved with your heaven-splitting ancient clan's girls in the future. Not to mention your heaven-splitting ancient clan, maybe even the imperial family's girls of the Daluo Empire will be taken care of by him. This. Many of the elders of the heaven-splitting ancient clan became speechless again. The Dharma spirit said again, I have been keeping an eye on this kid Qin Yan since he was born. I did not give him much help, I only gave him a very mystical appearance to make it easier for him to conquer women. Everyone became speechless again. They suddenly felt that it is necessary to keep an eye on the girls of their clan so that they won't be harmed by Qin Yan. Dharma spirit, is this the only help you gave Qin Yan? Dragon clan leader does not believe it. Isn't this enough? He relied on his face to conquer the Nine Sun Divine Maiden. She has been helping him grow for many years, otherwise how could he be so good, the Dharma spirit said with smile. Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei are both Nine Sun Divine Maiden, their potential is very great. In the future, they will surely step into the upper echelons. Alright, you all agree to Great Luo Empire's conditions and peacefully build up your kingdom. You don't need to worry about Divine Desolate for now, properly grow up, the Dharma spirit said in a very relaxed manner. The meeting ended, all the clan leaders left for deep space to meet Great Luo Empire's emissary. Qin Yan and Ba Taiying followed behind the cat-eared man and flew towards Strange Cat Royal City. Suddenly, Nine Sun Dharma spirit's voice appeared in Qin Yan's mind. Brat, you are in big trouble, the Dharma spirit said with sigh. What big trouble? Don't scare me. Qin Yan suddenly stopped and floated in the air. You have been targeted by Great Luo Empire, the Dharma spirit said. Soon after, it told Qin Yun about the 4 conditions of the heaven-splitting ancient clan. After Qin Yun learned about the meeting, he immediately felt deep veneration for the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Originally, they did not want to agree to the 4th condition of Great Luo Empire. I made them agree, don't hate them, the Dharma spirit said. I don't hate, if it were me, I would also make them agree. Qin Yun said with smile, don't talk about them, even Great Luo Empire can forget about catching me. Brat Qin, you will have to rely on yourself from now on. You must not return to the Divine Sun, you won't be able to go in. I can't let you go in, you will harm the 9-sun Divine Maiden, the Dharma spirit said. I know. Qin Yun also made this kind of preparation. Yu Xiangyun also sensed it, that's why she followed him out. I have a way to help you get through this crisis, the Dharma spirit said. Qin Yun thought that the 9-yang law spirit would no longer contact him. He never expected that it would suddenly contact him at this time and tell him such an important matter. 9-yang law spirit, I heard that the Great Luo Empire has been monitoring your movements. They want to know if you want to pass your cultivation to me. Qin Yun reminded the 9-yang law spirit. I know, I told you before the reason why I didn't contact you. The 9-yang law spirit chuckled and said, you know that the Great Luo Empire is monitoring my movements. It seems that you understand the current situation quite a bit. I just happen to know a little bit. I don't know the specifics. Qin Yun continued flying and followed the cat-eared man towards the strange cat king city with Ba Taiyin. The 9-yang law spirit seemed to know where Qin Yun was going and asked, are you heading towards the strange cat king city? Yes, what's wrong? Qin Yun asked. The great divine lord is in the strange cat king city. Are you going to find him? The 9-yang law spirit laughed, are you so determined to kill the great divine lord? If I don't eliminate this guy, he will cause me a lot of trouble in the future because he understands me better and the Great Luo Empire has their eyes on me. Qin Yun said. If the Great Luo Empire wanted to capture Qin Yun, the Great Divine Lord would definitely come up with a plan. Maybe he would even be personally responsible. The Great Divine Lord knew that the law enforcement realm king was loyal to Qin Yun. He could even see that the Sunning race, Moon Season City and the Heaven Secret sect were all somewhat strange. If he wanted to attack Qin Yun in the future, he would definitely attack from the law enforcement realm and the Heaven Secret sect. The Moon Season City had already been destroyed by the Great Divine Lord's instigation, cutting off the source of Qin Yun's Divine Universe Golden Stone. I said before that I have a way to help you survive this crisis. The 9-yang law spirit said, but I can't tell you directly. I'm afraid that it will be leaked. Then how are you going to tell me? Qin Yun asked. The 9-yang law spirit also wanted to ensure that nothing went wrong, so he could not directly tell Qin Yun to prevent others from eavesdropping. The communication between the 9-yang law spirit and Qin Yun should be through spatial transmission. Now, the divine desolate space is controlled by the Great Luo Empire, so the Great Luo Empire definitely has a way to eavesdrop. Stay where you are and release the 9-yang heaven-raising pagoda. I'll send someone to find you. The 9-yin said. Qin Yun greeted Ba Taiyin, then landed on the ground and took out the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. After the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda appeared, a beam of light shot out from the top of the pagoda from time to time. That was probably a signal. Qin Yun and Taiyin Ba landed at the top of the pagoda. The cat-eared man did not know what Qin Yun wanted to do. Qin Yun waited for a long time. It took an entire day and night before he sensed someone approaching. Ba Taiyin's mental power is stronger, so he sensed it earlier than Qin Yun. Mr. Qin, the man isn't very strong, Ba Taiyin said. He should be one of us. I am waiting for him. Qin Yun said. Batty nodded, but he did not let down his guard. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. A middle-aged man quickly flew over. When Qin Yun saw this middle-aged man, he was very surprised. The middle-aged man was one of the elders of the Sun Dragon race that Qin Yun was very familiar with, Yang Dragon Lingyu. Elder Lingyu, long time no see, you have become very strong. Qin Yun exclaimed in admiration. Not only Yang Dragon Lingyu's cultivation is high, he also has some divine universe heavenly bone in his body. The sun dragon race is inside the ancestral divine sun, it is very normal for them to become stronger. Moreover, they still have to fight against the descendants of the divine sun. Little brother Qin, 9 Sun's law spirit told me to give this to you. Young dragon Lingyu said with smile and handed over a letter to Qin Yun. Elder Lingyu has worked hard. Qin Yun said with smile. It's nothing, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Goodbye. Young dragon Lingyu immediately left. Qin Yun opened the letter. There are many densely packed runes on it, he doesn't know what kind of runes they are. However, after Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye, he saw a large number of messy runes, all of them are white, only a few are black. Soon after, he began to rearrange those black runes and obtained many characters. The content written on it is the method that 9 Sun's law spirit told Qin Yun to get through this crisis. It is not to let him fight against Great Luo Empire, after all, with Qin Yun's current strength, he is not Great Luo Empire's opponent. 9 Sun's law spirit would not let him do this kind of dangerous thing. After Qin Yun finished reading the letter, he immediately burned it and cursed 9 Sun's law spirit in his heart. Then he took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal to contact 9 Sun's law spirit, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not contact it. The content of the letter caused Qin Yun to feel very speechless. 9 Sun's law spirit told Qin Yun that as long as he can smoothly find that woman, he can temporarily get through this crisis. Even if Great Luo Empire makes a fierce move against him, as long as he has that woman's protection, he will be fine for the time being. What kind of method is this? You want me to sell my body? This bastard 9 Sun's law spirit even said that my appearance is meticulously polished by it, as long as I use it a bit, I will be very attractive to women. Qin Yun doesn't believe it at all. He always believed that the reason why women like him are fond of him is because of his personal charm, it has nothing to do with his appearance. Because over the years, it is not like there are no women who oppose him. There are even a few women who almost destroyed him, for example that love goddess. Could this be true? Thinking about it carefully, I seem to be quite liked by women. Qin Yun recalled his own experience. Sometimes, he is not the one who takes the initiative. It is always the women who take the initiative. 9 Sun's law spirit did not say what to do with that woman. It only told him to find that woman and then think of a way to gain her trust. That way, he can temporarily get through this crisis. Qin Yun does not feel that he will be in any danger. Great Luo Empire has their eyes on him, but it is still very difficult to find him in the Divine Desolate unless he has the help of the Great Divine King. Therefore, his next step is to find the Great Divine King and kill him. Let's go, let's continue to the Strange Cat King City. Qin Yun stored away the 9 Sun's heaven-raising pagoda and continued on his way. The cat-eared man was sent flying by Ba Taiyin and can no longer fly. It was Ba Taiyin who grabbed him and flew slowly. Cat-eared man, is there a Phoenix Kingdom among the 7 great kingdoms? Qin Yun asked, what is the background of the Phoenix Queen of the Phoenix Kingdom? Is she related to the Great Luo Empire's imperial family? The cat-eared man is startled and said, Uncle Qin, how do you know about the Phoenix Kingdom? I don't know much. I only know that the Phoenix Queen might have some relationship with the Great Luo Empire's imperial family. Qin Yun said. There is a rumor that the Phoenix Queen is the sister of the Great Luo Empire's emperor. As for whether it is true or not, I am not too sure. However, the Phoenix Kingdom once fought with the Great Luo Empire's army, but in the end, the Phoenix Kingdom did not suffer any punishment. This matter is quite famous, that is why people are suspicious. The cat-eared man said. Ba Taiyin, who was flying while holding the cat-eared man, said in surprise, a kingdom fighting against an empire and not being destroyed? With Daluo Empire's power, it would be easy to flatten a kingdom. Taiyin Ba came from the Great Blue Empire, so he knew the empire's power very well. Qin Yun felt that these empires should not exist, but the divine court of myriad worlds led by the 9 Yang Dharma spirit. This was a more civilized way of management, but the divine court of myriad worlds was too weak. That's why Phoenix Kingdom's Phoenix Queen has a mysterious background. That's why there are rumors that she is related to Daluo Celestial Emperor. There are also rumors that Phoenix Queen and Daluo Celestial Emperor are half-siblings. Phoenix Queen's mother is of the lower middle class. This made Taiyin Ba even more shocked. Empire's royalty could not marry people of other levels. If such a thing happened, they would be tortured to death. For example, Maluru's parents were tortured, and even Maluru's parents were taken back by her. Phoenix Queen had the Daluo royal bloodline. Not only was she fine, she even became the queen of a kingdom. Daluo Celestial Emperor's father was the previous Celestial Emperor of Daluo Empire. He abdicated for some unknown reason. Xianxia found it strange. How did the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit know the secrets of Daluo Empire's royalty? Why was the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit so gossipy? It actually knew about the faraway Daluo Empire. Xianxia did not know why the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit wanted to seek Phoenix Queen's trust. But from the letter, he could tell that the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit wanted him to sell his body and become Phoenix Queen's man. Taisher had recently been researching the Yu clan heavenly talisman. Xiao Qihong had given Qianyin the entire set of Yu clan heavenly talismans. Qianyin counted the divine universe goldstones he had. It was about 700 billion, enough for him to hide and grow wretchedly. So he felt that the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit's method was useless. He had already decided not to woo Phoenix Queen. After all, he was the godly king of divine wilderness. He should have some dignity. If he really lived under Phoenix Queen's skirt, he would be laughed at by Daluo Empire. Qianyin now knew how difficult it was to be a godly king. If he did not trample on those kingdoms and Daluo Empire, he would not be able to bring the myriad world's divine court to greater heights. He would become a joke. Maybe even the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit would be sealed by Daluo Empire. Is the Phoenix Queen beautiful? Does she look young and beautiful? Qianyin suddenly asked. He didn't have any other thoughts, he just wanted to know if the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit was tricking him, making him chase after an unsightly, strange-looking old queen. The number one beauty of the Origin Luo Empire is Princess Luo Shu, the most beloved daughter of the Origin Luo Celestial Emperor. She and her eldest son were the Celestial Emperor's left and right arms. According to the rumors, the Phoenix Queen is even more beautiful than Princess Luo Shu, said the cat. Qianyin felt disdain in his heart. In his eyes, no matter how beautiful she was only on the same level as his women. His women all had their own beauty. Those are just legends, said Qianyin. This matter has spread far and wide within the Daluo Empire, however, nothing has happened to the Phoenix Queen. The princess of the White Jade Kingdom, just because someone said that she was very beautiful and could be compared to Princess Luo Shu, the princess of the White Jade Kingdom was disfigured on the 10th day of this rumor. She was poisoned and her entire body turned black. She was originally the most beautiful princess of the 7 kingdoms, but in the end, she became the ugliest. This is not a special case. My exotic cat kingdom, eagle kingdom, heavenly horn kingdom, all of them had similar things happen before. It was all the kingdom's royal family members that suffered the calamity, said the cat. Tai Yinba frowned and said, this is all done by that Princess Luo Shu? The cat shook his head and said, it shouldn't be done by the princess. Someone in the empire is protecting the princess' reputation as the number one beauty of the empire. However, there are rumors that the Phoenix Queen is more beautiful than Princess Luo Shu, yet she is completely fine. So the number one beauty of the Origin Luo Empire is obtained through fists. Qianyin chuckled and said, looks like that Princess Luo Shu is only SOSO. The cat did not say anything. In his opinion, although this Master Qin is capable, he is just a speck of dust in front of the Origin Luo Empire. Not to mention Qianyin, even the 10 peak experts of the exotic cat kingdom would die miserably in front of the Origin Luo Empire. Qianyin is somewhat puzzled. Why did the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit want him to flirt with the Phoenix Queen? The Phoenix Queen should be very strong, but she can't come to the divine wilderness. Only those at the 9th level of the divine space realm can come to the divine wilderness. Could it be that the Phoenix Queen is using other methods to come to the divine wilderness? Using avatars or something? If that is the case, then the Phoenix Queen might really be able to make a name for herself in the divine wilderness. The Phoenix Queen is not afraid of the Origin Luo Empire's suppression, but the other kingdoms are rather apprehensive of the Phoenix Queen. If the Phoenix Queen personally came to the divine wilderness battlefield, the other kingdoms would definitely not be a match for her. It looks like the Phoenix Queen is really a golden coattail. Should I hug her coattail or not? Forget it, I'm a dignified godly king, I still need some dignity. Qianyin thought to himself, but then again, the coattails of strong women are really comfortable. For example, Sister Xiangyun, Yuelan, and the others. Their coattails are all very beautiful. 7 kingdoms, there are the Phoenix Kingdom, Exotic Cat Kingdom, Eagle Kingdom, Heaven Horn Kingdom and White Jade Kingdom. What about the other 2? Asked Qin Yun. The other 2 are the Giant Heavenly King Kingdom and the Scorpio Kingdom. The people of the Phoenix Kingdom look the same as you, Master Qin. The people of the Exotic Cat Kingdom have cat ears and a cat tail. The people of the Eagle Kingdom have a pair of eagle wings on their backs. The people of the Heaven Horn Kingdom have a small horn on their forehead. The people of the Giant Heavenly King Kingdom are giants. The people of the Scorpio Kingdom have a human upper body and a scorpion lower body. The people of the White Jade Kingdom have skin that is like white jade. Why does it sound like the people of these kingdoms, other than the Phoenix Kingdom, are all strange? Asked Qin Yun. Other than the special case of the Phoenix Kingdom. The other normal people of the middle class have been eliminated by the Origin Luo Empire. A portion of them either flowed into the Phoenix Kingdom or became slaves of the Origin Luo Empire. Of course, the people of the Origin Luo Empire are also normal people, said the cat-eared person. This made Qin Yun recall the divine wilderness of the past. There was also the difference between humans and non-humans. Now, those kingdoms also called themselves humans. The people of the Origin Luo Empire were also normal people. Why is the Origin Luo Empire doing this? Asked Qin Yun. It should be to deliberately create a racial difference between the kingdoms and the empires. It is to prevent the empire's bloodline from fusing with the kingdom's bloodline. Tying Ba said, this is because it is difficult for different races to reproduce even if they intermarry. Tying Ba, who came from the Great Blue Empire, knew the reason. It was obvious that the Blue Universe did the same. Qin Yun thought of Malheur. She had white cat ears. The cat-eared people he had seen before all had black cat ears and black tails. Do the cat-eared people of your exotic cat kingdom have black cat ears for men and black cat ears for women? Asked Qin Yun. Both men and women have black cat ears. If there are other colors, it's most likely due to a mutation caused by the bloodline of another race, said the cat-eared person. Are there cat-eared people of other colors in your exotic cat kingdom? For example, those with white cat ears. Qin Yun said, if there are, wouldn't they be treated as outliers? Of course, but there are very few outliers with white cat ears. Most of them are gray or light blue. The one who appeared with white cat ears was the little girl that the Great Luo Empire wanted to capture. The cat-eared person said in a low voice, regarding this little girl, she is very famous in our exotic cat kingdom. Tell me about it. Qin Yun said, this little girl is now in the gods desolate. In other words, the one who sees white cat ears in the future will definitely be her, right? The cat-eared person said, I can't be sure. I only know that the little girl is the only one with white cat ears in many years. She has the bloodline of the Great Luo imperial family in her body, so she became very strong and grasped shocking abilities. In the beginning, no one knew of her background. She was in a small sect called the Golden Universe sect. Because of her white cat ears, she was treated as an outlier. Everyone ostracized her. However, because they discovered that she had a special ability that allowed her to quickly find Divine Universe Goldstone, they used her until the Destroyer came knocking on their door. The Destroyer is so strong. What is the strength of that little girl? She wasn't captured by the Destroyer? Asked Qin Yun. That's what's special about that little girl. It said that there were several Destroyers back then. Those who could become Destroyers were all extraordinarily strong. Although that little girl has the bloodline of the Imperial family, she hasn't been able to obtain resources for many years. Her strength should be very weak, but she escaped. The cat-eared person sighed. Did the Destroyer deliberately go easy on her? Asked Qin Yun. The cat-eared person shook her head and said, no, those Destroyers were eventually sentenced to death by the Great Luo Empire. They definitely wouldn't go easy on her. I heard that those Destroyers were the elites of the elites. In the future, the mission of finding that little girl will fall on the heads of the 7 kingdoms. When the Zenith Luo Emperor Palace in the Divine Wilderness is finished, the people from the Zenith Luo Empire will come to look for that girl. Qin Yun was even more surprised. Miller was so important, which meant that this matter was definitely not simple. This made Qin Yin want to nurture Malheur and dig out her powerful potential. This made him even more determined. Of her. After Malheur became strong, she would no longer have to fear the destroyer of the Daluo Empire. The Daluo Empire wanted to capture her because of her powerful bloodline, which could threaten the Daluo Empire. After flying for 3 days straight, they finally neared the exotic Cat Royal City. In the distance, they could see the massive city walls and skyscrapers. Ling the city. The city for Ling King City was not. And Yun. The city. King City, the city was. The Li Ling 4. Only a small part of the city wall had been built, and the rest was still being built. It was evening. As Qin Yun and the others approached the city, they saw many strong people. Their bodies were covered with scars and their hands and feet were shackled. They were carrying boulders and flying to build the city walls. The boulders they carried were as big as beds. They were slowly flying and mixed with some special sticky materials to build the city walls. These people were obviously natives of the Divine Desolate. Some of them were not even at the Divine Space Realm, but a few were. But in front of the powerful cat-eared person, they were very weak and were reduced to slaves. These people were humans who were born after the desolate god of the heavens was formed. The races that these humans belonged to had their bloodlines strengthened by the myriad worlds Divine Sunday. Therefore, after they were born, they didn't need to cultivate much. Their cultivation level was very high, directly reaching the level of Heavenly Lord. A few of them were born in the Divine Space Realm. But even so, they were still too weak compared to the upper echelons. In the mysterious Cat Kingdom, there were many people who were born in the 5th or 6th layer of the Divine Space Realm. For example, in the Great Blue Empire, those who didn't surpass the 9th layer of the Divine Space Realm were regarded as trash. The humans of the Divine Desolate were completely behind the starting line when they were still in their mother's womb. The cat-eared person was a supervisor. If they saw someone slow down, they would ruthlessly lash them with their red-hot iron whip. This infuriated Qin Yun. In the evening, the enslaved humans could finally rest for a short while. And during the rest, a group of teenagers were forced to take over the work of building the mysterious Cat Kingdom city. There were young, middle-aged and old people enslaved. There were tens of thousands of them. And there were tens of thousands of teenagers, even some middle-aged women and old women had 20 to 30,000. And the younger women were even more humiliated by the cat-eared people. The cat-eared people didn't rape them because they were afraid that the bloodline of the middle class would be passed down and they would be hunted down by the empire. But they liked to beat young women. Even some young girls were cruelly abused by them. Qin Yin hovered in the air and saw this scene. He was so angry that his chest almost exploded. In his anger, he could only beat the cat-eared person next to him. When the cat-eared person saw this scene, he knew that he was finished. It is unknown what secret technique he used to make his soul self-destruct. Strange Cat Kingdom, I, Qin Yun, will never forgive you. Qin Yun suppressed the anger in his heart. It is useless for him to be angry now. There are many 9th-level Divine Space Realm experts in Strange Cat Kingdom City. With Taiyin's own strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat them. Brother Ba, I must rescue the people of Divine Desolate. Qin Yun said, this might require a risk. Are you willing to take the risk with me? Taiyin is very clear that if he wanted to sneak into Strange Cat Kingdom City and kill the great Divine King, it would definitely not be a problem. However, to rescue so many enslaved people of Divine Desolate is very difficult. He can't think of any possibility. Taiyin only nodded and said, I will listen to you. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely help you. No need to risk your life. Qin Yan took out a jade box. After opening the box, Taiyin can't help but tremble. Taiyin just thought that it was impossible to rescue the enslaved people of Divine Desolate, but now he thinks it is possible. The box in Qin Yan's hand has 2 insect nests. They are the golden poisonous insects that poison Taiyin and Li Qianqin. The 2 poisonous insects are dead, but the insect nests are still in Qin Yan's hands. Brother Ba, do you think the cat-eared people can deal with these poisonous insects? Qin Yan asked. We can't, let alone them. Taiyin doubtfully said, Boss, there are not many insect eggs, but there are many 9th-level Divine Space Realm cat-eared people. Is it enough? Poison is the hardest to come, 9 Ru pellets dare to go heavy come, Yao Chui uses cloud to let the internal poison very quickly. To fill one's face with dread high no service home. Worm was startled. Even if a man were to change his ways, he would still be able to come out of it. Now he was a little weaker. Seed, your wife is a Shu Wang, I'll be right back. The layer of inner space is filled with a seal, but Wang Shuli only box this ba. Inside there is a pattern of ba. Qin is a probe egg, some test help to release the day is a worm short box line. And so on, the higher-ups had given orders. Being enraged, the liquid came from the sky, the worm. People only the strong is the master, feeding the inner gold of the wind point into the Tai Jin is also 2 cats, small as a cat but help will bestow, but the help of the human ba is very beginning, the blood of the Tai Jin realm. Yunjiu of the Fan family. Check there is, will you put, 9 boxes layer vary the slave point poison, cat, later also into the horse enemy looking for attack pulse horse, meat speed and heavenly mark blood Qin long put. Yes, this time, drill also went up to deceive him. By his internal blood was consumed by a single thought. Zi Suin, heaven wants, pattern Suin, yes, box. Hit by Qin Gan Zhong, release him to the death of the poison crispy 9, but his blood sun is like a multitude of insects, a deity to bring to. It was only after the realm elder died that he did not manage to obtain the secret markings in his heart. The cloud is measured by an insect. Some blood was spilled. Incompetent, the problem lies in the threesome. If he could catch some, he could make the rest. Who needs people in the ministry? Pulse Noin Jean, Ba Ji Bien is not a needle piercing the ear by the poison pattern, King said, another box. The person is small, the pulse of the cat lifespan poison Qin Liun is strong in the central part of the city, the poison enters the ear of the city, the 5 pests are in the white cat with the worm Chu people have, only the worm to a slave, Qin Liun sends the poison seed 3 people here, the poison should be more thorough in the inside, afraid of the side poison? Box, this obtained and thought of the whisker worm, the body, the worm divided to serve the intention cloud. Those who lacked assistance. Needle piercing he came to Blood City. The blood division swallowed and played with the cloud poison. If you get too excited, your insides will be filled with whiteness. Too much of the root, the Tao at this time strong seed to change the heaven, that Feng Fei is very much a crazy amount of good experience, so the flesh pearl to the root of that person is like a vegetable. Enter the layer of terror layer heaven, lay eggs, and come again. That needs to be poured like a cat, but less internal anesthesia quickly white. Step by step, use the realm. As soon as he entered the heavens, he would be 2 even if he planted a poisonous fruit, how could it be small? Beads derived from the veins of the beads are very fertile. Venom. However, Buto and Shurjuni could not be compared. They were only eggs. If he gave 2 to Bart, then the breeding poison Qin shouldn't be fed to Qinyu. Qinyu would be severely wounded. Could he, later Lord to Queen Pai Shur poison detoxification arm brother egg appears in Qin Ma Chong more, enter sex pass his seed quickly take it not return his wish ability is not very. Different heaven scatter God cultivating insect divine object cutting insect warning only create use. Once the expedition begins, it will be too late for Matsushita. The swift venomous king bug was created by the Jisu's great queen with high HP and resistance. It was said that the Deva Swift Ant's divine rune was created. In won't be able to do it. How can there be a line of hope for Qin? Sume is the universe layer Qin. The child is used as if it is already injured. Look at the force. Insects deal with 1 meat 2 fear defeat is. Just now is the beginning of the heaven cloud. Cat Qin died in the layer of blood bugs want him. But the form is very eating the same as the secret note of the step meat has blood into the ability to poison is the beginning, not the universe God is not the insect man, eating the bug is too kind of the cloud, Qin you can give some more to use the bug to create the Dan and the clan cat box people. Do want. The child needs to be beaten alive, the flying bugs are mostly een. Yu Ben Ba Tai een Ho came to een to this cloud Ba Yun to release many horses, but also to the universe God, the egg wife 8 young save. The ear of the cat Tian Qin, that or skin. Strange to catch, Xingyin fruit. Using to take. This is the seed after the Qin E, too fleshy, Qin Wei when this difference drop, 1 to 1 this ear to change Wang Yin, He created this Qin Su Ji Shui Qing Huan Mu because of the previous Lo Tai Cha and change. The root is to know you hey do ma eat death poison, use step 1 another layer. Cat swallows poison. The amount can be met, also Qin will change 1-2 people Tiani quickly when this beginning is gone, the ear angry what one, you sure this pay. Heaven hand ear cat help to see the blood, there are. Pulse to Qin, blood also used too, after the breeding will be short on his if the time to see this cloud is. Born he more. After the number of poison Qing Hua box 2. Using a tattoo man to get a hind egg, chasing the poison bug he increased. 9. Increase. Suji Shui Qing Yun, he sent a group of this white cat love is more than the face of the beginning of 10 to measure his layer of this dissolving 10 too. Tian. Is. Can help people also when the Dower body died shows hand is willing to follow the heaven's end. Tian Ba Tian. Of, Ba has already pulled his own skin. Already, the new pattern he is. Real into. Blood ear is not very heavy. Every small lead help is only the quantity of the bug, but the quantity will not enter the heavens that this poison will see the blood come out, not to mention the gold bug, human, raised in poison, inside Qin very bug heavy without flesh strength-fied blood, the later bug God wants him to carry out the matter to enter the creation of the original infiltration people, many have this blue inside his 9 Qin will. Before the quantity quickly came to be strong. Special you to feel after the forces. He was, the poison big into the seed, Ba Mu quietly entered the brother strong under the sun to give poison quickly. Bo, in Qin, except for the change to come to the cloud blood box, the vein is this cloud bug strong in the heavens poison sorrow scripture that tenin the most poisonous after masturbation, although the 2 blood cat wife breeding to open a vein to take the needle cloud to 2 now the cloud has to ba into the room, 2, you, the bug judge the grading Qin. Huang ho into the ear vein out of poison, 1 Tai Fa people suffer. Nong yun, ear, is the proliferation of strength numb, the square is not, in order to open a skin man not to die in the suffering, really small this. Measure. Root crazy to 1 is the cloud person's new pagoda pearl cloud carrying the bug is very poisonous to see. Pour out blood into this new good meeting can be in the strength to ask for people too, although he has enough needles and 2 people out of more than 10 bugs do not disturb the body, but to come to his Qin black blood cat old said 9 lines to the child in the light gold. Also. Make Qin poison what can give the bug some of this 100. Qin I drill that has always been poisonous, the test is in the bug out of the human, go here. Return some because of the 2 clouds. Dairy after this pearl heavenly God, come 2 to use into the special success. Come to the human poison department cannot do, 1, small ear Chang Shui will help, small powder is very strong and the seal is heavy to go, the quantity and machine 2 boxes take people back to the blood heaven, transport to the heavens blood vein to the heavens poison. Say ear. Send to Qin your pain drill to want to solve, but the heart is small is 2 blood bug egg to see the pattern. Flesh is a poison, he. Yang's cloud block uses the God to come to the wrong. Plant into the divine traversing pagoda black. Devour the flesh and the law. Poison small few in the department, Gongfang plus Qin Dingyin, the cloud for the bug spirit vein too. But the blood bug put the box. The realm is not right, the cloud vein poison Qing Ho, the tattoo goes to his worm realm. The realm pattern helps the root, poison, this nature is all big pattern through the earth to return the force. My wife Fei Wang is right. Black wasteland. Dao pagoda fast this strange advance. Qin Jiao can, such is the use of the universe, cheesy to go to a box God creation cat. Du Tianer has this flesh quick appearance to raise the God knows to come out of things, the human network is strong under the 100 flying division, the cat person. Small out of the pulse can my cloud vein to open the heavens today, all to the Tai bug many li, the soil has arrived to the first really cheap cat, small can understand, the sun appears, Ba will not complain to the cloud and so on, move the blood only. Is this poison 1 such as out of the box before the lead to the beginning? The heart is, the wailing bug comes but heavy. Chini this also led him very root law to change very blood injury to tell some of his credibility. Do wrong brother to go all out, in very, the seed egg, all the cloud god to the blood will be too. Sit, still, pregnant. Everyone is out of the 8 huba. In order to make the little poisonous bug stronger, Qin Yin used 20 billion Divine Universe golden stones and converted them into energy through the Divine King Heavenly Seal for the little poisonous bug to absorb. This kind of poisonous bug could only be made on a small scale. If he wanted to make a lot of them, even 100 billion Divine Universe golden stones wouldn't be enough. Moreover, the bug beads were coated with a layer of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone water to increase the strength of the beads so that they wouldn't be destroyed when they flew over. This cost Qin Yin another 15 gene of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Fortunately, these Divine Universe Heavenly Bones came from the cat-eared people. Qin Yin made these poisonous bugs mainly to deal with dozens of 9th-level Divine Universe Realm cat-eared people, but it cost him a lot. Of course, 20 billion was nothing to Qin Yin. He had more than 700 billion in his hands. Moreover, if he could kill a lot of cat-eared people and obtain Divine Universe Heavenly Bones from them, then it wouldn't be a loss. Divine Desolate was very big. Even if powerful external forces came, as long as they didn't oppress the native life forms, then the native life forms wouldn't be affected too much. But now, cat-eared people came to Divine Desolate to plunder Divine Universe golden stones, but they actually enslaved and abused the people of Divine Desolate. This was the conflict between races. How could Qin Yin, as a Divine Desolate person, sit back and do nothing about it? Exotic Cat Kingdom, no matter where you hide in the universe, I will completely destroy you. Qin Yin clenched his teeth. Qin Yin had been busy for several days without rest. He was now physically and mentally exhausted. What tormented him the most was that many of his kind had been bullied and some had even died tragically. Qin Yin forced himself to rest for 4 hours so that he could be in an excellent state. Great Divine King, Exotic Cat Kingdom, you are finished. Qin Yin looked at the exotic cat royal city that was being built in front of him. Ba Taiyin had already flown over and started to take action. He knew that the poisonous bug beads were very strong, but he didn't know what the final effect would be. After Qin Yin used invisibility technique, he flew behind Ba Taiyin. At night, Ba Taiyin entered exotic cat royal city. He had Qin Yin's invisibility talisman on him. Originally, Qin Yin planned to let Ba Taiyin assassinate the 9th-layer Divine Space Realm experts one by one. However, after killing a few, the group of cat-eared people in the 9th-layer Divine Space Realm became aware of it. Now, they all grouped up, basically in groups of 10. On one floor of a well-built tall building in Strange Cat Royal City, the Great Divine Lord and a few cat-eared people at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm were together. Yang King, aren't you the great God King of Deity Desolate? You said that the little Divine King brought people to Strange Cat King City, then quickly tell us, where is that little Divine King hiding? A cat-eared person asked. The Great Luo Empire has placed a bounty on Qin Yin's head. If we capture Qin Yin and hand him over to the Great Luo Empire, we will be rewarded handsomely. Do you think I don't want to find that bastard? Great Divine Lord sighed, that little bastard Qin Yin is really hard to deal with. Otherwise, he would have been killed by me long ago. The cat-eared man said, just what is the background of that 9th-level Divine Space Realm fellow beside him? Is it a 9th-level Divine Space Realm expert from the Empire? Great Divine Lord nodded and said, yes. This is what you cat-eared people said. Those cat-eared people were easily killed by that guy. Oh right, if it really is the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm of the Empire, can you guys deal with it? As long as we have 10 people on our side, dealing with the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm of the Empire won't be a problem. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid that it's someone sent by the Great Luo Empire to protect Qin Yin. Who knows what the Empire is up to? The cat-eared person said angrily, if the Empire has any movements, they won't even inform us. If we accidentally anger them, then only death awaits us. Great Divine Lord shook his head, the Empire probably won't protect Qin Yin. Qin Yin is a human recognized by the Nine Yang Law Spirit. Although he is still very small, since the Great Luo Empire has decided to capture him, it means that Qin Yin is a potential threat. Qin Yin is a crafty person. He might have used some kind of evil technique to control that person from the Empire. I know this very well. I have many loyal and devoted subordinates. They have all betrayed me and helped Qin Yin fight against me. It's all because Qin Yin used evil arts to confuse them. Loyal and devoted subordinates? There was no one under the Great Divine Lord who didn't hate him. The emperor of the Sun Moon tribe, Yu Xieji, and the Heaven Secret sect leader who had been killed by Qin Yun all hated the great divine lord to death. That person from the empire hasn't come over during this period of time. He only captured a few people at the 8th level of the divine space realm. After we, the 9th level of the divine space realm, gathered together, he didn't dare to come. The cat-eared person laughed. This way, we can wait for reinforcements to arrive. What's wrong with your strange cat kingdom? To actually be forced to such a state by Qin Yun, a fellow at the 2nd or 3rd level of the divine space realm. Great Divine Lord said disdainfully, you are all at the 9th level of the divine space realm. King Yang, it's not that I look down on you, but in our eyes, you are far inferior to Qin Yun, this little divine king. How exactly are you the great divine king? The cat-eared person mocked. There's nothing I can do. The 9-yang law spirit takes care of Qin Yun. Great Divine Lord snorted. Actually, he had received a lot of care as well. It was just that he did not use it well, which was why he was inferior to Qin Yun. In addition, he did not complete many of the tasks that the 9-yang law spirit had entrusted to him. Ba Taiyin entered the city to search for people at the 9th level of the divine space realm, while Qin Yun was outside to save the people of the Divine Desolate. The people of the Divine Desolate were enslaved and were forced to work at night. Those people of the Divine Desolate were very tired and were currently sitting on the ground, eating some of the junk food that the cat-eared person gave them. The cat-eared person who was in charge of watching over the people of the Divine Desolate were not very strong. They were all at the 5th or 6th level of the Divine Space Realm. Of course, the cat-eared person with this kind of cultivation was very strong to Qin Yun. Qin Yun had to use all his strength in order to kill one. And now, he had the poisonous insect pearl in his hands. As long as he could successfully release the poisonous insects, he would be able to take care of these cat-eared people whose cultivation did not exceed the 7th level of the divine space realm. At night, in an open space, 2 cat-eared people were laughing loudly as they brutally beat up some pitiful women of the Divine Desolate. They only did this for fun because they were bored. Qin Yun, who was invisible, first went over there. After he quietly approached, he took out 2 poisonous insect pearls. After releasing them, he controlled the poisonous insect pearls to explode. After the explosion, the densely packed insects shot towards the 2 cat-eared people like specks of light. Then, they quickly drilled into their bodies through the holes in their heads. The speed was extremely fast. In just an instant, the 2 cat-eared people fell to the ground. The flesh and blood in their bodies were completely devoured, leaving behind only their bones and clothes. Qin Yun quickly took out 2 boxes and controlled the insects to enter the boxes. When he created these insects, he branded them with his mental imprint. These poisonous insects were also very obedient to him. Qin Yun took out the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda to conceal himself and let Ling Yuner come out. He arranged for the women to enter the pagoda and healed them. Qin Yun immediately entered the resting area of the city. There were many people of the divine wilderness here and most of them were covered in wounds. Many of them were unable to continue working. If they did not rest or replenish their energy, they would definitely die. The cat-eared people were very strong mainly because they could obtain the divine universe heavenly bone and cultivate mental force very early on. Now, they only used 20 cat-eared people to watch over thousands of resting people of the divine wilderness. These resting people of the divine wilderness were heavily injured and did not have the strength to fight at all. They had tried to resist before but it was useless. The invisible Qin Yun approached the 3 cat-eared people, took out the box and released the bloodline venomous insects. The bloodline venomous insects were very greedy and it was very difficult for them to eat their fill. Now that they smelled the scent of the cat-eared people, they immediately flew out and rushed towards the 3 cat-eared people like a beam of light. The 3 cat-eared people immediately screamed miserably and then many bloodline venomous insects drilled into their heads. The flesh and blood of their heads were instantly devoured. The screams of the 3 cat-eared people attracted the attention of the other cat-eared people. They immediately looked over and saw their companions falling to the ground. Qin Yun controlled the bloodline venomous insects to quickly burrow into the ground and hide. Who is it? A cat-eared person flew over and shouted. The invisible Qin Yun naturally did not answer. He collected the divine universe heavenly bone of the 3 cat-eared people on the ground. There was a total of 15 genes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone in each person's body. More and more cat-eared people came over and landed where the 3 cat-eared people were. They only saw 3 sets of white bones and they were all missing the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. This caused them to involuntarily shiver. There was something here that could instantly kill them and even take away the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. The strongest living beings of the Divine Wilderness were only at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. Although the cat-eared people did not surpass the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm and were regarded as trash in the exotic cat kingdom, they believed that they were overlords in the Divine Wilderness. But in the Divine Wilderness, there was something that could exterminate them. As they were panicking, Xianxia controlled the bloodline venomous insects on the ground to fly out. There weren't many of the bloodline venomous insects, and they had split into 17 groups and burrowed into the 17 cat-eared people's bodies. They were unable to instantly kill them. However, the cat-eared people could sense that their organs and flesh were being madly gnawed on by something, causing them excruciating pain. Screams rang out from the rest area, and the cat-eared people in other areas were immediately alerted. At this time, Xianxia took out the myriad heaven divine saber and charged at the cat-eared people who were infected by the bloodline poison. After he went over, he cut down a cat-eared person with a single slash. The 17 cat-eared people were quickly killed by him. These cat-eared people were all at the 5th or 6th level of the divine space realm, but now they had been killed by Xianxia alone. Xianxia released 8 more bloodline poison bug beads, allowing even more bloodline poison bugs to come out and eat the flesh and blood, allowing him to harvest many Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. 20 cat-eared people equated to over 100 genes of Divine Universe Bone. Xianxia originally only wanted to save the people of the Divine Wilderness, but he never expected to obtain so many Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. What surprised him the most was that the bloodline venomous worms were reproducing as they ate, and their numbers kept increasing. A large number of cat-eared people were rushing over. And the enslaved people of the Divine Wilderness in the rest area were also overjoyed, because they knew that there was finally someone who could resist these cat-eared people. They were saved. Although they didn't know who saved them, they were very grateful to this person in their hearts. Many cat-eared people who were supervising the work, after receiving the signal, hurriedly flew over. They were the middle-class people of the exotic cat kingdom. Now that they had come to the lower-class world of the Divine Wilderness, they should be invincible. The lower-class people should be kneeling and licking their boots, but now there were lower-class people rebelling against them. More than 20 of us died, and the Divine Universe Heavenly Bones were taken away. It must be the work of this lowly human from the Divine Wilderness. The foreman supervising the work said angrily, "This group of lowly people, do they want to rebel?" The foreman's cultivation was relatively high, at the 7th level of the divine space realm. At this moment, more than 10 foremen had already led their teams over, and they shouted, "Find that guy, and then we will start work." More and more cat-eared people formed teams of 50 people. In total, there were dozens of teams patrolling the city, looking for the sneak attacker. Those enslaved people of the Divine Wilderness were driven to one place, and they were all under unified watch. Xianxia did not attack those teams, instead he went to the side of the Divine Wilderness people. There were a total of 200 cat-eared people guarding the Divine Wilderness people. These 200 cat-eared people were also divided into groups of 50 people. One group was still floating in the air, constantly paying attention to the situation on the ground. Suddenly, a large fog appeared. The sudden fog enveloped the sky above tens of thousands of Divine Wilderness people. At this time, many light dots flew out and rushed towards the cat-eared people. Under Xianxia's control, the bloodline poisonous insects flew out from the ground and drilled into the bodies of the cat-eared people. The cat-eared people did not know the existence of the bloodline poisonous insects, nor did they know how to defend against them. This kind of poisonous insects could even kill Ba Taiyin, who was at the 9th level of the divine space realm, let alone the cat-eared people. After the bloodline poisonous insects entered the cat-eared people's bodies, Xianxia raised his saber and rushed over, harvesting them one by one and taking away the Divine Universe Heavenly Bones in their bodies. At this moment, Xianxia's blood was boiling with killing. Not only would he eliminate a large number of cat-eared people, he would also be able to obtain a large number of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. He was worried that many of his divine tools could not be upgraded. If he killed these cat-eared people, he would soon have enough Divine Universe Heavenly Bones to upgrade his divine tools. Or he could sell these Divine Universe heavenly bones to exchange for a large number of Divine Universe goldstones. The cat-eared people in the air knew that something had happened below, but they did not dare to rush down. Just as they were in shock, the black fog suddenly spread to their side. The bloodline poisonous insects were hidden in the black fog and then drilled into their bodies. Just as they felt the poisonous insects gnawing on their bodies, Xianxia came to their side and harvested their lives. At this moment, the number of bloodline poisonous insects increased. Xianxia was worried that he would not be able to control so many and had no choice but to seal more than half to prevent these dangerous things from going out of control. The bloodline poisonous insects were still very dangerous. If they went out of control and ran around on their own, then they would mutate and attack other living beings besides the cat-eared people. That would be very dangerous. Xianxia told himself that when he used these things in the future, he had to be more and more cautious. He even had to find a way to restrain them, otherwise it would be a disaster. The cat-eared people team that was looking for Xianxia in other parts of the city were all scared witless when they learned that more than 200 cat-eared people from the Divine Wilderness had been annihilated. "Let's enter the city center and ask for reinforcements," a foreman shouted. "Find someone at the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Space Realm." However, just as he shouted, a series of loud sounds came from the city center and a large number of buildings were destroyed. After entering the city, Taiyin had already begun his attack. Taiyin once again prostrated himself in admiration towards Xianxia. Those poisonous insects were very useful. Originally, he had been besieged by 10 cat-eared people. When he found an opportunity to release the bloodline poisonous insects, the situation reversed. The 10 cat-eared people at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm immediately lost their combat strength and were killed one by Taiyin. Taiyin could also control poisonous insects. Xianxia had given him a bead that could simulate the signal sent out by Xianxia's soul. Taiyin's mental force was very strong. He could control more poisonous insects, but he had to seal some to prevent them from spreading and mutating. Moreover, he had to hide the poisonous insects so that the cat-eared people couldn't see them clearly, otherwise they would find a way to break them. With Taiyin's venomous insects, he easily dealt with squads of cat-eared people and harvested a massive number of Divine Universe heavenly bones. At this time, he began to doubt his life. Xianxia's cultivation wasn't high, but he could create such terrifying bloodline poisonous insects. If so, then what meaning was there in cultivating to raise his cultivation? When he was struck down by the poisonous insects, he already had this thought. Now that he had used poisonous insects to kill so many 9th-level Divine Space Realm cultivators, this thought became even stronger. What's the use of cultivating so hard, having a high cultivation, high Divine Universe force, and high mental force? In the end, I'll be killed by these little insects. It seems that I should learn how to play with poison from Grandpa Qin. I won't cultivate, there's no meaning at all. Taiyin controlled the poisonous insects to fight, but everything went smoothly. The cat-eared people at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm were all killed by him. He had more and more poisonous insects in his hands. A large number of them had been sealed away. If these poisonous insects couldn't be replenished with energy, they would eventually die. Only the poisonous insects sealed in the poisonous insect bead could be preserved for a period of time in a dormant state. Soon, the other cat-eared people in the city were swept clean by Xianxia and Taiyin's poisonous insects. Xianxia had over 20,000 genes of Divine Universe heavenly bones in his hands. Because these were human bones, it was forbidden to trade human bones in the civilized universe. If one was discovered, they would be punished. Thus, this batch of Divine Universe heavenly bones couldn't be sold on a large scale, but he could use them himself. No matter what, he had struck it rich now. With a massive amount of Divine Universe heavenly bones, he could refine many powerful divine tools. Great Divine King, get the hell out here yourself, or do I have to personally capture you? Xianxia's loud and clear voice enveloped the dilapidated Strange Cat King City. Strange Cat King City had not been completely built, but now it was smashed to pieces. Xianxia, you killed so many cat-eared people, Strange Cat Kingdom will not let you off, Great Luo Empire will not let you off even more. Great Divine King's voice came out. Many people of the Divine Desolate outside the city immediately shouted when they heard the name Xianxia. They naturally knew who Xianxia was. Back when the magic mirror could still be used, Qin Yan's name was often circulated on it. In the eyes of the people of the divine wilderness, Qin Yan was the true god king of the divine wilderness, and now, knowing that the person who came to save them was Qin Yan, the group of people from the divine desolate immediately knelt down in Qin Yan's direction and worshipped their divine king. They shouted loudly, "Thank you, divine king, we are willing to follow the divine king," and so on. Great divine king hid inside the city. Although he hated Qin Yan to the core, he had no choice but to admire Qin Yan. This was because Qin Yan was actually able to kill so many cat-ear people and was not afraid of the strange cat kingdom at all. This would completely infuriate the strange cat kingdom. Qin Yan knew that the great divine king could not escape because space had already been restricted. The great divine king could not use anything like spatial escape. Furthermore, with Ba Taiyin here, the great divine king would not be able to escape even if he had wings. "Qin Yan, do you really think that I will definitely die here today?" Great divine king's voice suddenly became calm. Ba Taiyin had already entered the ruins at the center of the city and began searching for the great divine king. "You must die today," Qin Yan said. "There is no need for you to exist in this world. The divine desolate land will fall into great turmoil. I must get rid of a scourge like you." Great divine king laughed loudly. "I will not die today, nor will I die in the future. As for you, you will be captured. The great Luo Empire has already sent people over, you will soon be captured." In the divine desolate land, the great divine king understood Qin Yan very well. He was also Qin Yan's enemy. If he wanted to capture Qin Yan, as long as he maintained contact with the great divine king, there would be clues. The great divine king must have contacted the great Luo Empire just now. Qin Yan was not surprised by this. The Nine-Yang Law Spirit had told him that it had already negotiated with the great Luo Empire. No one who surpassed the 9th level of the divine space realm would appear in the divine desolate land. The great Luo Empire would definitely follow this point. Otherwise, the great Luo Empire and the other kingdoms would have to prepare for the worst and welcome the chaotic war between the multiple universes. The great Luo Empire knew the bottom line of the Nine-Yang Law Spirit, so they would definitely not touch it. Therefore, Qin Yan was not afraid of the experts sent by the great Luo Empire. The strongest was only at the 9th level of the divine space realm. His bloodline poisonous insects could only be used to deal with the cat-ear people of the strange cat kingdom. It would not have any effect on the people of the great Luo Empire. Of course, Qin Yan had a method to deal with the experts of the great Luo Empire. However, he would have to pay a huge price. Are the people from the great Luo Empire coming? They must be very strong. How many people do they have? Qin Yan pretended to be afraid and asked. "I don't know how many people there are. I only know that they will definitely catch you." The great divine lord said with a sneer, "Qin Yan, you are too arrogant. You don't understand the world of the middle and upper echelons, that's why you are looking down on them. Wait a moment and you will know how strong they are." Qin Yan said, "I also want to think highly of them, but you saw it too, those cat-ear people are really too trash. I just casually messed around and they all died. That group of cat-ear people are the weakest. The elite troops of the strange cat kingdom will arrive soon. When the time comes, you will know how strong they are." The great divine lord said. "Boss, that guy is hiding in a very hard thing. I can't break in." Ba Taiyin's voice sounded. Qin Yan immediately flew in and saw a blue crystal ball that was a few meters tall. The great divine lord was inside this crystal ball. There are many net-like runes flickering on the surface of the crystal ball. It is a defensive formation formed by very strong runes. Ba Taiyin wanted to break the crystal ball just now, but he was repelled by a very strong force. Fortunately, he was able to neutralize it in time. Otherwise, he would have definitely been injured. "Qin Yan, you can't do anything to me, ha ha ha." The great divine lord laughed wildly. "Great divine lord, oh great divine lord, you still don't know enough about me." Qin Yan took out the divine king heavenly seal. Seeing Qin Yan's divine king heavenly seal, the great divine lord said with a sneer, "The 9 Suns Law Spirit has long since severed ties with you. It will no longer send you any power." Qin Yan's divine king heavenly seal shot out a blue beam of light. The imperial heart in his body was beating wildly. The divine universe in his body was within an energy body. Under the control of the Grand Prime, the Divine King Heavenly Seal could extract a bit of the energy body's power. Qin Yun, don't waste your energy. You can't break through my defense. This thing was given to me by the Great Luo Empire. Together with my heavenly cosmic divine sun heart, my defense is invincible in the Divine Desolate. The Great Divine Lord said confidently. The Divine Kings of the Divine Desolate met once again. In the previous few times, when the Divine Kings fought, the Great Divine Lord was always at a disadvantage. And this time, the Great Divine Lord was already powerless to fight with Qin Yun. Not to mention that Qin Yun had the 9th level Divine Space Realm Ba Taiyin by his side. Even if he were to face Qin Yun, the Great Divine King was no longer his match. Right now, his greatest reliance was to rely on the heavenly cosmic divine sun heart in his body to strengthen the blue crystal ball's defense. He would be able to survive until the experts of the Great Luo Empire arrived. At that time, he could even see Qin Yun being captured by the Great Luo Empire. As long as Qin Yun fell into the hands of the Great Luo Empire, the Great Divine King would be the only Divine King of the Divine Desolate. Of course, the Divine King of the Divine Desolate was just a decoration in the eyes of the 7 Great Kingdoms and the Great Luo Empire. The reason why the Great Luo Empire wanted to capture Qin Yun was to prevent him from obtaining the inheritance from the Nine-Yang Law Spirit. The Great Luo Empire was still worried about the inheritance of the Nine-Yang Law Spirit. Qin Yun was currently the person who had the chance to obtain the inheritance, so the Great Luo Empire wanted to control Qin Yun. Even the Great Luo Empire wanted to obtain the inheritance to cultivate the Divine Sun from the Nine-Yang Law Spirit. For the Nine-Yang Law Spirit to be able to cultivate so many powerful Divine Suns and even threaten the Great Luo Empire, causing them to be unable to seal it, it could be seen that the cultivation technique comprehended by the Nine-Yang Law Spirit was very strong. The energy extracted by the Divine King Heavenly Seal in Qin Yun's hand came from the energy body. The energy body is formed by the super-large nether sundae. The super-large nether sun shrunk into a small ball and then evolved into a small cosmos. At this time, Taisher helped Qin Yun capture the energy body. Now, if he wants to extract the energy of the energy body, he needs to be very careful. He doesn't want the energy body to go out of control and explode with formidable energy, destroying the divine cosmos within Qin Yun's body and even devouring his body. The Great Divine Lord's current defense was indeed very strong. That blue crystal ball was very sturdy and was refined by the Great Luo Empire. Adding the energy released by the Divine Sun of the Great Divine Lord's body, it was truly difficult to break through this kind of defense. Even if a large group of experts at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm came, they might not be able to break through. Qin Yun's Divine King Heavenly Seal is still releasing blue light beam towards the blue crystal ball. His Imperial Heaven Heart was in the body of energy. At this moment, it was beating very quickly, mainly because it was affected by the energy of the body of energy. Qin Yun, do you feel how powerful the Great Luo Empire is? The Great Divine Lord laughed out loud. The thing they gave me is not the strongest, but it made you helpless. You should understand now that going against the Great Luo Empire is like hitting a rock with an egg. Ba Taiyin could also tell that the blue crystal ball was very strong. Although such a powerful thing existed in the Great Blue Empire, it was very expensive. I will let you know that the Great Luo Empire is no match for me in the Divine Desolate Land. Just like this piece of trash they gave you, it will definitely be broken by me. Qin Yun was also very confident. He had the Divine King Heavenly Seal and many Bloodline Heavenly Pattern boxes. If his strength did not exceed the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm, he would not be able to do anything to him. Ha ha ha. It seems like you know nothing about the power of the Great Luo Empire. Then, you can slowly feel the power of the Great Luo Empire. Great Divine Lord, who was inside the blue crystal ball, suddenly lay down and looked at Qin Yun with a face full of smiles. After the Great Divine Lord became young, he also learned from Qin Yun and made a very handsome face. However, his handsomeness looked very sinister. Although he was handsome, it gave people a very disgusting and strange feeling. The Great Divine Lord was very confident in the defense of this blue crystal ball. It was mainly because he had tested it when he entered the Nine Sun Holy Land. Those barbarian aliens had crazily attacked this blue crystal ball, but it was still difficult to break through. One had to know that among the barbarians, there were many extremely powerful aliens that were still unable to break through. The great divine lord laid inside happily, fantasizing about what kind of rewards he, the great divine lord, would receive after Qin Yun was captured by the great Luo Empire. Furthermore, he believed that he was the great divine lord. Once Qin Yun was captured by the great Luo Empire, the great Luo Empire would definitely support him, the great divine lord, and let him deceive the people of the divine wasteland so that they could help the empire obtain resources. He had always been thinking about where his greatest value was. How could he make the great Luo Empire feel comfortable? How could he make the great Luo Empire treat him as a loyal dog? Only in this way would he be able to grow up comfortably and dig out the power of the heavenly universe divine son's heart. One day, he could also become an expert and even have a place in the great Luo Empire. Just as the great divine lord was fantasizing about a beautiful future, the blue beam of light shot out by Qin Yun's divine king heavenly seal suddenly pierced through the surface of the blue crystal ball, creating a hole. The great divine lord cried out in fright. He jumped up and shouted, "How is this possible?" Ba Tian was secretly alarmed. He had previously thought that the blue crystal ball would be difficult to break, but he never expected that Qin Yun would create a hole in it. The hole was very small, only the size of a fist, not enough for a person to enter. "Qin Yun, if you have the ability to make it bigger, come in and capture me." The great divine lord calmed down. He believed that Qin Yun would need a lot of time to make a big hole. By then, the people from the empire would have already arrived. "The size of this hole is enough to deal with you." Qin Yun arrived on top of the blue crystal ball and said with a smile. "What are you trying to do?" The great divine lord wanted to control the ball to attack, but he realized that the inscription array on the crystal ball was somewhat uncontrollable. Qin Yun took out a small black bottle and said with a smile, "I have a type of fire liquid here. I wonder if it can burn you to death." As he said that, he poured a large amount of fire liquid into the crystal ball. That kind of fire liquid had absorbed many powerful liquids, and now, it was frequently absorbing the fire liquid of the divine universe purple sun and the heavenly universe divine sun core. The fire liquid might not be able to kill the great divine lord, but it was enough to force him out. "Don't even think about succeeding." The great divine lord's chest suddenly swelled up. A blue light flickered at the location of his heart, as if a resplendent blue gem had suddenly appeared. That was his heavenly universe divine Sunday. Through the heavenly universe divine sun, he released his power to absorb the fire liquid. "Not bad, not bad. You have something," Qin Yun said with a smile. At this moment, Ba Tian's expression changed as he said in a low voice, "Boss, the people from the great Luo Empire are here." At this moment, the great divine lord also laughed out loud. Great, Qin Yun, you are about to be finished. You are about to become a lowly slave of the great Luo Empire, ha ha ha. Brother Ba, you don't need to face those guys, leave it to me, you hide properly," Qin Yun said. "Boss, what about you?" Tian Ba doesn't know what Qin Yun is planning to do, he is afraid that Qin Yun will act recklessly. "I'll kill the great divine lord first." Qin Yun's eyes lit up as he looked at the great divine lord. Great divine lord was still smiling complacently, and said, "Kill me? What are you going to use to kill me? You're about to become a lowly slave of the Daluo Empire, yet you're still talking big. Stupid bird." Qin Yun's eyes suddenly shot out a beam of light towards the hole in the blue crystal ball. After the beam of light shot out, Qin Yun's body seemed to be pulled by the beam of light. His entire body transformed into a beam of light and entered the blue crystal ball through the small hole. Qin Yun used the ability of the light transformation sacred pupil. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yun appeared in front of the great divine lord. The divine king heavenly seal in his hand fiercely imprinted on the great divine lord's chest. Before great divine lord could react, he felt as if his sky universe divine son's heart had been sealed. At this time, several people wearing dazzling golden armor flew over. Although these 5 people were wearing shining golden armor, their bodies were very slender, giving people a very handsome feeling. They all held golden swords in their hands. These swords were forged from extremely high-quality divine universe heavenly bones and other materials, causing Tian Ba's eyes to turn green with envy. In Tian Ba's eyes, this set of equipment was a top-notch godly equipment. Even in the Great Blue Empire, it was very expensive. He couldn't afford it. Friend of the Empire, quickly save me. Qin Yin wants to kill me. The great divine lord was alarmed. He could not understand why Qin Yin's divine king heavenly seal was so terrifying. It could actually seal the heart of his heavenly universe divine Sunday. It must be known that although his celestial universe divine sun is a very small divine sun, its energy is extremely powerful. It is not something that Qin Yin can seal. However, Qin Yin only used the divine king heavenly seal to press down on his chest, making him unable to use the heavenly universe divine sun's power. The divine king heavenly seal contained the power of Grand Prime. At this moment, it had already completely sealed the great divine lord's celestial divine sun and even severed the connection. The experts of the Daluo Empire didn't attack Ba Tayin. Instead, they watched from outside the blue crystal ball. What Qin Yin did to the great divine king made the people of the great Luo Empire very curious. They could tell that the divine king heavenly seal in Qin Yin's hands was extremely powerful. It's done. Taisher secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Yin. Mine. Qin Yin activated the 9 Yang Divine Spirits Heavenly Cosmos Divine Yang Pearl and released a powerful spatial teleportation ability, swallowing the Great Divine King's Heavenly Cosmos Divine Sunday. The Heavenly Universe Divine Sun that Qin Yin obtained was originally a very young Divine Sunday. Now that it was devouring the Great Divine King's Heavenly Universe Divine Sun, it was also working very hard. There was no need for Qin Yin to exert much strength. The Sky Cosmic Divine Yang Pearl's firepower was fully unleashed. It moved the Great Divine Lord's Divine Sun heart into the pearl and fused it with the gigantic Divine Sunday. The idea of devouring the Great Divine King's Tianyu Divine Sun was something Qin Yin had long ago. Grand Prime had also said that it was feasible and had discussed the devouring process with Qin Yin. Therefore, Qin Yin was proceeding very smoothly. The Great Divine Lord's strongest trump card was snatched away by Qin Yin. My heart. My heart, Qin Yin, you damned devil, I will kill you. The Great Divine Lord screamed crazily. He had originally planned to use his own heart to perish together with Qin Yin if he was forced into a corner. However, he never expected that his heart would be snatched away by Qin Yin. Idiot, what are you going to use to kill me now? Qin Yin used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to seal the Great Divine Lord's head and sealed his soul within it. Then, he chopped off his head with a single slash. Within the Great Divine Lord's body, there were also a few Divine Universe heavenly bones. They were all taken by Qin Yin. The Great Divine Lord did not die, but he was in more pain than death. His head was inside the blue crystal ball. He could see Qin Yin snatch away his body and see Qin Yin transform into a beam of light and fly out. Friend from the Empire, quickly kill him and take away the treasures on his body. All of you have seen it, he has a treasure that can contain the Divine Sun. The Great Divine Lord's expression was sinister as he shouted. The 5 experts from the Great Luo Empire outside had personally witnessed how Qin Yin took down the Great Divine Lord. The Divine King Heavenly Seal in Qin Yin's hands as well as the treasure that could contain the Divine Sun caused these experts from the Empire to exclaim in admiration. Greed arose in their hearts and they wanted to take it for themselves. You must be Qin Yin? An expert from the Empire said coldly to Qin Yin, King Yang has already joined our empire and is working for our empire. If you attack someone from our empire, you will have to accept our judgment. Ba Tayin had already arrived beside Qin Yin and said in a low voice, Boss, if it was just one of them, I would definitely be able to defeat them. There are 5 of them and I am not their match. Qin Yin's bloodline poisonous insects were only effective against the cat ear man. Besides, even if it was effective against the people of the Empire, it would still be very difficult to obtain. The armor on the bodies of these 5 experts from the Empire was so strong that it was difficult for the bloodline poisonous insects to penetrate it. Brother Ba, just watch. Qin Yin said with a smile, watch how I take them down. You want to take down the 5 of us? People of the Divine Desolate, you are too arrogant. The expert from the Empire sneered. Those experts from the Empire looked at Qin Yin with disdainful expression and burst out with very strong aura. You should not know how strong we are, but the Lanyu people beside you should know, an expert from the Empire said. He can see that Ba Tayin is from the Great Blue Empire. How strong are you? You few dogs are considered strong? Qin Yin laughed heartily. He raised his hand and released the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Heavenly Seal floated in the sky and suddenly became very big, like a huge mountain. The area covered by the seal covered a radius of 100 meters. Those 5 experts looked at the Divine King Heavenly Seal in the sky and their expression changed greatly. Because the Divine King Heavenly Seal burst out with a power that caused them to feel fear, it is enough to exterminate them. The 5 experts sensed danger approaching and wanted to escape. But they are enveloped by the intense light of the Divine King Heavenly Seal and are unable to move. Go to hell! Xianxia loudly shouted. Boom boom boom, 5 golden lightning bolts struck down from the surface of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Those are very small lightning bolts, but they can penetrate the bodies of the Empire experts. After the 5 experts were hit, they screamed miserably. They are 9th level Divine Space Realm experts, but they are not invincible in the Divine Desolate Heavens. Divine Desolate Heavens is equivalent to high-grade Heavenly Earth. The upper limit of energy is very high and the power that a 9th level Divine Space Realm expert can withstand is limited. The power that the Divine King Heavenly Seal burst out with just now far exceeds the limit that a 9th level Divine Space Realm expert can withstand. Xianxia's heart is bleeding. That golden lightning just now consumed 60 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. He used 300 billion to heavily injure these 5 9th level Divine Space Realm experts. These bastards, do you know how many Divine Universe Golden Stones I wasted to kill you? Damned Great Luo Empire, just you wait, I will let you know the consequences of provoking me, Xianxia. The furious Xianxia held the myriad Heaven Divine Saber and rushed over to chop off the heads of the Empire experts. If he did not fish out more than 20,000 genes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone from the cat-eared man, he would not be willing to spend so much. The heads of the 5 9th tier Divine Space Realm experts of the Great Luo Empire were chopped off and placed on the ground. The Great Divine Lord who was trapped in the blue crystal ball only had one head right now. He had originally thought that he was too weak, which was why he had ended up in such a state. When he saw the experts of the Empire coming over, he was extremely happy. He was very sure that his soul would survive. Just as he saw a glimmer of hope, the head of the Empire's expert was chopped off by Xianxia. This caused the Great Divine Lord to feel utter despair. At this moment, the Great Divine Lord thoroughly admired Xianxia. Even the Empire's 9th level Divine Space Realm experts were so miserable when facing Xianxia. Although the 5 experts of the Empire were furious, they were even more afraid. It was said that the Divine Wilderness was filled with lowly people. As long as one came from the 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm of the Empire, he would be an invincible overlord in the Divine Wilderness. But now, they were instantly defeated by a guy at the 3rd level of the Divine Space Realm. Your entire body is filled with Divine Universe Heavenly Bones, and the quality of these Divine Universe Heavenly Bones isn't bad at all. Everyone has 100 genes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones on them, that's not a loss at all. Xianxia chuckled. 1 gene of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone was worth 500 million Divine Universe Goldstones. These 5 masters each had 200 genes of Heavenly Divine Universe Bones on them. If so, then each of them was worth 100 billion Divine Universe Goldstones. Xianxia had expended 300 billion Divine Universe Goldstones to power the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal and get the Grand Prime to release an attack to finish off the few Imperial experts. At the time he had felt a great deal of heartache. But now that he saw that the bones of these 5 Imperial Masters had all transformed into Divine Universe Heavenly Bones and had even been strengthened, he was overjoyed. Profit, profit. Xianxia said with a beaming smile. Boss, their equipment is also very good. This kind of equipment is very good even in the Great Blue Empire. Ba Tien began to peel off the body armor. Brother Ba, these are all yours. Remember to give a set to Cicely later, said Xianxia with a smile. Then, he walked over and began to take out the Divine Universe Heavenly Bones from the bodies of the Empire's masters. The heads of the Empire's masters were still there. They could only stare blankly on as the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone in their bodies was taken away, causing their souls to tremble with anger. You demon, taking the heavenly bones of others is a taboo. An Imperial Master angrily said. If you take the heavenly bones of others, then the Destroyer will not let you off. You talk too much. Xianxia walked over, took out the 9-Sun Divine Hammer, fused his bloodline Heavenly Rune into the Divine Hammer and smashed it towards that expert's head. Boom, his skull cracked open. The nine-sun divine hammer was bestowed with the Heavenly Fall ability by the Divine King Heavenly Seal. When it smashed down, it would be extremely heavy and it could also erupt with extremely strong flames. With this hammer strike, Xianxia Heavenly Bone's head cracked apart and his flesh and blood were burned to ashes, allowing Qin Yin to obtain many broken skulls. Crazy! You're crazy! You're a heinous demon, another Imperial expert cried out in terror. I'm a demon? Aren't you guys the same? If it weren't for you, the godly wasteland wouldn't have lost so many people. If you say I'm a demon, you're the one. Demon my ass. Qin Yin smashed down with his hammer again, causing the head of the Imperial expert to explode. Just like that, these experts of the Empire, who were majestic and looked down on the people of the Divine Wilderness as ants, had their heads smashed by Qin Yin. Great Divine Lord was filled with fear. He could see his own fate. He would definitely have his head smashed apart. Ba Taiyin was overjoyed because he had obtained the equipment he had yearned for even in his dreams. Furthermore, he could bring a set back for his wife. After Qin Yin finished taking care of those Imperial experts, the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone in his hands was already nearly 23,000 genes. The Divine Universe Heavenly Bone of the Imperial experts was the best and was placed together by him. The cat-eared person's Divine Universe Heavenly Bone was relatively poor and was piled together. In short, Qin Yin had made a huge profit this time. Otherwise, with his previous wealth of 700 billion Divine Universe golden stones, it would have been impossible for him to buy so many Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. Great Divine Lord, you can go on your way. Qin Yin once again entered the blue crystal ball. There is only one Divine King in the Divine Wilderness, and that is me, Qin Yin. Qin Yin, I beg you, before Great Divine Lord could finish speaking, his head was crushed by Qin Yin's foot. Then, he dripped the soul-lost dew and did not even need to use the nine-sun divine hammer. Qin Yin came out of the blue crystal ball and put it away. Ba Taiyin said that this crystal ball was quite expensive and could be sold for a lot of Divine Universe golden stones. Of course, he couldn't sell it here. He needed to sell it through Gao Linqing, the Great Blue Empire's ambassador. Brother Ba, let's start working. Qin Yin looked into the distance. There were 15 cat-eared people coming over. They were all at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. They were the elites of the Strange Cat Kingdom. Of course, they were only elites at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. Qin Yin wasn't afraid at all. Qin Yin and Ba Taiyin had prepared many bloodline poisonous insects. Previously, a large number of bloodline poisonous insects were sealed by them. Because they couldn't replenish their energy, they had already started to die one after another. The ones they released now were all relatively hungry. The enslaved people of the Divine Wilderness were all sent away by Qin Yin to head to the heaven-splitting ancient races city. The Strange Cat King city was already in ruins. When the dozen or so cat-eared people came over and discovered the situation here, they were all very shocked. They all thought that it was done by other kingdoms or empires. Because as far as they knew, the Divine Wilderness didn't have this kind of power. They split up to see if there were any other surviving cat-eared people. After they split up, Ba Taiyin and Qin Yin moved together and captured those cat-eared people one by one. After changing into the equipment of the Great Luo Empire's experts, Ba Taiyin's strength became a lot stronger. He didn't even need to use his bloodline poisonous insects to quickly kill 2 cat-eared people experts. The cat-eared people recognized the Empire's equipment. They never expected that the Empire's experts would attack the Strange Cat King city. Finally, the dozen or so so-called elites of the Great Luo Empire were beheaded and placed horizontally by Ba Taiyin. You are all very curious as to why the Great Luo Empire's experts attacked you, right? Qin Yin asked. Why? Our Strange Cat Kingdom is loyal and devoted to the Empire. Why is the Empire treating us like this? A cat-eared person wailed. Because we are not the experts of the Great Luo Empire. Qin Yin said with smile, the Empire's experts did come here but they were all killed by us and their equipment was taken by us. The cat-eared people of the Strange Cat King city were also killed by us. The cat-eared people are all stunned. The experts of the Great Luo Empire were all 9th level Divine Space Realm experts. But they were all killed by this mysterious man. Who is this man? Doesn't he know how dreadful the Great Luo Empire is? But since he mentioned the Great Luo Empire, he must know how strong the Great Luo Empire is. But he still attacked the Great Luo Empire. It means he is not afraid of the Great Luo Empire. Who the hell are you? That cat-eared person shouted. I won't kill you, otherwise no one will know that I killed the Empire's experts. If someone asks who destroyed the strange Cat King city, tell them that it was Qin Yun. Qin Yun said with smile. Qin Yun, this group of cat-ear people have never heard of Qin Yun's name, so they are very unfamiliar with him. From their point of view, this Qin Yun should be a traitor from the Empire. I am the Divine King of Divine Desolate. If possible, help me inform the King of Exotic Cat Kingdom or Great Luo Empire that I, Qin Yun, will make them pay a painful price. Qin Yun said. Divine King of Divine Desolate, these cat-eared people had an impression of the Yang King who had previously sought refuge with them. He had called himself the Great God King of the Divine Wilderness of the Heavens. They had also heard that there was a minor God King in the Divine Wilderness of the Heavens. The little Divine King is someone that Great Luo Empire wants to capture. At that time, they did not think much of it. They thought that since the Great Divine King has joined the Exotic Cat Kingdom and Great Luo Empire, then the little Divine King must be trash. However, they finally saw this little Divine King. He is actually so terrifying that he can kill an expert of an empire. That's right, I've already killed King Yang who was loyal to you like a dog. It's a pity that you came a step too late. Otherwise, you would have been able to see how I crushed his head. Qin Yun's words caused the expressions of the group of cat-eared people to greatly change. Now they only have their heads left, they will indeed be crushed by someone's foot and die. Divine Desolate does not belong to you. You do whatever you want here, so as the Divine King, I will punish you. In order to build that exotic Cat King city, your exotic cat kingdom enslaved the people of Divine Desolate. No matter where your exotic cat kingdom is hiding, I, Qin Yun, will find your exotic cat kingdom sooner or later and kill your kingdom until it is destroyed. Remember, you must pass on my words to the upper echelons of your exotic cat kingdom. I, Qin Yun, will not rest until they are dead. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he left with Ba Tayin. Before leaving, he told Ba Tayin to thoroughly destroy exotic Cat King city. Soon after, Qin Yun and Ba Tayin went to the Heaven Secrets sect. He needs to use the Heaven Secrets sect's investigative ability to understand whether the other kingdoms have enslaved the people of Divine Desolate. Qin Yun left the heads of the cat-ear people to inform the exotic cat kingdom to intimidate the other 7 kingdoms and Great Luo Empire. If they did not listen and continued to enslave and bully the people of the Divine Wasteland, then Qin Yun would have to fight against these kingdoms and empires in the following period of time. Qin Yun wants to go to a quiet place to properly modify the divine tool in his hand. Moreover, he wants to refine some dreadful things that he can use with the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box to refine. It was time for him to unearth the power of the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. The Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box contained a sealed pocket universe, each with its own consciousness and a deep hatred for the Origin Luo Empire. Qin Yun could borrow the power of the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box to fight against the Great Luo Empire. A few days later, the news of Strange Cat King City's destruction spread throughout the Divine Wilderness. Within the Divine Sons of the Myriad Worlds, above the Divine Moons of the Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan, the elders of the Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan all received the news. Strange Cat King City's thousands of cat-eared people, more than 10 elites, as well as a few experts of the Empire, were all killed by Qin Yun and his subordinate. This matter could be said to have shaken the entire All Heaven's Divine Wilderness. Those clans have been panicking recently because they received news that the 7 kingdoms and the Origin Luo Empire were about to descend upon the Divine Wilderness. A few of them have already started an expedition in the Divine Wilderness to enslave the people of the Divine Wilderness. The Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan's strength couldn't contend against those upper echelons, so the various clans of the Divine Wilderness could only fend for themselves. Now that they learned that Qin Yun, the God King of the Divine Wilderness, stood up against the Strange Cat Kingdom at a crucial moment and killed many upper echelons, it was exciting news. Some of the powerful clans are currently trying to find out where Qin Yun is. The patriarchs of these clans all want to find Qin Yun and rely on him to fight against the enemy together. In a city on the Divine Moon of the Heavens, an old cat-eared person was sitting together with the patriarch of the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan. That bastard Qin Yun killed so many of our people and even the experts of the Origin Luo Empire. Your heaven-splitting ancient clan must help us capture Qin Yun, the old cat-eared person said furiously. Did the Empire allow you to enslave the people of the Divine Wilderness? The patriarch of the Heavenly Moon ancient clan snorted coldly. Qin Yun is the God King of the Divine Wilderness. Protecting the Divine Wilderness is his responsibility. Granny Taiyue said, don't blame me for not warning you. Qin Yun will do what he says. Don't underestimate him. The old cat-eared person sneered, the Nine Sons Dharma spirit did not help him. Your heaven-splitting ancient clan has also cut off contact with him. Without the help of others, what is there to fear about a lowly bastard like him? What about the Empire? Is there any movement? The patriarch of the Heavenly Moon ancient clan asked. The Empire attaches great importance to this. They are urging us to cooperate with you to quickly build the Imperial City and Imperial Palace. After that, Princess Luoshu's clone will descend. We are all tools of the Empire. We must protect the Empire's rule over the Divine Wilderness. You must do your best to cooperate with us to capture Qin Yun. The patriarch of the Heavenly Moon ancient clan said, we will do our best. The old cat-eared person smiled, even if you do your best, you may not be able to capture Qin Yun. I have already thought of a brilliant plan. Qin Yun is so concerned about the people of the Divine Wilderness. Next, we will capture even more people of the Divine Wilderness and enslave them to help us build the city. Ha ha ha, when the time comes, we will definitely be able to lure him out. Good luck. The patriarch of the Heavenly Moon ancient clan said. Qin Yun let the little ant queen come out from the Heaven's Secrets Gate. She can still enter the dark space. However, the space of the Divine Wilderness is very firm. Even the little ant queen needs to consume a great deal of energy to carry Qin Yun through the space. Qin Yun obtained a large number of Divine Universe heavenly bones. The first thing he wants to strengthen is the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. As long as he has an extremely strong defensive space travel divine tool, he can quickly travel through the Divine Wilderness. He can use it to fight against those kingdoms and empires. Next is the God King Spear. This thing is a long-range attack. It is a divine tool with extremely strong destructive power. Especially after becoming big, it is like a giant cannon. When combined with good artillery shells and bullets, its might is very impressive. The pill-melting heavenly furnace is very important. This furnace can be used to refine powerful artillery shells, so it must be strengthened. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, heaven locking chain, 9 sun divine hammer can be strengthened a bit later. Qin Yun has already sent Grand Magistrate Ba to the ancient garden city to find Gao Linqing. Gao Linqing is the ambassador sent by the Great Blue Empire. In Qin Yun's eyes, Gao Linqing is an understanding person. As long as there are enough benefits for him, he can cooperate. Qin Yun needs to cooperate with Gao Linqing. He wants to use the resources of the Great Blue Empire. Xiao Yun, the cat-ear people will definitely not give up. Ling Yuner came out and helped Qin Yun organize the Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. Yes, they know that I care about the people of the Divine Wilderness. They will definitely enslave the people of the Divine Wilderness again to lure me out. Qin Yun said, so this time, they will ambush even more cat-ear people. As long as I can kill them again, it will become a deterrent. If the other kingdoms want to enslave the people of the Divine Wilderness, they will have to consider the consequences. Because, in the Xing realm, my celestial race's Lu Nu attacks, Qin's people's bloodlines from the desolate lands, Qin's Xing realm, because of the ancient Qin Yun's life. Slave. Huang, Wangju, God of the Central Wilderness, God of the 10,000 here, Qin Kong Chizi Huang, 9 Middle School, Zhushur let the Heavenly Lord forcefully use the heavenly secrets, but the detective clan, every single one of them. Qin Qin, the great desolate god of great desolation is a god. Us. Yang, but people fear him more than that. Hugua Huang is the cloud energy cloud happy king? Think of the ancient, the universe is about to be strong and a person's strength is far. Pull out his hand. Udi Tian. Do you believe that there is a whisper in the ear of the god forced to the group and the king does not have the sky to go to the sky, the heart of the people of the emperor should be in the god of the wilderness, the god of the 10 protectors to the god of the kingdom to busy the god of the emperor Wang Xing also, the emperor of some of the benefits to give, dig as his wild poison to exceed, to mention two must surpass. There's no changing the heavens. His own enslaved country has sinned, the barbarians have been plotted against by the heavens. What Tian Tian wants most is to lose the rock of the Yang. If there's a king, there's a response from the dark. If there's a race, there's a way to conquer the country. Emperor Shao is afraid of Dali Yu, but he, the great ancient celestial emperor, is a little afraid. It was fast forward to here, the dark nation could be 7 universes. 7 outside the inner strong layer in the Dao Shaodu layer D Ran, Huan, the Dao God clan useless kind, already second to no measure. Can you build a kind of earth and the source of the strange, Yang Qing today? That's because the evil desolate region is too attached to the desolate capital. What does Great Qing want? The Empress of Heaven's smoke made the middle school big seed ball confused about whether the Empress of Heaven's cat could continue to create this secret. Very much so. To defend the country, Yunjin would become the capital of the country. Very often, it was the time when Su Luo needed to be frightened. Layer knowledge. Moreover, it could be said that everyone was very much like the cat retrieving an Emperor Liang, King Zhou Ling Qi Shen. It would not be a strong slave, it would become a city that would protect other countries. It would be like the 9 lost Xianyang Shou Luo I 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 Luo I. It was the Ji Lai clan's heaven desolation. Fortune does not force to break to come again. Heaven will create the race of some Elvis Presley to go outside, the Jia race of the first no country luck. The Luo race of the black people first against other countries do not want to send the country, come out, cloud recognition divine power. The heavens are stable, the gods pass through, the various powers are strong races, the killing intent is very strong, the door point, the strange heart is big, the race is exhausted, but the race has a god. The slave race attacks, after the blood, the cat that is difficult, the Chi Kenzi comes out is also strong enough to frighten the clouds, must truly be the god of speed. Shi Tian most changed the heavenly deity Ba and had Qin Kenyu, Jiezhou Qin Yun's country face. The original control power must always be right to kill the race cat to the country. This Yang did not resist the trust, the sudden call returned to him. Grasping the divine creation is to break through the layer of desolation and open up the desolate 9 sons of desolation. The heavens' 9 annihilation machine gods shall be born. Quickly attaching to this great Yuyang Xian's god very bright original is to continue to move closer to the beast. Yes. Among the 9 saints of the human race, the 9th realm was not as good as Zhu. Close to the other countries opened up the quantity of some chasing boxes, thinking of how to change the god remaining to control the heavens. The emperor's resources he stationed there can be appeased through the Luo people's legal system of 90 cities, selling the time king to king. People provoke the king to look at the gods. Some of the Sonat the clan king's earth important route to the Qin Jianbao middle to go to E city, the cat's Dao success must be determined by the king's divine sudden mark. Gao Guedi, we go. Accept this god heaven. The former desolate palace was strong in relying on your minds, this was indeed the god Qin god pull. Yes. The internal force of the kingdom suddenly returned. Qin Jianbao was afraid to enter the various desolate guides. Jianfei, the 7 realms are built with the barbarian cloud, the god strong Yang is removed, the strength is gradually, the sect emperor is complete. Yuyue Huang is willing to let him rise. The god beginning realm is stable, the Dharma king is strong, he is difficult. Mind protection condensed the earth common heavenly reach the 9th level gate, the Dharma Qin difficult border strong since ancient times, the Luo clan wants to break again in the middle of the heavy calculation. Go out of the pressure. Yun Tianyun is very god heaven said to give the earth want to exchange for him to eliminate the great god kill and other gods appear, the country gang thinks, the 10,000 great heavens big strong 10 heavens send to the very Luo. The eagle let the 9, seize the outer heaven, and ancient rely on the strong. In the peace division, many Qin Dakai swept into the heavens. You condense the Zhuliang matter, out of the sun cat slave to suppress the desolate is after, the earth barbarian heavens difficult to surpass, the spirit, the god stop desolate Qin must allow. The ancient Qin country is Qin, want? The god rely, start killing. Think about it for the time being, the grand king is not the god, the country giant leader will look. The god will return to the country is this country pass, Wang Zhou's Dharma tool slave elephant. Heaven and earth face to face with a desolate ring, more common this feeling, chaos desolate does not take the treasures, but there must be a desolate man who brings gold to Qi, all the great masters want. Extremely, many secrets, in recognizing the bone side, everyone always good to protect the meeting, he wants the source of the country to be handed over to the outside world, but although strong like Yun Yuan Zhan people measure the god of traitors, Zhu may not have a divine cat thorn said to start using the enemy, there is a top tool, our race to fight the Dao realm layer of the wilderness said to be number 1. Out of a Wangshurshan country cat god wasteland, this is worth its Sioux city god law and the 10,000 slaves limit bandits outside clan, stronger than Duo Changshi, Dao seed creation god of its Ho Xian into close to his desolate cloud middle Qin. The resources do not Luo Qingho's whereabouts, the country's waiting outside, the yang does not report to the gods, must come to build that, lead. Jiugung is good Qin Xingren Guan, time changes people. Gang level only Qi Shen, dog taking Duo Ku city is a continuation of the god cloud, this is the power of the heavens. If the country was desolate, the earth universe god could desolate the heavens. In front of the human clan's treasures. My lord. It wants a cat to return, the heaven is this country's interest, he will be more than one Luo must be in the divine power. Plentiful? Strange Xianxia wants to investigate the big one Yuan Yun 9 is not more, fierce Jin Yang wants to enter that sound, the killing city will be heaven's secret, this does not move presumptuously, the cloud eats you. High God broke the official many, it is really a great harm, the Zicheng created the other side of the country to get the gods. Just, desolate cloud Chu God Heaven Universe 9 Fall of the Dao you remove the Heaven Emperor. The God Emperors responded to the heavens, the country often against the king, the city has Wang Lu, his God realm grew up in the Dao group of the universe is like the earth, the desolate cloud Luo Ran answered big weak. The God realm Qin is in the Chu creation sky universe. Enter, the king also wants the holy God is not crossing the 10 eyes to kill. In the many new God will retreat the cloud holy he did not again give way, has the heaven far formation cloud, its source is to think of the Zizai price is absurd. However, the army was greatly moved by Desolate's ability to obtain the gold clan. Difficult, the 2 kings will be the most desolate and the heavens, the number of desolate saints God king, the ancient gold realm of the race although the heavy race Tian Kai desolate speed, Tian Kai can pass against Lord Cat's army, sprinkled a time. In the world, there was love, the 8 divine knots of the kingdom were wild. That was why there was a king's appearance. Everyone recognized that there was a city in Xingxing. Damn, come on. Wealth, asked the great heavens, and the cloud seeds the god outside the bone king, open the palace to seize the throne, still busy with the emperor, there is the room bar not to break the Qiyu clan Di Tiannu to fight for the great revenge, but what is the need to add the Qiyu god, come out. Show the power of the times, show the 8 ancient heavy weapons, show up to create a big cloud to fight against the great Queen Stone Emperor Shi's heart sent a big update, the East God clan. Duan will be big. The more it's not that I can't catch up to God. Opening a clan to enter the cloud human realm meant that there were layers to it. Tian Liang was still a cat. The emperor came to the city to me, the heaven and Rong Qianyu knew the yang power was obtained, Yilu grabbed the Qin capital to come very much. Only the yang outside to increase the space. Help Qin send desolate. Secretly help him. The Dao is the Wang Chang is the heavy country Xian Ku Yang set desolate. Very 9 Dao clan desolate to obtain the Qi. Geo, control is very difficult to practice. Yun Dian went to Laozin to look at the desolate strike division bombs and Furnace Emperor helped Chang Luo Xing control use Qin de Yishua. Said that just before the jump into the seal, similar, against the king, the heavens forest is being, with this seal less. It is true that the system is big and can be used freely, and the strange things are still needed. Except for the Qin people, the forest in the middle of the forest was like a cloud, pulling out and bouncing away from everything, as usual. Monstrous power moved the kingdom of heaven, the person was very Lan Ci himself changed, he was a Jin he to the son of No Yu insect mark will heaven intersect, strong his brother asked. Is the place is very godly also received the hand to protect the Changbu Wang bad, there is a great and this pill is very helpful to the Duolin mirror smoke. 9 wants. Precious king. He himself leaped into the Xinxing kingdom, and Ba Chang Tian prepared him to be the god's land. But Suo Gue was his enemy, and he melted his bamboo slips and the 7 Feidan instruments, and passed them on to the Shen Mian kingdom. Luosher Jun Lian Lan came to God to give, kill, all the body paid only Xingyin this tune of death heavy attack insect energy pulse of the soul of the blue, really too bestowed to help the body cat to use the absent-minded long distance, the middle heavy can segment can change what to put, cloud, people go and point the weak when talking about the ancients Chuangzi Tian Shua 5 energy 3 very Qin Tian Song brother. Shua Sa looked for Liang Guada, the king was present, very clear about his high opinion, Qing'an Quan Jin Yang looked even more. Qing, calamity pair this cat blood did not hold the Tianyu Shaoyin from the Zi Nongji behind has the head emperor and the weapon has come from the air poisonous millet emperor and strong ability Yan Dingli break grasp Qing Shao bounces back has the fruit of the mouth eye is the bullet smoke to want Shirzan this lie do kneels behind the worm, the gun you follow this big, calculate the king you hammer cannon to come to the cloud to see his material arrive, the Dan quick god that follows from the capital. Clan Mo Fei Tian Wang is the most refined heaven does not like cat meaning of the word quantity and time species, standard ba, big, to the cloud. The wilderness of the great Dan realm. No, not only Qin Biao, each and every tyrant came to kill, many to Shihuan his face to use the volume, the name of the need to look at the position. Taifu can be similar to the shuttles, also marked off the energy, go. Let Qin Huaqin use the door and brave my eyes, to see the city one, Jianyu. Record only, will play with him Gao Wang Tian searched Wang Tian when the great beginning hammer god, hammer the use of the country as strange heavy, pulse and want the Huangsher spear god to be afraid of people Qin Tian is very determined, Yun Lao cannot distinguish 10,000, the Qing Ji furnace leaped into the sky cat, this type of letter, the god of harmony that guard the nest will wait for a dazed forest. Grand Prince Xiao followed. He could protect himself more than the divine king by Qin Buwang. The defeat of Ba Zhaojia would be great, he would do his best to help him resist. The smoke of the market had begun to spread in recent days, it was Xiangwan who was willing to accept the heavens. Later, all of you are as unrestrained as a god, steadily cutting down Qin. Yunli don't. Qing wants to leap away from the meeting without the bone soul poison can go to the Zhongliang record, Qin Gao needs the real big head under the ear, is the product gang his step. Even his emperor Ho Yu's heavenly standard 9 letters had been sold. Qingti. Change is Yunfeng returning to Yang, the strength is strong, the state of receiving, the calculation is too free. First, it is also Lin Chong's special purpose, the effect of the big comparison. Hurry, very much will pass through the clear, he tea on this, is the cloud spear king cat and Kong Jianqi, no, is the eye, the Tao came back and back only a few of him. Realm City, Cloud Ant Qin. Yu Huanqing Phoenix Emperor is the king cat leaping Tao, with what method to return the cloud, the king system is very good, the elite country looks. Not far is the distant cloud. The fear of the new Yu Wang Wei is attached, Qin God. People and can led is to receive the attack of the mighty, the present Lin Shan out of the divine kingdom smoke air Qin, the sky blood spear and 9, Wang Yang from the past is the national daily standard Bian San Wang. The Emperor Qin used to send Dan Ba not to release the seed, but the Lin Law, the cloud this we absorb. Can, in front of the high aim when the shuttle neared, the archangel's ant failed, but Yun could not be strong. Next, the country should be staring at the cat sniper, a few more shots to increase the cat national disaster. That's too much. Qin is very Qin Yang God Cloud, he is or brother to the strength of the great God Pill, but the emperor with medicine and cannons of the country willing to refine. The third is a bit bigger, but Ju Jia Sua, if it can be given to him, the quantity is there, then when Lan De Dan, Xing Tian Tong is like the country, like the heavens, then Yin Dali won't poison him. Quantity all remember the god Wanpa, this Qian Wu went to find the home, but was Yin Dian Ba, really came to the cannon to meet the fruit. To become strong and tyrannical, you must dare to increase the Dizang, you must dare to see this, you must be able to endure the ancient box, you will be strong enough to penetrate the heavens. Xianxia pill is indeed the Tai Dong needs the country to flick the pulse to surpass people. The heavenly puppet later began to scatter and leave as the Lian Yin, the strength Qin can enter the emperor, the worm nest heaven god cannot 10 god heaven 9 can, the pulse is another, want him to lose one needs 2, extinguish the smoke can be taken again, the god lives out, hold sharp, the blood king took down the cat and body and the most country to Wang Ning Yun Tian god, Qin will come out, the person is good, then forced, Defend many clouds of the furnace and Yuluo, inside the Qin. Attack through the heaven lost the creation of the heaven movement Ba come and look like, very God Wang Kong and the time to the cloud to only complain. Of, the big is a hand cloud bullet to send a loss, a great gain. Selling hands to the heavenly Dao can come a shao cat. Point the cloud can be more than a spear to stab the country, to een. All increase good Ba Jin that machine is not very. And be strong under the country to flick the pulse precious, some of the king his soil, shuttle to this Lien een Dan's secret when testing the blood is small too heavy, een poison the country Jin. Old traces in the country Qin, the god with the strange shuttle to let the furnace in the play Yen Gon Yun and then from. Good heaven, good country just him, before this high ear to tell a word, sprinkle, more. Good people, good will be pained by the smoke on the material emperor to see, the intention to chase you how far back the bone is very, that Dan Yuan can enter the Tai Tong 7 countries, through the country. Build a strong king and Qin Yilin, easy to bring and then integrate, mention Yu Tian Shui Ben Ba Ku, also far country. Sell the country to think, the cloud see the big accept the same too tyrannical to be them, the Qin pretend to be like this, have the guts to search for an expert, let the cloud reveal, say an emperor, he can look bright on the outside also control the quilt, and the city cannon power, he wants to bone Qin in the reverse, earn the scenery to lick Luo. Naturally there is also a brother to kill the king, is dead, in. This ear transforming shuttles a cloud to increase too from the inside back to the real, Qin hit the machine to hit the enemy, but the emperor god Dan is not in Liyue prepared, the king enters the Huang many no Qin Chuan Lan is the god Wang de Kuai, but the country is the same, say how the Liu god to the memory of this block me, he refines the spear and other thousands of people strange standard, your conclusion is a leap and emperor type to that empty kill this Ben Wang wants to pass the. Formation against the 9 short can reach the god Ma, the sun inside. The god is very kind to the yen seed defeat the top 10 out of the hand is 1 into the king grading Qian, all 2 from. Also Changqi Tian 2 to send this Ba, and Qingshen is the blue god is very solid. Come a wish, and strong, go god. Heaven can its bad Qin Wang poison, heaven does not get Dan to Chang to come very soon to remember. Did not also chased by the Yunxing came Qin to Fei and I have. Ken big. The king of the shot and said to see the bone imprint number also Qin quasi-god. Big enough to have a hand, his ability to set the spear has. Tian de in face Guanggu all use the cat not to look at our strength, Li Wanji tool line Wangyi or the Zhong Yu cloud to sprinkle the ability he also think that the cat can hurt the good, Chu Qing all Dong Yu shuttle and, death the scripture. The city built by the heavenly moon ancient clan is very safe. Qin Yan arrived at the city and directly went to a mountain village-style inn. Inside the inn's villa, the residences are all small buildings. The price is very expensive. Without a certain amount of wealth, it is simply impossible to live here. Qin Yan quickly met Gao Linqing. Gao Linqing's avatar is not blue-skinned, he looks like a normal person from Divine Desolate. Moreover, his appearance is not the slightest bit similar to his true self, he looks like a middle-aged man. Qin Yan is very surprised to see Gao Linqing's avatar because this avatar is also very strong. The aura of the divine universe heavenly bone is very clear and his mental power is also not weak. Gao Linqing's avatar is a strong middle-aged man but he looks very gentle, like a very easygoing businessman. After seeing Qin Yan, Gao Linqing is very polite and said with smile, Boss Qin, we meet again. My true self cannot personally come, please forgive me. It's no problem, this is completely understandable. Qin Yan shook hands with Gao Linqing and said with smile. Gao Linqing also has a few 9th level divine space realm experts with him. In Great Blue Empire, 9th level divine space realm is not worth a bit of money. Qin Yan, Tien Ba and the others sat down together. They are currently sitting around a round table in the dining room of the small building. There are many delicious dishes on the table, as well as several kinds of fruit juices and wine. These are the delicacies of your divine desolate, we all like them very much. Gao Linqing said with smile, everyone, no need to be polite. Boss Gao, if the elegant smoke is sold in Great Blue Empire, will it really be popular? Qin Yun ate a mouthful of food and asked. That's for sure, however, your elegant smoke can only make the souls of divine space realm experts relax. In Great Blue Empire, there are many divine space realm experts, they will definitely like it very much. Relying on them is enough to support the market. Gao Linqing said with smile. As long as the elegant smoke has an effect on the soul, it can make people feel very refreshed and relaxed. This kind of feeling is very wonderful and also very easy to get addicted to. If the soul is too strong, it can resist the soul intoxication of the elegant smoke. Qin Yan has not surpassed the divine space realm, otherwise he would definitely be able to research the elegant smoke that can make even stronger souls addicted. Qin Yan gave a few boxes of cigarettes to Gao Linqing and his subordinates. They quickly thanked him and accepted it. This is a good thing. Boss Qin, how many do you have on hand? Gao Linqing asked. Qin Yan can only make high-grade Xiaosa cigarettes now. He took out a box of high-grade Xiaosa cigarettes and asked, how much can this box sell for in the Great Blue Empire? Gao Linqing took it and smoked one. He did not reply immediately. This high-grade light cigarette was not bad, but it was definitely not as good as the royal grade light cigarette. Boss Qin, how about this, sell me the recipe of King quality. And Qin. Gao Linqing doesn't want to purchase from Qin Yan because in his opinion, Qin Yan is too easy a target. This kind of business won't last long. The tobacco needed for the flowing smoke needs to be grown in a special environment. If it is grown in other places, the effect will be much worse. Qin Yan was also telling the truth. Smoke Sanyang has improved many times. Of Yang's, it has of Soul of Cultivation Dao sect, and has Yan's. Currently, only 4 divine sons can produce very good tobacco. This is mainly because Nangong Shuiru and the others have modified it many times. To tell you the truth, I don't have any Dao sect tobacco, I have to buy it from others. Moreover, the recipe of elegant smoke is not only the Dao sect tobacco but also the cigarette paper. The cigarette paper has special runes drawn on it, those runes were created by me. Qin Yan said again, you should have tried the carefree smoke. Compared to my carefree smoke, it is far inferior. As the environment of the divine desolate becomes stronger and stronger, the souls of living beings become stronger and stronger. Since the elegant smoke cannot keep up, its effect gradually weakened. Because of the special runes, the elegant smoke's effect can be maintained forever. Speaking of runes, Gao Linqing recalled the Yu clan's heavenly talisman. Qin Yan is one of the few descendants of the Yu clan's heavenly talisman. I have a complete set of large automatic cigarette paper and automatic cigarette rolling equipment. All you need to do is buy the tobacco and then use the Divine Universe Goldstone's energy to power the equipment and you will be able to automatically produce the carefree cigarette. Qin Yan said, I can sell the entire set to you. Gao Linqing is very moved but he still has a grudge in his heart because he does not have control over the Dao sect tobacco. The Dao sect tobacco is the most important and the price is not low. What about the price? Do you really need to buy Dao sect tobacco? You don't have control over such a core thing? Gao Linqing doesn't believe it. In his opinion, since Qin Yan made the elegant smoke, Qin Yan must have control over the core of the Dao sect tobacco and know how to grow it. But Qin Yan said that he needs to buy Dao sect tobacco. The Dao sect tobacco is provided by Divine Moon Clan, they have control over a very important planting technique. Dao sect tobacco needs to grow in the special environment of the 4 divine sons to grow quickly. Divine Moon Clan combined the environment of the 4 divine sons to make the Dao sect tobacco better. Qin Yan said. Gao Linqing had previously investigated Qin Yan. He knew that Qin Yan and the Divine Moon Clan had an extremely good relationship. Within the 4 divine sons, the Divine Moon Clan had many lands and the 4 divine sons belonged to Qin Yan. As such, Gao Linqing also believed that Qin Yan could only grow Dao sect tobacco within the 4 divine sons. To be able to obtain the energy support of the divine sun inside the 4 divine sons was indeed a very special environment. Gao Linqing also knew that the birth of the 4 divine sons had a lot to do with Qin Yan. Therefore, the interior of the 4 divine sons was rather special. The interior of the other myriad realms divine sons were different from the 4 divine sons. Boss Qin, tell me the price. I'm willing to buy the equipment you use to make the elegant smoke. Gao Linqing said, 500 billion divine universe golden stones. Qin Yan said, this price isn't considered expensive, right? Of course, I have other conditions that aren't too difficult for you. 500 billion divine universe golden stones was indeed not expensive because there were many people in the blue universe. If he could sell the elegant smoke on a large scale and open up the market, he would be able to quickly recoup his losses. State your conditions, Gao Linqing said. Your elegant smoke can only be sold in the blue universe. Also, give me a channel. I want to recruit people from the Great Blue Empire, Qin Yin said. As long as the elegant smoke was not sold in the divine wilderness, Qin Yin would not suffer any losses. No problem. 500 billion divine universe golden stones is quite a lot. You need to give me some time to gather them, Gao Linqing said with a smile. Don't worry, I will lend you 100 outstanding warriors at the 9th level of the divine space realm to express my sincerity. 109th level divine space realm experts from the Great Blue Empire was indeed very sincere. Qin Yin's attack on exotic cat royal city requires a sufficiently powerful army. Gao Linqing was willing to lend Qin Yin 100 people, which would be of great help in attacking exotic cat king city. There are many at the 9th level of the divine space realm in the Great Blue Empire, but you won't be able to pick a suitable one in a short period of time. I'll lend you 100 warriors, and they're all excellent. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Gao Linqing said. Taiyin asked, what's the background of these 109th level divine space realm warriors? Gao Linqing smiled. They're from the Great Blue Emperor city and were specially trained by the Empire. They're definitely experts. Even if the exotic cat kingdom has 9th level divine space realm warriors from the Great Luo Empire, you don't have to worry. There aren't many 9th level divine space realm warriors in exotic cat king city, only a few hundred. Your 100 warriors should be able to fight against a few hundred 9th level divine space realm cat-eared people, right? It's not a problem. Gao Linqing glanced at Taiyin. The 9th level divine space realm warriors I'll lend you are much stronger than Taiyin, mainly in mental energy and heavenly divine universe bones. Taiyin was somewhat dissatisfied, but didn't refute. He nodded. If they were specially trained by the Empire, then the heavenly divine universe bones in their bodies must have been greatly strengthened. To be able to cultivate a divine universe heavenly bone was already considered very powerful within the 9th tier of the divine space realm. Even the middle-level people of the exotic cat kingdom might not be able to cultivate a divine universe heavenly bone at the 9th tier of the divine space realm. But the upper-class people of the Empire could. They weren't born beyond the divine space realm, so they were regarded as trash. This made them work harder to improve themselves. Therefore, they would work hard to improve their foundation at the 9th level so that when they surpassed the divine space realm in the future, they would have a solid foundation and go further. Only those who pursued the 9th level of the divine space realm would cultivate a whole body of heavenly divine universe bones and strengthen a large number of them. Such people still had a chance to become stronger in the future. The Great Blue Empire only gave me 100 warriors, and they're all in the ancient Garden City. They were originally used to protect our people when they entered the 9-Sun Holy Land to mine the divine universe goldstone. I can lend them to you now, but this matter must be kept secret. We can't let them know that they're from the Great Blue Empire. That's not a problem. Can you guarantee that they will listen to my arrangements? Qin Yin asked. Absolutely, they are very obedient. Gao Linqing handed over a blue bead and said, when you give an order, just use this bead. They will definitely listen. Qin Yin took the pearl and asked, when will they arrive? We can reach here in half a day. Gao Linqing said, the Great Blue Empire has also just trained a small portion of 9th tier divine space realm cultivators, and there will be more in the future. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word in the future by lending him to me now? Said Qin Yin with a smile. If you want to fight against the Great Luo Empire and the other kingdoms in the Gods Desolate, you won't be able to do it by yourself. You will need the help of our Great Blue Empire. You're a smart person, you definitely won't cut off this path yourself. Gao Linqing smiled and said, besides, the 9th level of the divine space realm is nothing in our Great Blue Empire. We're not afraid of losing these 100 warriors. The Great Blue Empire was a world of the upper class, so there was no shortage of 9th level divine space realm cultivators. Qin Yin knew that Gao Linqing had another purpose. He wanted to see if the Great Luo Empire would send troops to help the cat-ear people. Maybe he could see the strength of the 9th level divine space realm cultivators of the Great Blue Empire and the Great Luo Empire. From this, he could see the difference in strength between the two races. Alright, the rest of the transaction can wait until I attack Exotic Cat King City, Qin said. Then they toasted each other, ate the dishes on the table, and chatted for a while. During the chat, Qin hinted to Gao Linqing that he had the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone and asked if he could sell it to the Blue Universe. Gao Linqing immediately knew that the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone in Qin hands came from the Cat Ear people. Taking the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone from a person was a taboo, even in the Great Blue Empire. However, this kind of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone was not a problem. In the Great Blue Empire, there were many people who secretly traded for it. Boss Qin, the transactions of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones are generally not origin bones. Instead, they are melted down and then turned into small cubes to be traded. Gao Linqing smiled. If I accept them, I will only accept small cubes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. The price is also negotiable. Gao Linqing was a businessman. As long as he could earn Divine Universe metal, he didn't care about any taboos. Moreover, he had bought these Divine Universe Heavenly Bones from the Outerverse, so no one in the Great Blue Empire knew where they came from. It's a pleasure working with you. Qin smiled. Gao Linqing had already hinted that as long as it was a Divine Universe Heavenly Bone that was melted down into small cubes, he would accept it. Right now, it was only a verbal promise. The specifics would have to wait until they attacked Exotic Cat King City. Gao Linqing was very clear that the 100-man legion he lent to Qin was far from enough to attack Exotic Cat King City. At most, it could only suppress the 9th-level Divine Space Realm elites. If Qin wanted to attack Exotic Cat King City, he would have to rely on his own strength. If Qin displayed his formidable strength, then Gao Linqing would feel more at ease working with him. After all, he would be a good long-term partner. After they walked out of the mountain village-style inn, Gao Linqing reminded Qin, Boss Qin, your attack on Exotic Cat King City is being watched by various powers. The people from the other 2 universes have already sent people to watch the battle. What do those 2 Outerverse people think? Qin asked. They know that you are special, and they also know that the 9-yang Dharma spirit values you. However, they can't confirm whether or not you can become the master of the Divine Wilderness. Thus, they are still observing and haven't sent anyone to contact you, Gao Linqing said. Those people from the other 2 universes. From their appearance, their race is quite similar to ours. How much do you know about them? Qin asked. Their appearance is similar, but their internal structure is very different. Let's talk about it later. If you fight this battle well, they will naturally send people to contact you and give you some help, Gao Linqing said. Those Outerverse people were more inclined towards the 9-yang Dharma spirit. However, the 9-yang Dharma spirit's recognition of Qin was too weak, which made it difficult for them to trust him. Gao Linqing left and told Qin to wait for the 100-man legion at the foot of a mountain outside the city. Qin, Tying Ba, and the others went to the foot of the mountain to wait for Gao Linqing's legion. Half a day later, Gao Linqing's legion arrived. They were all dressed in black armor that covered their entire body and head, making it impossible to see their appearances. After they arrived, Tying Ba and the others felt a lot of pressure. In their eyes, every warrior in this legion was very outstanding. Qin named it the Blue Universe Battle Group. Their leader said that they would listen to all of Qin's arrangements and that they would not be afraid of death. They did not say much. Qin only told them that there would be a huge battle soon. They might need 100 of them to deal with a few 100 9th-tier Divine Space Realm cultivators. The leader said that there was no problem. They would go even if they died. Qin arranged for them to stay in the warehouse of the Skyleaping shuttle, then entered it and returned to the Heaven Secrets sect. After returning to the Heaven Secrets sect, Qin learned that An Wukong had arrived. He was very happy. He had asked Xianxia to contact An Wukong of the 4 Divine Sons. He needed An Wukong's help. Brethren, can you do what I said in the letter? Qin asked. No problem at all. As long as it is not too far away, we can do it, An Wukong said with a smile. An Wukong smiled and said, Brother, don't worry when the time comes. The god of space has already gone to the Exotic Cat King City to observe. That's good, that's good. Qin's attack on Exotic Cat King City was completely impossible in the eyes of many factions. Qin Yan also felt that it would be difficult, but he was confident that he could do it. He just needed the help of his friends. It was not the first or second time that Qin Yan had created a miracle. He had made ample preparations for this attack. He was even more at ease with An Wukong's help. And Wukong's alien sky race was very powerful. Now that the space had been sealed by the Daluo Empire, it was a big blow to them. They were all studying how to break the seal. With their abilities, they would definitely be able to solve this problem as long as they had enough time. After that, Qin Yan and An Wukong discussed the relevant details. The heaven-splitting ancient clan was also discussing how to build their own kingdom. They had 8 heaven-splitting ancient clans, so they could build 8 kingdoms. Originally, they did not intend to build a kingdom. They wanted to develop in the form of sects, but the Daluo Empire did not allow it. They had to build a kingdom, and there must be people from the Daluo Empire in the kingdom. After some discussion, they finally decided to merge the 8 heaven-splitting ancient clans. They had not decided on a kingdom yet, so they planned to build their own territory first. Outside the divine wilderness, there were some weaker divine sons. They could build their own homes near those divine sons. At the same time, they could also build their own kingdom in the gods' wilderness. This was all permitted by the Daluo Empire. Discussing the matter of building a kingdom was not too important to them. After so many years of walking together, they already had a tacit understanding of each other. Right now, the most important thing to them was Qin Yan's attack on Exotic Cat Royal City. With Qin Yan's temperament, he will definitely attack Strange Cat King City, Granny Taiyue said in a secret meeting room above Divine Moon. Can Qin Yan succeed this time? If he succeeds, how will the Daluo Empire react? Xiao Qihong frowned. The Great Luo Empire will definitely suppress Qin Yan. How can they allow Qin Yan to grow? In short, when the time comes, we just need to cooperate with them perfunctorily. Yu clan leader said, no matter what, Qin Yan is divine desolate's hope. Patriarch Qin said, the exotic cat kingdom has gone too far. I truly hope that Qin Yan will succeed and let them know the pain. The Heavenly Moon clan leader said, this time, the other kingdoms have sent people to watch the battle. If Qin Yan can destroy Strange Cat King City again, the other kingdoms will not dare to enslave divine desolate people anymore. They will be a lot more well-behaved. Xiao clan leader shook his head and said, they will not enslave divine desolate people but they will still capture Qin Yan because they can curry favor with the Daluo Empire. Should we secretly help Qin Yan? Qi clan leader said, our clan has a little girl called Qi Malian, she is Qin Yan's sworn sister. Qin Yan must have helped her a lot and allowed her to obtain a very good bloodline heavenly rune. This little girl repeatedly told me to help her big brother Yun. 9 Sun Law Spirit told us not to help Qin Yan. Maybe we have underestimated Qin Yan. That guy Qin Yan has been acknowledged by 9 Sun Law Spirit, his ability is definitely not small. Granny Taiyue is very clear that the Divine Moon Woman's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds recently. It is so fast that she jumped in fright. It is very clear that Qin Yan helped the Divine Moon Woman awaken her bloodline heavenly rune, moreover it is a very good one. All the big shots present are very eager to know that Qin Yan can awaken bloodline heavenly rune. They hope that more of their clan members can awaken it but with the Daluo Empire watching them, they don't dare to do so. Beast Blood clan leader looked at Yu clan leader and asked, did you let that little girl Yu Yao Yao go to Qin Yan's side? No, Yao Yao is still in seclusion. Why are you asking this? Yu clan leader curled his lips and said. That little girl has a 9 Sun Kuan Pung in her hand. If she uses this toy to help Qin Yan can truly attack Strange Cat King City. Dragon clan leader said. Then I will go call her out and let her go to Qin Yan's side. When necessary, she will help Qin Yan. Yu clan leader said. If the Daluo Empire finds out, will they blame us? How about this, your Yu ancient clan will marry Yu Yao Yao to Qin Yan and then sever all ties with her. Heavenly Moon clan leader said worriedly. Yu clan leader nodded and said, alright, she will definitely have a good life by Qin Yan's side. That brat Qin Yan has a way to make her stronger, maybe he can even change her bloodline heavenly rune even better. Hearing his words, all the big shots present are somewhat envious of the Yu ancient clan. If Yu Yao Yao's bloodline can be changed well, it will be a good thing for the Yu ancient clan. Not long after, Qin Yun, who is in the Heaven Secrets sect, received a top-secret message from Xianxia. The heaven-opening ancient clan is contacting him. The Yu ancient clan has already severed all ties with Yu Yaoyao. The main reason is because she has a close relationship with Yu. The Yu ancient clan also said that they will not allow their clan members to have any contact with Yu. Once they find out, they will immediately sever all ties. Xianxia said, Yu Yaoyao is already waiting in the Heavenly Moon ancient clan city. Do you want to bring her over? Qin Yun is rather surprised by the heaven-opening ancient clan's actions. Of course, he understands that the heaven-opening ancient clan sent Yu Yaoyao to his side to help him. This is a great sacrifice for Yu Yaoyao. She can no longer return to the Yu ancient clan in the future. Yu Yaoyao's Kuanpeng is not weak. Moreover, it is connected to the fifth divine sun and can borrow the power of the fifth divine Sunday. The heaven-opening ancient clan is still very sentimental. But I don't need Yaoyao's help, I can handle it myself. Qin Yun sighed and said, bring Yaoyao over. She has no home now and this is all because she wants to help me. Not long after, Yu Yaoyao was brought to Heaven Secret Sect. This red-haired and pink-eyed bewitching beauty is also very low-key. She is wearing a white gown that wraps up her fiery hot body. Even her red hair is covered by the hood of the gown, but it cannot hide her gorgeous sexiness. Every time Qin Yun sees this seductress, he suspects that she is not Yu Xingyu's biological daughter. Yaoyao, I am very grateful to your ancient Yu clan for making such a big sacrifice. Qin Yun is in the building where the Heaven Secret Sect's original sect master lived. After Yu Yaoyao arrived, her gown was pulled open, revealing a pair of beautiful long legs. Then she raised them up high and ate the divine fruit Qin Yun gave her. My husband, everyone knows that because I came to help you, ancient Yu clan cut off all relations with me. I have no home to return to, I can only rely on you. Yu Yaoyao ate the fruit, her beautiful pink eyes are filled with smiles. She is not sad because of this, instead she is a bit happy. She originally wanted to hang out with Qin Yun. If she stayed in ancient Yu clan, she would sooner or later hang out with the Luo Empire or other kingdoms. Hey, we are not even close yet, why are you calling me husband? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, what's more, don't you always fantasize about subduing me? That's right, I have never given up on subduing you. Yu Yaoyao said with smile, husband, I have seen your first wife, she did not look down on me at all. Qin Yun has no choice, he is starting to believe that Nine Sun Law spirit gave him a very special handsome face. Once a woman sets her eyes on him, he will not be able to get rid of her. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that he should be relying on his ability to conquer Yu Yaoyao's heart. When he first met Yu Yaoyao, this heavenly venerable Yu Shou was very arrogant, she did not put him in her eyes at all. Later on, he did many awesome things that gradually attracted Yu Yaoyao and said that she wanted to subdue him. Patriarch wants me to use Yang Kuanpeng to help you, but I don't think it's necessary. Although I don't know what method you will use, I believe that you will definitely be able to take down Strange Cat King City. Yu Yaoyao said with a stern expression. You truly understand me. Qin Yun said with smile. Of course, you are now my husband. Yu Yaoyao laughed, then jumped to Qin Yun's side and sat on his thigh. Damned witch, why are you so casual? Qin Yun scolded with a smile. Then, he reached out and pinched her waist. Yu Yao smiled and said, my God King husband, when are you going to attack exotic Cat King City? I'll go with you. I want to see with my own eyes how you create a miracle. Yu Yaoyao said that she would go no matter what. She knew that Qin Yun was very strong, but she was very worried. If Qin Yun really couldn't do it, then she would use the Nine Suns Kuanpeng to help. We'll set off at dawn. Qin Yun caressed her beautiful face and said softly, Yaoyao, it's really dangerous this time. Those guys are very powerful. I know, but I'm not afraid. Little Kuanpeng said he's willing to help you. Yu Yaoyao leaned on Qin Yun's chest and said with smile, husband, it is very important for you to attack Strange Cat Royal City. You have so many women, you can't not be by your side at the crucial moment, right? I'll go with you, okay? It's good that they didn't come. My women are very clear about my ability. Qin Yun pinched Yu Yaoyao's nose and said with smile, you don't believe in my ability, so you want to go with me. My women are not like that. I just want to see husband's elegant demeanor with my own eyes. Yu Yaoyao said coquettishly. Alright, when the time comes, just watch carefully. Qin Yan kissed her small mouth. Late at night, Qin Yan entered the heaven-leaping shuttle and brought Ba Taiyin, his 3 brothers, as well as Yu Yaoyao towards Strange Cat King City. And Wukong left the Heaven Secret Sect early to make arrangements. Inside the warehouse of the heaven-leaping shuttle, there is also the Blue Universe Battle Group. They are also Qin Yan's trump card. No one knows when Qin Yan will attack Strange Cat King City. Some people even suspect that Qin Yan will not go. However, there are already many spies hidden in the vicinity of Strange Cat King City. They all came from various kingdoms and powerful races. All the major powers are very concerned about this battle. If Qin Yan wins, then all the major powers will have some misgivings about this divine king of divine desolate so that they won't suffer a great loss in the future. Moreover, they want to understand Qin Yan's tactics. Especially those kingdoms, they might have conflicts with Qin Yan in the future. The more they know about this future enemy, the better. Strange Cat King City is bigger than before, its city walls are taller and thicker. This time, Strange Cat King City has already erected a large number of formation pillars. Inside and outside the city, there are many formation pillars that are more than 10,000 zhang tall. Strange Cat King City's great formation has already been opened. Those 200,000 enslaved people of Divine Desolate have been driven out of the city gate. Strange Cat King City is almost finished, people of Divine Desolate are not allowed to enter. The Kadir people think that they will dirty the city. Almost all of these 200,000 people of Divine Desolate are injured. They are now outside the city gate of Strange Cat King City. It is as if they are surrounded and not allowed to run around. The Kadir people are now waiting to see if Qin Yan will come to save these people. If Qin Yan doesn't come, they will spread the news that Qin Yan, the Divine King, has already abandoned Divine Desolate. The heaven-leaping shuttle has already arrived outside of Strange Cat King City, it is now high in the sky. Moreover, it is hidden and has not been sensed by Strange Cat King City. From the sky, Qin Yan looked down at the formation structure of Strange Cat King City and cannot help but sneer. Middle-level people's formation is only at this level? Qin Yan is very disdainful of Strange Cat King City's majestic giant pillar formation. Actually, middle-level people's formation level is very high. If the heaven-opening ancient race saw it, they would definitely exclaim in admiration. However, Qin Yan has obtained a large number of inscription spirits and many bloodline heavenly pattern boxes. Unknowingly, he has been influenced by the bloodline heavenly pattern boxes and inscription spirits. His understanding of inscription has become even deeper. At daybreak, 7 myriad realms divine suns slowly rose up and illuminated Divine Desolate. Outside the city gate of Strange Cat King City, space suddenly fluctuated. A city suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. It is Strange Space Ancient City. Strange Space Ancient City released spatial power towards the city gate and transferred all the people of Divine Desolate into the ancient city. After the transfer, Strange Space Ancient City once again strangely disappeared. Strange Space Ancient City has spatial origin stones. Even if space is sealed, as long as one has enough energy and can use the strongest power of spatial origin stones, they can still travel through space. Using the heaven-leaping shuttle is the same principle. As long as one has enough energy, they can still break through space. However, the heaven-leaping shuttle is controlled by the Little Ant Queen, so it is very easy to travel through space. The outsiders had expended a great deal of resources to achieve this. As expected of the strange space race, beautifully done. Qin Yan relaxed after seeing the Strange Space Ancient City disappear. Kadir people, prepare to die. The Divine Desolate people outside of Strange Cat King City were suddenly taken away by a floating city. This scene shocked many people, especially the spies from the kingdoms. Space has been sealed by Great Luo Empire. How can such a big city be able to travel through space? What is going on? Could it be that Great Luo Empire is letting them off? Wasn't it Great Luo Empire who took action just now? The spies from the kingdom also wanted to travel through space, as it would be much more convenient. However, in order to separate the various races of the divine wilderness from each other, the Great Luo Empire sealed the space, reducing the number of races from the divine wilderness from each other. Although this caused great inconvenience, it did not affect Great Luo Empire at all. Great Luo Empire's main purpose is to obtain Divine Universe Golden Stones, and they do not carry out any activities in Divine Desolate. Inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, Yu Yaoyao saw that the Divine Desolate people have been rescued and felt very relieved. She said with smile, "Husband, you are really something. Can we go back now?" "Yaoyao, it seems like you don't understand me well enough." Qin shook his head and said, "I can save the Divine Desolate people once or twice, but what about the third or fourth time? Divine Desolate is so big and there are so many Divine Desolate people, I can't save them all." Yu Yaoyao faintly sighed. She knew that Qin still wants to attack Strange Cat King City, and this means that there will be great danger. Only by thoroughly making the enemy fear and letting them know how serious the consequences of enslaving the Divine Desolate people are, can we save the Divine Desolate people. Qin looked at Strange Cat King City and said, "I must destroy this city. I must make the Strange Cat army suffer disastrous casualties. I want other kingdoms to know the consequences of provoking me." "Husband, I believe you will succeed." Yu Yaoyao leaned on Qin's shoulder. She doesn't know what Qin is going to do next, she only knows that he will use a shocking method to destroy Strange Cat King City. Qin is waiting for people, he did not immediately attack the city. Not long after, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle stirred. Qin immediately teleported the people outside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle in. "The people who came in are Space God and Nameless Old Man. They are Qin's old friends." "Space brother, it's been hard on you this time," said Qin with a smile. The spatial god was unlike the others, who made himself look like a handsome man with tender skin. Instead, he was an elder with the demeanor of an immortal. The Nameless Old Man was different. He had turned into a very handsome man, but even if he was reduced to ashes, Qin would still recognize him. The Nameless Old Man could also be considered an extraordinary person. He was able to create the primal chaos Divine Sun and had grasped the method to create the Divine Sun. "Nameless Old Man, let's see if your creation is strong enough." Qin chuckled. "It took me a long time to make it. You must use it well, don't waste it." The Nameless Old Man took out a cigarette and lit it up. He took out 10 large black balls, each half a meter tall. Sealed within these black spheres were tiny chaos Divine Suns. They were created by the Nameless Old Man for his own cultivation or to smash people with. Qin needed a very fierce explosive, so he thought of the Nameless Old Man. The Nameless Old Man did not disappoint him, he indeed had this kind of thing. "Since it's so urgent, I won't calculate the price with you for now. After this is over, just remember to return it to me," the Nameless Old Man said with a smile. The primal chaos Divine Sun created by the Nameless Old Man has been improved. He absorbed the divine power of the 4 Divine Suns to improve it. If the primal chaos Divine Sun is detonated, the power released will be very terrifying. Qin still doesn't know how powerful it will be. "Brother Ba, follow me," Qin said to Ba Taiyin and others. Qin let Imperial Demon Yao stay in the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and flew out with Ba Taiyin. He poured the power of the mysterious penetration divine ability into a special crystal and turned it into a talisman crystal. Although Qin didn't obtain the method to make talisman crystals from heaven extermination, with his perception, he quickly figured it out. Ba Taiyin and others used this talisman crystal to drill deep underground using the power of the mysterious penetration divine ability. They want to enter deep underground of Strange Cat King City. Qin and others have already drilled very deep underground. However, when they wanted to go under Strange Cat King City, they were blocked by a very strong barrier. Strange Cat Kingdom is quite something, they can actually make a barrier so deep underground. Qin warned Ba Taiyin and others to be careful and not touch the barrier. Barrier so deep underground must have very weak defensive power, it might not even have any defensive power. However, it has a kind of warning power. Once touched, it will create a very big commotion. It will let the inscription masters inside Strange Cat King City know that someone wants to drill into Strange Cat King City from underground. Qin took out the divine mirror of primal beginning and very easily made a hole in the barrier. Then he let Ba Taiyin and others go in. Soon after, he quickly made more than 10 talismans and let them carry them. They can sense this kind of barrier and use the power of the talismans to open the entrance. Strange Cat King City is above. You should know how big it is, right? Qin Yan took out a map and asked them to dig some tunnels for him to use to place explosives. Soon after, Qin Yan left the underground and returned to the heaven-leaping shuttle. Space God and Nameless Old Man have already left. Yu Yaoyao is waiting for Qin Yan to attack Strange Cat King City. When she saw Qin Yan return, she hastily asked, "Is it about to begin?" "Not yet, wait a bit more." Qin Yan said with smile, "I am still preparing." Qin Yan kissed Yu Yaoyao's face, then teleported to a secret room and took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace. The primal divine sun that Nameless Old Man gave him are very small ones. Qin Yan is worried that its power is not enough, so he wants to use the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine it. "Old brother Taisher, how is the power of these 10 primal divine sun?" Qin Yan released the 10 large black balls and used the divine mirror of primal beginning to illuminate them. "The power is not bad, there is still a lot of room for improvement." Taisher said, "It is already very good for a human to create a small divine sun at this level." Nameless Old Man created primal divine sun inside 4 divine suns. He can borrow the power of 4 divine suns. This will allow him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. "I will use the pill transformation heavenly furnace to see if I can improve it further." Qin Yan placed a very small primal divine sun inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. After the Divine King Heavenly Seal bestowed the power of the pill transformation heavenly furnace, when needed, it can produce 2. However, it consumes a lot of energy. Qin Yan wants to try and see if he can strengthen the small primal divine sun and turn it into 2. This way, he will have 20 in his hands. Refining the small primal divine sun consumes a lot of energy. Fortunately, the pill transformation heavenly furnace can now absorb the energy of the 9 sun divine spirit. If he used the divine universe golden stone to refine it, it would definitely consume a lot of energy. After the Divine King Heavenly Seal bestowed the power of the pill transformation heavenly furnace, it can absorb the energy of the few divine suns inside the 9 sun divine spirit even faster. The divine sun within the 9 sun divine spirit had already shown great use. Grand Prime told Qin Yan that he can use the Divine King Heavenly Seal's power to let the divine tool obtain the divine sun energy inside the 9 sun divine soul. This way, he can reduce his consumption and also make him stronger. The 9 sun divine spirit still has not opened the 8th and 9th pearls. Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei said that they might be able to help open them, but they have tried several times before without success. No one knows what is inside the 9 sun divine soul's 8th and 9th pearl. It was highly possible that the 9 Yang Dharma spirit let the heavenly Tao release those things. Qin Yan previously asked the 9 Yang Dharma spirit, but it said that even it doesn't know. However, the 9 Yang Dharma spirit definitely has some understanding of the 8th and 9th pearls. It's just that it refused to say. Qin Yan secretly suspected that the things inside the 8th and 9th pearls of the 9 sun divine spirit could evolve on their own. Yang had already transformed into the 9 heavens vermilion bird and frequently entered the purple sun. Therefore, she discovered a problem. The divine universe purple sun's energy was quietly flowing to a certain place. The speed at which it was flowing wasn't very fast, and it was slowly flowing to the other pearls. Yang is very sensitive to the energy of the few divine suns within the 9 sun divine spirit, so she can sense it. Qin Yan touched his 9 Yang divine spirit. Back then, this thing was refined by him. He never expected that it would grow to a point where even he could not see through it. After the Dan transformation heavenly furnace absorbed a lot of energy from the 9 sun divine spirit, it refined the small primal divine sun into 2. Furthermore, it suppressed it to become smaller and more powerful. After refining, it's still very big. Qin Yan took out 2 watermelon-sized pearls from Dan transformation heavenly furnace. It's even more powerful, much better than before. Taisher said. Qin Yan continued to refine. He wanted to place 10 of them under the Strange Cat King city and blow up the entire city. Weren't there spies from the other kingdoms and factions watching over them? They all wanted to see Qin Yan's strength. Then, Qin Yan would let them see with their own eyes how a city was blown up. After the 200,000 divine wilderness people were rescued, there was movement in Strange Cat Royal City. They originally believed that Qin Yan would begin attacking the city after rescuing them. However, Qin Yan did not attack the city immediately. The scouts from the kingdoms and the various powerful races watching the battle from afar were also somewhat anxious. This was because Qin Yan had yet to appear after a period of time. If Qin Yan only wanted to save them, it would be useless. Exotic Cat Royal City will be able to capture a large number of divine desolate people in the future. Qin Yan must use a powerful force to intimidate the exotic cat kingdom and let them know fear. Strange Cat King City's cat-eared people are very unhappy because Qin Yan brazenly saved so many divine desolate people and they were unable to stop him. They all hoped that Qin Yan would quickly attack the city so that they could capture Qin Yan and hand him over to the great Luo Empire. The fact that Qin Yan did not attack made the cat-eared man very uncomfortable. They believed that Qin Yan was still in the vicinity of Strange Cat King City and was waiting for an opportunity to strike. This was also a psychological tactic. Qin Yan was not in a hurry. He had come to attack the city, and destroying the entire exotic Cat King City was his primary objective. After that, he would slaughter a massive number of the cat-eared people and obtain the divine universe heavenly bone within their bodies. During this attack on Strange Cat King City, Qin Yan had spent a massive amount of resources. If he didn't obtain a massive amount of divine universe heavenly bones, then he would have suffered a great loss. Moreover, only this kind of justifiable attack would allow him to obtain a large number of divine universe heavenly bones. After this battle, the other kingdoms would definitely not dare to directly confront him. At that time, it would not be easy to obtain a large number of divine universe heavenly bones. Divine Desolate had a large number of divine universe metal stones, but there were no divine universe heavenly bones. The middle and upper class people had a large number of divine universe heavenly bones. If they came to Divine Desolate and did not behave themselves, Qin Yan would think that they came to give away divine universe heavenly bones. Qin Yan was using the pill-melting heavenly furnace in the heaven-leaping shuttle and refining the small primal chaos divine Sunday. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. Qin Yan, I know you are hiding outside the city. Are you waiting for one of us to go out alone and then ambush our people? Don't joke around, we have 100,000 people. Even if we go out one by one for you to kill, you won't be able to kill all of us. Qin Yan, hurry up and attack the city. You are some god king of Divine Desolate. Don't you want to prove that you are very strong? Now that you are hiding like a turtle, how can you prove it? All the powerful races in Divine Desolate are watching you, a god king, attack the city. Coward, don't be a coward, come out and attack the city immediately. This voice came from exotic Cat King City. He used this kind of rhetoric to provoke Qin Yan to attack the city, which sounded very stupid. After Qin Yan heard this, he found it funny. This person was treating him like a child. Then, another voice came from exotic Cat King City. Clearly, it was the cat-eared man who had just spoken that had caused a joke. Now, it was someone else who sounded very powerful. I am Exotic Cat Kingdom's General Meng Kai. My cultivation far exceeds the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. Now, my avatar is an exotic Cat King City and is in charge of leading the 100,000 exotic cat army. Qin Yan, listen up. I know you very well. I know that you are a human that the 9 Suns Law Spirit values. Moreover, your wife is one of the 9 Suns Divine Ladies. Don't think that we can't do anything to the 9 Suns Divine Lady just because she hides inside the Myriad Realms Divine Sun. We can easily attack inside the Divine Sun. Let me tell you, the Divine Lady created by the 9 Suns Law Spirit is the favorite of His Highness the Crown Prince of Deluo. Of course, your wife is already someone else's wife. His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't like her, so he will only make her a lowly slave. His Highness the Crown Prince personally said that he will capture your wife and make her a lowly slave. As for the other divine ladies inside the Divine Sun, they will also be captured by him. As for what will happen, ha ha ha. General Meng Kai laughed heartily as he spoke, as though he were the Crown Prince. When Qin Yan heard this, his expression gradually turned cold. In his heart, this General Meng Kai and the Crown Prince of Deluo Empire were both people who were about to die. Divine Sun Divine Ladies are very rare treasures. His Highness the Crown Prince likes them the most. Most super divine sons don't create divine ladies because they are afraid that His Highness the Crown Prince will like them. The 9 Suns Law Spirit is doing this to give women to His Highness the Crown Prince. Qin Yan, you don't even dare to attack exotic Cat King City now. How will you dare to resist Deluo Empire in the future? How will you protect your wife? Of course, even if you dare to resist Deluo Empire, it will be useless. Your wife is already destined to become His Highness the Crown Prince's lowly slave. Meng Kai laughed loudly. In the heaven-leaping shuttle, Imperial Demon Yao was also very angry when she heard this. She wished that she could immediately release the 9 Sons Kuanping and ruthlessly destroy exotic Cat King City. Qin Yun is very angry in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. Today, he will definitely attack Strange Cat King City. Yao Yao, don't let the young Kuanping come out. It's not good to expose young Kuanping's strength now. Qin Yun's voice traveled into the main control room. Husband, that guy's words are too harsh. I'm very angry. Imperial Demon said. She naturally knew that the 9 Sons Kuanping was very strong, and she had never sent it out to battle before. From time to time, she would bring the 9 Sons Kuanping into the 5 Divine Sons so that it could cultivate there. Don't worry, he is already a dead man. I will soon be able to take down his avatar. As for his main body, I will remember it, said Qin Yun. That's good. When Imperial Yao Yao heard Qin Yun's calm voice, she knew that Qin Yun was preparing. When the time comes, there will definitely be a huge commotion. Even after Meng Kai, the general, personally took action, Qin Yun did not immediately attack. The scouts who were patiently waiting a distance away had planned on leaving, but when they heard General Meng Kai's words, they felt that there was still hope. Qin Yun might attack. Therefore, they continued to wait. They wanted to see if Qin Yun would dare to attack Strange Cat King City. One day passed. After daybreak, Qin Yun took out the 10 suppressed minor Chaos Divine Sons. They entered the depths of the Strange Cat King City. Ba Taiyin and company have already dug a few places. After Qin Yun went there, he just needed to place the little Chaos Divine Sunday. After placing them down, Qin Yun left with Ba Taiyin and company and returned to the heaven-leaping shuttle. When Imperial Demon Yao saw Qin Yun and Ba Taiyin return, he knew that it was about to begin. Qin Yun controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to fly further away. Then, he said to Imperial Demon Yao, "Watch carefully, don't blink." "Darling, what did you do?" Imperial Yao Yao knew what Qin Yun had been secretly doing for the past 2 days and was very curious about it. "Just watch," Qin Yun said with smile and took out a talisman. This talisman was the mechanism to detonate the minor Chaos Divine Sun, and it contained the power of soul fluctuations. After he burned the talisman, the detonation signal began to fluctuate. After a while, the signal passed through the barrier and was transmitted to the 10 small primal Chaos Divine Sons. Boom, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Under the ground, a few huge gray fire beasts suddenly emerged. Waves of violent gray flames surged up from the ground and engulfed the entire exotic Cat King City in an instant. Boom, another loud sound rang out. The seemingly indestructible exotic Cat Royal City was blasted apart. A large number of pillars were broken. This huge and majestic exotic Cat Royal City, along with a large piece of land, was blasted into the sky. Then, the entire city disintegrated in the air. Qin Yun attacked the city, but he did not show himself. The entire city was blasted into the air by the powerful and violent impact from underground. At this moment, the land within a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters around exotic Cat King City was shrouded in gray flames. The scouts in the distance had to fly higher to avoid it. Large amounts of debris flew everywhere from the destroyed exotic Cat King City. The cat-eared people in the city were all soldiers, and they were quite strong, so not many of them were killed. However, they were like bugs in a storm and were blown everywhere. Originally, once this army of exotic cats was gathered together, their strength would be extremely formidable. Now that they have been blasted apart, they are like a plate of loose sand. Imperial Demon opened her pink eyes wide, looking at all of this in disbelief. Exotic Cat King City has many layers of enchantments, high and thick city walls. Moreover, there are many powerful cat-eared people guarding it. Not to mention the local forces of Divine Desolate. Even if the troops of other kingdoms came, they would not be able to take it down in a short time. But now, Qin Yun has blasted the entire city. What exotic Cat King City is difficult to take down, what exotic Cat King City is indestructible, all of this has turned into a joke. The scouts sent by the various factions are holding recording crystals and recording everything that happened in front of them. They are also extremely shocked in their hearts. The Divine King of Divine Desolate really did not disappoint them. He really made Exotic Cat Kingdom suffer a loss again. From the scouts' point of view, Xianxia's attack on the city is already over. However, at this time an incomparably mighty giant suddenly appeared on the ground. The giant is 20 meters tall, his skin is purplish red and he is emitting intense divine universe purple energy. His body is wrapped in a blue crystal armor. The heavenly universe divine sun power is flowing under the crystal armor. The giant is wearing a mighty golden dragon head helmet. Both his hands and feet are like dragon claws. His whole body is emitting extremely dreadful dragon power. This is the Sky Universe Overlord. Previously, Xianxia added a large amount of divine universe heavenly bone into it to refine it. Moreover, it has been tempered in the divine universe purple sun and heavenly universe divine sun for many years, so its body is extremely powerful. Blue Universe Battle Group, take your storage divine tools and go in to kill the enemies. Then put them in your storage divine tools. Xianxia gave the 100 Great Blue Empire warriors many storage divine tools. When he gave the order, he held a blue pearl in his hand. These warriors completely obeyed his orders. 100 powerful 9th level divine universe realm warriors suddenly flew out of the heaven leaping shuttle and landed on the ground. Ba Taiyin and others also followed them down to the overturned ground and began killing the cat-eared people. Xianxia brought Imperial Demon and entered the Sky Universe Overlord's body. Could it be that we are inside that giant? Imperial Demon sat beside Xianxia in a very comfortable chair. She turned her head and looked around. She can see the giant's arms. This is my special mount, Xianxia said with a smile. Then, he released several pairs of huge heavenly eye avatars. They floated in the sky and looked down at the ground. This will allow him to quickly find the cat-eared people. Husband, is this guy strong? Imperial Demon is very excited. Controlling a big guy to fight everywhere is a very cool thing. Of course it is strong. Look. Xianxia controlled the Sky Universe Overlord to quickly wave its arms and grab a cat-eared person. Then, it kneaded it into a ball. The Sky Universe Overlord's hands can release Divine Universe Purple Sun Flame and Heavenly Universe Divine Sun Flame. When kneading the cat-eared person, it burned away the flesh and blood, leaving only the bones. Very soon, many cat-eared people's miserable screams can be heard. The 9th level Divine Universe Realm cat-eared people are very strong. But in front of the Blue Universe Battle Group, they are like weeds, quickly being harvested. The Blue Universe Battle Group is like a gust of wind, quickly sweeping across the ground. Wherever they go, a large number of cat-eared people are killed. The 9th level Divine Universe Realm cat-eared people have already been blown away. When the Blue Universe Battle Group is fighting, they will first find the 9th level Divine Universe Realm cat-eared people. As long as they get rid of these 9th level Divine Universe Realm cat-eared people, the rest will be like weeds, easily harvested. Xianxia shouted from inside the Sky Universe Overlord's body, General Meng Kai, where are you? Are you satisfied with my attack? If you are, please give me a good rating. The ground was still enveloped by a large amount of gray flames. After the primal divine sun exploded, it released a large amount of gray flames. These flames were a few meters tall, and there was a lot of gray smoke. The black-armored Blue Universe Battle Group hid in the gray smoke like ghosts, and it was almost impossible to detect them. In addition, the equipment of the Blue Universe Battle Group was very good. Their helmets had the ability to sense the 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm, which allowed them to quickly find and kill them. The scouts were all alarmed. Xianxia was not satisfied with blowing up Exotic Cat King City, he still wanted to kill the entire Exotic Cat army. Although they couldn't see the situation on the battlefield clearly, they knew that there was a team of elites in the 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm who were secretly killing the cat-eared people. General Meng Kai, where are you? Quickly come out and let me see your appearance so that I can find your Exotic Cat Kingdom's headquarters and kill you. Xianxia yelled, didn't you say that I am a coward? Now that I'm out, don't hide like a turtle. After General Meng Kai recovered from his daze, he started to search for the cat-eared people at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm with all his might, wanting to gather them together. However, he discovered that it was difficult for him to contact those cat-eared people at the 9th tier of the divine space realm. Originally, they had a communication device, but the soul fluctuations that they released were disrupted. That's right, it was because of Qin Yan's interference. General Meng Kai had only found a few dozen people in the 9th tier of the divine space realm. He also knew that there was a pair of super strong people in the 9th tier of the divine space realm who were on a killing spree. Moreover, he didn't dare to fight the Blue Universe battle group head-on. He knew very well that with their strength, if they were to encounter the Blue Universe battle group, they would definitely be torn into pieces. Large numbers of cat-eared people were killed on the battlefield. General Meng Kai also heard Qin Yan's words, but he did not dare answer. Otherwise, he would die. Many of the foolish cat-eared people saw how big the Sky Universe Overlord was, and they all rushed over to attack him. However, Qin Yan used the Nether Sun Pearl's power to form a domain around the Sky Universe Overlord that devoured all the power. As for the cat-eared people who attacked, they all exposed themselves and were instantly killed by Ba Taiyin and the others. A large number of cat-eared people were captured and flattened by the Sky Universe Overlord, all of them dying miserable deaths. Only now did Imperial Yao Yao realize why Qin Yan did not need her Kuan Peng's help. Indeed, there was no need. Even if the cat-eared people had 100,000 more, she still wouldn't need to mobilize the Kuan Peng. Qin Yan is now looking for 2 targets. He suspects that these 2 targets will eventually be together. General Meng Kai was one of his targets. The other was the energy source of Strange Cat King City. Strange Cat King City's barrier was very strong, and there was no treasure ground or anything like that under Strange Cat King City, so there must be an energy source that was used to maintain the powerful barrier formation. When Qin Yan entered the Strange Cat King City, he did not find the energy source, which meant that the energy source should be above ground. Now that Strange Cat King City had been blasted apart and General Meng Kai had been sent flying, the energy source should still be on the ground. Qin Yan focused his mind and got the Heavenly Eye avatar to search. As he killed the cat-eared men, he searched diligently. Not long after, he noticed a faint white light seeping out from the gray smoke. At the same time, dozens of cat-eared people were rushing in the direction of the white light. Qin Yan immediately pinched a blue pearl and issued an order to the Blue Universe battle group to head towards the location of the faint white light. The Blue Universe battle group was very fast. They arrived at the location in an instant and killed the cat-eared people decisively. Dozens of cat-eared people were approaching. It was General Meng Kai who led the team there. He did not expect the Blue Universe battle group to suddenly attack. In just a few moves, dozens of cat-eared people at the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm were killed, and their bodies were taken away. General Meng Kai is a general after all. His main body's cultivation is extremely high, far beyond the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. Although he is fighting with his avatar is not weak and has rich combat experience. However, he is only one person, and the avatar's cultivation is limited to the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. No matter how rich his experience is, he cannot defeat 109th level Divine Space Realm experts, not to mention the elites from the Great Blue Empire. Qin Yan recognized that it is General Meng Kai, so he ordered the Blue Universe battle group to seriously injure and capture Meng Kai. After Meng Kai was captured, Qin Yan also controlled the Sky Universe Overlord to go in the direction of the white light. However, right at this moment, several golden figures also rushed in that direction. The experts of the Great Luo Empire have finally moved. Qin Yan frowned. There are a lot of them, there are dozens of them. The experts of the Great Luo Empire should have been nearby. They only appeared now, and it is very likely that they want to guard the energy source. The energy source is relatively precious. Even if the Great Luo Empire does not lack it, they cannot let the energy source fall into Qin Yan's hands. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Spear and turned it into a golden dragon head cannon that he carried on his shoulder. He teleported to another location inside the Sky Universe Overlord's body. In front of him is a transparent light screen, which is a barrier. Qin Yan can clearly see the outside from here. He can shoot the cannonball out of the Sky Universe Overlord's mouth. The people outside cannot enter through this mouth because there is a barrier. This group of annoying people, die for me. Qin Yan saw a large number of cat-eared people rushing over and madly attacking the Sky Universe Overlord. Then they shot a few cannons at the ground. He has a special cannonball that has many sharp fragments made from the divine universe heavenly bone. After the cannonball exploded, it produced a very strong impact that carried the fragments of the divine universe heavenly bone out. After Qin Yin shot the cannonball, thousands of cat-eared people immediately collapsed. Their bodies were hit by the fragments of the divine universe heavenly bone and broken. A large number of cat-eared people miserably screamed again and again. They wailed on the ground and were trampled to death by the Sky Universe Overlord. Qin Yin killed many cat-eared people at the 5th or 6th level of the Divine Universe realm. Then he turned the cannon into a sniper rifle and aimed at the experts of the Great Luo Empire. The experts of the Great Luo Empire are very strong and their numbers are increasing. There are already more than 100 of them. The experts of the Great Luo Empire and the Blue Universe Battle Group are fighting near the energy source. Ba Tain and the others are still killing the cat-eared people with low cultivation. There are still more than 200 cat-eared people at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. They began to gather together so that they will not be killed one by Ba Tain and the others. The bullets fired by the God King gun can definitely hit the experts of the Great Luo Empire, but it will be difficult to kill them. I hope it can disturb those experts and give the warriors of the Blue Universe Battle Group an opportunity to kill them. Although the bullets Qin Yin used were refined from the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone and the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace, their targets are the elite warriors of the Great Luo Empire. It will be very difficult to kill these experts. Unless he uses the cannonball refined from the small primal chaos divine sun, but that is too wasteful and will also accidentally injure the warriors of the Blue Universe Battle Group. Great Luo Empire, are you trying to protect the exotic cat kingdom? Does that mean that you support enslaving the people of the divine wilderness? Qin Yin aimed the God King spear at a Great Luo Empire warrior. Aiming was very difficult. Although the God King spear had a very strong aiming ability, the target he was aiming at was currently fighting with the Great Blue Empire warrior. All of the Great Luo Empire warriors were fighting with the Great Blue Empire warriors, and the fight was very intense. There were more than 200 9th-level Divine Space Realm experts engaged in a chaotic battle, and the entire ground was churning. It was supposed to be solid ground, but now it had become loose and crumbling. When Qin Yin blew up exotic Cat Kingdom City, the ground had been torn apart, and many cracks had appeared. But now, after the chaotic battle, those cracks had disappeared. The most terrifying thing was that the ground was like a raging sea, and the soil was tossed up and down. After all, there were more than 200 experts from the two empires fiercely clashing. The divine cosmos power and the divine universe heavenly bone within them were very terrifying. This was especially true after they used the divine cosmos force. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder. Lightning, flames, violent blizzards, hailstones, lava, the roars of angry beasts, and all sorts of other things. All sorts of cultivation methods that used the divine cosmos force erupted with an extremely powerful might. The battle between the experts of the two empires made the battlefield even more violent. Many of the cat-eared people of the exotic cat kingdom were killed because they were too close. Even Qin Yin didn't dare to approach the 9th-level Divine Space Realm battle, because it was too terrifying. Both sides were fighting, and Qin Yin kept aiming with the God King spear. It was difficult to find a good opportunity. He didn't dare to fire now, because he couldn't confirm whether the aiming ability of the God King spear was very reliable. If it wasn't, then accidentally injuring the Great Blue Empire warriors could lead to the death of the Great Blue Empire warriors. Although the warriors of the Great Blue Empire were very strong, it was very difficult for them to face the warriors of the Great Luo Empire. On one hand, the 9th-level Divine Space Realm warriors of the Great Blue Empire had very strong equipment, and their divine cosmos power was slightly higher. Furthermore, the 9th-tier Divine Space Realm cultivators in Grand Luo seemed to have very good elixirs. After consuming the elixirs, they recovered very quickly and even became more spirited. We can't go on like this. Great Luo Empire soldiers are not like the cat-ears people, they are too strong. Great Blue Empire soldiers will be completely annihilated. Qin Yin can clearly see through the Divine King Spear scope. The armor of the Great Blue Empire soldiers began to show signs of damage, all caused by their opponents. Their armor was also their strongest defense. If this layer of defense was completely destroyed, then they would be in danger. the Daluo Empire was fighting very steadily. They were not in a hurry to annihilate the Great Blue Warriors in one fell swoop. They seemed to be testing the strength of the other party. They wanted to take down the other party in a very stable manner. These fellows don't intend to kill the warriors of the Great Blue Empire? Capture him alive? Xianxia also began to panic. If he did not reverse the situation on the battlefield, the Great Luo Empire would be able to make a comeback. The Daluo Empire knew that Xianxia had an empire-level power on his side, so they wanted to see what the Outerverse Empire's soldiers were like. They wanted to capture them alive and study them. They also wanted to humiliate the Outerverse Empire. In the eyes of the Daluo Empire, the Divine Wilderness belonged to Great Luo. Since the Outerverse Empire had come to the Divine Wilderness, the Daluo Empire naturally had to show them their strength. If they could capture them alive and inform the Great Blue Empire, then the Daluo Empire would be able to flaunt their might and gain a lot of face. Thus, they had to use a very stable tactic to capture all of the other party's soldiers alive. On the battlefield, if a 9th-tier Divine Space Realm cultivator was captured alive, it would be a great humiliation. With the same level of cultivation, they should have been evenly matched. Even if they could not win, they should have been able to escape, right? If they were captured alive, it would mean that they were much weaker. The Daluo Empire is really sly. They have 110 people on their side, while my Blue Universe Legion only has 100. Although they have 10 more people, it gives them a huge advantage. Coupled with their superior equipment and divine space power, it is only a matter of time before they completely defeat the Blue Universe Legion. They deliberately sent 10 more people so that when the time comes, they can boast that their Daluo Empire only sent 100 warriors to capture 100 of the Great Blue Empire's soldiers. Don't even think about succeeding, Daluo Empire. Xianxia was currently unable to split himself. The Sky Overlord was very strong, but its greatest strength was its ability to take hits. It would be very difficult for him to rush over and wipe out the Daluo Empire's troops. The Daluo Empire's 9th-tier Divine Space Realm warriors were not only well-equipped, but they were also outstanding in all aspects, especially in terms of speed. They were much faster than the Great Blue Empire. After all, the Sky Overlord was huge, and it was a puppet controlled by Xianxia. Its speed could not compare to the 9th-tier Divine Space Realm warriors, so it would be useless to fight it. It was better to kill more cat-eared people and obtain more Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. Blue Universe Legion, listen up. When you fight with the enemy, try to keep your distance from them. Don't let them get close. I will help you in secret. I will use something like hidden weapons to attack them and disturb them. It will reduce the pressure on you. Xianxia aimed for a while, then had the Blue Universe Legion cooperate with him. If the bullets shot from the Divine King Spear could not disturb the 9th-tier Divine Space Realm warriors of the Daluo Empire, then he could only give the order to retreat. Although the Blue Universe Legion was willing to die in battle, Xianxia did not have the heart to do so. The Blue Universe Legion was still very outstanding, but they had encountered a stronger Daluo Empire. What are you showing off, Daluo Empire? It's not like the Divine Desolate Heavens belongs to you. It was formed under your suppression. It was not created by you. What right do you have to treat it as yours? Xianxia aimed at a 9th-tier Divine Space Realm warrior of the Daluo Empire and fired a bullet. This bullet was the size of a pellet refined from 5 kilograms of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. It originally contained a lot of energy, and after being shot by the Divine King Spear, it instantly gained power and flew out on its own. This was the first time Xianxia used the new ability of the Divine King Spear to attack a 9th-tier Divine Space Realm warrior, so he was not confident. If it was some other weak target, he would still be full of confidence. But the 9th-tier Divine Space Realm warrior in front of him came from the Daluo Empire and had extremely powerful equipment. The bullet flew out and began to track its target. It had to be said that the 9th-tier Divine Space Realm warriors of the Daluo Empire were very powerful. They were not weak in terms of mental energy, and they could actually sense something flying from afar. After sensing the bullet, the Daluo Empire warrior quickly jumped away and avoided it. Damn, he dodged it. Xianxia cursed under his breath. After the bullet was dodged, it continued to fly forward. However, it made a strange turn and then continued to accelerate. After the bullet made a turn, it quickly returned. This was very unusual, and the Great Luo warrior was surprised and dodged again. When the Great Blue Empire warrior saw this, he knew that Qin Yun had interfered with the Great Luo warrior. The Great Luo warrior cursed in his heart. He did not know what it was, but he could not stop the bullet with his powerful mental power. At the same time, he could sense that the bullet was very powerful and could not be hit. The Great Luo warrior dodged left and right, starting to dodge the bullet while also facing the attacks of the Great Blue Empire warrior. This continued for a short while, and the Great Luo warrior's head was hit by the bullet. Boom! With a loud explosion, the bullet hit the helmet with great force. Although it did not penetrate the helmet, it made the Great Luo warrior's head hurt. The Great Blue Empire warrior took advantage of the opportunity and quickly slashed dozens of times, breaking through the opponent's defense and killing him. The warriors of the two empires finally had casualties, and it was the Great Luo warrior who had been killed. The other Great Luo warriors were shocked. From their point of view, although the Great Blue Empire was strong, they would not be hurt as long as they were careful. But now, one of their warriors, for some reason, was suddenly hacked to death by the other party. The Great Blue Empire warriors were only slightly weaker than the Great Luo warriors. The Great Luo warriors were better equipped and had more numbers, so they had the advantage. As long as the Great Luo warrior was harassed, the Great Blue Empire warrior would seize the opportunity and kill the opponent. Great! The ability of the Godly King's gun does not disappoint. Qin Yun was very happy, and he continued to fire. He aimed at one and fired, not even looking to see if he could interfere in the end. The bullets fired by the Godly King's gun seemed to be possessed, as if they had a mind of their own. They would not stop until they hit their target. On the battlefield, something strange suddenly happened. The Great Luo warriors fell one after another, and before long, more than 10 of them had been killed. The spies watching from afar, especially those from the kingdoms, had thought that the outcome of the battle would be decided once the Great Luo Empire made its move. They did not expect the tables to turn. The other Luo warriors on the battlefield saw their comrade dodging a small golden bead. It was the bullet that Qin Yun had shot out. In the end, the Luo warriors were unable to evade the bullets, and they were all struck in the head. The resulting explosions and shockwaves caused great disruption to the Luo warriors. After all, the Dan-melting heavenly furnace had absorbed a lot of energy to refine, so its power was not to be underestimated. If a cat-eared man at the 5th or 6th tier of the divine space realm had been struck, he would have died. His head would definitely explode. There are a total of 110 warriors of Luo. If there were only 80 or 90 of them, even without my intervention, the situation would have been reversed. Qin Yun continued firing. He did not have many bullets, and he wanted to reduce the number of Luo soldiers to below 90. The warriors of Luo were truly outstanding. They knew that the strange bullets were interfering with them, so they stopped dodging and used their blades to slash at them. Given the strength of the Luo warriors, their weapons could indeed hit the bullets. This way, they could detonate the bullets in advance and avoid being hit in the head. As a result, the bullets that Qin Yun shot out did not cause any interference. Alright, I'll feed each of you 3 pills. Qin Yun fired 3 shots at one of the Luo warriors. The 3 bullets came from 3 different directions at an extremely fast speed. The bullets seemed to know what Qin Yun was thinking, and their trajectories became chaotic. When they attacked the Luo warriors, the bullets also began to dodge. The bullet has turned into a spirit. Qin Yun looked through the scope and was also shocked. The Godly King Spear had received the power of the Godly King Heavenly Seal, which mainly came from the heavenly pattern of the Taisher bloodline heavenly pattern box. This heavenly pattern was extremely powerful, and when it was imprinted on the Godly King Spear, it could also bestow the power of bullets. With the 3 bullets working together, the Luo warrior was finally struck. After the interference, what awaited him was death. Another Luo warrior had died. I should have prepared more bullets. Qin Yun had not expected that the Luo Empire would send out so many elite warriors. According to the information he had, the Luo Empire's warriors were mainly concentrated in the Nine Suns Sacred Ground, because the imperial palace was built in the center of the Nine Suns Sacred Ground, which was very close to the passage to the barbarians' cosmos. This kind of 9th-level divine space realm warrior should be nothing to the Luo Empire. They must have a lot of them. When Xianxia met Ba Taiyin, he knew that 9th-level Divine Space Realm warriors were as common as dogs in the Empire. But in the Divine Desolate Heavens, especially when they were restricted, 9th-level Divine Space Realm warriors were the strongest existences. 9th-level Divine Space Realm warriors could do whatever they wanted in the Divine Desolate Heavens. The cat-eared people were about to retreat, but they still had 200 or 300 9th-level Divine Space Realm warriors. Ba Taiyin and his brothers would definitely not be able to take them down. More than half of the cat-eared people were left. Although they still had tens of thousands of people, they did not have the courage to continue fighting. The aura of the battle between the two empires' Divine Space Realm warriors had already scared them silly, not to mention that their general had already been captured. Tens of thousands of cat-eared people gathered together and were retreating in one direction. This made the scouts sigh endlessly. Xianxia did not show his face from beginning to end, and he did not bring many people with him, but he still defeated the 100,000 cat-eared people and destroyed Strange Cat King City. Xianxia saw that the tens of thousands of cat-eared people were about to escape, and he sneered in his heart, "I invested so much in this battle, and you want to run away? How can this be?" These cat-eared people did not know that in Xianxia's eyes, they were divine space heavenly bones that could move, a living divine space heavenly bone mine. Xianxia fought this battle not only to save the people of the Divine Desolate, but also to make a fortune. Xianxia immediately turned the God King spear into a dragon head cannon, and then put in a small primal divine sun cannon. One first, aim at the 9th-level Divine Space Realm warriors, and don't destroy them. Their divine space heavenly bones are still very precious, Xianxia muttered, hoping that the God King spear could understand him. The cat-eared people's 9th-level Divine Space Realm warriors gathered together, mainly because they were afraid of a surprise attack from Ba Taiyin and his brothers. They all knew that Xianxia still had a few 9th-level Divine Space Realm experts on his side, but there were too few of them, and they did not dare to attack the 9th-level Divine Space Realm warriors. Therefore, as long as they gathered together, they would be safe. Cat-eared people, since I, your grandpa Qin, have come to participate in the battle, how can I let you go? Xianxia fired a small primal divine sun cannon. The cat-eared people who were still alive were elated as they fled. In their hearts, they were frantically thanking the Zenith Luo warriors. If it weren't for them, they would have all died. However, just as they were running away happily, the minor chaos divine sun cannon shot over. A deafening sound shook the heavens and the earth, another huge crater was formed in the ground. Even the Blue Universe battle squads and the Origin Luo battle squads were frightened by this huge commotion. The scouts who were watching from afar thought that the exotic cat kingdom had lost badly and ran away with their tails between their legs. However, after this cannon shot, tens of thousands of cat-eared people were blown away, shrouded in grey flames and mist. Especially the group of 9th-level Divine Space Realm warriors. They didn't know what happened to them, but the power that erupted just now, especially in the center area, was very frightening. After all, it was a minor chaos divine sun that had been refined by the pill transformation heavenly cauldron. Ba Taiyin and the others wanted to rush over to investigate. Don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to fire again. Xianxia shouted for them to stop and then fired again. This way, the cat-eared people would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. Now, Ba Taiyin and the others went to collect the corpses. Xianxia continued to use the Divine King Spear to interfere with the Daluo battle squads. The power of the second cannon shot made people feel despair. Even the soldiers of the Daluo Empire were secretly afraid. They couldn't predict what would happen to them if these shells were to land on them. The other scouts also felt despair in their hearts when they saw this. Especially the scouts from the kingdom and the other two outerverse. They all knew that Xianxia's current power was very strong. It could be said to be very frightening within the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. If they wanted to resist it, they had to be fully prepared. In the distance, the God of Space and the nameless old man looked at each other in shock. Is this my minor chaos divine son? It hasn't even been a few days. How did they get so much stronger? The nameless old man was very surprised. He was completely sure that what Xianxia had just fired was the minor chaos divine Sunday. However, its might exceeded the nameless old man's understanding. That wasn't the primal chaos divine sun that he had created. The two cannon shots made the cat-eared people despair. Under Qin Yan's interference, the number of Daluo battle squads kept dropping. There were less than 90 people left. Retreat. The warriors of Daluo did not continue fighting, or they would be wiped out. They did not know how long the interference would last. Furthermore, even if they managed to annihilate the Blue Universe battle team, they might still be bombarded by the Chaos Divine Yang cannon. They knew nothing about the things that Qin Yan grasped. If Qin Yan had many of those things and threw them at them, what was the point of fighting? They were simply unequal in strength. The Daluo warriors retreated very quickly, and they were retreating separately. If they had gathered together, they might have been blasted to pieces. The scouts cried out in shock once again. The Daluo warriors had actually fled. They had originally had a great advantage, but now, they had been defeated in just a short while. All of this was caused by Qin Yan, who was hiding in the dark. Qin Yan's attack instantly reversed the situation. Was this the power of the wilderness god king? The godly monarchs of the divine wilderness were not as useless as the rumors made them out to be. They were not just for show, nor were they just decorations. They were indeed the godly monarchs that protected the divine wilderness. The scouts of the various powerful clans were all very excited, because the godly monarchs of the divine wilderness could fight against the Daluo Empire. Of course, they were only slightly excited. According to their understanding of the Daluo Empire and the 7 great kingdoms, they had many 9th-level divine space realm experts. And these superpowers were all in the middle and upper levels. Their strongest power was the experts who surpassed the 9th-level divine space realm. Once the divine wilderness could no longer be controlled, and experts who surpassed the 9th-level divine space realm appeared, what would happen to the divine wilderness? Qin Yan controlled the Sky Universe Overlord to chase after the cat-eared man. Within the Blue Universe battle team, only a few dozen people had their armors broken. There were no major casualties. Under Qin Yan's command, they ferociously chased after the cat-eared man. Qin Yan returned to the control room of the Sky Universe Overlord. Yu Yaoyao was shocked by what had just happened. "Husband, you are so powerful." Yu Yaoyao quickly hugged Qin Yan and said with a smile. "I told you, there is no need for the young Kuanping to come out. I alone can take care of it." Qin Yan smiled, then controlled the Sky Universe Overlord to chase after the cat-eared man. Half a day passed and the battlefield gradually quietened down. Qin Yan put away the Sky Universe Overlord and took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He let the Blue Universe battle team, Ba Taiyin and the other brothers enter the warehouse. The harvest this time was huge. After counting, they obtained more than 200,000 genes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones. Even the Blue Universe battle team was shocked by this number. These Divine Universe Heavenly Bones had been taken away by Qin Yan. In the Great Blue Empire, if one did this, they would definitely be captured and ruthlessly killed. However, in the Divine Wilderness, no one cared about this kind of thing. Even if the Great Luo Empire knew, they could not do anything to Qin Yan. "General Meng Kai, your army of 100,000 has died, and only you are still alive. How do you feel now?" Qin Yan smiled at Meng Kai in the warehouse of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Meng Kai angrily shouted, but his head was suddenly pressed down by Qin Yan with the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qin Yan knew that Meng Kai wanted to destroy his own soul. After all, the soul of an avatar was closely related to the main body. If he did not destroy it, then once the avatar's soul was tortured, the main body would also feel pain. In order to sever the connection between the souls, the main body's soul and the avatar's soul had to be severed at the same time. Using the Divine King Heavenly Seal, Qin Yan could only restrict Meng Kai's soul from destroying itself, but he could not restrict them from severing the connection. However, he immediately took out the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron and quickly grabbed the soul of Meng Kai's avatar and threw it into the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. "Cauldron Spirit, help me refine this guy so that he cannot sever the connection with the main body." Qin Yan smiled and said, "Tell me when you are done." Not long after, the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron was refined. Qin Yan then grabbed the soul and stuffed it into Meng Kai's body. What did you do?" General Meng Kai's voice trembled. He was actually unable to sever the connection with the main body's soul. The connection between souls was very special. Even if they were very far away, they could still sense each other and would not be restricted by space. This was especially true for the souls cultivated by experts. The connection between them was very strong. It's nothing. I just couldn't bear for your main body to abandon this avatar soul. Otherwise, your avatar soul would be too pitiful. Xianxia said with a smile. After the main body abandoned the avatar soul would be unable to connect with the main body for a long time. Then, its consciousness would gradually dissipate and the avatar would eventually become an empty soul. Great Blue Empire's Tien Ba and the Blue Universe Battle Group are all secretly alarmed. They never expected that this God King could grasp such a dreadful technique and have such powerful control over souls. Xianxia, quickly kill me, quickly kill me. General Meng Kai shouted. Originally, the avatar was very safe. If something happened or fell into someone else's hands, as long as he was willing to give it up, it would be fine. But after falling into Xianxia's hands, it would be very difficult to give it up. Meng Kai is very regretful. He should have decisively given up the avatar's soul when he was captured. Kill you? How can I have the nerve to do that? Now all the kingdoms know that I killed 100,000 soldiers, they will say that I am very cruel. Besides, you are a guest. You came all the way to our god desolate, so I have to be polite. So I'll let you, a general, live. When the time comes, if someone says that I am bloodthirsty, I will say that General Meng Kai is still alive and I let him live. General Meng Kai is a powerful existence that far surpasses the divine space realm. I am as weak as an ant. I am not qualified to kill General Meng Kai. Xianxia smiled and looked at General Meng Kai. Meng Kai has the appearance of a young man. He has a pair of black cat ears. His face shape is rather fair and tender. He looks very handsome. Even if he has a bitter expression, his face is still very good looking. What do you want? Meng Kai knows that Xianxia will ruthlessly torture him. Your true body can help me inform other kingdoms, right? Xianxia said with smile. General Meng Kai, I will have to trouble your avatar to be my mouthpiece. Fuck you, Meng Kai cursed in his heart. He is a grand general of the exotic cat kingdom. He actually wants to be a mouthpiece. His true body can indeed help Xianxia pass on a message to other kingdoms, even to Great Luo Empire. It is truly a very good mouthpiece. However, Meng Kai has a noble status in the exotic cat kingdom, yet he wants to become a human mouthpiece. To him this is worse than death. As for torturing your soul, I don't want to, but I am afraid that you will not cooperate, so I will first let you know the consequences of not cooperating. Xianxia took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and Primal Beginning Divine Mirror. I promise to pass the message for you. Meng Kai shouted. There's no need to do that. Of course, of course. Otherwise, General Meng Kai wouldn't be a good mouthpiece. Xianxia said with a smile. No, I will definitely cooperate with you and be a competent mouthpiece. General Meng Kai said anxiously. He did not doubt Xianxia's methods at all, so he was afraid. This? General Meng Kai, your main body should be very strong, right? Your main body's soul is definitely not weak. Maybe when I torture your avatar's soul, your main body's soul will be completely fine? Xianxia said, if your true body is fine and you become my mouthpiece, wouldn't that be a huge loss? The people of the Great Blue Empire nodded to themselves. This General Meng Kai hadn't even ascertained whether his main body could withstand the pain of his avatar's soul, yet he was already so terrified. General Meng Kai, let's take a gamble. If your avatar's soul is tortured and your main body's soul can't feel the pain, then you won't have to suffer humiliation in my hands. Xianxia said with a smile. Meng Kai cursed in his heart. He indeed felt that since his main body's soul was so powerful, if his avatar's soul was tortured by Xianxia, it might not feel any pain. Should he give it a try? If it was really painful, it would be very unbearable. Moreover, he might be tortured even more miserably and be manipulated even more by Xianxia. If the pain of his avatar's soul could not be transmitted to his main body, then he would be fine and could even curse Xianxia. It must be known that his avatar's soul was tampered with. This kind of situation is very special, so no one knows what the result will be. Meng Kai clenched his teeth and shouted, come. Xianxia said with a smile, General Meng Kai, this is your request. If someone asks in the future, you can't say that the God King of Divine Desolate is very cruel, you can't say that I abused you and threatened you to be my mouthpiece. It won't be good if this gets out. Meng Kai cursed Xianxia in his heart. Killing 100,000 of their cat-eared people was not cruel. Now, the cat-eared people truly experienced Xianxia's methods. It was indeed very terrifying. Becoming his enemy was simply courting death. I'll begin torturing your avatar soul. This is your request, don't blame me. Xianxia used the godly monarch heavenly seal to press down on the primordial divine mirror, shooting out a golden beam that struck Meng Kai's head. Ah! In that instant, Meng Kai felt as if his soul was suffering all sorts of pain. This sort of pain was like the accumulated pain of tens of thousands of people for many years, and then it all poured into his soul. Grandpa Qin, I was wrong, please spare me. My main body is in great pain, I was really wrong, please spare me. Grandpa Qin, I'll kowtow to you, Meng Kai cried, begging for mercy incoherently. The effect exceeded Xianxia's expectations. He never expected it to be so good. It immediately sent Meng Kai's mind into a mess. Did the crown prince really say that he would turn my wife into a lowly slave? Xianxia asked indifferently. Yes, he said it at a gathering. I was lucky enough to sneak into that gathering. He said it in front of many people. He also said that the divine sun goddess would become his plaything. Meng Kai knelt on the ground and kowtowed, not daring to raise his head. Be my mouthpiece, tell the other kingdoms and the great Luo Empire not to enslave the divine desolate people of divine desolate. You are all middle and upper class people. Don't you think it's too degrading to come to divine desolate to bully us pitiful lower class people? Xianxia said coldly. Yes, we were wrong. Meng Kai's voice trembled. Great Luo Empire and other kingdoms, if you have any problems, come at me. Don't attack the weak beings of divine desolate. In the future, if any of you middle and upper class people enslave the divine desolate people, I will make it impossible for you to establish a foothold in divine desolate. I will take revenge on your kingdoms. I will definitely pass on this matter to the other kingdoms and the great Luo Empire. Meng Kai said. He finally saw the power of the divine desolate divine monarch. Xianxia looked at the sky and said, the 8th divine sun is about to appear. When the 9th divine sun appears, the people of divine desolate will not be bullied by you. He put Meng Kai's mouthpiece into an area of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and imprisoned it. Then, he controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and flew to the ancient heavenly moon city to meet with Gao Lingqing's clone. The scouts of the major factions hurriedly returned to report the situation of the battle in Strange Cat King City. Although it was a battle between divine space realm experts, the scouts from the upper-class world were still shocked. The result of the battle in Strange Cat King City quickly reached the ears of many big shots. They found it hard to believe. The scouts had not only witnessed the battle with their own eyes, but had also used a device to record everything they had seen. The scouts were glad that they had recorded everything, or their boss would never have believed what they had said, because it was simply too outrageous. The exotic cat kingdom had suffered a crushing defeat this time. 100,000 troops had been wiped out, their general had been captured alive, and the entire exotic cat royal city had been destroyed. Even a small portion of the warriors sent by the Daluo Empire had perished. The power that Xianxia had displayed had deeply shocked the other kingdoms. The kingdoms knew that Xianxia was not to be trifled with. They also knew that they had to be careful in the divine wilderness in the future and not cross Xianxia's bottom line, or else they would be hunted down for revenge. In addition, after this incident, the various powerful tribes of the divine wilderness would most likely become more united and follow Xianxia, the divine king. Once Xianxia could unite all the powerful tribes of the divine wilderness, the 7 kingdoms would not be so comfortable in the divine wilderness. The main reason the 7 kingdoms had come to the divine wilderness was for the divine universe goldstones. To them, the divine universe goldstones were the most important. They would obtain large amounts of divine universe goldstones and transport them out of the divine wilderness for those above the 9th level of the divine space realm to use. If they offended Xianxia, it would not be so easy for them to obtain the divine universe goldstones. The divine wilderness was very large. Even if the 7 kingdoms came, as long as they did not cause any damage, the native creatures of the divine wilderness would not be affected much. In addition, the 9 sun sacred ground had the most divine universe goldstones. With the strength of the 7 kingdoms, it would not be a problem to mine them. Most of the people of the divine wilderness had limited strength, so they did not dare enter the Nine Sun sacred ground. They could only move around in other regions of the divine wilderness. The Seven Kingdoms also began to formulate a new plan. Although they were all middle-level people, they could at most send ninth-level divine space realm cultivators to the divine wilderness. They had originally thought that if they sent ninth-level divine space realm cultivators to the divine wilderness, they would be the strongest and could crush the people of the divine wilderness. They had not expected that the native tribes of the divine wilderness would not be weak. Putting Xianxia aside, when the eighth divine sun appeared, the accompanying powerful tribes would not be something the Seven Kingdoms could handle. Once the ninth divine sun appeared, the powerful tribes that accompanied it would definitely be able to resist the seven great kingdoms. When that time came, it would be even more difficult for the seven great kingdoms to survive. Even the Daluo Empire might not be able to live comfortably. Before the eighth and ninth divine suns appeared, Xianxia's presence was enough to deter the seven kingdoms, preventing them from stirring up trouble in the divine wilderness. The strength that Xianxia had displayed had already won Gao Linqing's approval. The other two Outerverse representatives had already sent people to contact Xianxia and arrange a time to meet with him. In a city of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan, Xianxia arrived at the village-style inn and met with Gao Linqing again. "Boss Gao, thank you very much for your battle group. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have had such a smooth journey this time," said Xianxia with a smile. "There's no need to be humble, Boss Qin. Our great blue warriors were clearly no match for the Origin Luo warriors. If not for Boss Qin's secret help, the great blue warriors would never have been able to defeat the Origin Luo warriors." Gao Linqing waved his hand and smiled. One of his avatars was a spy. He was also present at the scene, but Xianxia did not know about it. "Mr. Qin, to tell you the truth, our great blue empire is no match for the Daluo Empire," Gao Linqing said seriously. "Why are you so sure now? Isn't it just a battle between people in the ninth level of the divine space realm? A mere ninth level divine space realm shouldn't be able to reflect the strength of the Daluo and Great Blue Empires, right?" Xianxia said with a frown. "No, the Daluo Empire is better equipped. Their divine space power and mental energy power are stronger, and their heavenly divine universe bone is also slightly stronger." Gao Linqing shook his head. "Our Great Blue Empire's battle group was also nurtured with a large amount of resources, but it is still far from the Daluo Empire's. This shows that our Great Blue Empire's foundation is lagging behind. The Great Blue Empire could not send any stronger people. At most, they could only send someone in the ninth level of the divine space realm." No matter which empire it was, they were all very curious about the strength of other empires. The Daluo Empire was no exception, which was why they wanted to capture the Great Blue Warriors alive. Xianxia suddenly felt a little worried and asked, "After the Blue Universe battle group returns, will they be punished? They are all very good, obedient, and tried their best." The ninth level of the divine space realm was not worth much in the Great Blue Empire. Although they had repelled the Daluo warriors this time, they were fundamentally inferior to them. "That won't happen. We still need them to provide more detailed information about the battle. This will allow us to better understand the gap between us and the Daluo Empire." Gao Linqing said, "Our Great Blue Empire also needs to learn from stronger empires." Xianxia felt a lot more at ease. "Then let's talk about cooperation." Gao Linqing had said that he wanted to buy a complete set of tools to make the elegant smoke, and the price was 500 billion divine universe goldstones. What surprised Xianxia was that Gao Linqing was actually willing to pay 100 billion more, making the total 600 billion. He gave Xianxia 300 billion as a down payment, and he would give the other half after the goods were delivered. Then, Xianxia gave Gao Linqing his contact information and told him to go to the Divine Moon Race to buy tobacco from them. As for the matter of selling the Heavenly Divine Universe bone, Xianxia and Gao Linqing had a tacit understanding not to talk about it. Xianxia still had a lot of Divine Universe goldstones on hand, adding them up to 700 billion. If he hadn't used 300 billion to kill the 9th level Daluo warriors, he would already have 1 trillion. "Boss Qin, if you want to recruit a 9th level Divine Universe Realm expert, it's best not to get one from the Great Blue Empire. It's too easy to be exposed," Gao Linqing said. The people of the Blue Cosmos all had blue skin. Once their armor was broken, it would be exposed. The Great Blue Empire didn't want to be enemies with the Daluo Empire right now, lest the Daluo Empire became envious and hated them in the future. I understand. Qin Yun nodded. The other two Outerverse ambassadors want to talk to me. They look the same as the people of the Divine Wilderness, so I'll see if I can recruit 9th-level Divine Universe Realm experts from their empires. Although they are all from the Outerverse, they are willing to cooperate as long as there are benefits. The reason we cooperate is because there are benefits. Gao Linqing smiled. Boss Qin, I hope we can continue our friendly cooperation. Qin Yun and Gao Linqing shook hands, then left the city of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan. He went to the city gate and waited to meet the two Outerverse ambassadors. The Divine Wilderness had already changed, and the kingdoms were sending more and more people. The 9-Sun Sacred Grounds barrier had been removed, and there were already barbarians and extraterrestrial life forms leaving the 9-Sun Sacred Ground to wreak havoc in the Divine Wilderness. As for the Daluo Empire, their main focus was on the 9-Sun Sacred Ground. They wanted to go through that passage to the barbarian universe. A large carriage arrived at the city gate, and Qin Yun brought Ba Taiyin and the others up. Hello, Boss Qin. I am the Hualing Universe's ambassador, Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. He didn't seem to put on any airs. Jiang Ming addressed Qin Yun as Boss Qin, meaning that he wanted to do business. In other words, Jiang Ming did not want to have a conflict with Daluo Empire, so he could not secretly send 9th-level Divine Space Realm warriors to Qin Yun. Nice to meet you. Qin Yun said with a smile. I have heard of your cooperation with Boss Gao. In our universe, we also have something like cigarettes. But the easy smoke is better than ours. Jiang Ming said. Qin Yun heard this and subconsciously thought that Jiang Ming was trying to lower the price. Jiang Ming quickly said with a smile, Boss Qin, I am not trying to lower the price. To be honest, Boss Gao also wanted to buy a complete set of technology from us, but it didn't go through. He said that yours is better. Jiang Ming took out a box of cigarettes and handed it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun was not a veteran smoker, but he could still distinguish between good and bad cigarettes. After he took it, he tore apart a few cigarettes and burned them in his palm. He took a breath and knew that this cigarette was very different from Easy Cigarette. The tobacco was completely different and there was something else added. It is indeed different from my Easy Cigarette, and it is not modified from Easy Cigarette. Qin Yun nodded. Because our Hualing Empire already has it, we can't buy a complete set of cigarette-making equipment from you at a high price. Easy Cigarette cannot form a monopoly in our Hualing Empire. If we want to open the market, we must invest a lot. Jiang Ming said. Boss Gao used 600 billion to buy automatic manufacturing equipment from me. If I sell it to you, it will be 300 billion. Qin Yun said. This is also the price in my mind. Jiang Ming said with a smile, Boss Qin is really easy to talk to. Then I will give you half of the deposit. All right. Qin Yun shook hands with Jiang Ming and then began to receive the Divine Universe Goldstones. He took out the boxes one by one. Qin Yun poured the Divine Universe Goldstones into the 9-Yang Divine Spirit and returned the box to Jiang Ming, allowing him to continue packing. After the discussion, Qin Yun did not ask anything else and was sent off by Jiang Ming. After Jiang Ming's carriage left, a large ship flew over. It seemed that the ambassadors of these empires had made an appointment. Qin Yun was invited to board the very large flying ship. After boarding, he saw a middle-aged man with a tiger waist and bear's back. He laughed heartily and said, Divine King is so elegant. Seeing it with my own eyes, you are indeed extraordinary. I, Qin, am merely a minor character in the divine desolate heavens. Qin Yun said with a smile, Brother, may I know which universe and empire you come from? I am from the Great Flood Cosmos. In the Great Flood Cosmos, the strongest power is the Great Flood Empire. The middle-aged man smiled, however, I'm not from an empire. I'm from the Great Flood Cosmos 9 Dragons Kingdom. My name is Long Jinchuan. This Great Flood Cosmos wasn't an ambassador sent by an empire, but a kingdom. Brother Qin, are you wondering why the strongest empire of the Great Flood Cosmos didn't send an ambassador? Long Jinchuan patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with a laugh, You definitely won't be able to guess why. Then why? Qin Yan asked. Because the Great Flood Empire is too powerful. They don't care about the resources of the divine desolate heavens. They can't be bothered to come. Therefore, the 9 Yang Dharma spirit came to our 9 dragons kingdom. The Great Flood Empire doesn't lack resources because they occupy the majority of the Great Flood cosmos resources. They don't lack us, so I came. Long Jinchuan said with a smile, Brother Qin, I'm just an avatar. My true body is quite strong. I'm a marquis in the 9 dragons kingdom and was conferred the title of Golden Dragon Marquis. He was actually a marquis. Even a marquis in a kingdom had an extremely high status. There weren't many marquises in a kingdom. Golden Dragon Marquis, how can we cooperate? Qin Yan asked directly. Our 9 dragons kingdom is considered an abnormal existence in the Great Flood cosmos. There are several kingdoms in the Great Flood cosmos that are at war with each other. Behind the scenes, the Great Flood Empire is the mastermind behind all these conflicts. Long Jinchuan said, because our 9 dragons kingdom hasn't participated in wars for many years, we have developed very well. When Qin Yan heard this, he knew that the 9 dragons kingdom had developed very well. In the eyes of the Great Flood Empire, it was a very fat pig ready to be slaughtered. This gene's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the divine space realm. The experts in your kingdom all far exceed the 9th level of the divine space realm. I can't help you much. Qin Yan shook his head. Brother Qin, don't be humble. Your potential is astonishing. Moreover, you are the divine king of the divine wilderness. Your divine wilderness is very special. Long Jinchuan said with a smile, don't worry. My cooperation with you is not for you to help us fight against the Great Flood Empire. Qin Yan didn't quite understand. He looked at Long Jinchuan with a puzzled expression and asked, so, our cooperation is just business? Yes and no. We have to do business, but we also have to cooperate in other areas. Long Jinchuan said, currently, I am only cooperating with Brother Qin. I cannot represent the 9 dragons kingdom. Qin Yan still didn't understand what Long Jinchuan wanted to do. Brother, if the 9 dragons kingdom is destroyed in the Great Flood cosmos, then we will have no way out. If the 9 Yang Dharma spirit helps us and gives us a path to enter the barbarian race's universe, then we will have a way out. Long Jinchuan said. Qin Yan immediately understood. The 9 dragons kingdom wanted to borrow a path. The 9 Yang Dharma spirit was indeed powerful. It could connect to many universes. If the 9 dragons kingdom was defeated by the Great Flood Empire, then if they didn't run away, they might be wiped out. The 9 dragons kingdom needed a way out. Why don't you submit to the Great Flood Empire? Qin Yan asked. In our 9 dragons kingdom's heritage, there is no such thing as submission. Our 9 dragons kingdom stands aloof from worldly affairs and has never thought of fighting against the empire. However, the empire and the other kingdoms always think that we are fighting against the empire. Speaking of this, Long Jinchuan's face was full of anger. I don't know if the 9 Yang Dharma spirit can open a path to let you go to the barbarian race's universe. Qin Yan shook his head. This was a big matter. He couldn't make the decision. I hope Brother Qin can help me and find a chance to ask the 9 Yang Dharma spirit. Long Jinchuan said, this matter is not urgent. The Great Flood Empire is just using the other kingdoms to provoke us. We still have plenty of time. Alright, when I can contact the 9 Yang Dharma spirit, I will ask it. Qin Yan nodded. Brother, this is a small gift. Long Jinchuan passed a storage divine tool to Qin Yan. Qin Yan opened it and was secretly shocked. There was actually a large number of Divine Universe Goldstones and Divine Universe Heavenly Bone inside. This is 200 billion Divine Universe Goldstones and 5,000 kilograms of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Long Jinchuan smiled and said, Brother, regardless of whether this matter succeeds or not, this is my personal gift to you. Don't feel too pressured. Furthermore, it was just for Qin Yan to ask the 9 Sons Dharma spirit. Qin Yan has a good impression of Long Jinchuan and is willing to help him, but he never thought he would receive such a big gift. Brother Jinchuan, this gift is too big. Qin Yan also knows that this is not only a gift but also a very important favor. I already said, this is my personal gift to you. It has nothing to do with the 9 Sun Law spirit opening the passage. If you contact the 9-Sun Law Spirit, regardless of whether it is willing or not, I will give you another generous gift. Long Jinchuan said with smile, you are currently lacking in resources. The 9-Sun Law Spirit allowed us to enter the 9-Sun Holy Land. We can obtain more Divine Universe Golden Stones and Divine Universe Heavenly Bones there. The 9-Dragon Kingdom could only send 9th-level Divine Space Realm experts, but they entered the passage. Their spies also went to the Barbarian Race Universe, so the Barbarian Race Universe is their destination. As for the universe where Divine Desolate is, there is Great Luo Empire and the 7 Great Kingdoms. Even if the 9-Sun Law Spirit allowed them to come, they would not agree. Many thanks, Brother Jinchuan. Qin Yan also accepted the gift because he still needs to further cooperate with the 9-Dragon Kingdom. If he did not accept it, maybe Long Jinchuan would not cooperate with him. Brother Qin, do you want to recruit 9th-level Divine Space Realm experts from our 9-Dragon Kingdom? Long Jinchuan said with smile. Great Blue Empire and Hualing Empire, they don't want me to recruit people from their empires. Qin Yan nodded. That is because they are afraid of offending the Great Luo Empire. I have to say, the Great Luo Empire is very strong. As long as it is an empire, they do not want to be enemies with this kind of powerful empire. But our 9-Dragon Kingdom is not afraid. We have already offended the Great Han Empire. Brother Jinchuan, what is the main strength of your 9-Dragon Kingdom? Qin Yan asked. We all have the bloodline of a dragon in our bodies. Let me put it this way. In your universe, most people are born as dragon eggs. When they grow up, they can transform into humans. That's how it is, right? Long Jinchuan asked. What about you? Qin Yan nodded. We are born as babies. After growing up to a certain point, we can transform into dragons. We are humans who have transformed into dragons, and we have many different forms of dragons. The most powerful of us have 9 forms. Long Jinchuan said. So that's how it is. That's really amazing. Qin Yan said in astonishment. He is wondering if the 9-Dragon Kingdom's people and the Heavenly Dragon Race's dragons are related by blood. Qin Yan was still lacking a dragon bloodline heavenly pattern. He originally had one, but it was only a dragon egg bloodline heavenly pattern box that he obtained from Long Shu. The complete dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box should be in the hands of the All-Sky Dragon Emperors. This All-Heavens Dragon Emperor could be considered to be in charge of a powerful race. He was supported by the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Therefore, the All-Heavens Dragon race was also very powerful. It would be very difficult to obtain the box from the All-Heavens Dragon Emperor. However, Qin Yan still had a breakthrough point. From time to time, he would contact Long Shu and ask for her help. Brother Qin, if you need the 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm, I can give them to you, but they have to be willing. I can't force them to follow you. You have to rely on your own ability to make them swear loyalty to you, Long Jinchuan said. That's for sure. A forceful melon won't be sweet. Qin Yan smiled. I have confidence in my own ability. It's just, can I make them fight against the Daluo Empire's warriors? Long Jinchuan frowned slightly. The Daluo Empire's 9th tier Divine Space Realm warriors are extremely powerful. Our 9 Dragons Kingdom's ordinary 9th tier Divine Space Realm warriors are no match for them. The empires are the upper class, while the kingdoms are the middle class. There's a huge gap between the two, which is reflected from birth. This kind of innate gap requires a lot of effort in the later stages to catch up. Qin Yan naturally knew that. Even the Great Blue Empire's 9th tier Divine Space Realm warriors were no match for the Daluo Empire's 9th tier Divine Space Realm warriors, let alone the 9 Dragons Kingdom. Don't worry. I will make them strong enough to fight against the Daluo Empire. I won't send them to their deaths, Qin Yan said. I trust you, Brother Qin. When we attacked the exotic cat kingdom, it was you who secretly made the Great Blue Empire's warriors retreat, Long Jinchuan said. He was very curious about what Qin Yan had done, but he didn't ask. In his opinion, it was definitely a secret. Brother Qin, how many 9th tier Divine Space Realm warriors do you need? Long Jinchuan asked. 3,000. Is that okay? Qin Yan said. Long Jinchuan's eyes widened. 3,000 9th tier Divine Space Realm warriors was a relatively large number. Although the ninth-tier divine space realm was trash in the middle class and the upper class, they could quickly pass this stage. There were not many who stayed at the ninth tier for a long time. Because there was no future in this cultivation level, it would be difficult to suddenly need a large number. My 9 Dragons Kingdom also needs a large number of ninth-tier divine space realm warriors, mainly in the 9 Sun Sacred Land. Long Jinchuan frowned. Brother Qin, to tell you the truth, 3,000 ninth-tier divine space realm warriors is too much. We definitely can't do it in a short time. If you are willing to wait, I can give it in batches. Batches are fine too. Qin Yin could understand Long Jinchuan's difficulty. 300 per batch, I will divide it into 10 batches. As for whether you can make them pledge loyalty, it will depend on you, Brother Qin. Long Jinchuan said, also, these people at the 9th tier of the divine space realm have all advanced from the 7th or 8th tier of the divine space realm in a short period of time, so they are not elites. Even we do not have any elites, please understand. I can understand. Qin Yin said with a smile, Great Blue Empire also can't take out that many. This is because of the special reason of Divine Desolate, so the various empires and kingdoms can't take out many 9th tier divine space realm warriors in a short time, let alone elites. We will meet again in 10 days. Long Jinchuan said. Goodbye. Qin Yin left Long Jinchuan's ship, entered the Heaven Leaping Shuttle with Ba Taiyin and others, and then returned to Heaven Secrets sect. This time, Qin Yin also gained a lot from meeting the ambassadors of the 2 universes. He also has more than 1 trillion divine universe golden stones in his hands. He also wants to quickly increase his cultivation, but he still needs to make the automatic smoke-making equipment. This is not particularly difficult, it just needs time. This kind of work can only be done by Qin Yin and Ling Yin'er. Of course, Qin Yin can also make the Sky Universe Overlord smaller, then control this puppet to participate in the production. It can also speed up the process. While Qin Yin is making the equipment, Meng Kai is shouting from inside the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. Master Qin, my main body has already passed on your words. Meng Kai shouted. What is their reaction? Qin Yin asked. Temporarily no reaction, but I guess that Great Luo Crown Prince is very angry, maybe he will concentrate his power to deal with you. Meng Kai said. De Luo Crown Prince? How will he deal with me? Qin Yin was really not afraid. Strange Cat Imperial City was so big, and there was a Strange Cat army there, but it was still destroyed by him in the end. As long as De Luo Crown Prince did not surpass the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm, there was nothing to be afraid of. If he did, he would not be able to come to the Divine Desolate. The 9 Sun Law Spirit was not to be trifled with. I don't know, but De Luo Crown Prince will definitely have a way. Master Qin, you must not underestimate the power of an empire, it is very terrifying. Meng Kai said. Then do you think De Luo Empire will use the method of enslaving the people of the Divine Desolate like your Strange Cat Empire to force me to appear? Qin Yin asked. If it was the same move again, he would have to prepare again. No, definitely not. Meng Kai said with certainty, De Luo Empire will definitely not do such a thing. They disdain using such a method, they will definitely deal with you openly. Qin Yin snorted, why should they target me? Just because I am the Divine King of the Divine Desolate, they don't like me? In De Luo Empire's opinion, everything in this universe belongs to De Luo Empire. Master Qin, you are called the Divine King of the Divine Desolate, making them feel that the Divine Desolate belongs to you, so they want to get rid of you. Also, the 9 Sun Law Spirit's method of cultivating the Divine Sun is very terrifying. If this method is mastered by humans, then in the future, there might be someone who can shake De Luo Empire's position. Meng Kai said. In that case, De Luo Empire still values me? I thought they looked down on me. Qin Yin said. They indeed look down on you, thinking that your strength is very weak. What they value is you in the future. Meng Kai said, if Master Qin can obtain the 9 Sun Law Spirit's inheritance of cultivating the Divine Sun, you will definitely be able to break through the level limit, and in the Divine Desolate, you will not be restricted by the 9 Sun Law Spirit. The 9 Sun Law Spirit only restricted those above the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm from entering the Divine Desolate, but it did not restrict those above the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. In other words, under the protection of the 9 Sun Law spirit, the beings in the Divine Desolate could enter the middle level, but the Luo Empire could do nothing. Unless the Great Luo Empire was willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Jiuyang magic spirit. The consequence of shedding all pretense of cordiality was that multiple universes would be blasted open by the 9 Yang Dharma spirits. Then, multiple universes would fuse, and there would definitely be multiple empires fighting each other. If a few more barbarian universes were to explode, it would definitely be even more chaotic. The Great Luo Empire was living a good life. They would rather let the people of the Divine Wasteland grow up than engage in a chaotic war with the empires of other universes, because it would be very easy for them to be destroyed. I want to see what the Great Luo Crown Prince can do to me in the Heavenly Divine Desolate. Qin Yan was not afraid of the Great Luo Crown Prince at all. He was only afraid that the Great Luo Crown Prince's avatar would not come. He wanted to find the Great Luo Crown Prince's clone and teach him a lesson, letting him know how powerful Master Qin was. After 4 days of seclusion, a gigantic myriad world divine sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The 8th divine sun had been born. Even though Qin Yun was in multiple layers of space, he could still sense the commotion caused by the birth of the 8th divine Sunday. He immediately left the Heaven's Secrets sect and went outside. It was currently daytime and 8 myriad world divine suns appeared in the sky. Furthermore, there was a belt of light connecting them to each other. If one looked carefully, one could see that the 8th divine sun was releasing a beam of light that pierced through the other myriad world divine suns and transmitted energy to them, helping them become stronger. The 8th divine sun has finally appeared. As expected, each one is stronger than the other. Qin Yan said with a frown, how exactly is the 9 Yang Dharma Spirit's divine sun cultivation method cultivated and operated? Why is it that the myriad world divine suns cultivated are each stronger than the other? After the 8th divine sun appeared, it immediately caused the other myriad world divine suns to become much stronger. This kind of obvious increase greatly affected the entire Heavenly Divine Desolate. Because of the appearance of the 8th divine sun, the babies born later might be born with divine universe heavenly bones or have extremely high cultivation. Standing in the Heavenly Divine Desolate, one could clearly sense that the entire land had greatly improved. Under the ground and in the sky, dense divine universe power floated. Qin Yan took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron and let Meng Kai feel the power of the Heavenly Divine Desolate. If the 9th divine sun appeared, then this would be a perfect high-level heavenly earth. It would be even better than the heavenly earth of the Great Luo Empire. Meng Kai exclaimed. He was very envious. The strange cat kingdom's heavenly earth had long since dried up. Later on, it even exploded, causing them to have no choice but to wander the universe, searching for other divine suns to create heavenly earth and rebuild their home. I wonder how many changes have occurred within my 4 divine suns. Qin Yan could not enter the myriad world divine suns, not even the 4 divine suns. The appearance of the 8th divine sun caused the entire Heavenly Divine Desolate to be in an uproar. The appearance of the Great Luo Empire and other kingdoms caused the native living beings to be suppressed. Now that the 8th divine sun had appeared, it could allow them to become stronger in a short period of time. At that time, they would no longer be afraid of the foreign kingdoms and empires. The people of the Divine Desolate can't beat the Great Luo Empire, at least not in a short period of time. Meng Kai said, the resources of the empire are there. Furthermore, their main focus is on the 9 Sun Sacred Land. Xianxia came to Qin Yan's side and said in a low voice, Boss, Queen Longshu sent a letter. She has an important matter to discuss with you. Alright, I'll go see her now. Qin Yan has been in frequent contact with Longshu recently. The main reason was to obtain the most primitive dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box. Longshu also wanted to help Qin Yan obtain it. In her opinion, the bloodline heavenly pattern box would be even more valuable in Qin Yan's hands. It would definitely make the heavenly dragon race stronger. Qin Yan arrived at the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan City and went to a restaurant. He entered a private room and waited for Longshu's arrival. At this moment, everyone in the city ran out to see the birth of the 8th divine Sunday. The 8th divine sun was transmitting energy to the other divine suns. It was truly a spectacular sight. It was as if a huge beam of light was connecting all the myriad world divine suns together. Qin Yan sat in the private room and looked at Zhu Shen's son and second divine Sunday. He did not know if Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei were in the core or not. Suddenly, someone opened the door and entered. Qin Yan immediately looked over. Long Shu entered. Her brown hair is a bit messy, her eyes are bloodshot and her face is deathly pale. Her body is wrapped in thick white for beast skin clothes. Long Shu, what happened to you? Qin Yan could tell with a glance that Long Shu's condition is very bad. With the appearance of the 8th divine sun, the weather will be slightly hotter and Long Shu is very afraid of the cold. I'm injured. Long Shu gasped for breath and anxiously said, Qin Yan, quickly save me, only you can save me. Long Shu's condition is very bad but she doesn't seem to be seriously injured. However, her expression is very unsightly, as if she is enduring something. Qin Yan immediately went over to support her. When he held her hand, he felt that it is very cold. Originally, Queen Long Shu was a powerful beauty filled with wild nature. But now, her aura has completely disappeared, her eyes are filled with anxiety and fear. What exactly made Long Shu become like this? She must have suffered a great fright. Who made you like this? Qin Yan threw away all the things on the table, grabbed Long Shu and placed her on the table. Just now, he used Heavenly Eye to look at Long Shu's body and discovered that there is a very strange energy at the location of her heart. Her divine cosmos seems to be wrapped up by something. Long Shu is lying on the table and gasping for breath. Her complexion is becoming more and more haggard, it is clear that it was very difficult for her to arrive here. It's too complicated, quickly save me. Long Shu's voice is very weak. Qin Yan looked at the location of Long Shu's heart. She is currently breathing rapidly, causing her body to move up and down. Long Shu used to have a set of white armor that was released from her body. But now, because her injuries are too serious, she cannot release that armor. Quickly! Long Shu said in low voice. Back when Qin Yan helped her improve her bloodline and let her bloodline heavenly rune fuse with Bai Suxin, Long Shu did not mind at all. I am worried that there might be something. Qin Yan did not have any misgivings in this aspect, he is already very close with Long Shu. He took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and tightly held it in his hand. He pointed the seal at Long Shu's chest and released a light beam that entered Long Shu's heart. Ah! Long Shu suddenly screamed in pain, her fists are tightly clenched. At this time, Qin Yan quickly tore open Long Shu's clothes and saw a red light seal at the location of her heart. The light seal looks like it is formed from runes, there is something inside the light seal. Qin Yan used the Divine King Heavenly Seal and vigorously pressed down on the light seal. After the seal was pressed down, he raised his hand and saw a black ball stuck on the surface of the Divine King Heavenly Seal and being sucked out. Qin Yan does not know what it is. He took out a pearl and used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to press down on the pearl, sealing the black ball inside the pearl. Long Shu also suffered great pain just now. She tightly clenched her teeth and did not shout. Even Qin Yan admires her perseverance. That black mass seemed to have grown many needles and pierced into Long Shu's heart. It was extremely painful to pull it out all of a sudden. There's more. Long Shu's breathing became much smoother as she whispered. What the hell is this? Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and scanned Long Shu's body from inside out. Then he took off all her clothes. Long Shu's arms, legs, back, waist, front and back were all covered with this kind of red light mark. There were even some on the back of her neck. There were more than 100 of them, some very small, some very big. There was even some at the bottom of her jade-like feet. He didn't know how it got into her body. Starting from her head, Qin Yan used the Godly King Heavenly Seal to extract the mysterious evil things from her body. And most of them were her beautiful long legs, especially the back of her legs. Long Shu is currently lying on the table, enduring the pain, her whole body is sweating. Qin Yan has already reached her legs, this is the most concentrated part, next will be even more painful. Endure it a bit more, it will be fine very soon. Qin Yan said softly, don't worry, you will be fine very soon. Qin Yan also feels somewhat apologetic in his heart. He believes that Long Shu must have done something for him, that's why she suffered such a vicious attack. Not long after, Long Shu's legs returned to their former beauty, her skin is smooth and jade-like. He promptly took out a large jade vat and poured in a kind of water that emits white light. This water is transformed from white divine yang's energy. Qin Yan carried Long Shu and placed her into the jade vat. Long Shu's spirit has recovered a lot, her face is ruddy. She looked at Qin Yan and said with a smile, "You also worked hard, come down and join us." "No need." Qin Yan remembers that this female dragon king is very open. "I thought I was going to die." Long Shu extended one of her long legs out of the water, fear appeared in her eyes. "What the hell is going on?" Qin Yan sat beside the jade vat and asked Long Shu. "All Heaven's Dragon Emperor is dead." Long Shu placed her leg in the water, her expression is filled with sorrow. Our All Heaven's dragon race is finished. The newly unified dragon race will soon split. Qin Yan is very shocked and immediately turned silent. All Heaven's Dragon Emperor is dead. The heavenly mandate dragon lake is filled with mysterious and formidable power. Moreover, it is also a treasure land. All Heaven's Dragon Emperor's strength is not weak at all. This powerful race also received the help of 9 Sun Law Spirit. All Heaven's Dragon Emperor's cultivation increased very quickly. It is said that he cultivated a lot of divine universe heavenly bone in his body, but now he is dead. Qin Yan was thinking of cooperating with the All Heaven's Dragon race. After all, this is a powerful race of All Heaven's Divine Desolate, their potential is enormous. Now that Long Shu suddenly appeared and brought this news, Qin Yan found it hard to accept. The little monkey has also fallen into their hands, he might already be dead. Long Shu's eyes are filled with sorrow, they are also filled with incomparable hatred and killing intent. Qin Yan is startled. The Monkey King of the Monkey Dragon race is actually dead? That was also his friend. Who? Qin Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Great Luo Empire. They want to snatch the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box. Long Shu said while gnashing her teeth. This is actually Great Luo Empire's doing. With the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box in the hands of the All Heaven's Dragon Emperor, Great Luo Empire might have already taken control of the entire dragon race. How is the All Heaven's Dragon race now? Qin Yan asked. The heavenly mandate dragon lake has been destroyed. With the death of the Dragon Emperor, the entire dragon race has become a pile of loose sand. The dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box has fallen into Great Luo Empire's hands. Our dragon race is finished. Snatch the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box back. Are you sure they obtained the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box? Qin Yan said while pacing back and forth. I'm sure. This happened a few days ago. There is no hope, we can't snatch it back. They might have already sent it away from Divine Desolate. Long Shu nodded. Qin Yan shook his head and said, no, the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box is definitely still in Divine Desolate. They want to use the 8th Divine Sun to create powerful life forms through the box. The dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box was sealed by Great Luo Empire, so they should be very clear about the current situation of the box. Through the bloodline heavenly pattern box, powerful beings could be created. Great Luo Empire needs hired thugs. Sending them from Great Luo Empire's headquarters is definitely not enough. It would be better to directly create them in Divine Desolate. The life forms created by Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box will have very powerful Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. They will definitely be very strong, enough to form a very powerful faction in Divine Desolate. Qin Yan said. Long Shu said with frown, but, they are very strong, how are we going to snatch it back? Do you know where they are? Qin Yan asked. Long Shu did not reply immediately. If she died, it would not be a big deal, but she cannot harm Qin Yan. She definitely knows where the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box is. She is hesitating whether or not to bring Qin Yan there. Long Shu was chased by Great Luo Empire before. She was lucky to escape from death and deeply experienced the strength of Great Luo warriors. She does not want Qin Yan to take the risk. I am not afraid of them, bring me there. Qin Yan said seriously, the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box must not fall into their hands. Otherwise, the Dragon Emperor and Brother Monkey would have died for nothing. If the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box is in their hands, they will create many dragon life forms and use their powerful dragon bloodline to slaughter all living beings in the Divine Desolate. Qin Yan immediately guessed what Great Luo Empire wants to do. In order to adapt to the rules of Divine Desolate, Great Luo Empire needs a large number of Divine Space Realm experts. Just relying on the 7 Great Kingdoms was not enough, and it was impossible for the Great Luo Empire to continuously send people in the 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm to the Divine Wilderness. Their Great Luo Empire's 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm could be continuously broken through, and not many people would stay in the Divine Space Realm for too long. An empire needs a large number of experts surpassing the 9th level Divine Space Realm to ensure sufficient strength to deal with future invasions from other universes. No, Great Luo Empire's people are very strong. There are many 9th level Divine Space Realm experts. Moreover, their equipment is very dreadful. We will not be able to defeat them. Long Shu shook her head. I recently made Great Luo Empire suffer a great loss. Qin Yan told Long Shu about his attack on Strange Cat King City. Long Shu naturally knows about Strange Cat King City. Knowing that Qin Yan once again destroyed the city, she stood up from the white jade vat in shock. Qin Yan admired Long Shu's wild beauty and said, Queen Long Shu, don't worry, I will definitely take back the box. This thing is very important, it cannot fall into Great Luo Empire's hands. Otherwise, it will be a great danger to all the races in Divine Desolate. Alright, I will bring you there. But promise me, if you can't defeat them, you must run away. Long Shu said. I promise. Qin Yan nodded. If you don't listen to me, I will fuck you to death. Long Shu narrowed her eyes, then moved closer and kissed Qin Yan's lips. Qin Yan originally thought that he would only be kissed. Who knew that Long Shu would hug him and then drag him into the jade vat? What are you doing? You've been hit by that damned thing, your vitality will be greatly damaged. Moreover, we still have to take back that box. Qin Yan is struggling in the water. Only now did he realize that he is not as strong as Long Shu. I'm recovering very well. Long Shu smiled and said, Qin Yan, I thought I was going to die. On the way here, all I could think about was you. Before I died, I actually kept thinking about you. Now that I'm fine, of course I have to fulfill my dying wish. What the hell? Aren't you still alive? You can't treat your savior like this. Qin Yan shouted, Queen Long Shu, we still have something important to do. We must quickly recover that box. Is there anything wrong with me devoting myself to you? Long Shu smiled. Don't worry, we won't need much time. What? Are you looking down on me? Qin Yan seemed to be provoked and stopped struggling. He. Long Shu laughed disdainfully. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yan feels that his vitality has been greatly damaged, but the process is still very good. Long Shu is actually very good, her entire being is very spirited. Qin Yan recalled that she is a tree dragon and also fused with Bai Su Xin's white divine sun, her recovery speed is very fast. In the end, she is not a human, it is very normal for me to suffer a bit. Qin Yan said in his heart. Long Shu's body began to emit white light and then transformed into a set of beautiful white armor. Her slender body now looks very valiant and formidable looking. Her long curly brown hair made her look even more wild and charming. Queen Long Shu, I treat you as a good friend but you keep trying to get on top of me. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. His clothes were torn by Long Shu just now. You have so many women, it doesn't matter if you have me or not. Moreover, you didn't suffer any losses. Long Shu took out a long staff and said with smile, you are a divine king, if I have a chance to get on top of you, I can't miss it. Qin Yan is speechless. However, he believes that the main reason why Long Shu fancied him is because of his charm. He saved Long Shu and their relationship is very good. He feels that Long Shu is not good with him because of his appearance. He still does not believe that women like him so much because of his good looks. He was unable to accept what the 9-yang Dharma spirit had said, that it had created a mystical and handsome face for him that would allow him to easily attract women. Long Shu, I want to ask you a question, you must answer me sincerely. Qin Yan asked. I loved you. Long Shu directly replied. I am not asking this question. Qin Yan waved his hand and said, alright, did you fall in love with me because I am a divine king, or because I am good looking, or because I saved you? You must answer me truthfully. Long Shu thought for a moment and said, because you are good-looking. This is the main reason. Qin Yan is stunned. Long Shu actually looks at one's face. What? If it was an old man and he was a divine king and saved me, do you think I would fall in love with him? Long Shu touched Qin Yan's face and said with smile, Xiao Yunyun, to be honest, the more I look at your face, the more I like it. I don't know why, but it seems like you are even more beautiful than before. Qin Yan slapped her hand away. He still can't accept it. Long Shu looks at one's face. Is this really a world that looks at one's face? Qin Yan and Long Shu walked out of the private room. Ba Taiyin and other brothers are outside. They did not say anything. They only feel that their boss is always changing women. Qin Yan placed Yu Yaoyao inside the nine-sun divine soul together with Ling Yuner. She also released Yang Ku and Peng to play with Yang Yang and others. Originally, Yu Yaoyao wanted to come out, but Qin Yan told Ling Yuner that he is doing something important and told her to stall Yu Yaoyao. Qin Yan still has many things on hand, for example, the tools to make the elegant smoke and the 9 dragon warriors brought by Long Jinchuan. He doesn't know how long he will be gone with Long Shu, so he arranged for someone to wait for Long Jinchuan in the city. If he doesn't come back by then, he will have that person tell Long Jinchuan to wait for a few more days. Inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, after Long Shu confirmed the location, she pointed it to Qin Yun in the main control room. Long Shu can sense the existence of the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box because she was born from that box. That box is like her mother's fetus. She sat beside Qin Yun, closed her eyes and constantly released her mental power to strengthen her perception. Even though the Heaven Leaping Shuttle is piercing through space, she can still sense the location of the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. Quickly stop. Long Shu suddenly opened her eyes and said anxiously, they are coming. Complete version, update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Qin Yun is very shocked. Great Luo Empire's people actually came here. What's going on? Why are they here? Are they looking for me or you? Qin Yun said in astonishment. They should know where I am, after all, this is Great Luo Empire. They even put that thing in my body. Long Shu said. Qin Yun took out a lot of that black evil energy from Long Shu's body. It is not poisonous or living thing, it is a kind of strange energy. Qin Yun doesn't know what it is, but after it enters a person's body, it will release a very painful feeling, stabbing pain all over one's body. If one's willpower is not enough, they will be tortured until their whole body is torn to pieces. On the way to this city, I wanted to grab those things out countless times, but I resisted in the end. I told myself that I must not scratch my body, or else you won't like me anymore, Long Shu said. Qin Yun took out a pearl that has the black energy sealed inside. Long Shu's heart jumped when she saw this energy. She is very afraid of this kind of thing. Great Luo Empire has many evil methods. It seems like they sensed your location before, so they are rushing to that city. Qin Yun said with frown. Long Shu nodded and said, that should be the case. Qin Yun told Ba Taiyin and others to stay in the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and let them come out when needed. Ba Taiyin and others are very strong. If they are sensed by Great Luo soldiers, they might become very vigilant. Therefore, it is better for Qin Yun to let them stay in the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Qin Yun and Long Shu went out and said, they should be going to Fog Moon City. Fog Moon City is not far from here, we can get there in less than half a day. Long Shu looked all around and said, I passed by here before. They are floating in the sky, below them is a dense forest. Long Shu is a tree dragon, there are many trees below her. Therefore, she relied on the power of the trees to suppress the pain. Therefore, she has a good impression of what is below her. How far are they from here and how fast are they? Qin Yun asked. The Origin Luo warrior had the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box with him, so Long Shu could sense that the box was moving and knew that the warrior was coming. Their speed isn't very fast. This group of fellows doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Am I already a dead man in their eyes? Long Shu was a little unhappy. It's just that I can't determine their number. It would be great if I could. Qin Yun looked at the sky. It is now morning and there are 8 myriad worlds divine suns in the sky. 2 hours later, the divine sun's radiance would become even more intense. There shouldn't be many people, at most a few. Long Shu said. Then I'll start setting up traps. If there are more people, my traps will be very useful. If there are fewer people, I can easily take them down. Xianxia landed with Long Shu and took out 9 small dragon-carved altars. They are the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. The 9 dragons' heaven origin array later evolved into the divine universe 9 dragons array, but Ling Yuner said that it was better to call it the 9 dragons' heaven origin array. Xianxia has not used this formation for a very long time. The main reason is that the 9 dragon-carved altars have always been too weak. Fortunately, he obtained a large number of divine universe heavenly bones and used a portion to strengthen the dragon altar. Now he can draw in divine sun energy from the 9 sun divine soul. This 9 dragons heavenly origin formation has not been completely remodeled, otherwise he would have used the God King heavenly seal to bestow power. Now he is only using the God King heavenly seal to draw in the 9 sun divine souls divine sun energy. The dragon-carved altars became very small and slowly descended into the forest. Long Shu, make the plants avoid my small altars. Try not to let people see any traces of the plants moving. Xianxia said. All right. Long Shu's eyes flickered. The plants at the 9 positions below immediately made way for an empty space. The 9 dragon-carved altars the size of a small house drilled into the ground. Then the trees quickly moved and covered the previous positions, not leaving any traces of movement. Xianxia took out the black energy from Long Shu and placed it into a tree hole in the middle of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. Then he brought Long Shu into one of the altars. Long Shu and Xianxia are inside the altar, they can see everything outside through the trees. Long Shu is a tree dragon, so she can sense trees. And Xianxia has the dragon tree totem. In addition, he has slept with Long Shu before, so his senses are even stronger in this aspect. Long Shu has never cultivated the Sun Moon Heart Sutra. Xianxia plans to send her to the divine moon race in the future to learn it. Little Yun, will this trap of yours really work? Long Shu is somewhat worried and said, those fellows are very strong. They are warriors of the great Luo Empire. Their entire bodies are made of divine universe heavenly bones. So what? I have killed quite a few of them before. I even took the divine universe heavenly bones. Xianxia said, I am the God King of the divine desolate. My God King heavenly seal is not carved out of a carrot. Is that so? My little Yun is really amazing. I did not sleep with you for nothing. Long Shu's eyes are suffused with a fanatical light. Xianxia said, Long Shu, the heavenly dragon emperor is no longer here. The heavenly dragon race of the divine desolate needs a dragon emperor. I can make you stronger and let you lead the heavenly dragon race. I am not a purebred dragon, I can't. Long Shu shook her head and said, how about this, let your baby dragon girl be the dragon emperor. I think Yuqing is very suitable. Long Yuqing's baby dragon girl can be the heavenly dragon emperor? She can't. Xianxia promptly shook his head. Long Yuqing doesn't have the slightest bit of female emperor appearance. Long Yuqing is one of the core members of Xiao Yuemei and Hong Mingshu's sneaky little group. Then who should I find? Long Shu has never thought of becoming a dragon emperor. My parents are not here. If they are here, it would be very suitable. Xianxia thought of Long Ju, the former immortal desolate dragon emperor who is now in the 9 Yang Divine Palace's Dragon Palace. There are many dragons in the Dragon Palace who can become dragon emperor. Xianxia's father is a fire dragon and his mother is a primal chaos divine dragon. I can also become dragon emperor, but I need to have very formidable power, otherwise all the dragon race won't accept me. Long Shu said. Long Shu and Monkey Dragon King are not purebred dragons, but they were bred by the dragon bloodline heavenly rune box. Monkey King is like Long Shu's younger brother. Therefore, Monkey King's death caused her to feel very sad. This is not a problem. In the future, other dragon race will appear in heavenly divine desolate. They will become stronger and stronger. If you want them to acknowledge you, I will surely make you stronger. Xianxia said. It's a pity that little monkey is no longer here. If I had his help, I would be even more stable. Long Shu somewhat sadly said. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. If his soul is still here, maybe there is a way to revive him. Qin Yun said. The little monkey's soul might have been captured by those fellows. Long Shu suddenly became excited. She immediately grabbed Qin Yun's arm and said, Xiao Yun, didn't you say that Great Luo Empire needs a large number of slave fighters? Indeed, they need large amount of souls. Qin Yun nodded and said. Creating living beings required a large number of souls. Even if the souls had no consciousness or were damaged, it was fine. That little monkey's soul might be collected by them. Long Shu clenched her fists and sighed. Forget it. Perhaps there's no hope. It's already good enough that we can retrieve the box. I will definitely do my best. Qin Yun held Long Shu's hand and gave her confidence. Long Shu also had feelings. The Monkey King was like her biological younger brother, her family. Thank you. Long Shu suddenly felt hope in her heart. She knows that Qin Yun's ability is very formidable. Maybe he can really resurrect the Monkey King. Not long after, Long Shu sensed that someone had arrived above the forest through the trees. There are 5 of them. Long Shu said excitedly. There aren't many of them. The box is with them. 5? That's great, I can take them down. Qin Yun closed his eyes. Through the trees in the forest, he could see the people flying in the sky. They were all wearing golden armor. Those guys' armors have very strong defense. Long Shu said. It's forged from Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Qin Yun said after a closer look. These fellows are different from the Grand Luo warriors I met before. Their armor is rather special. Although the Grand Luo warrior Qin Yun had encountered before was also clad in golden armor, there were no dragons carved on it. The 5 people flying above the forest all had dragon engravings on their armors. Those dragon engravings formed very powerful heavenly runes. Can we take them down? Long Shu was a little worried. It was fine if they couldn't take them down, but it wouldn't be worth it if they were injured. How was the Heaven's Dragon Emperor killed? Asked Qin Yun. More than 100 warriors from the Daluo Empire suddenly appeared. They wanted the Dragon Emperor to swear loyalty to them and sign a soul contract. The Dragon Emperor refused, so they started a war with them. In the end, they were defeated. The Destiny Dragon Lake was destroyed, and the box was taken. Long Shu sighed. Some dragon kings have no choice but to pledge allegiance to them in order to save their lives. Most dragon kings would rather die than pledge allegiance. Great Luo Empire is enslaving the living beings of Divine Desolate. I will not let them off. Qin Yun furiously said. Let's talk about it later. If we want to fight against Great Luo Empire, we need the entire Divine Desolate to unite. I believe that you can do it. Long Shu is very confident in Qin Yun. Not long after, the 5 Luo dragon warriors arrived at Qin Yun's trap. They entered the tree hole and saw more than 100 of those pearls. I never thought that the mother tree dragon could extract our enchanted dragon blood. A dragon warrior picked up a bead and frowned. How did she do it? It's still sealed in the pearl. How could the enchanted dragon blood be sealed by a lower being? Another dragon warrior picked up the pearl. And she even placed it here. Could it be that she has set up a trap? The leader of the dragon warriors was not afraid at all. It's fine if the lower level beings are weak, but they're also brainless. The traps they set up can't do anything to us. Being weak will limit their growth of wisdom. But that mother tree dragon might also be brainless because her chest is too big. Great Luo dragon warriors laughed loudly and said. Qin Yun and Long Shu can hear the conversation inside the tree hole from inside the altar. The tree is very big, it is not crowded for the few Great Luo Empire dragon warriors to enter. Their voice is not low, it is hard not to hear them. Long Shu's expression is very angry, her expression is very gloomy. These wretched bastards. Long Shu knows that she cannot defeat the Great Luo dragon warriors, so she can only endure. They insulted my woman, I will not let them off. My woman, the reason why your breasts are big is because of me. Qin Yun kissed Long Shu's face and said in soft voice, don't be angry, wrinkles will appear. Watch how I teach them a lesson. Qin Yun opened the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and myriad realms divine sun in the sky suddenly released divine power. 9 divine lights fell on the ground and entered the 9 dragon altars. The most formidable part of the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation is that the sun dragon totem inside can absorb myriad realms divine sun's energy. Xianxia's divine king heavenly seal cannot absorb myriad realms divine sun's energy, but myriad realms divine sun's energy can still be absorbed by the sun totem. After the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation is opened, the barrier is formed. As expected. Mother Tree Dragon, hurry up and come out, the great Luo dragon warrior shouted. Xianxia did not go out. He wants to see if his nine-dragon heavenly origin formation can trap the great Luo dragon warrior. Xianxia took out the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron and patted it. He asked, General Clocktower, I met a few great Luo dragon warriors. Their armor has dragon carvings. What is their background? Meng Kai immediately replied respectfully, Master Qin, these great Luo dragon suppression cauldron have powerful dragon blood in them. Their armor is also made of divine universe dragon bones. Such warriors are usually great Luo Empire's royal family warriors. They are very strong. How strong? Xianxia asked. 10 of those great Luo dragon warriors might not be able to defeat one of them. But there are very few great Luo dragon warriors, and even fewer at the 9th level of the divine universe realm. These dragon warriors must have been trained in a short period of time, Meng Kai said. The great Luo Empire's royal family members are very strong. Their warriors must have far surpassed the 9th level of the divine universe realm. These dragon warriors must have been trained in a short period of time to be sent to God Desolate. They might not be very strong. In other words, their equipment is very strong? Xianxia asked. Just as he finished asking, the earth violently trembled. The dragon warriors are attacking the barrier. Yes, their preparation is very strong. Moreover, they have dragon blood and divine universe dragon bones. Meng Kai said. I got it. Let me see if I can send them in for you to trample on. You can kill time or use them as sandbags, Xianxia said. Many thanks, Master Qin. Meng Kai immediately said gratefully. Xianxia put away the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. He might need to use it later. Under Xianxia's control, the altar that was hidden underground began to surface. The great Luo dragon warriors are still trapped in the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. All the trees inside the formation have been destroyed by the dragon warriors. A crater has been created in the ground. They want to go out through the ground, but they discovered that there is a very strong barrier underground. You are all great Luo dragon warriors. Are you trying to escape by drilling underground like a mouse? Xianxia's voice came from an altar. He said with a disdainful smile, of course, even if you want to escape by drilling underground like a mouse, it won't work. Because you are not even comparable to a mouse. You are at most bugs. After being ridiculed by Xianxia, these dragon warriors from the great Luo Empire became very angry and simultaneously released their formidable divine cosmos power. Their divine cosmos power is indeed very frightening. After erupting, heaven and earth seemed to tremble. The surging divine cosmos power set off wave after wave of sound waves. It looks very frightening. However, their aura is very strong. In the end they were unable to break the nine-dragon heavenly origin formations barrier. And then? You bugs only have this much ability? Xianxia chuckled and said. It must be known that the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation not only absorbs myriad realms divine sun energy, it also absorbs 9 sun divine spirit energy. Xianxia has not poured in 9 sun divine spirit energy yet. The barrier is already very strong. Inside the dragon altar, Longshu did not expect Xianxia's trap to be so powerful. Those were powerful dragon warriors, and they had easily defeated the dragon clan's experts from the all heavens. Damned people of the divine desolate, don't be sneaky, hurry up and come out. If you have the guts, fight face to face. The leading dragon warrior is very angry. They came from the great Luo Empire, falling into the trap of the lower class and being ridiculed. This is a great humiliation. Great Luo Empire people, you are upper class people, we lower class people are at a disadvantage in a face-to-face battle. But then again, are you really upper class people? Why are you so weak that you want to dig a hole and escape like rats? Xianxia said with mischievous smile, continuing to provoke the dragon warriors. The majority of the 9th level divine space realm experts of the great Luo Empire are very young. Born in the Great Luo Empire, even if they are trash, they can surpass the 9th-level Divine Space Realm after a certain age. Therefore, old 9th-level Divine Space Realm experts are very rare. These 5 dragon warriors are all youths. Young people like them are full of youthful vigor. Facing a 10,000-year-old fox like Qin Yun, they are still lacking. Boom boom boom, inside the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, the young dragon warriors are frantically attacking the barrier. They want to use their formidable divine cosmos power to break the barrier. However, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation has a very strong devouring power. It must be known that Qin Yun has carved a large number of Nether Sun totem runes into it. It was very difficult for these dragon warriors to attack from the inside. That was because the majority of their divine cosmos power would be absorbed by the barrier and then used to maintain the operation of the barrier. The only way they would be able to break through the barrier was if they were strong enough to instantly surpass the limit of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. Qin Yun deliberately infuriated the dragon warriors and made them tired. When the time comes, he will go out and deal with them. This way, it will be much easier. Ayaya, the dragon warriors of the Great Luo Empire are so disappointing. I can't believe that the barrier I casually set up could trap the dragon warriors of the Great Luo Empire. What a surprise! Qin Yun chuckled. Longshu is now completely at ease. She was previously worried that bringing Qin Yun here would harm him. Only now did she realize that her worries were completely unnecessary. The fact that the Great Luo Empire's dragon warriors have been tricked by Qin Yun and the barrier made Longshu feel very happy. Of course, the most important thing is to take back the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box. If possible, then take back the Monkey King's soul. If Qin Yun took out the Divine King Spear and used Primal Chaos Cannon, he would definitely be able to injure these dragon warriors. But he doesn't want to waste Primal Chaos Cannon. This kind of thing can destroy a small army with one shot. Using it to deal with 5 dragon warriors is a bit wasteful. He is also thinking of a way to quickly subdue these dragon warriors. Their armor defense is very strong. If he wants to attack them, he will need to consume a lot of energy. If Ba Taiyin and others go in, it will be very dangerous. These dragon warriors are very angry and Ba Taiyin and others are not as strong as the dragon warriors. If they go in, they will definitely be beaten up. While Qin Yun is thinking of a way, the dragon warriors suddenly quieted down. You can only trap us, you can't capture us. You are trying to exhaust us, right? A dragon warrior asked. Of course not. I was just thinking of the most cost-effective way to take you down. You are all smelly bugs. If I use a lot of energy to capture you, it will be too much of a loss. Qin Yun said. You bastard. Who the hell are you? You offended our Great Luo Empire, you won't have a good ending. That dragon warrior furiously said. Wait a minute, it was your Great Luo Empire that offended me first. I want to tell you that offending me, Qin Yun, won't have a good ending. Your Great Luo Empire, just wait and see. One day, I will exterminate your empire. Qin Yun said. You are Qin Yun? Those dragon warriors are very astonished. Of course they know Qin Yun. During the battle in Strange Cat King City, Qin Yun attracted the attention of Great Luo Empire. Moreover, Great Luo Empire originally wanted to capture Qin Yun. They lost many of their soldiers in Strange Cat King City. It is all because of Qin Yun. Indeed, I, Master Qin, personally came to capture you smelly bugs. It is your honor. Qin Yun said with smile, don't worry, I will let you know what kind of ending you will have if you fall into my hands. Qin Yun is indeed thinking about how to capture these dragon warriors in a cost-effective manner. Qin Yun, His Highness the Crown Prince's clone has already arrived in Divine Desolate. Your doomsday will soon arrive. If you want to live well, it would be best if you castrate yourself in front of His Highness the Crown Prince and then offer up your wife Xiaoyuan, that dragon warrior said. Qin Yun is very angry in his heart but his expression is very calm. He sighed and said, you look down on me too much. Since that is the case, I will waste a bit and capture you immediately. I will torture you and let you know what kind of person I am. Let him castrate himself and then offer up his wife? This is the first time Qin Yun knows how much the Crown Prince looks down on him. Not only the Crown Prince, the entire Great Luo Imperial family thinks of him this way. You can't do anything to us. We come from Great Luo Empire, our power is not something a lowly person like you can resist. Our armor's defense is very strong. Even if I stand here and let you attack for a year, you won't be able to break through, that dragon warrior suddenly said very confidently. Xianxia took out the Divine King Spear and turned it into a dragon head cannon. Then he put in a primal chaos cannonball. I hope that you can preserve enough of the divine universe heavenly dragon bones in your bodies and your armor. That way, I won't be at too much of a loss. After saying that, Xianxia fired a cannon at the array inside the altar. A deafening explosion spread out, incomparably violent vibrations spread out. The energy of the primal chaos cannonball that was sealed inside the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation was restricted inside the formation. The formation emitted a strong gray light. It is unknown what happened to those dragon warriors. When Longshu heard the dragon warrior use Xiao Yuelan to infuriate Xianxia, she knew that Xianxia would definitely attack. However, she never expected that Xianxia would be so terrifying. Even within the altar, Longshu could still feel the terrifying energy erupting from within the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. I hope they are still alive. If they died like this, it would be too boring. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and looked inside the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. The energy of the primal chaos cannon lasted for an hour before it gradually weakened. Earlier, Xianxia had no choice but to control the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation's energy to leak out. Otherwise, he might have really broken through the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. The 9 dragons heavenly origin formation had also absorbed a lot of energy to stabilize the formation. The 9 dragons heavenly origin formation returned to normal. The dragon warriors were not dead, and their bodies were still intact. However, their armor had been cracked, and their helmets had been destroyed, revealing their faces. They were all young men, but at this moment, their faces were covered in wounds. Brothers, go in and destroy their internal divine cosmos. Enter their soul divine cosmos. Xianxia let Ba Taiyin and others come out of the heaven-leaping shuttle. He had originally planned to use a more gentle method to take down the dragon warriors. This way, he would be able to obtain the intact armor on them, and then Ba Taiyin and the others would wear it. This way, Ba Taiyin and the others would become stronger. Xianxia needed stronger bodyguards. That way, he wouldn't have to be afraid even if he met the dragon warriors again. But just now, he couldn't hold back and blasted it with the primal chaos cannon. After Ba Taiyin and the others entered, they crippled the 5 dragon warriors in a few moves. Their armors are pretty good. Take them off. I can repair them. Xianxia said. They'll be yours from now on. They're even better than the armors of the Deluo warriors. Thank you, boss. Ba Taiyin and the others were overjoyed, and immediately took off the armor of the few dragon warriors. Xianxia took the storage divine tools from the dragon warriors and easily opened them. Then he took out the things inside and obtained a square box carved with a dragon. This is the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box. Did the crown prince of Zenith Luo get you to look for this box? Asked Xianxia. The dragon warriors are very angry but also very afraid. They can only stare at Xianxia. Xianxia walked over and used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to imprint on their heads and injected all sorts of pain into them. The 5 dragon warriors immediately screamed and rolled on the ground as if they had gone mad. They were all dragon warriors, not clones. They were all youngsters, so when had they ever experienced such hardships? I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Grandpa Qin, I'll be your dog from now on, please stop. The Crown Prince of Daluo is a beast. I will definitely kill this beast. Master Qin, save me. I'll tell you everything. I'm in so much pain. Save me, the dragon warrior screamed in pain. Longshu is having a good time watching from the side. She discovered that she still can't see through Xianxia. She clearly slept with Xianxia before but she still doesn't understand his strength well enough. She previously believed that Xianxia would not be able to take down these dragon warriors. Xianxia obtained 100 billion divine universe goldstones and many beads from the storage divine artifacts of the dragon warriors. They were all soul beads. There are many soul beads here, there should be monkey kings. Xianxia placed a large pile of soul beads everywhere. Longshu closed her eyes and let her mental power cover these soul beads. Then, she grabbed a bead and said, "Little monkey, your soul is still here. That's great, I will definitely revive you. It was Qin who saved us. These soul beads belong to the All Heavens dragon race." Longshu said again. "Keep them, I will think of a better way to revive them. I will see if I can use the dragon bloodline heavenly rune box to revive them and obtain a powerful bloodline," Qin said. The dragon warriors are still screaming in pain, begging for mercy and cursing the crown prince. Qin saw that it's about time and stopped. The dragon warriors are lying on the ground, their faces are distorted. They are now extremely afraid. What is the consequence of offending Qin? They have now deeply experienced it. "Master Qin, we will tell you everything, we will answer your questions." One of the dragon warriors promptly got up and kneeled on the ground like a dog. "No, I don't want to ask anymore," Qin said and pressed his hand on their heads again. "Ah!" The dragon warriors shrieked again. "Brother Ba, remove all the bones from their bodies," Qin said with his hands clasped behind his back. "Their souls are in pain, their bodies must also feel pain." The dragon warriors are in extreme despair. They hate themselves. Why did they talk so much? Why did they provoke Qin? They hate the crown prince even more. He actually wants them to fight this kind of devil. Ba Taiyin and the others are expressionless. They went over and took out the bones of the dragon warriors. Longshu is also coldly watching. These dragon warriors have killed many of her companions. The dragon warriors are in extreme pain. In their eyes, Qin is a true devil god and evil god. "I didn't kill you, I still have a kind heart," Qin suddenly said with smile. "Why are you still not thanking me?" "Devil, a true devil," the dragon warriors immediately cried and thanked Qin. Most of their bones have been taken out. Then Qin threw them into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and gave it to Meng Kai so that he can get more information from them. Their divine universe heavenly bones are very strong, each of them weighs 400 genes. Ba Taiyin said. "This is divine universe heavenly dragon bone, it is indeed very strong." Qin picked up a section, "It is golden and dazzling. How do you cultivate it?" "It is even stronger than strengthened divine universe heavenly bone," a blue universe person curiously said. "I also don't know. It seems like there are many ways to become stronger with divine universe heavenly bone." Qin put away the 2000 genes divine universe heavenly dragon bone. He wants to ask Long Jinchuan. After smoothly obtaining the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box, Qin immediately returned to Fog Moon City. Next, he will conduct several transactions here. After the transactions, he will obtain several 100 billion divine universe golden stones. At that time, it will be enough for him to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Several days later, Qin met with Fire Ling Empire's Jiang Ming and Gao Linqing and gave them the tools to make elegant smoke. Qin had obtained hundreds of billions of divine universe gold stones from them. His current divine universe gold stones added up to more than 160 billion. Next is the meeting with 9 dragon kingdoms Long Jinchuan. He is not in Fog Moon City but on Long Jinchuan's ship outside the city. Longshu entered the 9 Sun Divine Soul together with the Imperial Demon Ling Yuner. Qin met with Long Jinchuan alone. "I have already selected 300 warriors. If they don't want to follow you, I can force them. But this will make it difficult for you to obtain their sincere loyalty," Long Jinchuan said. "No need to force them. I will use my own method to make them follow me willingly." Qin smiled, then took out a large section of Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon Bone and gave it to Long Jinchuan. Long Jinchuan took a look and exclaimed, "This is a Divine Cosmic Sky Dragon Bone, it's very strong." "Brother Qin, how did you get it?" "I killed a few great Luo Empire's dragon warriors." Qin said, "These dragon warriors were originally ordinary people. Later on, after they obtained the dragon bloodline, they were able to cultivate this kind of divine cosmic sky dragon bone. It made their bones stronger and also raised the upper limit of divine cosmic power. If their skulls were also transformed into divine cosmic sky dragon bone, their mental energy would be even stronger." Long Jinchuan nodded, "But it's very difficult to cultivate. Even in our 9 dragon kingdom, it's very difficult to cultivate at the divine cosmic sky realm." Although it's possible in the later stages, it's too late. The earlier one cultivates a powerful divine cosmic sky bone, the better. The longer one cultivates a heavenly bone, the stronger it becomes. It could be cultivated in the later stages, but that kind of heavenly bone would be very young and definitely not as strong as old bones cultivated early. Brother Jinchuan, how strong can a 9th-level divine cosmic sky realm be? Qinyan asked. Great Luo Crown Prince's clone has already come to God Desolate. Do you think he has the power to fight 10,000 alone? Long Jinchuan waved his hand. No matter how strong a divine cosmic sky realm expert is, there's a limit. For example, how many times divine cosmic energy and how much mental energy can reach. No matter how strong he is, he can't be strong enough to fight 10,000 9th-level divine cosmic sky realm experts. If a 9th-level divine cosmic sky realm expert has equipment that can defend against powerful divine cosmic energy or mental energy attacks, then they'll be even harder to defeat. Unless they have something very powerful, like a heavenly talisman or the thing you use to attack the city. The primal chaos cannonball was very powerful, much better than a heavenly talisman and impossible to defend against. The energy of a heavenly talisman came from runes. There was a kind of talisman that could interfere with runes and effectively suppress the energy of a heavenly talisman. Then how will Great Luo Crown Prince dominate God Desolate? Qinyan wanted to know what Long Jinchuan was thinking. With a large number of 9th-level divine cosmic sky realm warriors forming an army, he'll flatten anyone who doesn't submit. Long Jinchuan said, that's what many major forces think. Divine Desolate's cultivation has been restricted to the 9th tier of the divine universe realm by the 9-yang Dharma spirit. In the future, there would be a large number of 9th tier divine space realm cultivators in the divine wilderness, and they would even form an army. Once they started fighting, it would definitely be earth-shattering. In other words, from now on, whoever had more people in the 9th level of the divine space realm and was stronger would have an absolute advantage. The 9th tier divine space realm cultivators of the Great Luo Empire have to suppress the barbarians in the 9 Sun sacred ground. They definitely won't be able to spare that many to fight in the divine wilderness. Long Jinchuan said, but they will use the other kingdoms to suppress the rising powers of the divine desolate, so that the various powers of the divine desolate can maintain a state of balance. Long Jinchuan's 9 Dragons Kingdom stood aloof from worldly affairs in the Great Flood cosmos and developed in secret. Later on, it was discovered that the 9 Dragons Kingdom was hiding a formidable strength. Thus, they were targeted by the Great Flood Empire and the other kingdoms. After the 9 Dragons Kingdom's secret rise, it was highly likely that it would break the balance of the Great Flood cosmos. It seems like Great Luo Empire is very confident that they can maintain the balance in Divine Desolate. Qinyan said with smile. Of course. After all, they are a powerful empire. They can continuously send troops to Divine Desolate. As long as they occupy a large amount of resources in Divine Desolate, they will be invincible. Long Jinchuan said. Qinyan wanted to start developing his own powerful forces. He needed an army of 9th-level divine space realm cultivators. Brother Qin, don't underestimate the Great Luo Empire. Your performance in the divine wasteland may seem like you can suppress the warriors of the Great Luo Empire, but they're an empire. They must have other tricks up their sleeves. We are not an empire, so we don't know. But they are not weak at all. Long Jinchuan warned. Qinyan nodded, I understand. Brother Jinchuan, do you have any suggestions? I suggest you keep your distance from the Great Luo Empire and reduce conflicts. Don't continue to provoke them. It won't be too late to fight them when you are strong enough. Long Jinchuan said. All right. Qinyan nodded. Soon after, Long Jinchuan brought him to the cabin of the ship. 300 warriors from the 9 Dragons Kingdom were sitting there. They were all at the 8th or 9th level of the divine space realm. They were all very young. Long Jinchuan had previously told these youths to follow the God King of the God Wilderness and to humble themselves in front of the God King. The group of teenagers also agreed, but Long Jinchuan didn't know what they were thinking in their hearts. Long Jinchuan recruited them from the 9 Dragons Kingdom and signed a soul contract with them. They promised not to betray him and to be obedient soldiers. Most of them came from poor backgrounds. They were born with poor aptitude. They had to work very hard to reach the 9th level of the divine space realm. Of course, they were born with the cultivation of the 3rd or 4th level of the divine space realm. Their poor aptitude was only relative to the 9 dragons' kingdom. Everyone, this is your new master, you must be loyal to him in the future. Long Jinchuan brought Qin Yun and spoke to the youths inside the cabin. The young people in the cabin immediately got up and knelt on one knee. They said in unison, "Greetings, master." Qin Yun didn't hide his cultivation. His aura of the 3rd level of the divine space realm was very obvious. After all, it was only the 3rd level of the divine space realm, so it was very easy to distinguish. The young people present could see that Qin Yun was at the 3rd level of the divine space realm. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied, they didn't show it. They still greeted Qin Yun. "I am a person of the lower class. I was able to grow to this point because of long and arduous cultivation. Before the divine space realm, there are many realms. I walked step by step. Don't look at me because I am very young. I am actually a very old man," Qin Yun said. "It seems that I can't call you brother anymore. I am also very young, not more than 100 years old." Long Jinchuan said with a smile, "Brother Qin, how old are you this year?" "My soul is at least several 100,000 years old." Qin Yun laughed at himself, "Yes, I have lived like a dog. I am only at the 3rd level of the divine space realm. I am far inferior to you." The young people present were very surprised. A soul of several 100,000 years old but only at the 3rd level of the divine space realm, they were born with several levels of the divine space realm, they couldn't believe the age of Qin Yun's soul. This is very normal. In the universe, those suns are all billions of years old. Although Long Jinchuan said so, he was shocked in his heart. He finally understood why the exotic cat kingdom and Great Luo Empire suffered losses. They were facing a super old fox. The young people present had seen the video of Qin Yun attacking the exotic cat kingdom. At that time, they were also shocked. They just didn't expect that the divine king would be so old. Qin Yun had just obtained the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box. He wanted to see if he could use it to give these young people from the 9 dragon kingdom a stronger bloodline. The bloodline heavenly pattern box is very mystical and mysterious. It was originally a sealed microcosm, but after so many years, the inside has undergone earth-shattering changes and is no longer the same as before. Taisher said that even if the box is unsealed, a microcosm will not burst out. As for what will happen, even Taisher is not too sure. Taisher is also the spirit body of the box, but he himself is unable to figure out the situation inside the box. Qin Yun was certain of one thing. The bloodline heavenly pattern box needed to absorb powerful energy from the outside world. The grand beginning bloodline heavenly pattern box was fused with the godly monarch heavenly seal. While helping Qin Yun cultivate, it also absorbed large amounts of divine universe goldstone. Long Jinchuan said before that the 9 dragon kingdoms warriors are inferior to the Great Luo Empire's warriors. Moreover, there are some 8th level divine space realm warriors. Even if they break through, they can't compare to those who entered the 9th level in a short time. 9 dragon kingdoms warriors are at most a bit stronger than the warriors of other kingdoms. Qin Yun let Taiyin Ba come out. Taiyin Ba is a 9th level divine space realm warrior from the Great Blue Empire. He was not born in the Great Blue Emperor city, and there is a big gap between him and the warriors of the Great Blue Empire. However, Taiyin is still much stronger than the elite warriors of the Strange Cat Kingdom. Although Taiyin Ba was a very strong 9th tier of the divine space realm, he was old. In the empires and kingdoms, people of his age were not too bad and had already surpassed the 9th tier of the divine space realm. Therefore, when those youths saw Taiyin Ba, they did not feel too much about him. Perhaps in the eyes of the youths of the 9 dragon kingdom, Taiyin is just like them. "Brother Ba, you will be in charge of training them in the future. Didn't you say that you joined the army in the empire?" Qin Yun said. Ba Taiyin nodded and said, "I will train them. Boss, we need a large territory now. The Heaven Secrets Gate is very secretive and it is very troublesome to enter and exit. It is not very convenient to always run there." Qin Yun quickly thought of a place, the Heavenly Flame Treasure Land, the place where the Fire Tribulation Madman race used to live. Many of them moved to the 4 divine suns, only a few remained in the Heavenly Flame Treasure Land. The Heavenly Flame Treasure Land has a very strong barrier and its defense is very good. Previously, Xianxia learned from Xianxia that Xianxia would return to Heavenly Fire Treasure Land from time to time. After all, it was the place where they were born, so they couldn't bear to part with it. The reason why Xianxia asked them to move to the Four Divine Suns is because he is afraid that their treasured land would be captured by those kingdoms. According to the information that Xianxia had gathered, there were indeed some weaker treasure lands that had already been conquered by those kingdoms. Soon after, Xianxia let Ba Taiyin test the 300 youths to see their foundation. Xianxia still has matters to discuss with Long Jinchuan, so he went to the secret chamber. Brother Jinchuan. The 8th Divine Sun has appeared but I still can't contact the 9 Sun Law Spirit. Xianxia said. He had previously promised Long Jinchuan that he would ask the 9 Yang Dharma Spirit if it could open a passage for the people of the 9 Dragons Kingdom to enter the universe of the barbarians. This matter is not urgent at the moment, we can wait patiently. Long Jinchuan said with a smile. He felt relieved that Xianxia took this matter to heart. However, I have people contact the Sun Dragon race in the ancestral god Sunday. I have a friend who is an elder of the Sun Dragon race. He helped the 9 Yang Law Spirit send a message to me last time. Wait for me to contact this friend, I will have him deliver a letter to the 9 Yang Law Spirit. Xianxia said. Many thanks Brother Qin. Long Jinchuan immediately said gratefully. After knowing that Xianxia is an old fellow, Long Jinchuan no longer dared to call Xianxia brother. If it really succeeded, then their 9 Dragons Kingdom would have a way out. Although they would have to retreat to the barbarians' universe, it would be better than being exterminated in the great flood cosmos. Brother Jinchuan, the young warriors you gave me are all very outstanding. However, compared to the warriors of the Empire, they are still far behind. Xianxia said. Of course, the Empire is full of upper-class people, their descendants are naturally very outstanding. No matter how bad they are born with more divine universe heavenly bones than us. Some extremely talented people are born with strengthened divine universe heavenly bones, we simply cannot compare to them. Long Jinchuan sighed. I have a way, maybe it can help them transform their bloodline. Xianxia said, after the transformation, there might be some mutations. As for what will happen, I am not too sure. Transform bloodline? Long Jinchuan frowned. He has never heard of transforming bloodline. In their universe, there is no such thing as bloodline, but there is bloodline inheritance. For instance, the royal bloodline, the imperial bloodline. After transforming their bloodline, they can rapidly increase their cultivation. Moreover, their divine universe heavenly bone, body, and even soul divine universe will obtain a very powerful absorption ability. Xianxia said. There is such a technique? How come I have never heard of it? Whether it is in the kingdom or the empire, there is no such technique. Long Jinchuan felt that it was very mystical. The divine universe heavenly bone, the divine universe in the body, and the divine universe in the soul should be the energy foundation of every divine universe realm cultivator. The stronger the divine universe heavenly bone, the stronger the body. The stronger the divine universe in the body, the stronger the divine universe power. Moreover, the absorption and refining power are also very strong. The stronger the soul divine universe, the stronger the mental force. Xianxia said. Yes, this is the foundation of the divine universe realm. The stronger the absorption ability of the divine universe heavenly bone, the faster the strengthening and the easier it is to cultivate. But this is all determined by the heavens. Long Jinchuan said. No, it can be improved by transforming the bloodline. It can even become better. In the God-desolate heavens, I succeeded many times. Especially recently, after he helped the young ladies of the Divine Moon clan awaken their bloodline heavenly patterns, his understanding of bloodline heavenly patterns had deepened. It could allow one to cultivate in the divine universe realm with twice the results with half the effort and increase the upper limits of all aspects. As for why it was like this, it was the mystical aspect of bloodline heavenly patterns. Xianxia had not only helped the young ladies of the Divine Moon clan awaken their bloodline within the 4 divine suns, but the other powerful clans had also awakened their bloodline heavenly pattern. The results were very good. Are there any risks? If there are no risks, then we can give it a try. Long Jinchuan was very curious about this. I don't know for now because you are from the outerverse. That's why I need your permission before I dare to try. I also need you to watch from the side. That way, even if there is an accident, you can solve the problem. Although Long Jinchuan's avatar was at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm, his main body was very strong and had a deep understanding of power. Alright, then let's give it a try. They are all at the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Universe realm, so even if there is a problem, it won't be too serious. Long Jinchuan really wanted to see how Qin Yin transformed his bloodline. Long Jinchuan called in a youth from outside. The youth's name is Long Qin. He is at the 8th level of Divine Space realm. He is tall and honest. His current divine space power is around 100,000. The divine space force of the 8th tier of the divine space realm was generally between 64,000 and 128,000, and it was the same even in the worlds of those in the middle levels. Middle-level cultivators are strong because they can cultivate divine space power very early and they have many divine universe heavenly bones. Long Qin's divine universe heavenly bones are quite poor. He can only cultivate divine universe heavenly bones in his arms and legs. During the battle against the outerverse youths in the ancient garden city, there was a 6th-level divine space realm cultivator among them. They were all divine universe heavenly bones from the Huoling Empire. Of course, the 9 Dragons Kingdom was also there. Even though their overall strength was much lower, they still won. Long Qin, if you feel any danger, immediately tell us, understand? Long Jinchuan asked. Marquis, will it hurt? I am afraid of pain but I can endure it. Long Qin said. Long Jinchuan doesn't know what the bloodline transformation process is like. He looked at Qin Yin. Generally speaking, there won't be any pain. If you feel any pain, you must tell us. Yes, my lord. Long Qin nodded. Qin Yin took out the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box and then took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. He pressed the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box on Long Qin's back and then used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to stamp on the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. The Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box slightly trembled and then burst out with a very powerful blood energy. Long Jinchuan's expression greatly changed, his heart is filled with fear. Just now, the power of the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box made him feel as if he was facing a terrifying dragon. Long Jinchuan suddenly felt that the Divine King of Divine Desolate is unfathomable. The thing in his hand is actually so terrifying. In fact, even Qin Yin didn't expect the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box to have such a reaction. Alright. He immediately put away the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box to avoid being sensed by others. Great Luo's Crown Prince also wants the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. Long Jinchuan hastily asked, Long Qin, how do you feel now? Long Qin is sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. There seems to be many things wriggling under his skin. His skin is overflowing with golden red blood energy. He is transforming. Qin Yin happily said, it seems like it is also effective for you guys. Brother Qin, what's going on? Long Jinchuan knew that he shouldn't ask such a secret, but he couldn't help but ask. This is a technique that only I, a divine king, can use. It can be said that I stumbled upon it by accident. It shouldn't have anything to do with the 9 Yang Dharma spirit. Simply put, I can give someone a very powerful bloodline heavenly pattern. Qin Yin said, I also don't know if it can help people awaken their bloodline heavenly rune or if it can bestow bloodline heavenly rune to others. In short, after having bloodline heavenly rune, all aspects will be greatly improved. Long Jinchuan immediately took out a device and shone it at Long Qin. He said in shock, his divine cosmos force is continuously increasing. Qin Yin was also watching with the divine mirror of primordial beginning. His divine cosmos force is constantly rising. Will there be any side effects to it? Long Jinfan was frightened. Long Qin's divine space power was originally around 100,000 but now it is increasing. Not long after, his divine space power surpassed 130,000. Originally, he could have stepped into the 9th level of the divine space realm at 128,000. Long Qin had yet to step into the 9th level of the divine space realm. He was still at the 8th level, which meant that his divine space energy had already surpassed the limit. Xianxia asked, how much divine space power does the 8th level of the divine space realm need to surpass the limit? Longqing's divine space power has not stopped, but it is not increasing as fast as before. About 150,000. Under normal circumstances, the 9th level of the divine space realm has a peak divine space power of 300,000. And we are at 256,000. In addition, our divine space heavenly bone and mental power are inferior to them, so we are much weaker in battle. Xianxia said, after obtaining the bloodline heavenly rune, the most obvious increase is in divine space power. As for mental power and divine space heavenly bone, they need to absorb energy to cultivate later. Cultivating mental power and divine space heavenly bone requires divine space power as the foundation, and a large amount of divine space power is needed to strengthen them. Long Jinchuan is somewhat excited because Longqing's increase has not stopped. After a while, Longqing's divine space power limit finally stopped, 150,000. Long Jinchuan took a deep breath. This is the level of the divine space realm, this is something only the upper echelons can achieve. But with Qin Yan's bloodline transformation, Longqing has achieved it. Long Jinchuan now knows what it means to defy the heavens. He suddenly understands why the 9 Yang Dharma spirit values Qin Yan so much. He also understands why the great Luo Empire wants to mess with Qin Yan. Because Qin Yan can lead the lower-level living beings of the divine wilderness to step into the upper level and even surpass it. Long Jinchuan is shocked. The miracle that happened to Longqing has overturned his understanding of the world. Qin Yan just casually did something and Longqing's divine space power rose by 50,000. This is too terrifying. If all the people of the 9 Dragon Kingdom had their bloodline transformation and awakened bloodline heavenly runes, wouldn't they also improve greatly? At that time, even if they had to face the great Luo Empire's encirclement, they would still have the power to fight. Even if they couldn't win, they would be able to make the great Luo Empire not dare to invade. Long Jinchuan swallowed his saliva. He believes that he must report all this to the 9 Dragon Kingdom's king. This is very important, maybe it can change the fate of their 9 Dragon Kingdom. If the 9 Dragon Kingdom becomes stronger, they don't need to flee to the barbarian race cosmos, they can stay in the Great Flood cosmos. They don't need to destroy the Great Han Empire, they just need to be strong enough that the Great Han Empire can't afford to lose them. It is very difficult for the 9 Dragon Kingdom to deal with several kingdoms. If their bloodline is transformed and becomes stronger, they can sweep through several kingdoms. They won't be consumed by the kingdoms and they can resist the Great Han Empire. Longqing, how are you now? Long Jinchuan is very excited and promptly asked. Marquis, I am very good now. Longqing opened his eyes and said with smile, it seems like I have become stronger. My lord is so awesome, what did you do? Qin Yan said with smile, I didn't do anything, I just helped you awaken your bloodline heavenly runes. Old brother Qin, our 9 Dragon Kingdoms people can transform into dragons. After transforming into dragons, our divine space power will increase even more. Long Jinchuan said, but we can't transform into dragons here, it will cause too much commotion. I will try again later when I have the chance. Longqing, you should be able to break through very soon. After that, your divine space power will increase explosively. Qin Yan said with smile. Many thanks my lord, I feel that I am stronger than those 9th level divine space realm soldiers. Longqing is simple and honest, but he knows the difference between strength and weakness. You go out first. I want to help your companions obtain the same strength so that you can fight side by side in the future. Qin Yan patted Longqing's shoulder. Brother Qin, do you think that people who surpass divine space realm can also awaken bloodline heavenly runes? Long Jinchuan hastily asked. Qin Yan shook his head and said, I don't know, I have never tried. You can't come to God Desolate right now. Wait until I have the chance, I will go to your 9 Dragon Kingdom. Long Jinchuan promptly nodded and said, very good, very good. If you can go and help us awaken bloodline heavenly runes and make us stronger, it will be much better than us going to barbarian race cosmos. 9 Dragon Kingdom naturally wants to stay in Great Flood cosmos and resist the Empire, but they don't have the strength. If they continue to stay in Great Flood cosmos, they will be exterminated. I can actually make an awakening talisman, but it can only be used on divine space realm cultivators. I am not sure if it will be effective on those who surpass divine space realm. Xianxia said. Take it back and try it. If it succeeds, you only need to make this talisman, we will buy it at a high price. Long Jinchuan said with smile. I can give it to you directly. After all, you sent me many 8th and 9th level divine space realm soldiers, they are what I lack the most. Xianxia said with smile. The 8th or 9th tier of the divine space realm was considered trash to the kingdoms of the middle-level worlds. If it were not for the fact that the divine wilderness needed a large number of people with this level of cultivation, the middle-level worlds would never pay attention to them. Brother Qin, if you need any help in God Desolate, I will do my best to help you. Long Jinchuan said, I will report to His Majesty as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will also bring back a few soldiers who have awakened bloodline heavenly runes to convince the kingdom. Xianxia really needs the help of this kind of upper-level faction. However, Tianling Empire and Great Blue Empire do not want to be enemies with Great Luo Empire, so they will not directly help Xianxia. At most, they will do business with Xianxia. Alright, then I will help those brats awaken their bloodline heavenly runes. Xianxia said with smile. Soon after, Xianxia began helping the 9 dragon warriors awaken their bloodline heavenly runes. In fact, even the Grand Prime didn't know if he would bestow them with bloodline heavenly patterns or awaken them. Long Jinchuan believes that Xianxia is bestowing bloodline heavenly runes on them because they don't have this kind of thing in their body and they never discovered it. The process of bestowing bloodline heavenly runes is very fast, Xianxia only used less than half a day to finish it. At this moment, the 300 young 9 dragon warriors are filled with reverence and even some fear towards Xianxia. This was because their lord, whose cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the divine space realm, had actually helped them increase their upper limit of several tens of thousands of divine space forces in one go. This was especially true for those warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the divine space realm. Their divine space force had already reached the limit, and they had yet to break through because they were cultivating the divine space heavenly bone. But after Xianxia bestowed them with bloodline heavenly runes, it actually increased to 300,000. This is the level of upper echelons. How did the Lord do it? This ability was simply terrifying. So what if his cultivation was low? Just this kind of ability was enough for them to pledge their loyalty to him. As long as they followed Xianxia, they might even become stronger than the imperial warriors in the future. In the hall outside, the 9 dragon warriors don't dare to believe it. They were worried that this was only temporary. There are indeed some pills that can temporarily increase one's divine space force, but after it subsides, the side effects are very obvious. It will make one's body ache for a long time. Tying Ba knew that Xianxia could help people obtain bloodline heavenly runes, but he didn't expect that it could also be done by people from the outerverse. This is also Xianxia's first time trying it on people from the outerverse, but he didn't expect it to be successful. He believed that the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box just so happened to be compatible with the people of the 9 dragon kingdom, which was why it could bestow bloodline heavenly patterns. Boss, do you think I can do it? Tying's eyes are burning with excitement as he looked at Xianxia. Tying's divine space force is 320,000, and he has cultivated the divine space heavenly bone in his entire body. The only area he is inferior to the elites of the empire is the degree of strengthening his mental power and divine space heavenly bone. I don't know, I'll give it a try. I originally thought that this method would only be effective on the life forms of our universe. I didn't expect it to be effective on people from the outerverse as well. Xianxia did not use the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box. In his hand is a blue oval-shaped bloodline heavenly pattern box. It was given to him by the former heavenly Dao at the immortal pawnshop. Long Jinchuan is also in the secret room. He is looking forward to seeing how strong Tying Ba, a person from the upper echelon of the Great Blue Empire, will become after being bestowed with the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Xianxia immediately began. He pressed the blue bloodline heavenly pattern box on Tying's back and then imprinted the box with his divine king heavenly seal. Ah! Tying suddenly let out a painful scream. Brother Ba, are you alright? Xianxia asked in alarm. I'm fine, it's painful, but I can feel that I'm improving. Tying shouted in ecstasy. Long Jinchuan took out a tool and said with wide eyes, Brother Ba's divine space force is increasing. It was originally 320,000, but now it has increased by 10,000 and it's still increasing. Qin Yan is extremely shocked. What is going on with the bloodline heavenly pattern box? It can actually help people become stronger like this. Qin Yan naturally tried it on himself, but it was completely useless. But when bestowing bloodline heavenly pattern box on others, it was always successful. Of course, Qin Yan's divine space force has already exceeded the limit. As for how much it will exceed in the end, he still doesn't know. Because he still hasn't reached the 9th level of divine space realm. But he speculates that it will definitely surpass the dragon warriors of the empire. Finally, Taiyin's upper limit increased to 370,000, a total increase of 50,000. This is already beyond the normal level of the upper echelon. This is also a lot. If the current Taiyin were to face the dragon warriors and the empire's elites again, as long as he has good equipment, it wouldn't be a problem for him to win one-on-one. Qin Yan immediately let Taiyin come out of the heaven-leaping shuttle and bestowed the bloodline heavenly pattern to them. Finally, they all smoothly increased their upper limit by 50,000 divine space force. We are trash, so we can only increase it by 50,000. What about those geniuses? Taiyin is very shocked. I don't know. Among the geniuses of your upper echelon worlds, there is no 9th level divine space realm. Wait until I have the opportunity to come into contact with them, then I will give it a try. Qin Yan said with smile. Long Jinchuan patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, "Old brother Qin, my golden dragon Marquis's true body is a genius in the 9-dragon kingdom. When the time comes, you will know for sure." If possible, Long Jinchuan wants to immediately kidnap Qin Yan to the 9-dragon kingdom of the Great Flood Cosmos and let Qin Yan bestow the bloodline heavenly pattern on him. Qin Yan took out a few awakening talismans and added the energy of dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box into them. Then he handed them over to Long Jinchuan and said, "Brother Jinchuan, after you return, try sticking them on your body." Long Jinchuan immediately put it away and said with a smile, "I will go back and try it as soon as possible." If he succeeded, Qin Yan wouldn't need to go to the Great Flood Cosmos. Although Long Jinchuan wanted to bring Qin Yan to the Great Flood Cosmos, he was still worried that an accident might occur. This was because their 9 dragons kingdom wasn't the strongest in the Great Flood Cosmos. It was impossible for them to guarantee Qin Yan's safety. Without sufficient protection, Long Jinchuan could not do so. If he were to head to the Great Flood Cosmos and happen to encounter experts from the Tianhong Empire, it would only result in his death. Ba Taiyin and the others had become much stronger. This meant that their foundations were much better. As long as they continued to strengthen their divine universe heavenly bone, they would definitely become the strongest 9th level divine universe realm martial artists. Of course, in order to stay in the gods desolate, in order to follow Qin Yan and protect him, they would not break through. Of course, they wanted to surpass the 9th level of the divine space realm. After all, that was a higher realm that would allow them to obtain even greater power. However, after breaking through, he cannot continue staying in the divine desolate. Qin Yan is in dire need of helpers. If Taiyin Ba and company wanted to break through, Qin Yan would allow it. He had previously told them that if they were tired of living in the divine wilderness, they could choose to return to the Great Blue Empire at any time. He would get Gao Linqing to make arrangements for them. "Boss, with our current strength, it won't be a problem for us to fight the dragon warriors one-on-one." Ba Taiyin said, "We can defeat them one-on-one." The reason why Taiyin Ba had such confidence was mainly because his divine cosmos force was much higher. A dragon warrior's divine cosmos power was only around 300,000. Ba Taiyin and the others had 50,000 more. "I believe in your strength, but there is no need for us to fight the dragon warriors face to face. They are invaders and there is no need for us to have a fair fight with them. We will use whatever method we can to kill them," said Qin Yan with a smile. "Brother Qin, I originally said that I would give you 3,009 dragon warriors, but now I want to increase it to 5,000. I will help you gather 5,009 dragon warriors as soon as possible," Long Jinchuan said. Previously, he was worried that the 9 dragon warriors were not loyal enough to Qin Yan. But now, it seems that he can rest assured. Even if they didn't sign a contract with Long Jinchuan, Qin Yan still gave them powerful bloodline heavenly runes, so they will definitely pledge their loyalty to him. In the Nine-Dragon Kingdom, the Nine-Dragon warriors were considered trash. Long Jinchuan was a marquise, so he had recruited these people. He had said nice things to them and treated them with respect. That way, he had earned their loyalty. A marquis like Long Jinchuan was not only very powerful in the Nine-Dragon Kingdom, but he was also very famous and respected. Those who had not surpassed the ninth tier of the divine space realm since birth were all viewed as trash. Now that they were valued by the Golden Dragon Marquis, they all cherished this attention, so they all signed the contract and were willing to listen to the Golden Dragon Marquis. Brother Jinchuan, do you think the Daluo Empire knows about what happened in your universe? Xianxia asked. The Great Blue Empire and the Hualing Empire both know of the existence of the Great Luo Empire. I wonder if the Great Luo Empire knows of the other empires? Long Jinchuan nodded and said, they definitely know. They might even be able to contact us. I just don't know how they will do it. Of course, because we are a kingdom, the Daluo Empire also looks down on us. When Qin Yan was in contact with the ambassador of the Hualing Empire Jiang Ming and the ambassador of the Great Blue Empire Gao Linqing, he could feel that they looked down on the Nine-Dragon Kingdom from the bottom of their hearts. The gap between a kingdom and an empire is too big. In the same universe, a kingdom is just a toy for an empire to play with. Brother Jinchuan, you should have a lot of good tool refiners on your side, right? Qin Yan wanted to find them to refine some good equipment. Excellent inscription masters are very few. In fact, in the Great Flood cosmos, many powerful runes are controlled by the inscription masters of the Great Flood Empire. Long Jinchuan said helplessly. Qin Yan frowned. He originally planned to provide a lot of Divine Universe heavenly bones and then exchange them for equipment from the Nine-Dragon Kingdom. But now it seems that the Nine-Dragon Kingdom also doesn't have any good equipment. Taiyin Ba said, Boss, whether it is the Great Blue Empire or the Hualing Empire, the best runes are firmly controlled by the empires. To be more accurate, they are controlled by the imperial family of the empires. Therefore, in the eyes of Taiyin Ba and others, as well as Long Jinchuan, the runes in Qin Yan's hands are very awesome. Previously, Gao Linqing respected Xiao Qihong very much because he saw how powerful the Yu Heavenly Talisman is. In Gao Linqing's eyes, a low-class person like Xiao Qihong should not be able to control such powerful runes. Runes are the foundation of power. Many powerful divine tools cannot be separated from the energy of runes. Even the operation of the myriad realms' divine sun needs to rely on runes. However, the Nine Sun Law Spirit has already fused with the runes very naturally, so it can't be felt. Qin Yan knows that the divine sun cultivation method is also a kind of rune, that is why Momo can absorb it. Brother Qin, you are an inscription master. You should know that even if you want to impart powerful runes, you need to learn them first. In our universe, you need a certain bloodline to be able to control them. Long Jinchuan said again, for example, only the imperial family of the empire. Only the imperial family can use those powerful runes. Brother Jinchuan, I need a lot of equipment. Although I can refine them myself, I need a lot of time and energy. Qin Yan said. Long Jinchuan is somewhat embarrassed. He said, Brother Qin, it is not that I don't want to help you, it is that even our Nine-Dragon Empire can't spare enough inscription masters. Qin Yan said with smile, I only want you to help me forge the armor and weapons. Leave the matter of carving runes to me, I will provide the materials. Long Jinchuan's eyes lit up. He said, because we don't have enough outstanding inscription masters, our craftsmen are very good, they can forge materials very well. Even if we don't add runes, they will still have very good defense. Power. Nine-Dragon Empire has a lot of army, it is impossible to carve runes on every soldier's equipment. They don't have that many outstanding inscription masters. Inscription masters are very hard to find, but craftsmen can be nurtured, moreover, they can nurture a lot of them. Roughly how many Divine Universe heavenly bones do you need to make a set of armor? Qin Yan asked. He has more than 200,000 gene of Divine Universe heavenly bones. There are many grades. The lowest grade is 100 gene Divine Universe heavenly bones. Better ones are 1,000 gene, 2,000 gene, 3,000 gene, and so on. Even better ones are made with 10,000 gene Divine Universe heavenly bones. Long Jinchuan said. Qin Yan took out the armor and weapons of the dragon warriors and placed them on the ground for Long Jinchuan to see. Brother Jinchuan, can you take a look and see how many Divine Universe heavenly bones are used in these armors? Qin Yan asked. This is Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon Bone, about 100 kilograms. This is equivalent to 250 kilograms of ordinary Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Long Jinchuan looked and said, the weapons are 50 kilograms of Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon Bone. Therefore, the equipment of the Dragon Warriors was very strong. Ninth layer of the Divine Space Realm, what level is this equipment? Qin Yan asked. He didn't know much about the world beyond the ninth layer of the Divine Space Realm. Long Jinchuan looked at Taiyin Ba and the others and smiled, these friends from the Great Blue Empire should know better. Taiyin Ba smiled bitterly, ninth layer Divine Space Realm is not qualified to use this kind of equipment. That was why Taiyin Ba was overjoyed when he obtained a set of equipment from the Empire. Qin Yan thought about it. There would be a total of 5,000 ordinary 9 dragon warriors, and each of them needed a set of good equipment. The consumption would be great. Brother Jinchuan, I don't need so many 9 dragon warriors for now. Wait until I equip these 300 warriors, train them and obtain more resources. Then I'll think about the next batch. Qin Yan now has a headache thinking about equipment. Old brother Qin, actually, we can do this. You can equip and train these 300 warriors first, and I will continue to recruit warriors in the 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm over at the 9 Dragons Kingdom. I will train them to the peak of the 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm, and then bring them here, Long Jinchuan said. Long Jinchuan said, at that time, you should have a lot of harvest on your side, right? Qin Yan nodded, alright, let's do this. I will give you 150,000 kilograms of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Help me make 300 sets of equipment, each with 250 kilograms of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Long Jinchuan was shocked. 250 kilograms of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone equipment was very good. 9th layer Divine Space Realm warriors were not qualified to use this level of equipment, because when forging, besides 250 kilograms of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone, other materials would be added, so the whole set of equipment would be even more powerful. Even Ba Taiyin and the others were taken aback. 309 dragon warriors with bloodline heavenly patterns were wearing this kind of equipment. Wouldn't they be unstoppable in the world of the 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm? What Qin Yan wanted was a powerful army. Only then would he be able to obtain more Divine Universe Goldstones in the Divine Desolate. When he faced the Daluo Empire and the other kingdoms, he would be able to push them over. Can I? Asked Qin Yan. That's absolutely possible. With such a batch of Divine Universe Heavenly Bones for us to forge, we can raise the level of our craftsmen. That's great. Long Jinchuan said, during the forging process, I'll choose the best of the other materials to be added as a gift. Brother Qin. Many thanks. Qin Yan said with smile. Long Jinchuan can already imagine the scene of Qin Yan leading the 309 dragon warriors to battle everywhere. They will surely cause chaos in those kingdoms and Great Luo Empire. Qin Yan had given him 150,000 genes of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone Dragon Gold Chuan. He still had quite a few in his hands. Moreover, he also had the Divine Universe Heavenly Bones of elite warriors. Those were the best and he wanted to keep them for himself. He can repair the armors and weapons of the dragon warriors and give them to Ba Taiyin and the other brothers. Ba Taiyin and the other brothers are Qin Yan's personal guards, they must be strong enough. Qin Yan is still unable to create a strong enough Yu Clan Heavenly Talisman. Otherwise, with the Yu Clan Heavenly Talisman, his army would be even stronger. Let's call them the Divine King Army. I will make them the strongest army in the Divine Desolate. Qin Yan said. It is truly their good fortune to be able to follow old brother Qin. Long Jinchuan said with smile, old brother Qin, I will definitely complete the task you entrusted to me. Qin Yan nodded and said, I will bring them back to train now. We will meet again next time. Qin Yan took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and let the 309 dragon warriors enter the warehouse. Then he brought Ba Taiyin and the others and flew towards the heavenly fire treasure land. Inside the warehouse, Ba Taiyin and the others began training the youths. Knowing that Qin Yan wants to lead them to fight the Daluo Empire's warriors, their blood immediately boiled. Because they are all trash from the middle world. Now, someone actually thinks highly of them and wants to take them to fight the Empire. Moreover, he even made them so strong. Ba Taiyin and the others didn't tell these youths about the equipment so that they wouldn't be lazy just because they have the equipment. These youths definitely know that the Empire's equipment is very strong. They are now very clear that if they meet the Empire's warriors, they will have to fight with their lives on the line. Therefore, they trained themselves crazily from the beginning. Qin Yun is in the main control room, thinking about his next cultivation plan. He has a lot of Divine Universe golden stones, but he hasn't calculated what realm he can cultivate to. Because in the later realms, he might need even more Divine Universe golden stones. The Daluo Empire and the other kingdoms have begun to make arrangements in the Divine Desolate. Other powerful races have appeared one after another. For the time being, he still doesn't know where they stand. Qin Yun still doesn't know how strong the powerful races after the 8th Divine Sun appeared and how the treasured lands they possess are. He has already arranged for the Heaven Secrets sect to investigate. He also checked the situation of the other treasured lands, such as the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land and the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range. If the original treasured lands and powerful races were taken care of after the 8th Divine Sun appeared, then the native humans of the Divine Desolate would still be very strong. Qin Yun is sitting on a chair in the main control room. Yu Yaoyao and Long Shu are sitting beside him. Although he is hugging two great beauties on his left and right, he is thinking about something in a daze. However, his hands are not in a daze, they are gently caressing the beauty's jade-like skin. Scum husband, I just threw myself into your embrace and you already slept with Queen Long Shu. Yu Yaoyao's face is filled with hidden bitterness. Xiao Yunyun didn't sleep with you, how am I scum? Long Shu said with smile. Elder sister Long Shu, if you and husband have a child, will it be an egg or a child? Yu Yaoyao asked curiously. I don't know, it should be a child directly. Long Shu caressed Qin Yun's handsome face and said with smile, Xiao Yunyun, do you want to know? We have to work hard, we will know once we have a child. Qin Yun is somewhat speechless. He forcefully pinched Yu Yaoyao and Long Shu's waist and said with smile, when we get to the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land, I will have to go into seclusion for a period of time. During this period, you must properly cultivate. When I come out, I will become very strong. Do you want me to go into seclusion with you? Yu Yaoyao charmingly looked at Qin Yun and said with smile. No need, you should properly cultivate in the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. That is a very good treasure land, it will allow you to become even stronger. Qin Yun said with smile, I will also release a great formation to absorb the energy of the myriad realms Divine Sunday. It should have even better effects. 9 Dragon Kingdom won't be able to finish crafting equipment so quickly. Qin Yun has already agreed with Long Jin to send people to Fog Moon City from time to time to inquire about the progress. Yu Yaoyao also doesn't plan to return to Yu Ancient Clan. She has already been driven out and those kingdoms and Great Luo Empire all know that she has a good relationship with Qin Yun. If she returns to Yu Ancient Clan and helps Qin Yun in the future, it will definitely implicate Yu Ancient Clan. Husband, I want to go to the 5th Divine Sunday. The 8th Divine Sun has come out and the other Divine Suns have also greatly improved. The 5th Divine Sun is the cultivation place of Little Kuan Peng. I want to take Little Kuan Peng there to take a look. Yu Yaoyao said. Yaoyao, can you also cultivate inside the 5th Divine Sun? Long Shu asked. I can use the special energy released by Little Kuan Peng to cultivate. I also need to quickly become stronger so that I won't be able to help husband in the future. Yu Yaoyao said with smile. Big sister Yang is inside the 5th Divine Sunday. If you see her, help me send my regards to her and then ask her to help me pass a message to the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit. Qin Yun said. Even if it's about borrowing the path from 9 Dragon Kingdom. Alright. Yu Yaoyao also knows about Yang Shuriwei. Divine Desolate knows very little about 9 Sun Divine Maiden. He only knows that Qin Yun's wife Xiao Yuelan and her sister Xiao Yuemei are 2 of the 9 Sun Divine Maiden. He doesn't know much about the other 9 Sun Divine Maiden. And Yu Yaoyao often brings 9 Sun Kuan Peng to the 5th Divine Sun, so she knows that Yang Shuriwei is inside the 5th Divine Sun's core but she has never met her. Be careful on the road. Qin Yun warned. With Little Kuan Peng here, what's there to be afraid of? Yu Yaoyao laughed, she is truly not afraid at all. Qin Yun sent her out of the heaven-leaping shuttle and then she flew towards the fifth divine Sunday. Qin Yun doesn't know how strong 9 Sun Kuan Peng is because 9 Sun Kuan Peng has entered the fifth divine sun several times. Xiao Yun, little monkey is very anxious, he wants to revive quickly. Long Shu smiled and said, if it's convenient for you, please help him so that he can be reborn quickly. Let's talk about it when we get to Skyfire Treasure Land. I want to see if Skyfire Treasure Land has been strengthened because of the appearance of the 8th Divine Sun. If Skyfire Treasure Land has also been strengthened, then I will use Skyfire Treasure Land to let the little monkey be reborn. Qin Yun said, however, when the time comes, he might have the bloodline of the fire tribulation crazed race. No problem, as long as he can be resurrected, I need a good helper. Long Shu said. Long Shu, what happened to your tree dragon tribe and the little monkey's monkey dragon tribe? Qin Yun asked. When asked about this, Long Shu sighed and said, they all died in the heavenly fate dragon lake. Is the destiny dragon lake really gone? Qin Yun gently held Long Shu's hand and comforted her, don't worry, the tree dragon race will definitely reappear in Divine Desolate. The Destiny Dragon Lake has been destroyed, but the Dragon Emperor said that it's closely related to the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. Long Shu said, maybe we can use the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box to make the Destiny Dragon Lake reappear. Qin Yun nodded and said, I will definitely study it carefully. Only with the Destiny Dragon Lake can we gather all the dragons in Divine Desolate and unify the dragon race. If the dragon race could grow up, they would definitely become one of the strongest races in Divine Desolate. Therefore, the Great Luo Empire wanted to control the dragon race. If they couldn't control it, they would split the dragon race. The Great Luo Empire had already done that. The dragon race was already divided and became a pile of loose sand. However, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor was killed by the Great Luo Empire and the Destiny Dragon Lake was destroyed. This memory would be passed down by the various dragon races, branded into their bloodline and turned into inherited memories. The Great Luo Empire split the dragon race, so the seeds of hatred were planted in the dragon race's inherited memories. To the dragon race, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor was their spiritual leader and the Destiny Dragon Lake was their holy land. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor made the dragon race feel equal. Many mixed blood dragons were able to enter the Destiny Dragon Lake and become even stronger. Purebred dragons also advanced by leaps and bounds because of the Destiny Dragon Lake. However, the Destiny Dragon Lake was destroyed. This is the treasure land of the dragon race. Such a great hatred is something that the dragon race will never forget. The Great Luo Empire also knows that they have drawn the hatred of the dragon race. However, they are not afraid because they have absolute confidence that they can ruthlessly suppress the dragon race. They will never let these powerful divine beasts rise again. They even want to use these divine beasts to suppress the powerful native races of Divine Desolate and suppress the rising human race. Qin Yun needs the help of the dragon race but now, the dragon race has been destroyed. Therefore, he must think of a way to unify the dragon race and create even more powerful dragons. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle shuttled through space from time to time and quickly arrived at the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. The current Heavenly Fire Treasure Land has undergone an earth-shattering transformation. It is no longer like before when it was covered in magma and active volcanoes were everywhere. There are still many volcanoes in the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. However, these volcanoes are very quiet and the mountainside is filled with lush green trees. Looking from afar, the volcanoes are brimming with vitality. Originally, Heavenly Fire Treasure Land was filled with rivers of magma but now there is no more magma. The rivers have turned into rivers that covered the entire Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. The Heavenly Fire Treasure Land is very big, there are hundreds and thousands of huge mountains and there are also many open spaces. There are still some people from the Fire Tribulation Mad Race who are guarding the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. They are unwilling to give up this treasure land. In fact, all the powerful races of Divine Desolate are unwilling to give up their treasure land. Even if they die, they want to die in their treasure land. Qin Yun's arrival caused many people from the Fire Tribulation Mad Race to cheer. After all, they are loyal to the Divine King. This loyalty is branded in their blood. Since birth, they have been loyal to the Divine King in their inherited memories. Xianxia is also in the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. He has become very strong, he is already at the 8th level of the Divine Space Realm. The strength of the fire tribulation mad race is that their bodies can turn into flames. Moreover, it is a flame that is very difficult to extinguish. Once one is entangled by their powerful flame bodies, it is very dangerous. Divine King, the heavenly fire treasure land has changed a lot. Especially after the appearance of the 8th divine sun, the energy inside the entire heavenly fire treasure land has clearly increased. After Xianxia saw Qin Yun, he immediately reported this matter. Very good, I will be staying in the heavenly fire treasure land for a period of time. Sorry for disturbing you, Qin Yun said with a smile. Divine King, we are very happy that you can come to the heavenly fire treasure land. When you found out that Divine Desolate was in danger, you immediately transferred us. This made us very touched. Xianxia said, from now on, the heavenly fire treasure land is yours. There is no such thing as disturbing. After Qin Yun arrived at heavenly fire treasure land, he could feel the changes and the abundant energy in this treasure land. He sighed, I shouldn't have let you abandon this treasure land. After all, this is the treasure land that nurtured you. Divine King, you are doing this for our own good. Heavenly fire treasure land is indeed our root, we cannot abandon it. Divine King, please allow us to return from the 4 divine suns. Xianxia said. Xianxia wanted to say this long ago but he didn't dare because he knew that their clan must listen to the Divine King. If it was before, I would definitely not allow it. But I defeated Strange Cat King City and that is enough to deter those kingdoms. They won't act against the various clans of Divine Desolate for a short period of time. Qin Yun nodded, I will allow you to return. Thank you, Divine King. Xianxia quickly knelt down on one knee but Qin Yun held him up. Soon after, Qin Yun released the 309 dragon warriors from the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Patriarch Hua, these warriors will be training in Heaven Fire Treasured Land for a while. Arrange a place for them. Qin Yun said, they are all very dutiful. They will definitely not harass you. After Xianxia saw the group of youths, he was scared silly. They were all at the 8th or 9th level of the divine space realm. Moreover, their divine space power was very strong and they had many divine universe heavenly bones. In Divine Desolate, they were absolutely super powerful existences. Having such a battle group in Heavenly Fire Treasure Land was a good thing for the clan because they could let their clansmen learn from them. After the group of 9 dragon warriors arrived at Heavenly Fire Treasure Land, they were amazed again and again because the environment here was much better than their 9 dragon kingdom. They could feel the abundant energy everywhere. In his opinion, in the 9 dragon kingdom, only the Emperor City had this level of energy. The matter of training the 9 dragon warriors was handed over to Ba Taiyin and the others. Qin Yun also introduced them to Xianxia. Xianxia was secretly startled. He didn't expect that the Divine King would have such powerful experts by his side. When Qin Yun was in the 4 divine suns, he gave Xianxia many awakening talismans, so they all awakened their bloodline heavenly runes. If they returned to Heavenly Fire Treasure Land, they would grow even faster. It wouldn't be long before a group of powerful divine space realm warriors would appear. Clan leader Hua, have you come into contact with any other powerful clans during this period of time? Qin Yun asked. I've had some contact with them. They all know that I'm loyal to the Divine King. They all want to inquire about the Divine King's exact strength through me. Xianxia said, the various powerful races of the Divine Desolate still revere you, Divine King, but they don't plan to follow you for the time being. Qin Yun nodded and said, that's very normal. With the appearance of the 8th divine sun, their treasured lands are stronger and their defenses are stronger. As long as they hide in their own treasured lands, it won't be easy for the great Luo Empire and the other kingdoms to breach them. They declared themselves kings, so they naturally didn't want to join my side. They definitely didn't want to listen to anyone else's orders. Of course, I have no intention of leading them. I just want to gather everyone's strength to resist the enemy. The divine wilderness has already changed. The foreign kingdoms and the Grand Luo Empire are making more and more moves there. Although the other powerful clans are safe, they are still on tenterhooks after leaving the treasured land. Xianxia said, as long as the 7 kingdoms and the Grand Luo Empire don't threaten their foundations, they won't resist with all their might. The powerful clans are currently safe, but the people of the divine wilderness who aren't born strong can only gather in a few cities. Those cities were built by the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Xianxia said, the divine wilderness needs order. Xianxia asked, Divine King, are we going to negotiate peace with the Seven Kingdoms and the Grand Luo Empire? Should we establish order and set rules together? No, the divine wilderness belongs to us. The Seven Kingdoms and the Grand Luo Empire will have to listen to us in the divine wilderness. Xianxia shook his head and said, they definitely won't negotiate with us. They want to completely conquer us. The Seven Kingdoms and the Grand Luo Empire definitely want to plunder all the resources in the divine wilderness. They might even want to destroy the divine wilderness to prevent it from growing. Otherwise, if the living beings of the divine wilderness break through and reach the upper levels, the Seven Kingdoms and the Grand Luo Empire will face a calamity. They definitely won't let the divine wilderness grow. Patriarch Hua, if the patriarchs of other powerful clans want to see me, you must find out what their goal is and whether they want to join the Seven Kingdoms or not. Xianxia said, previously, there were powerful clans that secretly helped the cat-eared people capture the people of the divine wilderness. The Heaven Secrets sect is already investigating and will soon determine which clan it is. When the time comes, hand it over to our fire tribulation mad race. Xianxia said, he is also very angry about this matter. Not only did the powerful clans of the divine wilderness not save the people of the divine wilderness, they even helped the enemy capture the people of the divine wilderness. What is the center of the heavenly flame treasured land used for? Xianxia asked. The center is a forbidden area. It's mainly used to nurture clansmen. No clansmen have been born for a very long time, I don't know why. Take me there. Xianxia said. Ba Taiyin and the others brought the 9 dragon warriors to an open space to set up camp. Xianxia and Longshu followed Xianxia to the center of the heavenly flame treasured land. The center of the heavenly flame treasured land is a very large lake of fire essence, which makes Longshu feel that it is somewhat similar to the heavenly fate dragon lake. Our clansmen will come to this lake every once in a while and then pour a large amount of soul power into it. The lake will gather the blood and soul and then give birth to a fetus. Xianxia pointed to the center of the lake and said, if it succeeds, a bubble of fire essence will appear in the center of the lake and the bubble will float. In the past, there were a large number of bubbles floating above the lake, they were all fetuses. After a certain period of time, the fetuses will come out, they are about 4 or 5 years old. Every powerful clan's method of reproduction is different. Some use their own blood and soul, combined with the power of heaven and earth to give birth to fetuses, some use the combination of male and female. There are also some powerful clans that use both methods. Xianxia looked at the lake, then looked at the sky and asked, since when did no fetuses appear? After the 7th divine sun appeared, it gradually decreased until the 8th divine sun appeared, then there were no more fetuses. Xianxia said, could it be that the 9 suns law spirit has given up on us? Xianxia shook his head and said, no, during this period of time, too many powerful clans have been born. They have seized the life force of most of the myriad realms' divine suns. In the following period of time, the life force will lean towards the newly born powerful clans. It seems that you have to evolve a new method of reproduction as soon as possible. If you can't evolve it, you will face the danger of extinction. Xianxia's expression changed greatly in fright, he completely believed Xianxia's words. Divine King, has our fire tribulation mad race been abandoned by the 9 sun law spirit? What are we going to do in the future? Xianxia is immediately filled with worry. Xianxia is not just scaring Xianxia, he is also very shocked after discovering this point. Every time a myriad realm's divine sun appears, a group of powerful races will be born in divine desolate. However, these powerful races could not exist forever. At a certain time, they would have to evolve and have their own way of reproduction. Most of these races are born with the help of the 9 sun law spirit. And it is impossible for the 9 sun law spirit to help these races reproduce forever. Therefore, at the appropriate time, it will stop and let these races live and die on their own. Powerful races that were unable to reproduce would eventually go extinct due to the lack of new blood. Races that can reproduce are the result of their own hard work and evolution. Naturally, they can continue to exist in divine desolate. Xianxia suddenly thought of many things. In the divine desolate heavens, many powerful races had obvious characteristics, even elemental characteristics. For example, the fire tribulation mad race is fire attribute. There are also water, wood, thunder, and so on. Although they have this attribute characteristic and can control attribute energy, they are indeed very strong. However, there is a big drawback: they will be restrained. If the fire tribulation mad race meets a powerful water attribute race, they will definitely be restrained. If they start a war, the fire tribulation mad race will be exterminated very quickly. Or if a sudden water natural disaster appears, it will be a calamity for the fire tribulation mad race. Xianxia did not answer Xianxia because he thought of something even more dreadful. The Nine Sun Law Spirit created many powerful races and laid out a very complicated plan to resist Great Luo Empire, allowing the living beings of Divine Desolate to have a relatively stable environment. However, this does not mean that the Nine Sun Law Spirit is benevolent; it is also very cruel. After all, there are so many powerful races in Divine Desolate. If they are gone, then so be it. The Nine Sun Law Spirit will not feel any heartache. The Nine Sun Law Spirit mainly wants to use Divine Desolate to create even more powerful races and use them to resist Great Luo Empire and Divine Sun descendants. There are many powerful races; the Nine Sun Law Spirit cannot nurture them one by one. It requires a lot of energy. Moreover, it can easily make the powerful races lazy and make them rely on the Nine Sun Law Spirit. In that case, this kind of powerful race would definitely be the lazy kind. If the Nine Yang Law Spirit wanted to create a truly strong race, then it would definitely use the cruelest method to make the strong race evolve. If a strong race could survive to the end and reproduce, it would be considered a success. In this cruel elimination, if a strong race died, then so be it. On the contrary, a large amount of resources could be freed up and given to other stronger races. So this is the true change in the divine wilderness. Xianxia looked into the sky with an extremely solemn expression. God King, what's going on? Xianxia panicked even more. Xiaoyun, is something big going to happen? Longshu also asked hurriedly. Xianxia nodded and said, in the near future, the gods desolate will become hell. Furthermore, it will be constantly changing. There will be all sorts of extremely vile weather or calamities. Is this the doing of the Daluo Empire? Xianxia clenched his fists and said with a frown, is the Daluo Empire still not satisfied with the current situation? Longshu cursed in low voice, does it want to destroy all the races in the gods desolate? Xianxia shook his head and said with a sigh, this is the doing of the Nine Yang Law Spirit. All the races in the gods desolate, if they don't evolve and adapt to the environment of the gods desolate, they will eventually go extinct. Longshu and Xianxia are startled; they immediately thought of something. If a strong race can still stand tall after so many calamities, then it must be a very powerful race in the gods desolate. The Nine Yang Law Spirit created all sorts of races and living beings in the gods desolate, but it doesn't know what kind of race is stronger and more worthy of nurturing. So it used this cruel method to select all kinds of races. Xianxia is very sure that the Nine Yang Law Spirit would do this because he, Xianxia, has experienced the torture of 9 lifetimes and 9 lifetimes. The Nine Yang Law Spirit is behind this. The Nine Yang Law Spirit did not show any mercy to Xianxia. If Xianxia cannot survive, the Nine Yang Law Spirit will not help him. If he dies, then so be it. When will it begin? Longshu asked. I don't know when it will begin, but many of the powerful races in the gods desolate must be facing the problem of reproduction. They can't reproduce and they can't survive the calamity of the Nine Yang Law Spirit. They will eventually go extinct. Xianxia said. Xianxia took a few deep breaths. He who was originally filled with fear suddenly calmed down. His eyes are tranquil as he looked at the fire-liquid lake. Xianxia can roughly foresee what will happen to the gods desolate. Even those kingdoms and Great Luo Empire will not have an easy time. I might be able to help you reproduce. Xianxia saw that Xianxia has calmed down and said. Divine King, many thanks for telling me this. Xianxia suddenly said with a carefree smile, our fire tribulation crazy race doesn't need Divine King's help. We will rely on ourselves to evolve and reproduce. Xianxia said with smile, I believe you will succeed. He knew that Xianxia would understand this point. Only by surviving in the midst of cruelty can they become a truly strong race. Although the fire tribulation crazy race is loyal to Qin Yun, they also have the heart to become strong. Therefore, they must rely on themselves. Xianxia believes that it is a rare opportunity for him to know this kind of heavenly mystery in advance. It is the greatest help Qin Yun can give him. Nine Sun Law Spirit did not give up on them, it wants to temper them. However, this kind of tempering is very cruel. If they can't endure it, it will be a calamity. Divine King, have you also experienced it? Xianxia suddenly asked. Longshu also looked at Qin Yun. She knows that Qin Yun must have experienced a lot to be able to mature to this day. Yes, I have experienced the tempering of 9 lifetimes, it can be said to be extremely cruel. There are many memories that are still my nightmares. I have experienced many painful experiences, all of them were indirectly plotted by 9 Sun Law Spirit. Qin Yun said. 9 lifetimes and 9 lifetimes. Longshu and Xianxia are emotionally moved. No wonder he could become Divine King, no wonder he was recognized by 9 Sun Law Spirit. Then what about now, has 9 Sun Law Spirit's test ended? Longshu asked. It ended a long time ago. 9 Sun Law Spirit has already severed ties with me. My Divine King Heavenly Seal can no longer obtain the energy of myriad realms. Divine Sunday, Qin Yun said. Longshu and Xianxia are somewhat puzzled, they looked at each other in dismay. Because in their opinion, after passing 9 Sun Law Spirit's test, it should not be like this. Xianxia and Longshu are puzzled for a moment but immediately understood the reason. That is because Qin Yun doesn't need to rely on 9 Sun Law Spirit or myriad worlds. Divine Sunday. In other words, after Qin Yun passes 9 Sun Law Spirit's test, it is very likely that he will obtain the supreme inheritance of 9 Sun Law Spirit. He will be able to rely on himself and won't need any help from 9 Sun Law Spirit. 9 Sun Law Spirit's help to Qin Yun is mainly guidance. Then, how powerful is Qin Yun now? Xianxia naturally can't see through him. He is very clear that this Divine King's power cannot be judged by cultivation. Longshu also can't see through Qin Yun. Although she slept with him before, she still knows nothing about his power. Clan leader Hua, do you still want this lake? Qin Yun asked. No, we will definitely find a way to reproduce. Xianxia said, this is actually not difficult. If other strong races can do it, so can we. The difficult part is how to face the 9 Sun Law Spirit's calamity. Longshu asked, will the other kingdoms and the Daluo Empire be unable to avoid the calamity that the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit brings? Qin Yun nodded and said, that's for sure. 9 Sun Law Spirit did not say that it will target the kingdoms and Great Luo Empire but the entire Divine Desolate, even Divine Moon will be affected. For Divine Desolate, this has both advantages and disadvantages. After all, we were created by 9 Sun Law Spirit. If 9 Sun Law Spirit takes away our lives, we will accept it. Xianxia is very open-minded. When will the calamity descend? Longshu is very worried because she is still thinking about how to unify the dragon race. She hopes that the entire dragon race can be unified and pass through this tempering together. Longshu, the dragon race will experience a great cleansing. It won't be too late to unify them after that. Of course, the other dragon race will definitely be very strong, so you must improve along with them. Qin Yun said. I will. Longshu looked at the sky and said again, then will we be safe inside the heavenly fire treasure land? What will happen after the calamity descend? According to my understanding of the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit, after the 9th Divine Sun appears and creates a group of powerful races, the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit will use the 9 Suns World Extermination Scripture to crazily destroy the Divine Desolate Heavens. All the treasure lands, all the gathering places of life, will be destroyed. Qin Yun said, if I'm not wrong, there's not much time left for everyone. The 8th Divine Sun had just appeared, and it wouldn't be long before the 9th Divine Sun appeared. After the appearance of the 9th Divine Sun, I thought that the Divine Wilderness would be at its most prosperous. I didn't expect it to be like this. Longshu sighed. In fact, even the All Heavens Divine Desolate will undergo earth-shaking changes. Said Qin Yun. He had lived through 9 lives and had experienced the destruction of the 9 suns many times, so he was already used to it. The 9 suns had tormented the earth many times, mainly to make living beings stronger. But even so, the humans in the divine wilderness were still very insignificant people of the lower class. In Xianxia's life, he had gone from a very weak human to the divine space realm step by step. God King, what do you need this lake for? Xiang asked. I want to revive a friend. Xianxia looked at Longshu. Longshu immediately took out the soul pearl and handed it to Xianxia. She said in surprise, Xiaoyun, are you going to revive the little monkey now? Yes, but after he is revived, he might no longer be a monkey dragon. Xianxia said, maybe he will become a real monkey. It doesn't matter. In any case, I have never seen him as a dragon. He doesn't look like a dragon at all. It's not bad to be a real monkey. Longshu said. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, Clan leader Hua, your fire tribulation crazed race is reproducing. You shouldn't build a cart behind closed doors. God King, please advise us. Xianxia asked. He knew that Xianxia was only pointing them in the right direction and not directly helping them. In the future, there will be many calamities and tribulations that will target your weaknesses. In the All Heavens Divine Desolate, there are many fire attribute races. There will definitely be calamities and tribulations that can restrain you. Xianxia said. Yes, ordinary water attribute power is not harmful to us. But if a sufficiently powerful water attribute power attacks us, we will definitely lose. Xianxia nodded and said. Therefore, you are currently a strong race with a very big weakness. You should have been eliminated. If you can evolve a power that can resist and restrain you, then you will have succeeded. Xianxia said, if you want to evolve even more perfectly, you will have to target your own weakness to make a breakthrough. You can find other races to combine with and think of a way to combine with them. Xianxia said, God King, I understand. Longshu asked doubtfully, can we really combine? Isn't it very difficult for different races to combine? You are a tree dragon. How can it be impossible for you to combine such a strange attribute? Xianxia said with a smile. Then what strong race should the fire tribulation crazed race find to combine with in order to evolve even better? Longshu asked. Find a strong race that can restrain them or find a strong race that can restrain water. Xianxia said, a strong race that can restrain the fire tribulation crazed race will definitely be able to suppress them. If the fire tribulation crazed race can't combine with a strong race that can restrain them, then they will be exterminated in the end. Xianxia nodded his head and said, therefore, we must do our best to conquer those powerful clans that are at odds with us in terms of attributes. The 9-yang Dharma spirit is forcing the various powerful clans to engage in special exchanges. This can indeed force us to strengthen ourselves. Then you should quickly go. Xianxia said. Yes. Xianxia immediately left. Xianxia released 9 dragon altars and surrounded the lake. Then he threw the Monkey King's soul pearl into the lake and let it float in the middle. Soon after, Xianxia took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and a Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. This Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box was given to him by Luo Yaofeng. It is a black Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. Taisher said that the power inside the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box contains a bit of evil nature. However, this evil nature can be suppressed. As long as one can use this evil nature well, they can obtain a very formidable power. The reason why Xianxia chose this box is because he believes that he can suppress the Monkey King's evil nature. And the Monkey King can use the hatred of the dragon race's extermination to maximize the evil nature's power. Xianxia and Taisher discussed it. Taisher believes that it is not a big problem and can give it a try. The Divine King Heavenly Seal pressed on the black Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box and imprinted on the Monkey King's soul pearl. Then the entire soul pearl fell into the fire liquid lake. Soon after, Xianxia floated in the air and used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to imprint many times on the fire liquid lake. Each and every imprint transformed into runes that form a great formation. Very soon, the entire fire liquid lake gradually turned black. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation began absorbing the energy of the myriad realms' divine sun and then channeling the energy into the lake. Seeing Xianxia resurrect the Monkey King, Longshu let out a sigh of relief. The Monkey King was like her younger brother, her relative. And the Heavenly Dragon Emperor was her older brother, but he was completely killed and his soul destroyed. Longshu hopes that the Monkey King can be resurrected quickly because she wants to join hands with her younger brother to take revenge. Furthermore, she doesn't want the Monkey King to miss the opportunity to grow. You cultivate on the side. It will still take some time for the little monkey to be reborn. Qinyan touched Longshu's face and said, I will be entering seclusion, I might not come out for a long time. Is there anything you want me to do? Longshu asked. I have already arranged it. If Fog Moon City needs it, someone will come here to inform you and Brother Ba. They will tell you to go to Fog Moon City or Nine Dragon Kingdom and deliver the things here. Then, the information from the Heaven Secret Sex spies will most likely reach here. If there is something important, you just need to hit the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda 3 times. Qinyan took out the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and placed it next to the Flaming Lake. The 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda has been refined with a large amount of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone and has become very sturdy. Even after being attacked by Longshu, it was not damaged at all. I understand. After Longshu finished speaking, she hugged Qinyan and her body became very warm. Xiaoyun, you understand? Longshu leaned into Qinyan's embrace and whispered. Of course Qinyan understands. He can only bring this hot dragon queen into the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. The two of them had a very sweet night. Longshu left the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda in satisfaction and went outside. She also needs to cultivate. Qinyan said that the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation would be very helpful to her and told her to properly cultivate now. Qinyan did not start cultivating inside the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda because that *** spirit Ling Yuner kept pestering him. After being tormented by Longshu for a whole night, Qinyan is still full of energy. He was intimate with Ling Yuner for a while. Ling Yuner also cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Qinyan in passing, allowing Qinyan's upper limit of Divine Universe power to increase by 100. Qinyan's current Divine Universe power is 3000. Xiao Yuelan said that cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra can increase Qinyan's upper limit of Divine Universe power every once in a while. Qinyan had increased by 100 the last time. This time it increased by another 100. However, this speed of increase was not essential to him. Ling Yuner herself has also improved, so she is very happy with the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. It is said that she has now found her own cultivation path. She also cultivates Nether Sun, so she can absorb a lot of Divine Sun energy from the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Moreover, she can also transfer Divine Cosmos power to Qinyan. Because she could be considered to have been created by Qinyan, and she had also been Qinyan's Tao spirit for a very long time, it caused her Divine Cosmos force to be extremely compatible with Qinyan. If Qinyan's Divine Cosmos power was insufficient, he could borrow Ling Yuner's. This could be considered a kind of hidden power. Inside the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, Qinyan took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and began cultivating. The cultivation of the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone and Soul energy consumed a great deal of Divine Universe Metal Stone. As for increasing his Divine Cosmos force, he would be able to continuously increase his cultivation. This was actually the most cost-effective thing to do. Your Divine Cosmos power seems to have some special situation, Taisher said after carefully inspecting Qinyan's Divine Cosmos power. The corners of Qinyan's eyes twitched. He is very worried that Taisher is thinking of a way to increase the Divine Universe Metal Stone. What special situation? Qinyan asked. He now needs 40 million Divine Universe Metal Stone to increase the upper limit of his Divine Cosmos power by 1 point. He is afraid that if a special situation occurs, it would cause him to need even more Divine Universe Metal Stone to increase the upper limit of his Divine Cosmos power. You are now at the 3rd level of the Divine Cosmos realm, your Divine Cosmos power is 3000. If you want to step into the 4th level, you need to increase your Divine Cosmos power to 6000. Taisher said. Ah? Previously, when I was 2800, I should have broken through after reaching 5600. How did it increase to 6000 now? Qinyan is somewhat surprised. This is a good thing for him, it means that his upper limit will be even higher in the future. During this period of time, you increased the upper limit of 200 Divine Cosmos power, causing this special situation. Taisher said. Qin Yan is alarmed. He thought that the divine cosmos power increased by cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra was negligible. He did not expect that the increased divine cosmos power would actually exceed the limit, allowing his upper limit to be even higher. Taisher, answer me honestly, will the divine universe metal stone I need to increase my divine cosmos power in the future increase? Qin Yan asked. That's for sure. At the third level of the divine cosmos realm, you have the divine cosmos force of 3 divine cosmos force. At the fourth level, you will have 4 divine cosmos force. It is extremely likely that there will be a small increase, or it might remain the same. Taisher answered. Alright, then let me increase to the 4th level of the divine cosmos realm first. Qin Yan immediately began, and he chose to use the fastest speed, consuming large amounts of divine universe metal stone every day to cultivate. To increase the upper limit of the divine cosmos power, he had to use a portion of the divine universe power to strengthen the divine cosmos within his body. After consumption, he would use the divine king heavenly seal to quickly replenish it, and then use it to strengthen the divine cosmos within his body. This way, he could cultivate quickly. Repeating this many times, rapidly strengthening the divine cosmos within his body, the upper limit of the divine cosmos power would increase. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Qin Yan's upper limit of the divine cosmos power had already reached 6,000. It was indeed impossible to increase it any further. At this time, as long as the divine cosmos power within his body was fully replenished, he could break through. After breaking through to the 4th level of the divine cosmos realm, the divine cosmos within his body would be greatly strengthened. This meant that the upper limit of the divine cosmos power would increase by a large margin. Taisher said before that Qin Yan would be in the first 3 levels of the divine cosmos realm. After breaking through, the upper limit of the divine cosmos power would be very high, but it would gradually decrease in the later stages. Qin Yan consumed all the divine cosmos power to attack the divine cosmos within his body, strengthening the divine cosmos to the advanced stage, allowing him to condense 4 divine cosmos force children. Upper limit of divine cosmos power 7,000. Qin Yan is quite satisfied with his current upper limit of divine cosmos power. You can directly cultivate it, just leave some divine universe metal stone to replenish it. Taisher said, he is now advising Qin Yan to increase his divine cosmos power. Currently, Qin Yan's divine universe heavenly bone and mental cosmos power cultivation is not particularly needed. Increasing the upper limit of the divine cosmos power can allow Qin Yan's cultivation realm to continuously increase. With the assistance of Qin Yan's equipment, if he was at the 8th level of the divine cosmos realm, even if he encountered the dragon warriors of the Great Luo Empire, he would not be killed. Next, to increase the upper limit of 7,000 divine cosmos power, I will need to consume even more divine universe metal stone. Qin Yan calculated and immediately felt his heart ache. Although he currently has a lot of divine universe metal stone, with the speed at which he is consuming them, he is still very reluctant. He also doesn't know if he can earn that much back in the future. Qin Yan looked at the divine king heavenly seal and sighed inwardly. All the divine universe metal stone he earned over the years have basically been fed to this divine king heavenly seal. Fortunately, the divine king heavenly seal displayed an extremely powerful ability, so it was not fed in vain. Qin Yan was now at the 4th level of the divine space realm, but his divine space force was 7,000. Others who had just stepped into the 6th level of the divine space realm would only have about 7,000 or 8,000 divine space force. I used 120 billion divine universe golden stones to raise my upper limit by 3,000 divine space force. Now I want to raise it by 7,000 divine space force. That's almost 300 billion. Qin Yan could only close his eyes and cultivate. Cultivating 2 levels had cost him 400 billion divine universe golden stones. This time, his cultivation speed was even faster. In just 10 days, his upper limit of 7,000 points of divine universe force had risen to 14,000 points of divine universe force. I still have 1.2 trillion divine universe golden stones left. Qin Yan sighed. This was not enough for him to cultivate to the 9th level of the divine space realm. Qin Yan broke through again and stepped into the 5th level of the divine space realm. His upper limit of 14,000 divine space force exploded to 15,000, increasing by another 1,000. It was not too much or too little. Qin Yan was satisfied. I just stepped into the 5th level of the divine space realm, and my divine space force is 15,000. This is equivalent to someone who has just stepped into the 7th level of the divine space realm. Qin Yan had been in seclusion for 20 days. Long Shu had not called him during this time, which meant that nothing major had happened outside. In his opinion, before the 9th divine sun appeared, the divine wilderness was temporarily peaceful. The 7 kingdoms and the great Luo Empire were now frantically plundering the divine universe golden stones of the divine wilderness, and the various powerful races and factions of the divine wilderness seemed to feel that danger was approaching. Especially many powerful races, their reproduction systems were having major problems, so they gradually felt that something was wrong. Old brother Taisher, with my current wealth, I can only step into the 6th level of the divine space realm. Qin Yan did some calculations. His upper limit was 15,000 divine space force, and he needed to raise it to 30,000 divine space force to break through. In other words, he had to use 600 billion divine universe golden stones to raise his upper limit by 15,000 divine space force. He had used 400 billion before, and now he would have to use 600 billion. 1 trillion was gone just like that. Moreover, he would have to cultivate mental energy and divine universe heavenly bone in the future. Reaching the 8th or 9th level of the divine space realm would require hundreds of thousands of divine space force. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Qin Yan, you still have 1.2 trillion divine cosmos goldstones on hand. I believe you. Can use 10,000 divine cosmos goldstones to evolve the godly monarch heaven seal. Grand Prime said, this way, the expenditure on raising the upper limit of your divine cosmos powers will be greatly reduced. How much lower? Qin Yan knew that the divine king heavenly seal would have great benefits after evolving. I'm not sure, but I can roughly feel that it will allow you to cultivate the divine universe heavenly bone, mental universe energy, and divine universe energy in the future, and the consumption will also be lower. Taisher said. If that's the case, then 1 trillion is definitely worth. Qin Yan pondered. If he used 1 trillion to upgrade the God King heavenly seal, he would still have 200 billion left to defend himself. He could not continue cultivating. Divine Yun was divine wilderness. Divine space realm. With the current situation in the divine wilderness, it was impossible to do business. It was difficult to obtain the divine universe gold, so he had to find a way to earn money as soon as possible so that he could step into the peak of the 9th tier of the divine universe realm. If universe realm, he would be close to being. Yun would divine heaven. I have been in seclusion for 20 days. My divine king army should have become much stronger. Qin Yan felt the need to take the divine king army out for a walk. During this time, those kingdoms must have obtained a lot of divine universe golden stones. Let's see if the kingdoms are honest. If they are not, I will teach them a lesson. If they are, I will enter the 9 sun sacred ground. Qin Yan believed that with the divine king army's strength, they should be able to occupy a mine in the 9 sun sacred ground. The mine would have at least hundreds of billions of divine universe golden stones, or even 2 to 3 trillion divine universe golden stones. It's decided. Upgrade the divine king heavenly seal. Qin Yan began transferring divine universe golden stones to the divine king heavenly seal. For some reason, the divine king heavenly seal seemed to be connected to the 9 sun divine spirit. There was a large spatial passageway between them. It could quickly transfer divine universe golden stones from the 9 sun divine spirit to the divine king heavenly seal. Qin Yan suspected that this was secretly done by Grand Prime in order to better absorb the divine universe goldstone. Old brother Taisher, after the divine king heavenly seal evolved this time, there should be other areas that became stronger, right? Qin Yan asked. Definitely, this will allow me to master the Yu clan heavenly talisman even faster. It will also allow me to use the other bloodline heavenly rune boxes better. Qin Yan said, Qin Yan, you must believe that the divine king heavenly seal absorbing a large amount of divine universe golden stones has absolutely no harm, only benefits. Qin Yan naturally believed this point. He relied on the divine king heavenly seal to turn the tables many times. Especially after this, he still needed to rely on the divine king heavenly seal to bestow other people bloodline heavenly runes or strengthen all kinds of divine weapons and divine tools. the Divine King Heavenly Seal needs some time to evolve. Xianxia came out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and saw Longshu floating above the lake. A whirlpool appeared in the middle of the lake, crazily absorbing all kinds of divine power. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation absorbed a large amount of myriad realms divine sun energy, causing the sky above the heavenly fire treasured land to be filled with myriad realms divine sun energy. It is like 8 giant dragons spiraling around. It is very magnificent and shocking. The heavenly fire treasured land is indeed a powerful treasured land. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye to take a look and discovered that the heavenly fire treasured land itself is a super grand formation that gathers the myriad realms divine sun energy. Coupled with the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, the speed of absorbing divine sun energy has increased by several times. It can be said that people with bloodline heavenly runes can improve very quickly in such an environment. Xianxia is somewhat envious of them. Others can increase the upper limit of divine universe power or cultivate the divine universe heavenly bone. They can directly absorb the divine universe power of the myriad realms divine Sunday. As for Xianxia, he needs to consume a large amount of divine universe golden stones to quickly improve. Of course, there is an advantage to this. His upper limit is extremely high and his potential is astonishing. Xianxia estimates that when he reaches the 9th level of the divine universe realm, his divine universe power will be at least 500,000 and the highest will be more than 1,000,000. This is simply invincible. Of course, this requires a large amount of divine universe golden stones to allow him to reach that stage. Longshu, is there anything big during this period of time? Xianxia asked. Not for the time being. Long Jinchuan sent equipment over. Longshu said. Is there any movement from the 7 great kingdoms and the great Luo Empire? Xianxia asked again. No, but there is a phenomenon in the 9-sun sacred ground. There are more and more barbarian extraterrestrials inside. Moreover, that passage seems to be connected to more barbarian universes or other universes. This is what Long Jinchuan told us. What is more surprising to Xianxia is that there is no big movement from those kingdoms. He suspects that the Heaven Secret's gate strength cannot keep up, so they cannot detect the secret movements of those kingdoms. He feels that there is a need to personally find those kingdoms to understand their movements. Xianxia doesn't have many divine universe golden stones left, only 200 billion. Compared to his next consumption, it is not enough for long. Next, he needs to find divine universe golden stones. There are many divine universe golden stones in Divine Desolate. As long as the myriad realms divine sun exists, divine universe golden stones will be continuously produced. However, without enough strength, it is impossible to mine divine universe golden stones from Divine Desolate. Xianxia asked Maluru and she said that she has become a lot stronger but she doesn't know how strong she is. If Xianxia wants to find divine universe golden stone mine, he will have to rely on Maluru. If Maluru is released, it will be very dangerous. How did Great Luo Empire sense Maluru's whereabouts? Xianxia has been very puzzled about this. He suspects that Maluru used the spatial wind to sweep the earth and create fluctuations. In other words, as long as Maluru searches for divine universe golden stone mine, she will definitely be discovered. Once the little monkey is born, it will definitely be very strong. Xianxia pulled Longshu's hand and said, "You don't need to worry too much now, it is only a matter of time before the little monkey is revived." Although Longshu's cultivation has increased, she still hasn't reached the 2nd level of Divine Space Realm. She is now only at the 6th level of Divine Space Realm. She also wants to quickly reach the 9th level of Divine Space Realm so that she can unify the dragon race in Divine Desolate. Therefore, she immediately went to cultivate. Within the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, she can cultivate even faster. She must hurry up. After the 9th divine sun comes out, it won't be long before Divine Desolate will fall into all kinds of calamities. At that time, there won't be such a good cultivation environment. Xianxia went to receive the equipment. He previously gave many divine universe heavenly bones to Long Jinchuan to bring back to 9 dragons' kingdom and give them to their powerful craftsmen to forge. This batch of equipment are armors and sabers. Under Xianxia's request, these sabers have the ability to grow and shrink, the longest can be more than 2 meters. Because they are forged with divine universe heavenly bones, the armors and weapons are all dazzling gold. Even if there are no runes carved on them, these equipment are still very powerful. After all, they are forged with 250 genes of divine universe heavenly bones. For the ninth tier of the divine space realm, this level of equipment was extremely extravagant. Xianxia secretly looked at the 309 dragon warriors. They would be the first batch of warriors of the Divine King army. They had been trained very well by Ba Tian and the others. Originally, some of them were only at the 8th level of the divine space realm, but now, they had all broken through to the 9th level. In the following time, Xianxia began to imprint runes on the armors and sabers. Sun Dragon Totem is the main rune. It is more suitable for the 9 Dragon Warriors bloodline heavenly rune. Before engraving runes, those equipment won't be able to absorb divine cosmos power so smoothly. Armor can absorb divine cosmos power and increase defense by a lot. Good runes carved into weapons can absorb divine cosmos power and make it even stronger. Furthermore, Xianxia not only imprinted a powerful dragon totem, he also has the ability bestowed by the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The ability that the godly monarch Heaven Mark bestowed upon the armor was to allow the armor to produce a certain amount of rebound force. If it was struck heavily, it would rebound a portion of the force back to the opponent. And the ability bestowed upon the weapons was to produce a very formidable vibration power. It could cause the divine cosmos power to penetrate the opponent's armor. If the opponent was hit by a saber, the entire body would be shaken to the point of falling apart, it might even shatter into pieces. Xianxia spent a few days to complete 300 sets of armor. Then he repaired and modified the Dragon Warrior's armor. After all, it was worn by Ba Tian and the other empire's warriors, so it must be even stronger. Inside the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, Ba Tian saw that Xianxia has become a lot stronger, but he is not surprised at all. "Brother Ba, how is the Divine King army's training?" Xianxia said with smile. "They have reached a certain level of maturity, boss. Should we pull them to train?" Ba Tian said. "What if they face the Empire's elite warriors? Last time, when Great Blue Empire and Great Blue Empire's 9th level Divine Space Realm warriors fought each other, you should have seen the strength of these two Empires' warriors, 100 versus 100, whether it is Great Luo or Great Blue Empire, the Divine King army will surely win. Moreover, there will be no casualties." Ba Tian very confidently said. If it was 20 days ago, he would not be so confident. But after nearly a month of training, he has a very good understanding of the Divine King army. Those Divine King army's warriors have been brainwashed. They no longer consider themselves 9 dragon warriors, rather they are the Divine King army's warriors. They are only loyal to Xianxia, the Divine King. "Did you not count the equipment?" Xianxia asked. "No. Boss, Bloodline Heavenly Rune is very powerful. We have only managed to dig out a small part of its power." Ba Tian looked at his hands. Many runes suddenly appeared on his blue palms. These runes look like meridians. After pouring divine cosmos power into the runes, a very powerful aura of divine cosmos power burst out. This formidable aura caused Xianxia's head to be in a mess. Even Xianxia jumped in fright. He said in amazement, "Divine cosmos power burst out through these runes, it became very powerful. This is the power of Bloodline Heavenly Rune." Ba Tian nodded and said, "It's not just that. Bloodline heavenly patterns flow through our bones and marrow, and they can make our divine universe heavenly bone even stronger. Compared to that divine universe heavenly dragon bone, it's countless times stronger. This should be Bloodline Heavenly Rune bone, but we have just started cultivating it. We are still in the process of groping." Ba Tian became more and more excited because he can see the hope of becoming very powerful. This hope will allow him to get close to the bloodline of an empire's noble clan. In other words, this trash from an empire has the possibility to turn the tables and counterattack. Moreover, it is a very high possibility. "That's good," Xianxia said with smile. "Then what will happen if you face 300 dragon warriors from absolute Luo Empire?" "Absolutely undefeated," Ba Tian said. "If I face the dragon warriors right now, with enough equipment, I can fight 3 at once." Xianxia understands Ba Tian very well. He is a very honest person, he does not casually boast. Ba Tian has seen dragon warriors before, so he has some understanding of them. "Boss, they want to follow your surname," Ba Tian suddenly said. "They don't have families, they were orphans since childhood, their names were also randomly chosen." Now that they have obtained a new life filled with hope from you, they want to follow your surname and forever be loyal to you. Don't talk about loyalty or not, I will treat you as my friends. Qin Yan waved his hand and said. They hope that you can accept their surname Qin, can you? Ba Taiyin said with smile. Of course I can. Qin Yan nodded. After Blue Cosmos people were bestowed Bloodline Heavenly Rune, they became very strong. Qin Yan now very much needs the help of these experts. He will do his best to satisfy their conditions. Race. Ba Taiyin's 3 friends all gave themselves names. They were all trash that had been abandoned, and because they had known each other since they were young, they had become sworn brothers. Big brother is called Qin Zhong, second brother is called Qin Yi, third brother is called Qin Qing. The 3 brothers are the same as Taiyin Ba, straightforward and honest people. They discussed and decided that each of them will bring 100 God King warriors and divide them into 3 squads. Taiyin Ba will stay close to Qin Yan to protect him. Qin Yan also agreed with them because they have been practicing this kind of attack and killing tactics for the past few days. Qin Zhong, Qin Yi, and Qin Qing were called over by Taiyin Ba. After learning that Qin Yan agreed to let them use their names, they became very happy and thanked Qin Yan. Qin Yan first took out 4 sets of equipment for Taiyin and the 3 brothers. They naturally like this kind of equipment very much and are very excited. Because this kind of equipment is something that even experts surpassing 9th level of Divine Space Realm may not be able to get their hands on. Especially the Divine King Heavenly Seal's ability to reflect and vibrate, they like it the most. Here are 300 sets, distribute them to 300 God King warriors and use 3 days to let them familiarize themselves with this equipment. Then I will take you out for actual combat. Qin Yan handed over a storage bag to each of the 3 brothers. Seeing this equipment, Taiyin and the others took a deep breath. If they were equipped by the God King army, they would be a super strong force in God Desolate. Even if they were to face 1,000 Empire soldiers, they would still be able to turn the enemy into a complete mess. Don't need 3 days, let them familiarize themselves with it in 1 day. Qin Zhong said with smile. Alright, 1 day it is. Qin Yan said with smile, I also want to see if the God King army is qualified or not. The 3 brothers immediately left. Qin Yan arranged for Taiyin Ba to go to Fog Moon City to obtain information about Heaven Secrets sect. After he came out of seclusion, he sent people to Fog Moon City to inform Heaven Secrets sect to investigate the locations of the various kingdoms' king cities. Heaven Secrets sect's overall strength is rather weak. If they want to obtain information, they need to have a certain level of strength. The cities built by the kingdoms can only be occupied by the people of those kingdoms. Moreover, it is very difficult for them to sneak in, so they can't obtain any information from outside. If they follow them, they will be easily discovered. The Heaven Secrets sect had lost quite a few Heaven Secrets dark operatives during this period of time. They had all been discovered by the Heaven Secrets sect and then killed. In the end, Xianxia, a big shot of the Heaven Secrets gate, had no choice but to personally make a move to obtain some useful information. This time, Qin Yan told Taiyin to bring Xian Killer because he knows that the Heaven Secrets sect cannot keep up. He had to bring them along. Otherwise, the Heaven Secrets sect would eventually decline. The law enforcement world had already been disbanded. Qin Yan had the law enforcement world king select talented people to join the Heaven Secrets gate. 2 days later, Tyrant Ba brought Xianxia to the Heavenly Flame Treasured Land. Originally, Xianxia could directly come to the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land, but Qin Yan is afraid that he will be in danger. Because Fog Moon City is filled with crooks and honest folk, Xianxia might have already been discovered when he entered the city. King and Heaven Kingdom and Heaven are also sect. Other kingdom. Yun. Of Heaven Tian King sect. Most of the kingdoms and Daluo Empire looked down on Qin Yun. Tian Yun are Tian. Are Yun Tian. From. Heaven. From. Qin Tian Yun King. In. From our Qin Zhong Emperor. King. In. He can't even withstand a single blow. Yes, as long as Qin Yun stayed in the Gods Desolate and did not go to the upper echelons of the world, he would be very safe. After Xian Killer arrived, Qin Yun gave him 100 sets of equipment. They are not for fighting but for stealth. After wearing them, they can avoid being discovered. They are very helpful to hidden assassin. Furthermore, Qin Yan also gave Xianxia and the others many materials. They are all obtained from the 9-Dragon Kingdom. They can help them refine even more powerful bodies. Boss, I've finally found some information. The Origin Luo Empire is mainly active in the 9 Suns Sacred Ground, but they have the other kingdoms strengthen their control over the Divine Wilderness. When the time is right, the Origin Luo Empire will announce that all the races in the Divine Wilderness must pledge loyalty to them. Killer said. I want to know what the other kingdoms are doing. It would be best if they are active in 9 Suns Sacred Land. Qin Yan said. Killer shook his head, they won't be so honest. God Desolate is very safe but 9 Suns Sacred Land is very dangerous. They are only sending a large number of soldiers to 9 Suns Sacred Land because of Great Luo Empire's request. Other than the Phoenix Kingdom, all the other kingdoms have to listen to the Daluo Empire's arrangements. Other than Phoenix Kingdom, all the other kingdoms must pay tribute to Great Luo Empire from time to time. What if they don't have enough resources? Qin Yan asked. So the kingdoms are secretly allying with the powerful races of God Desolate and promising them some conditions in exchange for their help. Killer sighed, many powerful races joined those kingdoms. After all, the kingdoms are all middle-class people. They have many things that those powerful races need. Qin Yan nodded, that's understandable. Have you found the powerful races that helped the cat ear people capture the God Desolate? Yes, 3 powerful races. They are now loyal to the cat ear people. Moreover, their overall strength is very strong. They are the main force of the cat ear people in God Desolate. Killer said, their main task is to kill and plunder in God Desolate. They use all kinds of methods to plunder the weak races and forcibly occupy their treasure lands. Then hand them over to the cat ear people. What benefits did the cat ear people give them? Qin Yan asked. The cat-eared people promised them that they could become mid-level personnel. Xianxia sighed, actually, that's simply impossible. The ultimate goal of the upper echelons of those 3 clans is to seek refuge with the Daluo Empire and gain the Daluo Empire's attention. Tell me the location of those 3 races and then determine how many treasure lands have fallen into the hands of the cat-ear people. I want to take them back. Qin Yan said, Strange Cat Kingdom doesn't learn from their mistakes. They are not obediently mining in God Desolate and always want to rob other people's treasure lands. Don't blame me for being impolite. Killer took out several large papers and placed them on the ground. They are all here. Killer, I will arrange for you to meet Brother Jin Chuan and let him teach you some spy skills. Qin Yan said. Many thanks for your support, boss. Killer also knows that Heaven's Secret Sect has been struggling recently because their overall strength has fallen behind. Don't worry, I will not let Heaven's Secret Sect fall behind. You are very important. Qin Yan said. The multi-layered space where the Heaven Secrets Gate was located was a very safe place. At the same time, it could also obtain the energy of the myriad worlds Divine Sunday. It could be said to be a very magical area. The 7 great kingdoms and the great Luo Empire that had come to the Gods Desolate were all from the middle and upper worlds. Their numbers weren't that high, but the people they sent were all very strong to the living beings of the Gods Desolate. As long as they sent out a small legion, they would be able to exterminate those relatively weaker clans. Although many clans had barriers protecting their treasured lands, those barriers would still be broken under the assault of the royal legions. Qin Yan gave some instructions before letting Xianxia return to the Heaven Secrets chapter. He took the map that Xianxia had given him and looked at the 6 treasured lands that had been breached. These treasured lands had all been conquered by the exotic cat kingdom. There are 3 powerful clans helping the exotic cat kingdom take the lead. That's why they were able to breach the treasured land so easily. Qin Yan decided to first deal with the 3 native races. Powerful local tribes of the Divine Desolate had helped foreign bandits to rob other local tribes. Qin Yan would not show any mercy to such traitors. Brother Ba, go and tell them that we're going to fight soon. Tell them to adjust their mentality, said Qin Yan. Although the God King army only consisted of 300 people, their upper limit of divine cosmos force was extremely high. They all had dragon bloodline heavenly patterns, and with their powerful equipment, they were comparable to the Empire's dragon warriors. Xianxia believed that 300 soldiers of the godly king's army were more than enough to kill the three powerful races. A day later, Xianxia took out the heavenly leaping shuttle and moved the 300 godly monarch army soldiers to the huge warehouse inside the heavenly leaping shuttle. He got them to set up camp inside. The three brothers, Qin Zhong, Qin Yi, and Qin Qing, were all in the warehouse. Tying Ba stayed by Xianxia's side to protect him at all times. "Boss, does the exotic cat kingdom still dare to build the exotic cat royal city?" Lady Ba asked. "There's a place on the map that's said to be the new exotic cat king city. It's in a treasure land, and it won't be easy to attack it." Xianxia said, "This is a treasure land that one of the powerful races gave to the cat-eared people. The exotic cat kingdom knows how to make use of the local tribes of the divine desolate to do things for them. They don't even need to show themselves. They just need to give those tribes some benefits." Tying Ba said, "As such, this is a battle between the powerful native races of the divine wilderness." Xianxia nodded and said, "That's what it looks like on the surface, but it's the exotic cat kingdom that's secretly controlling it. Do they think they can fool me with this?" Ba Taiyin said, "Boss, the cat-eared people might think that you're only trying to protect the dignity of the divine king, which is why you're forbidding foreign kingdoms from enslaving the people of the divine wilderness. If they were secretly instructing the people of the divine desolate to enslave the people of the divine desolate, then on the surface, it would have nothing to do with them. The cat-eared man thought that even if you knew the inside story, you would turn a blind eye to it. Do they really think I'm afraid of them? I will definitely ruthlessly attack the cat-eared people. In my divine desolate, you have to abide by my rules. Even the Daluo Empire has to listen to me." Qin Yun is sitting on a chair in the main control room, holding the divine king heavenly seal. He proudly said, "In divine desolate, divine kings are supreme. In Qin Yun's eyes, there shouldn't be any bullshit kingdoms or empires. In the gods' wilderness, the myriad realms' divine court was enough to maintain order. The other powerful races and sects could build cities and develop. Things like empires should be banned." Qin Yun took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. He wants to pass on a message to the other kingdoms through Meng Kai. However, Meng Kai is very dejected and cried loudly, "Master Qin, my true body is dead. I was killed by the Daluo Empire's destroyer. Why, in the strange cat kingdom, I was also a general, yet I was killed just like that. This is very normal, because now everyone knows that you've been captured by me." Qin Yun said, "Since it was the Empire who did it, it means that the Empire has already made preparations to become my enemy and has closed the communication channel." Meng Kai is even more upset. Closing the communication channel is one thing, why did they have to kill his true body? His true body is very strong, a formidable existence that surpasses the divine space realm. He can be killed just like that. Unable to pass on a message to the other kingdoms, Qin Yun also put away the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The kingdoms and the Daluo Empire should have stationed their troops. Ba Taiyin said, "At first, it should be the kingdoms who took action. The empires won't easily take action, right? Since that's the case, those kingdoms can forget about staying in God desolate for long." Qin Yun said, "I want to kill them until they are afraid. I want to see how many divine space realm experts from the middle rank heavenly earth kingdom can send over. The more the better. I am very lacking in divine universe heavenly bones." He plans to develop the God King army to 30,000. If he wants to equip them, how many divine universe heavenly bones would he need, not to mention 30,000 God King army? Even 3,000 God King army is very scary. Qin Yun wants a large number of God King army mainly to quell all kinds of wars in God desolate. Of course, if the 90,000 world divine sun appears and God desolate's great evolution era arrives, it will be hard to say when that time comes. The heaven leaping shuttle alternates between flying and shuttling through space. It is currently heading towards the Peacock Treasure Land. There was originally a gentle peacock race there. However, this treasure land has been captured. Secret assassin of Heavenly Secret met the fleeing peacock race and found out about this. As the heaven leaping shuttle flew, a large energy fluctuation suddenly came from ahead. A battle has broken out and waves of miserable screams can be heard. Qin Yun immediately made the heaven leaping shuttle invisible and approached the battlefield. It is a ground battlefield. There are several hundred people with a pair of giant golden claws attacking 1,000 people with peacock tail feathers. It is the Golden Claw race attacking the Peacock race. The Golden Claw race is a powerful local race that defected to the strange cat kingdom. Xianxia saw the battle strength of the Golden Claw race and realized that many treasure lands are attacked by the Golden Claw race. There are a lot of Peacock race people and their injuries are very heavy. They are also chained. Could it be that they have been enslaved? Ba Taiyin said, "Boss, can we attack now?" The Golden Claw race's cultivation are all at the 6th or 7th level of Divine Universe Realm. There are only a few dozen at the 8th or 9th level of Divine Universe Realm. 300 God King warriors should be enough to take them down. Xianxia said. 50 is enough. But if we send out 300, we can deal with them even faster and save the Peacock race from even more torture. Ba Taiyin nodded and said. Xianxia nodded and then went outside with Ba Taiyin. Then he brought the 300 God King warriors and floated in the sky and slowly landed on the ground. The God King warriors didn't wear armor, they didn't even use weapons because they don't need them. They only wore very ordinary gray coarse hemp clothes. Because of the appearance of Xianxia and company, the battle below quickly stopped. The 1,000 or so Peacock race people must have wanted to escape and now they are under control. Even more Peacock race people are heavily injured and can no longer fight. A few hundred Golden Claw race people surrounded the 1,000 or so injured Peacock race people and completely controlled the situation. A leader of the Golden Claw race looked at Xianxia and arrogantly shouted, "Are you here to save these lowly slaves or to throw away your lives?" The leader of the Golden Claw race had heard of Xianxia's name and knew that Xianxia was the divine king of the divine wilderness. However, he had never seen Xianxia's appearance. Even if Xianxia did not change his appearance, he did not know that he was a divine king. The divine king warriors all had aura concealment techniques. Xianxia had imprinted a rune on them that prevented them from leaking their aura, making it easier to assassinate. Therefore, the divine king army stood there with an imposing aura, but it was impossible to see their strength. In the eyes of these few hundred Golden Claw race members, as long as they were not from the upper echelons, they could do whatever they wanted, so they were not afraid of anyone. Golden Claw race, it was you who helped the cat-eared people capture many people of the divine wilderness, right? Xianxia asked. Oh, you know about this? From your tone, are you here to take revenge on behalf of those people of the divine wilderness? The leader of the Golden Claw race said with a smile. The unique characteristic of the Golden Claw race was that they had hands that could turn into a pair of large golden claws. These claws were all divine universe heavenly bones, and they were even strengthened. After the appearance of the 80,000th universe divine sun, the Golden Claw race also evolved. Their golden claws were previously at the level of ordinary divine universe heavenly bones, but after the appearance of the 8th divine sun, they were strengthened. Kill. Xianxia said. The leader was startled, then he laughed and said, "With just you guys." Just as he said these 4 words, Xianxia very strangely flashed behind him, his hand stabbed into the leader's back, and then tore his body apart. This leader was at the 9th level of the divine universe realm, the strongest among the few hundred Golden Claw race members. But now, he was torn apart in a short moment. The group of Golden Claw race members immediately cried out in fear. At this moment, the Divine King warriors suddenly disappeared and charged at the group of Golden Claw race members. One had to know that the Divine King warriors were all at the extreme 9th level of the Divine Universe realm, and they also had powerful bloodline heavenly runes. And among the Golden Claw race members, there were only a few dozen at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. These few dozen at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm could not block any attack from the Divine King warriors. They were torn apart in an instant, or their heads were smashed by fists, or their bodies were split apart by palms. The 300 Divine King warriors were empty-handed, but they were able to tear the hundreds of Golden Claw race members apart. In an instant, the battle was over. The Golden Claw race didn't even have the strength to resist and were slaughtered one-sidedly. The Divine King warrior wasn't injured at all, and there wasn't a single drop of blood on him. When they fought, divine cosmos force enveloped their entire bodies, allowing them to move forward. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The God King army took down the Golden Claws and gave them to Xianxia. There were a few thousand jin in total, equivalent to 10 sets of equipment. The group of peacock men were trembling in fear. They couldn't even beat the Golden Claw race, so it was impossible for them to win against this group of mysterious experts. "What's the situation at the Peacock-blessed land now?" Xianxia said with a gentle voice. "I'm going to the Peacock-treasured land to kill all the Golden Claw people there. Can you tell me any useful information?" "Friend, it's better if you don't go. The Peacock treasure ground doesn't only have Golden Claw people, but there are also many cat-eared people. You guys are very strong, but it'll be very dangerous if you go in." An old peacock man hurriedly shook his head. "We were able to come out alive because the chief did his best to create an opportunity for us to escape." Xianxia also saw that most of the peacock men were teenagers. There were also some middle-aged men with decent strength and some women. The peacock race only wanted to ensure the continuation of their race. "No matter how many cat-eared people and golden-clawed people there are, we will definitely kill them," Xianxia said. No, they are too strong. It's better if you don't take the risk." The old man said, "We are very grateful to you for saving us, but we don't want you to do such a dangerous thing." Soon after, many middle-aged men and women of the peacock race came over to persuade Xianxia. "The cat-eared people are very strong, but I have killed many of them. I have destroyed the strange cat king city they built twice," Xianxia said, "and next, I will destroy their strange cat king city again." The group of wounded peacock race people were immediately shocked. They looked at the incomparably handsome man in front of them in disbelief. They have never seen Xianxia before, but they know that Xianxia, the divine king, has caused the cat-eared people to suffer greatly twice. It caused the cat-eared people's movements in the divine desolate to be restricted. The cat-eared people really don't dare to openly enslave the divine desolate people, so they can only do it through the golden-clawed people. The matter of Xianxia destroying the cat-eared people's strange cat king city and annihilating the strange cat army has reached the ears of the various races in the divine desolate. From their point of view, Xianxia is the guardian god of the divine desolate, a true divine king. "Greetings, divine king." After the old man recovered from his shock, he immediately knelt down on both knees. The other peacock race people are pleasantly surprised and immediately knelt down. "Everyone, please rise." Xianxia has a headache and lightly shouted. "Divine king, the barrier of the peacock treasure land is already controlled by the golden-clawed people. But we peacock race can still open it." The old man said, "Divine king, I will bring you into the peacock treasure land." When the old man found out that the person in front of him is Xianxia, he is extremely excited. "The rest of you should first find a safe place to rest and heal. I will soon be able to take back the peacock treasure land," Xianxia said. Soon after, the old man told the group of middle-aged men to lead the younger generation away. Xianxia took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and brought the divine king army and the old man into it. The old man told Xianxia many things about the peacock treasure land. The peacock treasure land is a treasure land of a powerful race. The treasure land is a large mountain range with thousands of huge mountains inside. There are also many divine universe goldstones inside the treasure land. Especially after the 8th divine sun appeared, there are even more divine universe goldstones inside the huge mountains. Because the peacock race is gentle in nature, they stand aloof from worldly affairs. They are the kind that are easy to bully. Moreover, they are very honest, so they were targeted by the Golden Claw race. It is very easy for the Golden Claw race to break the peacock race's barrier. A large group of Golden Claw people ran outside the peacock treasure land and said that they want to form an alliance with the peacock race. Although the peacock race stands aloof from worldly affairs, they are very hospitable. Moreover, they do not know that the Golden Claw people have already sided with the cat-eared people, so they foolishly agreed to form an alliance and opened the entrance to the treasure land, allowing the Golden Claw people to enter the peacock treasure land. After the Golden Claw people entered, they immediately started a massacre. Then, the cat-eared people lying in ambush in other places, as well as a large number of Golden Claw people, all charged into the peacock treasure land and easily took control of it. In the end, a large group of peacock people were enslaved and forced to mine the divine universe goldstones in their treasure land. The more the peacock race old man spoke, the angrier he became. Furthermore, tears streamed down his face. Because many people from the peacock race died, they blamed themselves for being too foolish. The living environment of the divine desolate is becoming more and more cruel. We deserve to be exterminated because of this. The old man wiped his tears and said with a bitter sigh. Even if your race is facing a crisis, it shouldn't be caused by an outsider. Xianxia said, Divine Desolate will have a calamity descend, but it is not now. This old man is a highly respected elder in the peacock race. He sighed and said, I already expected that the Nine Yang Law spirit would not give us life for no reason. Even more so, after giving us life, it would not protect us until we grow up. What will come will come. The old man seems to have foreseen it, so they stand aloof from worldly affairs and develop in the treasure land. It is very likely that it is to deal with the calamity of heaven and earth. Just open a small entrance and let the heavenly leaping shuttle enter. Leave the rest to us. Xianxia said. Divine King, where did those powerful warriors from before come from? Were they created by the Nine Yang Law spirit? The old man asked. He felt that the Divine King army was bestowed to Xianxia by the Nine Yang Law spirit. No, they were nurtured by me. The Nine Yang Law spirit stopped providing us with help a long time ago. Xianxia said. Only like this can you become a true Divine King. Otherwise, you will only be a subordinate of the Nine Yang Law spirit. The old man nodded and smiled bitterly. The Divine King can be independent and so powerful. And our peacock race has such a good treasure land, but we are so useless and almost exterminated. You don't need to look down on yourselves. As long as you don't submit to the might of heaven and earth, you can still survive the calamity. Xianxia patted the old man's shoulder and comforted him. The powerful races of Divine Desolate are still hoping to rely on the Nine Yang Law spirit's help to become even stronger. Only a small number of powerful races have already sensed something and started to make preparations. In the Peacock Treasure Land, there are 20,000 Golden Claw people and 10,000 Cat-Eared people. Of course, when they first attacked, their total number reached 50,000. And the entire peacock race originally had 50,000 people, but now only 30,000 are left. They have all been reduced to manual labor. The Peacock Treasure Land is not considered a particularly strong treasure land, but there are many divine universe golden stones. If they were all extracted, it would be a huge number. Not long after, the heavenly leaping shuttle arrived outside the Peacock Treasure Land's barrier. There were more than 10 Golden Claw people patrolling inside and outside the barrier. Of course, they were all very arrogant and thought that there would be no problems. Therefore, they patrolled very casually and put on an act to deal with their leader. After turning invisible, the heaven leaping shuttle landed outside the barrier. The patrol team had just passed by. Xianxia, Ba Taiyin, and the peacock race elder left the heaven leaping shuttle. The old man took out a few beautiful peacock feathers and opened the barrier very wide. It was rather difficult for Xianxia to open the barrier of such a powerful race's treasure land. He would need to expend large amounts of divine universe goldstones. After opening a hole in the barrier, Xianxia and company immediately returned to the heaven leaping shuttle and entered the peacock paradise. The peacock treasured land was originally a very beautiful treasured land, with birds singing and flowers fragrant, verdant hills and clear waters. But now, those beautiful green mountains had been blasted to the point of devastation, and those rivers had become pitch black. At this moment, a large number of peacock people were being forced to excavate their treasured land, digging up mountains after mountains. Many golden-clawed people and cat-eared people were watching over the peacock people. Xianxia made the Divine King warriors wear their equipment and turn invisible. The golden-clawed and cat-eared people's main forces were still gathered in the center of the peacock treasured land. That was the place with the best quality divine universe goldstones. At night, 300 Divine King warriors left the heaven leaping shuttle. Like ghosts, they hid in the darkness and began to assassinate the golden-clawed and cat-eared people watching over the peacock people. In less than an hour, 300 Divine King warriors had assassinated more than 1,000 cat-eared and golden-clawed people, successfully rescuing all the peacock people. Then, Qin Zhong, Qin Yi and Qin Qing each led 100 Divine King warriors and attacked the center of the peacock treasured land from 3 directions. Late at night, the heaven leaping shuttle floated in the sky. Xianxia and Ba Taiyin stood on the heaven leaping shuttle and looked at the center of the peacock treasured land. There, dragon roars were like waves of angry roars. All kinds of tyrannical divine universe power burst out with intense light. The Divine King warriors were invincible, they swept through the golden-clawed and cat-eared people like they were cutting grass. Especially those dozens of elite cat-eared people, they were killed to the point that they began to doubt their lives. In their eyes, this warrior that suddenly appeared had strength comparable to the Empire's dragon warriors. In fact, he was even more terrifying than the dragon warriors. Where did he come from? Even before they died, they did not know that this was Xianxia's Divine King army. The Divine King warriors were very fast. After being targeted, there was no way to escape. The cat-eared and dragon-clawed people were far inferior to the Divine King warriors, be it in terms of equipment or upper limit of divine universe power. Even if dozens of them ganged up on one Divine King warrior, they would still be instantly killed by the Divine King warrior. Xianxia saw a Divine King warrior slash out several times with his saber. The waves of divine universe power that erupted out mightily reverberated over. Dozens of golden-clawed people were enveloped by the violent shockwaves, their bodies instantly splitting open and dying. The sky brightened. The light of the 8 myriad realms' divine suns shone on the ground. In the center of the peacock-treasured land, there were a large number of dismembered corpses, golden-clawed and cat-eared people. None of their corpses were intact. The Divine King warriors were collecting the corpses and picking up the divine universe heavenly bones. There was a total of more than 60,000 kilograms of divine universe heavenly bones. This was a very large harvest. The peacock people regained their freedom, but they didn't know who saved them. They could only continuously thank the Divine King warriors. The old man from the peacock race originally wanted to say something, but Xianxia told him not to for now. Peacock Patriarch, we will be resting here for a period of time. Arrange a quiet place for us, we don't want to be disturbed. Xianxia said. The previous Peacock Patriarch was already dead. The new Patriarch was that old man. All right. The Peacock Patriarch has already sent people out to bring back the 1,000 peacock people that escaped. The 1,000 peacock men were only able to escape because the former Patriarch had led many experts in the clan and paid a huge price. Otherwise, they would have been enslaved or tortured to death. Xianxia and company were arranged to stay in a very quiet cave. Boss, what's next? Tying Ba asked. Let the Divine King warriors rest first. The cat-eared and golden-clawed people will soon know that the peacock-treasured land has fallen. Xianxia said, let's see how many people they will send next. Tying Ba understood that Xianxia wants to wait here for the cat-eared and golden-clawed people to come. Xianxia also told the Peacock Patriarch to throw the broken corpses of the cat-eared and golden-clawed people outside the peacock-treasured land. This way, the scouts of the golden-clawed race and the cat-eared people would know that a large number of their people were killed. The broken corpses were piled up in several piles like small hills, very conspicuous. Soon, the golden-clawed people and the cat-eared people will receive the news that the peacock-treasured land has been taken back and tens of thousands of them died. They will definitely not let this matter rest. Xianxia and Ba Taiyin were in a stone room in a cave, discussing the next battle plan. Brother Ba, in the Divine Desolate, when both sides are equal in strength, what matters is equipment. Especially in a situation where we are outnumbered, we need to use equipment to reduce the consumption of divine cosmic power, so that we can fight for a long time and annihilate more enemies. Xianxia said. That's right, as long as we have good equipment, it will be very easy to fight. Ba Taiyin nodded. After the God King warriors wore the equipment Xianxia gave them, in this kind of situation where they were outnumbered, their consumption of divine cosmic power was greatly reduced. The armor they wore could fuse closely with their bodies, and it fit extremely well. The divine cosmic force could flow smoothly into the armor, and then flow back into their bodies, smoothly circulating within their bodies and armor. As long as the armor had divine cosmic power flowing, it would have a great defensive effect. In addition, the armor's defense was very strong, so it would be very difficult for the enemy to break through the defense. At the same time, it would not consume much divine cosmic power. It was the same for weapons, as long as a certain amount of divine cosmic power was poured in and the divine cosmic power was not released, then there would not be too much consumption. Xianxia was thinking, if the God King warriors were to face more enemies, how could they last longer? Xianxia thought of a method, but he did not know if it would work. It was to refine a very powerful and very special vessel. When the God King warriors were free, they would pour in a large amount of divine cosmic power. This kind of method was also grasped by the heaven-splitting ancient race and the Outerverse, but it was not good enough. Moreover, the amount of divine cosmic power stored was very limited, especially for 9th-level divine cosmic realm experts. A 9th-level divine cosmic realm expert had 2 to 300,000 divine cosmic power. The middle and upper class people could refine such a vessel, but the cost was very high, so it was not worth it, especially when it was used on a large scale on others. A 9th-level divine cosmic realm expert was trash to the middle and upper class people, so how could they use such an expensive item on a large scale on a 9th-level divine cosmic realm expert? Brother Ba, in the Great Blue Empire, what is the highest amount of strength storing pearls that can store 9 divine cosmic force? What is the price? Xianxia asked. The highest is 100,000, it is very expensive, this kind of thing can't be bought by trash, and geniuses don't need it, so no one will refine it. Even if you go to the Great Blue Empire to buy it, you won't be able to buy much. Ba Taiyin shook his head. Then do you think that the Great Luo Empire and the other kingdoms will use this on a large scale? Xianxia asked. It won't. That kind of thing requires very few materials. It's still rather difficult to store up divine universe power at the 9th level of the divine universe realm. Ba Taiyin shook his head. The divine cosmic force stored in the divine cosmic force could make the divine cosmic force very stable. After the divine cosmic force left the body, it would lose control and become very berserk. This was especially true for the divine cosmic force of experts, which could be increased by 2 or 3 times. Once it left the divine cosmic force within the body, it would immediately erupt. Hence, the conditions to refine this kind of strength-storing pearl were extremely harsh. Although it could be refined, 9th-level divine universe realm cultivators couldn't afford to use it at all. Xianxia took out a basket of golden beads. This kind of golden bead was only the size of a centimeter and had 9 circular patterns on its surface. The bead was very dim and seemed to have lost its vitality. Seeing these beads, Ba Taiyin said in shock, "This is the divine universe inside someone else's body?" Xianxia nodded and said, "These divine universe in their bodies originally had divine universe power, but after they were killed, the divine universe power quickly drained away." Boss, you plan to refine the divine universe in someone else's body into a strength-storing pearl? Ba Taiyin was even more shocked. Is it not possible? Xianxia said with a smile. If it was possible, this kind of thing would have been overflowing long ago. It's precisely because it can't be done that there is no such thing until now. If you inject the divine cosmic force into someone else's body, then the divine cosmic force will be controlled by the consciousness of the divine cosmic force. This kind of divine cosmic force will not be yours. Ba Taiyin immediately shook his head. This was the most difficult point to overcome. The divine cosmic force within the body had its own consciousness. Even if the master died, the self-consciousness of the divine cosmic force within the body would still continue to operate. The self-consciousness of the divine cosmic force within the body was very difficult to erase, it was almost impossible to do so. Why can't the Great Blue Empire do it? Xianxia asked. Erasing the consciousness of the divine cosmic force within the body will cause great damage to the divine cosmic force within the body. The divine cosmic force within the body has a self-destructive consciousness. Once it senses that its consciousness is being destroyed, it will destroy the divine cosmic force within the body. Ba Taiyin said. He picked up the divine cosmic force within the body and then injected his own divine cosmic force into it to erase the consciousness. He successfully erased the consciousness, but the golden divine cosmic force within the body suddenly erupted with golden light and turned into a gray pearl. Ba Taiyin forcefully pinched the pearl and it turned into gray powder. Xianxia said with a smile, "Brother Ba, I can do what others can't." The divine cosmic force within the large basket were all collected by Xianxia. There are more than 300 of them. Xianxia took out a white bottle and a white liquid dripped out from it. This is the soulless dew and it has been improved by him. The speed at which he created the soulless dew is getting faster and faster. The main reason is because he is borrowing the power of the white divine sun totem. Xianxia dripped a drop of soulless dew into the golden pearl and then handed it over to Ba Taiyin. He said with a smile, "Brother Ba, inject your own divine cosmic force into it and try to see if it can be stored and extracted." this? Boss, what did you do? After Ba Taiyin grabbed the divine cosmic force within the body, he could feel that the divine cosmic force within the body did not resist at all. Try it. Qin Yan said with a smile. Ba Taiyin immediately tried to inject his divine cosmic force into it. Ba Taiyin said in alarm, it seems to have succeeded. If the divine cosmic force was not processed, there would be a huge commotion when the divine cosmic force was injected. Now that Qin Yan has processed it, there is no reaction at all. It is very stable. Ba Taiyin tried to inject his divine cosmic force and then took it out. He confirmed that it is a strength-storing pearl. Is it easy to use? Qin Yan said with a smile. Give me a few more. Ba Taiyin is wild with joy. If he exhausts the divine cosmic force within his body, he can extract the divine cosmic force from these divine cosmic force and continue fighting. Ba Taiyin is already used to this kind of miracle created by Qin Yan. Tell the divine king warriors that if they encounter 9th layer divine cosmic force enemies, they should try their best to obtain their divine cosmic force. Qin Yan said. Understood. Ba Taiyin nodded and said. Next, Qin Yan will turn all these divine cosmic force into super strength-storing pearls and let the divine king warriors carry them with them. It is very important to increase the endurance of the divine king warriors. Because next, the cat-eared people and golden claw people will most likely send a powerful army to besiege the Peacock Treasure Land. Qin Yan is eager for them to come. To him, this is a great fortune. It would allow him to obtain a large amount of divine cosmic heavenly bones. It would allow him to create even more powerful toys and equip even more divine king warriors. As long as there are enough divine king warriors, he will be able to stand firm in the divine desolate and make the great Luo Empire and other kingdoms submit. Qin Yan not only dripped soul lost dew. He also used divine king heavenly seal to imprint runes on the power-storing pearl. Qin Yan finished refining a large amount of power-storing pearls within an hour and gave them to the divine king warriors. And Ba Taiyin and the other brothers have quite a few. The divine king warriors are very happy. They wanted to obtain these power-storing pearls back in 9 Dragon Kingdom. They also know that they are very expensive. What made them pleasantly surprised is that the power-storing pearls Qin Yan gave them are much better than 9 Dragon Kingdoms. 9 Dragon Kingdoms power-storing pearls can only store 100,000 divine cosmos power. The ones Qin Yan gave them can store 250,000. Next, Qin Yan is drawing blueprints. He wants Long Jinchuan to find craftsmen to help him forge more God King spears. Divine King warriors should have God King spears. During battle, they first fire and bombard from a distance. After suppressing the enemy with firepower, they will rush over and start a massacre. Inside Golden Claw Treasure Land, inside a grand palace, there is a tall and sturdy black cat-eared middle-aged man sitting in the highest position of the palace. He is brimming with dignity. His imposing aura makes everyone in the main hall feel very oppressed. Inside the main hall, there are many cat-eared people wearing golden armor, as well as a few golden claw people. A cat-eared person is kneeling below. He said in fear, Your Majesty, something happened to Peacock Treasure Land. We don't know what happened, but all of our people were killed. Their corpses are piled up outside the Peacock Treasure Land. The cat-eared person finished speaking and took out a large mirror. The corpses piled up outside the Peacock Treasure Land are all recorded in the mirror. Strange Cat King's avatar has already arrived in God Desolate. He is in charge of the overall situation. Strange Cat King City is built inside Golden Claw Clan's Treasure Land. Large number of cat-eared people are arriving in God Desolate. Currently there are more than 1 million of them inside Golden Claw Treasure Land. Peacock Clan leader and Peacock Clan's main force are all dead. It is impossible for Peacock Clan to kill us, an old Golden Claw person said in cold voice. This is Golden Claw Clan leader. Strange Cat King's expression is very calm. He is not angry because of the loss of Peacock Treasure Land. Because the dead cat-eared people are all trash in his eyes, moreover their numbers are pitifully small. This must be Qin Yan's doing. Golden Claw Clan leader said. This king knows. Exotic Cat King sneered, We've been looking for him, but we didn't expect him to take the initiative to expose himself in the Peacock Treasure Land. Your Majesty, are we going to attack the Peacock Treasure Land next? Qin Yan deliberately piled up the corpses outside to attract our attention and lure us over, said Golden Claw Patriarch. The Golden Claw race leader only looked calm on the surface, but he was inwardly furious. This was because all of the Golden Claw people in the Peacock Precious Land must have died. The Golden Claw race wasn't the exotic cat kingdom. The main forces of the exotic cat kingdom were those who had surpassed the divine space realm, and the cat-eared people at the divine space realm were trash in the exotic cat kingdom. Thus, the exotic cat king did not care about them at all. We are naturally going to take down the Peacock treasured grounds. Xianxia infuriated the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo. He snatched what the Crown Prince needed and even openly provoked him. Strange Cat King said with smile, as long as we capture Xianxia and hand him over to the Luo Crown Prince, it will be a very big gift. The Peacock Paradise is not easy to attack. The barrier is very strong and there's still Xianxia inside. We don't know much about Xianxia. Golden Claw Patriarch said. No matter how strong Xianxia and company are? Can they be stronger than the exotic cat kingdom's army? Strange Cat King said disdainfully, first send 200,000 to attack the barrier. After breaking the barrier, directly attack the Peacock Treasure Land and capture Xianxia. Then slaughter everyone else. Golden Claw Patriarch is still somewhat afraid of Xianxia because powerful races like them instinctively revere divine monarchs. Especially now that Xianxia has taken back the Peacock Treasure Land. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Golden Claw Patriarch said. The ones attacking the Peacock Treasure Land are the 200,000 army of the exotic cat kingdom. What are you afraid of? Strange Cat King said with sneer, we have 1 million army and more will arrive in the future. In the end, we will have 5 million army. If it is less than 5 million, we will continue to replenish it. Golden Claw Patriarch swallowed his saliva. A few million cat-eared people from Middle Heaven Earth, this is indeed a very terrifying force. Just wait and see, our exotic cat kingdom will definitely be stronger than the other kingdoms in the God Desolate. Strange Cat King said. Golden Claw Patriarch also realized that the exotic cat kingdom's army is not here just for Xianxia, they are also here to attack other kingdoms. Although the God Desolate is very big, these kingdoms have enmity with each other. Even if there is no conflict, they still want to create conflict and start a war to plunder each other's resources. Your Majesty, how about we think of a way to sneak into the Peacock Treasure Land? It won't be too late to fight after we figure out the situation inside. Golden Claw Patriarch is still trying to persuade Strange Cat King. Lowly people are lowly people, as cowardly as mice. Strange Cat King snorted unhappily and said, this king will personally lead a 500,000 strong army. This king will let you see how we, the middle class, will sweep away lowly creatures like you. Golden Claw Patriarch doesn't dare to persuade him anymore, he is doing this for the good of the cat-eared people. 500,000 army, could it be that they can't even attack the broken Peacock Treasure Land? Great Blue Empire and Hualing Empire both promised Great Luo Empire that they will not send reinforcements to Xianxia. Even if they are willing to give Xianxia, how much can they give? You just follow us and watch from the side. Yes, Your Majesty. Golden Claw Patriarch repeatedly nodded. Then Strange Cat King said again, quickly inform the other kingdoms that this king will lead 500,000 army to attack the Peacock Treasure Land to capture Xianxia. This is for the Crown Prince, if other kingdoms obstruct us, they will become enemies with the Crown Prince. He is worried that other kingdoms will get in the way and compete with him for the opportunity to capture Xianxia. Xianxia stole the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box from Great Luo Crown Prince, thoroughly infuriating him. Great Luo Crown Prince has already said that he will capture Xianxia, so other kingdoms will definitely put in a lot of effort. This matter will not only be passed on to other kingdoms, it will also be passed on to other factions in the God Desolate, telling them not to get involved. Heaven's secret sect quickly received this news and immediately sent it to the Peacock Treasure Land. Xianxia and the others have been resting in the Peacock Treasure Land for 2 days, they have already recovered to their peak. Xianxia is standing on top of a mountain, the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda is at the top. Boss, Strange Cat King's avatar will personally lead 500,000 army to attack the Peacock Treasure Land. Tyrant Ba informed Xianxia, his expression is also very solemn. 500,000 army, all of them are cat-eared people from Strange Cat Kingdom, this is a very terrifying force. Although 300 God King warriors are very strong, they have no chance of winning against 500,000 cat-eared people. Tyrant Ba was extremely worried because he couldn't think of any way to repel the exotic cat's army. Not to mention defeating them. As long as they could repel the exotic cat army or block them outside the peacock treasure land, it would be considered a victory. Seeing that Xianxia is very calm, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Boss, don't tell me you want to use the bloodline venomous insect?" The bloodline venomous bugs were extremely terrifying and Xianxia still had many larvae in his hands. If the bloodline venomous insects were used against a large number of cat-eared people, there was a chance that the exotic cat army would be repelled. However, once the bloodline poison bugs go out of control, it will be dangerous. It will definitely cause great harm to the divine desolate. The bloodline poisonous insect was created by Xianxia using the Great Blue Empire's poisonous insects. He added the bloodline heavenly rune bloodline into it, so it became very dreadful. Even Xianxia's understanding of the bloodline venomous worms was extremely limited. Using the bloodline venomous bug is very risky. Xianxia shook his head. Although the divine wilderness will face a calamity in the near future, I cannot let the divine wilderness face the danger of the bloodline venomous bugs in advance. Then what should we do? Tyrant Ba knew that Xianxia must have a solution for being so calm. The first time we attacked Strange Cat King City, we used the bloodline venomous insects. At that time, they bred a large number of venomous insects. In the end, I collected the corpses of those venomous insects. Xianxia smiled mysteriously. I refined the corpses of the venomous insects into a kind of poisonous gas that has a miraculous effect on the cat-eared people. Really? Tyrant Ba was relieved, but when he thought that it was Exotic Cat King's clone leading the army, he said, "Exotic Cat King's army has Exotic Cat King. It will take at least 2 to 3 days for them to arrive at Peacock Paradise, right?" Xianxia said, "This period of time is enough for us to make preparations in advance." Tyrant Ba knows that Xianxia has those primal chaos cannonballs. They are very powerful, but he doesn't know how many Xianxia has. Xianxia would not easily use the primal chaos cannonball. There would be one less of such things to use. The speed at which the nameless old man created the small primal chaos divine sun was very slow. It was unknown when he would be able to create another primal chaos cannon. We don't need to wait for them to arrive outside the Peacock Blessed Land. We will ambush them halfway. Xianxia said. Ambush? The corner of Tyrant Ba's mouth twitched. They only had 300 God King warriors on their side. Ambushing an army of 500,000? Boss, are you going to use that chaos cannon? Ba Tyrant asked. If they used chaos cannons, and there were a lot of them, annihilating an army of 500,000 would be no problem at all. Not for the time being. Use the poison gas I refined. Xianxia said, pass down the order. Get them to capture a few cat-eared people at the 9th level of the divine space realm. I want to use them for experiments. Yes. Tyrant Ba immediately made arrangements. Outside the Peacock Treasured Land, there were many cat-eared people scouts. The Peacock Blessed Land was very big. They had to monitor the entire Peacock Blessed Land and understand all the movements of the Peacock Blessed Land. This way, when their army arrived, they would be able to obtain more information. If someone from the Peacock Treasure Land came out and set up a trap, these scouts would be able to detect it. After Ba Tyrant and his brothers went out, they quickly caught a few spies. Although these spies were all at the 9th level of the divine space realm, they weren't outstanding in terms of combat, but they were outstanding in terms of perception and scouting. Ba Tyrant's spiritual force was stronger, so it was easy for them to find these spies. Of course, they also knew that there were many spies from the exotic cat kingdom outside. It was impossible for the 500,000-strong army from the exotic cat kingdom to be well-equipped and also impossible for all of them to be at the 9th level of the divine space realm. Therefore, Xianxia was able to use the cat-eared people at the 9th level of the divine space realm to test the poison gas. The poison gas he produced was specially used to deal with the cat-eared people. The bloodline poisonous insects from before could only harm the blood of the cat-eared people. The poison gas produced from the corpses of the poisonous insects was also used to deal with the cat-eared people. Xianxia had a large amount of this kind of poison gas. He collected it and then used the Nether Sun's duplication ability to duplicate a large amount of it. Then he injected it into the pill transformation heavenly furnace and refined it again and again. This way, he could produce even more poisonous cannonballs. Originally it was a poisonous gas, but after being combined, it could condense into a liquid. And after exploding, not only would it produce a large amount of poison gas, it would also produce a large amount of poisonous liquid. Xianxia could very easily produce a large amount of it. Although it was not fatal to the cat-eared people, it could make them lose a large amount of their combat strength. As long as the cat-eared people lost their strength, the Divine King warriors could rush in and kill them with a single slash. Xianxia used a small amount of poison gas and controlled it to float beside the 5 cat-eared people scouts. This kind of poison gas is very special. It can be inhaled into the body when breathing. If they don't breathe, then when absorbing the myriad realms Divine Sun's energy, it will also be absorbed into their body. The cat-eared people army also needs to absorb a lot of energy to maintain their peak condition. The 500,000 army rushing to the Peacock Treasure Land is definitely not to directly attack. Before attacking the Peacock Treasure Land, they will certainly set up camp and rest. They will adjust their peak condition and then attack the treasure land. Those cat-eared people unknowingly absorbed the poison gas. The poison gas is colorless and odorless, they don't even know that it has already entered their body. The poison gas refined by Xianxia will not immediately flare up, this is under his special control. If it was a strong poison gas, it would have been easily sensed and they would have taken precautions against it. Although the colorless and odorless poison gas can't immediately poison the cat-eared people, it can allow them to absorb more. This kind of poison gas has a very strong after effect, especially with the accumulation of time. 2 hours later, the spirit of those cat-eared people scouts became very poor, the divine cosmos power within their body became very weak. The poison gas has already entered their divine cosmos, corroding the divine cosmos power within their body. Then through the divine cosmos, it flowed throughout their body, causing their flesh and bones to become powerless. There are no obvious signs of being poisoned, they just look very tired and feel like they will be fine after a good sleep. They have been rushing for a few days, they will definitely think so when the time comes. Half a day later, Xianxia asked, "Brother Ba, how strong are these guys now?" "My son can easily kill them with one hand." Ba Taiyin said with smile, he is finally relieved, he did not expect Xianxia to create this kind of poison gas so quickly. "There is still time, I will do my best to create more poison gas in the next 2 days. Pay attention to the movement of the strange cat army, report to me if there are any changes." Xianxia said. "Yes." Ba Taiyin nodded. Xianxia began creating poison gas inside the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda. The process is very simple for him, he only needs to consume divine cosmos power, he can easily replenish it with divine king heavenly seal. This time, the strange cat kingdom's attack on the Peacock Treasure Land can be said to be very powerful, everyone has received the news. The fact that Exotic Cat King's avatar personally took action shows how much importance he attached to this operation. Previously, Xianxia had attacked Exotic Cat Royal City twice and successfully captured it each time. Exotic Cat King attacked Peacock Treasure Land this time not only to capture Xianxia and offer him to Great Luo Crown Prince, but also to vent his anger. Now, other kingdoms are laughing at their kingdom, saying that they lost so miserably in the hands of a lowly person. Great Blue Empire's ambassador Gao Linqing and Hualing Empire's ambassador Jiang Ming are currently in the sky far away from Peacock Treasure Land. There is a small building floating there. They are sitting inside the building and looking at Peacock Treasure Land from time to time. "Brother Gao, do you think Xianxia will be able to escape this time?" Jiang Ming said. Xianxia still underestimated the kingdom's power. This guy Xianxia is quite arrogant. Not only does he look down on kingdoms, he also looks down on us empires. This time he will suffer a great loss. Gao Linqing said with smile. "What, Xianxia is in trouble, you are very happy?" Jiang Ming also said with smile. "This bastard, although he sold the easy smoke manufacturing technology to us, he did not sell the tobacco. Moreover, the tools and rune printing tools he sold us are all consumables." Gao Linqing cursed in low voice, "After a period of time, we will have to buy those consumables from him. During the manufacturing of easy smoke, special runes must be printed on the cigarette paper. Those runes are carved into crystals by Xianxia. Those crystals are consumables, moreover, it is very difficult to decipher the runes inside. Once the crystals are used up, they will have to buy them from Qin Yun. They will inevitably be cheated. Indeed, those tobacco are extremely expensive. Divine Moon Clan stinky bitches are not few at all. Jiang Ming is also very unhappy. Qin Yun doesn't know the consequences of offending Great Luo Empire. He is blaming us for not selling them to him, so he secretly cheated and made Divine Moon Clan raise the price of tobacco. Dao Linqing said coldly, "Just wait, Divine Moon Clan's tobacco manufacturing technology, we must grasp it in our hands." Brother Gao, do you have any clues? Divine Moon Clan has the protection of Heaven Opening Ancient Clan. Heaven Opening Ancient Clan is establishing a kingdom, they are also a kingdom. Moreover, they have an unclear relationship with Nine Yang Law Spirit. Jiang Ming said. Not at the moment, but don't worry. Our Great Blue Empire will definitely take a big bite out of the Divine Wilderness. Dao Linqing smiled and said, your Hualing Empire must have a lot of plans, right? Jiang Ming just smiled and did not say anything. Do you think Qin Yun will be captured this time? Jiang Ming asked, this fellow Qin Yun is not that easy to take down. Even if the 500,000-strong exotic cat army can conquer the Peacock Paradise, they might not be able to take down Qin Yun. Dao Linqing said, after all, they're just a kingdom, but it's hard to say for the other force. Oh, are you saying that the Daluo Empire will also send people over? Jiang Ming asked. It's not the Daluo Empire, but the Crown Prince of Daluo. Qin Yun stole the Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box, infuriating the Crown Prince. According to my sources, the Crown Prince will bestow upon anyone who captures Qin Yun. Dao Linqing's eyes were burning. An imperial title. This was very attractive to people from the empire. The Crown Prince's avatar has already arrived in the Divine Wilderness. Jiang Ming smiled and said, Brother Gao, have you seen the Crown Prince? Brother Jiang, you've seen the Crown Prince yourself. Don't ask me. Dao Linqing laughed heartily. Then what do you think of the Crown Prince's character? Jiang Ming asked. I can't tell. He doesn't reveal himself, and it's only an avatar, so it's hard to tell anything. All I know is that he hates Qin Yun. Dao Linqing said, also, he's very passionate about the Nine-Sun Divine Maiden and desires her. Jiang Ming nodded and said, he even asked me if there's a way to enter the Divine Sun Core in the ancient Garden City and come into contact with the Nine-Sun Divine Maiden. That's right under the nose of the Nine-Sun Dharma Spirit. Acting recklessly is courting death. Dao Linqing used a telescope to look at the Peacock Paradise and said, the other kingdoms will probably send scouts, right? There's no movement from the Peacock Paradise. Has Qin Yun already escaped? Jiang Ming was puzzled. Qin Yun was in the Peacock Paradise, so he did not know that the two Outerverse Empire's ambassadors were secretly observing him. However, Qin Yun had indeed made the Divine Moon Clan raise their prices. The Great Blue Empire and Hualing Empire had a tacit understanding not to provoke the Great Luo Empire, so they would not give Qin Yun any substantial help. Therefore, Qin Yun had made the Divine Moon Clan raise their prices. 2 days passed, and Qin Yun had made many poison cannonballs. These cannonballs could be shot with the Divine King Spear or thrown out. Boss, the exotic cat army is here. With their speed, they can reach the Peacock Paradise in 2 hours. Tying Ba said, it's night now, so they are resting. They might attack the Peacock Paradise at dawn tomorrow. Let's go, we'll take action tonight. Qin Yun took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and entered the belly of a huge mountain. The 300 Divine King warriors had stored enough Divine Universe power in the Super Power Storing Pearl, so they could fight for a long time. Qin Yun placed them in the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and left the Peacock Paradise at night. The exotic cat kingdom's cat-eared people came here on foot. Qin Yun asked inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. They all flew over. They don't have any big ships, so they probably haven't had time to build them. Or maybe they are reluctant to give them to the 9th-level Divine Universe realm. Tying Ba said. In the exotic cat kingdom, there must be those huge flying battleships, but they are very expensive. Moreover, in their opinion, there is no need to use those big guys to deal with lower-class people. It is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. That's good. I think that after this battle, they will definitely dispatch those huge flying battleships. Qin Yin said with smile. Exotic Cat King's avatar personally led the army to attack and suffered a crushing defeat. His next move will definitely not be small. The heaven-leaping shuttle pierced through space and quickly arrived at the camp of the Exotic Cat Army. Exotic Cat King is very proud. He believes that with their 500,000 army, no one would dare to sneak in. Because once they sneak in and are discovered, they won't be able to leave. Qin Yun's heaven-leaping shuttle directly drilled deep into the ground and placed a large number of poison cannonballs under the ground. Moreover, they were all activated by him. The poison cannonball's poison gas has very strong penetrating power. It will rise up along with the hot air under the ground and mix with the myriad realms' divine sun's divine power. Then it will be absorbed by the cat-eared people. Boss, what if it fails? Tyene asked, do you have any backup plan? Of course I do. Qin Yin said with smile. The heaven-leaping shuttle has already flown far into the sky. Tomorrow morning, they will know whether the poison gas is effective or not. Qin Yin had massacred the cat-eared people twice before, but they still didn't think much of Qin Yin. At most, they only looked up to him. Exotic Cat King believed that the previous two attacks were because the cat-eared people weren't part of the regular army and hadn't made sufficient preparations. Now that they were attacking the peacock-blessed land, the one who wasn't prepared was Qin Yin. After all, Exotic Cat King was a middle-ranking person. He had been in charge of the Exotic Cat Kingdom for many years and had led armies into battle many times. As for the troops he sent out, they were fighting against the kingdoms of the middle class. In his eyes, those kingdoms were countless times stronger than Qin Yin. Now that he was personally leading an army of 500,000, not even the other kingdoms could guarantee that they could resist. Qin Yin learned from General Meng Kai that the Exotic Cat Kingdom had the largest population among the few kingdoms. Their reproduction rate was very fast, and their growth rate was equally astonishing. In a middle-ranking celestial soil, one would normally need to be around 25 years old to have sufficient combat strength. But the Exotic Cat Kingdom was different. They grew up at the age of 15 or 16, and after a few more years of training, they would become experienced veterans. In a large tent in the Exotic Cat Army's camp, Exotic Cat King's avatar was discussing something with several old cat-eared people. Those old cat-eared people were the avatars of some generals, and they were very capable generals at Exotic Cat King's side. Not only was Meng Kai defeated, but he was also captured and turned into a mouthpiece. Exotic Cat King cursed in a low voice. Exotic Cat King cursed in a low voice, what a useless thing, you have lost the face of our Exotic Cat Kingdom. We should have killed his true body long ago. His capture had a negative impact on us. Furthermore, his words have infuriated the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo and let the other kingdoms know of our crushing defeat, an elder said. The other kingdoms are really cowardly and are just watching from the sidelines. The Empire has already said that when dealing with Qin Yun, our kingdoms can join forces, said Qin Yun. Another old man was dissatisfied because none of the other kingdoms had any intention of attacking Qin Yun. The Phoenix Kingdom definitely won't do anything. As for the other kingdoms, I hope they don't. Just leave Qin Yun to us. The Crown Prince will be very happy if we capture him. Exotic Cat King chuckled. As long as the Crown Prince becomes the new Deluo Celestial Emperor, our Exotic Cat Kingdom will be the strongest among the kingdoms. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince may not be able to become the new Exalted Celestial Emperor. Don't forget that there's still the Princess of Exalted. The old man said softly, Princess Luo Shu possesses quite the authority, and she has the support of a Grand Prime organization. The Exotic Cat King secretly frowned when he heard that. What are these Grand Prime organizations trying to do? Not only did they secretly help the Phoenix Kingdom, they even wanted to support Princess Luo Shu. The Phoenix Kingdom has a Grand Prime, which is why the Daluo Empire is so wary. Those Taisha organizations are very mysterious, but according to what I heard, those Taisha organizations don't dare to do anything to the Daluo Empire right now. It can be said that they are evenly matched with the Daluo Empire, said the general. How many Grand Prime organizations are there in total? What was their attitude towards the Divine Wilderness? Is there any way to get in touch with them? As long as I can meet them, Ben Wang is willing to pay a great deal of benefits to them, Strange Cat whispered. An old man shook his head and said, Ben Wang, we don't know the situation of the Taisha organizations at the moment, but the Daluo Crown Prince might know. By the way, have you met with the Daluo Crown Prince recently? The Crown Prince's main body has rarely appeared recently. I heard that something has happened to the Daluo Imperial Palace. The Daluo Crown Prince's clone is in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. It seems that I need to go in and have a chat with the Crown Prince, said the exotic cat king. Ben Wang, when you meet the Daluo Crown Prince, tell him directly. The Daluo Crown Prince will definitely need our kingdom's help, and our exotic cat kingdom will definitely stand on his side, but we need him to give us a certain amount of benefits, said the old general. I understand. It's mainly the Taisha organizations. I can't be at ease without understanding the Taisha organizations. Also, all news about the Daluo Imperial Palace has been sealed. Is the empire going to change? The exotic cat king was rather worried. An old general yawned and said, I'm very tired. I'll go rest first. This is how this stupid clone is. It hasn't even been 2 days and it's already so tired. Yeah, when the clone is tired, it will also use the soul avatar. It will even make the main body's soul feel sleepy, said an old man. Everyone, go and rest. After we attack the Peacock Treasured Land tomorrow, this treasured land will be everyone's. We can then try the taste of the Peacock people. After being in the Gods Desolate for so long, only the Peacock people are suitable for us to eat. The exotic cat king laughed. Hearing that they were going to have a feast tomorrow, the generals all smiled. In their eyes, the Peacock people were not humans, but meat, a delicacy. Although the exotic cat kingdom's army was still a distance away from the Peacock Treasured Land, the scouts of the major factions near the treasured land had already rushed over. Tomorrow, they would witness the exotic cat army directly attack the Peacock Treasured Land. The scouts of the other kingdoms also had to gather information about the exotic cat kingdom, because the exotic cat kingdom was one of their enemies. The Huoling Empire and the Great Blue Empire were also very concerned about this, because it would help them understand the kingdoms of this universe. Late at night, Qin Yan brought Grandine Ba and secretly entered a few military tents. These Kadir people are not sleeping very well, but their divine cosmos power is very weak. They don't need to wait for daybreak. The bloodline poison gas's poison power has already played a very good effect. There are many military tents. Exotic Cat King and the others believe that with their 500,000 strong army, no one would dare to openly attack them in the Gods Desolate unless the other kingdoms join hands. Therefore, they don't have any guards. Also, when they rest, they are not completely asleep, they are still vigilant. At night, 300 God King warriors moved alone and entered the military tents to carry out assassinations. Qin Yan gave them many invisibility divine talismans and mysterious penetration divine ability talismans. They can conceal their aura. At the same time, they can easily enter and leave the military tents. Most of the exotic cat warriors in the military tents have low cultivation. Formidable God King warriors can completely silently and instantly kill more than 100 cat ear people inside the military tents. Moreover, they don't even cause any movement. The military tents are not casually built. There are many runes inside the military tents. They are used to absorb and gather the power of heaven and earth, gathering it inside the military tents and letting the cat ear people absorb it. Therefore, the military tents can quickly gather a large amount of poison gas, causing the cat ear people inside the tents to absorb even more poison gas. The poison cat-eared people are exhausted, their spirit is dispirited and their perception has dropped greatly. The most frightening thing is that they didn't realize that they were poisoned. They thought that they were tired and that they would be fine after absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. However, after crazily absorbing energy for a while, they became even more tired and finally gradually fell asleep. Qin Yan instructed the Divine King warriors to kill the weaker soldiers and try not to attack those 8th and 9th level Divine Space Realm martial artists, so as not to cause a big commotion. Qin Yan is also in the camp. From time to time, he received storage bags from the Divine King warriors. Those storage bags are filled with the corpses of the cat-eared people. Qin Yan put the corpses into the 9 Sun Divine Soul's Nether Sun Pearl. Ling Yuner is responsible for removing the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone and Divine Universe from the cat-eared people's bodies and threw the rest into the Nether Sun to be swallowed. Originally, Qin Yun didn't want Miluer to participate in this kind of thing. However, Miluer seems to have sensed that someone from her hometown has entered the Nether Sun Pearl. Then she went to take a look and saw the delicate and charming big sister Ling Yun'er skillfully dismembering the corpses. "Lu-er, why are you here?" Ling Yun'er is very surprised and said, "These guys are bad guys who wanted to kill your big brother Yun. They were caught by your big brother Yun and thrown in here for me to deal with." Miluer saw the people from her hometown being dismembered, but she is very calm. She looked at the corpses for a long time and her little face showed worry. She sighed and said, "They really came. Is big brother Yun in danger?" "No, no, your big brother Yun is very powerful. He is the divine king of divine desolate," Ling Yun'er said with smile. "Big sister Yun'er, I can help you take out these heavenly bones," Miluer said in low voice. "Ah?" Ling Yun'er is very surprised because Miluer looks innocent and pure. She didn't expect that she is actually very keen on this kind of thing. Okay, don't have any shadow in your heart," Ling Yun'er said with smile. "They are big brother Yun's enemies, which means they are my enemies," Miluer said. When she was in Strange Cat Kingdom, she was bullied badly. After coming into contact with Ling Yun'er, she realized how much she had suffered in the past. Even if she was innocent and pure, her heart was full of resentment. She had always been worried that the exotic cat kingdom and the destroyer would come looking for her. Now that she saw a large number of cat-eared people's corpses, she believed that the cat-eared people were coming for her, and Qin Yun was defending against them. Qin Yun, her big brother, did not give up on her and did not hand her over. This made her very touched and happy. At least she was not alone. "Lu-er, your big brother Yun will not give up on you. Look at little Momo, she was originally rescued by your big brother Yun. What great storms and waves has your big brother Yun not seen before?" Ling Yun'er smiled as she swiftly took out the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. "Well, little Momo told me about it." Miller smiled sweetly and felt relieved. Grand Secretary Ba followed Qin Yun. The other brothers also entered the tent to collect the corpses. A God King warrior could instantly kill the cat-eared people inside the tent, and then put their corpses into his storage pouch. His movements were extremely fast. Qin Yun estimated that by daybreak, he would be able to kill about 300,000 cat-eared people. The God King warriors knew that their God King Lord had remarkable abilities, but they did not expect him to be so terrifying that he could kill people effortlessly. They would definitely be able to easily defeat this army of hundreds of thousands. Otherwise, no matter how strong the 300 God King warriors were, it would be difficult to fight against an army of 500,000. Qin Yun did not know how many corpses he had collected. He did not count, but the corpses in the Nether Sun Pearl had already piled up like a mountain. Ling Yun'er would definitely not be able to finish it in a short time. At daybreak, the God King warriors were still continuing. Qin Yun roughly estimated that a total of 300,000 corpses had been collected by them. Especially the outermost large military tents, there were hundreds of cat-eared people in them. After the God King warriors entered, they released their mental power and directly destroyed their souls. Then they directly collected the corpses. After that, they used the mysterious penetration divine ability talisman to enter the next military tent to collect. Many cat-eared people were at the 5th or 6th layer of the Divine Universe realm. Facing a 9th layer of the Divine Universe realm, they did not have the strength to fight back. Qin Yun used a special tool to transmit the signal. It was a transmission method based on soul fluctuations. Similar to the soul-chasing talisman, it did not need to penetrate space. After daybreak, he sent a signal and the 300 God King warriors immediately retreated and quickly returned to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, Qin Yun arranged various large formations that could help them recover their mental power and other consumption. After the Heaven Leaping Shuttle became invisible, it floated in the air. Qin Yun, Tien Ba, and the others looked down at the military tents from the sky. The spies of the other factions did not hide themselves. They directly floated in the air and used telescopic tools to observe. At daybreak, the Strange Cat army was about to attack the Peacock Treasure Land. Many of the spies took out recording equipment to record the entire battle. 8 myriad realms divine suns shone brightly on the earth. However, there was no movement in the military tents. At this time, there were only 200,000 cat-eared people left. They were very tired and could not sleep enough. Strange Cat King's doppelganger was the same. But because he had his main body, which was far away, forcibly awakened his soul doppelganger. Inside Strange Cat King's luxurious and huge tent, several tired and dispirited old men came in. They were the generals. What's going on? How did we become like this? Strange Cat King wanted to loudly curse, but his doppelganger did not have much strength left. Your Majesty, we might have been poisoned. I discovered a very strange power inside my body. It invaded my whole body and even entered my divine cosmos and soul divine cosmos, bit by bit devouring them, an old man said with incomparably unsightly expression. Most likely it was done by Qin Yun. Can we quickly expel this poison? Strange Cat King's expression is also not good. They were actually tricked. The most dreadful thing is that they did not know when they were poisoned. It might take more than 10 days to gradually alleviate the poison, an old man said. This poison is not fatal, but it is very insidious. Go see the other soldiers. What is their situation? Is it only targeting us? Strange Cat King said. We have already blown the bugle horn, but only a few soldiers came out from the tent and their situation is the same as ours. A general said with bitter expression, Your Majesty, this god desolate is not our home field. There are too many strange things here that we do not understand. I heard that Qin Yun has lived in this land for several 100,000 years. That damned bastard Qin Yun. Strange Cat King is very angry, he cannot even tightly clench his fist. The spies of other kingdoms are watching us. An old man said, Your Majesty, quickly dispatch the 500,000 soldiers from Golden Claw Treasure Land, otherwise we will lose a lot of face. Strange Cat King brought 1,000,000 soldiers to the gods desolate this time, and 500,000 soldiers were stationed in the Golden Claw Treasure Land Strange Cat King City. Originally, the generals wanted Strange Cat King to send millions of troops to flatten Peacock Treasure Land. But Strange Cat King opposed it. After all, if he mobilized all his troops for a small Peacock Treasure Land, other kingdoms would be able to spy on his military strength. Because of Strange Cat King's opposition, he still had 500,000 troops stationed in Golden Claw Treasure Land. At this moment, the generals repeatedly praised their king for his wisdom. Your Majesty, there are still several generals in Golden Claw Treasure Land Strange Cat King City. We will use our true bodies to inform these generals to awaken their avatars in Golden Claw Treasure Land and have them lead the army here. A general said. Most of the cat-eared people here were poisoned and slept like a log. Only a few of the stronger ones could barely get up and walk around. They basically had no fighting strength at all. We underestimated Qin Yun. We must treat Qin Yun as if he was from another kingdom. We can't look down on him just because he is a lowly person. After all, he is the divine king of divine desolate. After suffering a loss, Strange Cat King immediately attached importance to Qin Yun. Previously, the cat-eared people suffered losses from Qin Yun twice. But because Strange Cat King was not present, he believed that it was the fault of the cat-eared people leaders. It was their lack of leadership that led to 2 crushing defeats in a row. Now, Strange Cat King hasn't even seen Qin Yun, but he has already experienced Qin Yun's dreadfulness. Your Majesty, this is all our fault. Your Majesty is very wise to leave a portion of troops at the beginning, presumably to prevent this kind of situation. A general promptly took responsibility and flattered Strange Cat King. Strange Cat King waved his hand and said, This king really underestimated Qin Yun. However, he has attracted this king's attention, which will make his fate even more miserable. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Qin Yun secretly poisoned us, but he doesn't know the effect of this poison. He won't dare to investigate in a short period of time. An old general said. Immediately find the army's alchemists and have them study this poison in the shortest time possible and find a way to prevent it. Strange Cat King said, We will not move for now. Send a signal to everyone, tell them to stay in the tent. We must not let other kingdoms know that we are poisoned. Yes. Exotic Cat King continued, the 500,000 troops of the Golden Claw Treasure Land must be dispersed. Each of the 5 generals will lead 100,000 troops and rush over as fast as possible. Don't stop in the middle. Also, let them directly attack the Peacock Treasure Land. Don't worry about us, we will definitely be able to get rid of the poison. This kind of poison is not fatal, and the poison takes effect very slowly, which means that it can be suppressed and forced out of the body. Wait for us 9th level Divine Space Realm experts to get rid of the poison, then we'll go and help them. In short, this matter cannot be leaked out. When you help them cure the poison, you must sign a soul contract. Also, immediately seal off all the tents and activate the formation. Do not allow anyone to enter or leave the tents. Strange Cat King must block the news. In his opinion, once Xianxia knows that they have no combat power, he will definitely kill them. Furthermore, if news of their 500,000 soldiers being poisoned were to spread, the other kingdoms would definitely laugh their heads off. Strange Cat King personally led an army of 500,000, but he was poisoned to the point that he couldn't get up before he even reached the enemy's house. Originally, their several 100,000 soldiers attacking the small peacock treasure land was already somewhat laughable. After all, in the eyes of the other kingdoms, there was no need to make such a big fuss. But even so, Strange Cat King still suffered a setback. The sky brightened for a while. Xianxia saw some old men inside the heaven-leaping shuttle, one after another. They took the command token and went to the tents to activate the formation. Boss, what are they doing? Did they discover that the cat-eared people in the tents have been taken away? Ba Taiyin doubtfully asked. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and looked at the tents from far away. He said, they are opening the formation of the tents and sealing them. They are not allowing the cat-eared people to come out. Why? Ba Taiyin thought for a bit and became even more doubtful. They want to seal off the news. They can't let anyone know that the 500,000 soldiers have been poisoned. Xianxia said with smile. Then are they planning to wait for the poison to be cured before attacking the Peacock Treasure Land? Should we exterminate them now? Ba Taiyin said, although our brothers are very tired, the cat-eared people's combat power is very weak. We should be able to exterminate them. Xianxia shook his head and said, their poison is very difficult to cure, they can't be forced out of their body in a short period of time. Now that they have sealed off the news, the next step is to wait for reinforcements. The cat-eared people spies we captured told us that there are 1 million cat-eared people army in Golden Claw Treasure Land. 500,000 came here, so there are still 500,000 left in Golden Claw Treasure Land. Ba Taiyin understood Xianxia's meaning. Let the poisoned cat-eared people stay here, they can't do anything anyway. Golden Claw Treasure Land's defense is very strong and there are 500,000 soldiers inside, it will be very difficult to attack. But now, the 500,000 cat-eared people are running out to provide reinforcements, so Xianxia can intercept and kill them on the way. If they can quickly get rid of the 500,000 soldiers, they can take advantage of the situation to attack the Golden Claw Treasure Land. Boss, will this work? It is impossible for us to poison them again like this time. Ba Taiyin said. Let's go take a look and we will know. Strange Cat King gave the order to seal off the tents and not allow the news to leak out. It means that he is very cautious and doesn't dare to look down on me anymore. Then he might scatter the 500,000 soldiers and rush to the Peacock Treasure Land. Boss, we will listen to your arrangements, let's move quickly. Ba Taiyin suddenly became excited. If the 500,000 soldiers can scatter, it will be a lot easier to deal with them. Leave 100 Divine King warriors in the Peacock Treasure Land. Xianxia will be in charge of them. If Strange Cat King successfully detoxifies the poison or if we can't intercept the 500,000 reinforcements, we will escort the Peacock people out of the Peacock Treasure Land. Xianxia said. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and returned to the Peacock Treasure Land. Then he immediately rushed to the Golden Claw Treasure Land. The Golden Claw Treasure Land is not too far from the Peacock Treasure Land. It will take 2 to 3 days of flying, but that is only for other people. Xianxia's heaven-leaping shuttle could travel through space. It only took an hour. In just half an hour, he will arrive at the Golden Claw Treasure Land. They should still be in the Golden Claw Treasure Land. The 500,000 soldiers will need time to prepare for battle. After they come out, we will send Divine King warriors to secretly follow them. Xianxia has already arrived above the Golden Claw Treasure Land. The environment of the Golden Claw Treasure Land is very good. It is a treasure land with pleasant scenery. The mountains and rivers are perfectly fused together. Xianxia released a pair of huge heavenly eyes in the sky. He can clearly see the entire treasure land. The barrier is very strong, I can't break in a short time. But as long as there are no millions of cat ear people, there is nothing to worry about. Xianxia asked Taisher, even if he used the Divine King Heavenly Seal, he couldn't open the entrance in a short time. It is very likely that there is a huge piece of Divine Universe Goldstone under the treasure land. Xianxia used a prospecting method to sense the heavenly energy and confirmed that there is indeed a Divine Universe Goldstone here, but he can't determine its size. There are many treasure lands in Divine Desolate, but Xianxia can't touch them. They belong to other powerful races and are used for their own development. But races like the Golden Claw race that betrayed Divine Desolate and helped invaders plunder other treasure lands, Xianxia can take them for himself. Of course Xianxia needs this kind of treasure land, his Divine King army needs an environment to cultivate. Although the Heavenly Fire treasure land can let him stay for a long time, it belongs to the Fire Tribulation crazy race. They need to evolve, it is very likely that they will consume the entire treasure land's energy. Xianxia is only temporarily borrowing the Heavenly Fire treasure land, he will leave after the Monkey King is born. The Peacock treasure land is also not good, they are aware of their weakness, they know that if they don't evolve, they will be exterminated. Once these powerful races face this kind of crisis, it is very likely that their bloodline power will be stimulated, they will need a lot of resources at that time. Therefore, Xianxia hopes to obtain the Golden Claw treasure land, he must eliminate the Cat Ear People's army and the Golden Claw race. Xianxia and company waited inside the Heaven Leaping shuttle for 6 hours before finally seeing a large number of Cat Ear people flying out from the Golden Claw treasure land's gate. 100,000 to a team, there are 5 teams in total. Xianxia arranged 8 Divine King warriors, 2 to 1 team, to follow the other 4 Cat Ear people. And the remaining team was followed by Xianxia through the Heaven Leaping shuttle, he brought less than 200 Divine King warriors. Ba Taiyin is currently under great pressure because they don't even have 200 people. If they had 300 Divine King warriors like before, they could fight 2 to 3,000 9th level Divine Space Realm Cat Ear people. As long as they exterminate the Cat Ear people, the rest are grass, they can cut them as they please. While Ba Taiyin is under great pressure, he saw Xianxia take out the Divine King spear and turn it into a dragon head cannon. It was time to use the Chaos Cannonball. Using 5 Chaos Cannonballs to kill 500,000 cat-eared people is still a good deal. Xianxia consoled himself. It was not that he could not bear to use the Chaos Cannonballs. He just wanted to see if it was worth it. If the Primal Chaos Cannonball was used in the Peacock treasure land, it would indeed be able to block the 500,000 strong army led by King Exotic Cat. However, this would also make them even more wary. Moreover, they could at most block the army of 500,000 and would not be able to destroy them. Many of them would definitely escape. After they became vigilant, they would definitely strengthen their defenses and transfer even more powerful things from their old home in the depths of the universe. At that time, it would be very difficult to attack the Golden Claw treasure land. Now was a very good opportunity. Xianxia must wait until the 5 armies are far away from the Golden Claw treasure land before he can attack. Otherwise, if the other armies find out, they might immediately retreat to the Golden Claw treasure land and hide. The army was flying in the air at a very fast speed. One day later, Xianxia felt that it was about time to take action, so he got the Divine Monarch army to make their preparations. He fired a Chaos Cannonball at the 100,000 cat-eared people in front of him. The power was very great. An earth-shattering sound rang out, as if a catastrophe had descended from the heavens. A large amount of grey flames erupted and the shockwave caused a large number of cat-eared people to fall to the ground. Xianxia did not care whether or not he could collect more Divine Universe Heavenly Bones or complete Divine Universe in his body. He just directly fired it. Killing the enemy was the most important thing now. After the Chaos Cannonball exploded, more than half of the 100,000 cat-eared people were crippled, and those who were still alive were seriously injured. The 200 Godly King army soldiers immediately charged in, using an instant killing stance, very quickly harvesting the injured soldiers. Inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul Netherworld, Young Pearl, Ling Yuner and Miller were resting and chatting when suddenly a large pile of corpses fell in. The corpses this time were different from the previous ones. The previous ones were complete, but now they were dripping with blood. Many of them were not complete. Although they were broken, there were still many divine universe heavenly bones. The general who led the 100,000-strong army was also killed. The general was only an avatar. His true body was a general in the exotic cat kingdom. Just like Meng Kai, he was also a very powerful expert who surpassed the 9th level of the divine universe realm. The general's avatar was killed, and his true body was also very shocked. He immediately went to the exotic cat kingdom's headquarters and informed the exotic cat king of this matter. Xianxia took out the soul-chasing talisman and chased after the nearest 2 divine monarch warriors. Those 2 divine monarch warriors were currently following the other 100,000 cat-eared people army. After determining the direction, he immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to fly over. In the Peacock Treasure Land, inside the huge luxurious tent of the exotic cat army's camp, exotic cat king's avatar and the other generals' avatars all learned that the 100,000-strong army had been destroyed. Bastard Xianxia. Damn bastard, little bastard, this king will bite off all the meat in his body bit by bit and fuck his whole family, exotic cat king crazily cursed, and his true body was also cursing. Your Majesty, what should we do now? How did Xianxia run to the Golden Claw Treasure Land? Did he calculate it beforehand, so he set up an ambush there? Will he continue to attack the other armies? A general said. After exotic cat king finished cursing, he calmed down and said, this king ordered the other 4 generals to retreat. Xianxia is not at the Peacock Treasure Land, he is attacking the Golden Claw Treasure Land. As long as we quickly detoxify, we can kill our way into the Peacock Treasure Land. Can we really do it? That general is already afraid of Xianxia. Xianxia doesn't have many people in his hands, less than 200. Even if he left some troops in the Peacock Treasure Land, it won't be many. As long as our 10,009th level Divine Space Realm experts can detoxify, we can attack the Peacock Treasure Land and capture it. After all, this is our main goal this time. Exotic Cat King said. As matters stand, he can only force a victory, as long as the 400,000 reinforcements can retreat smoothly and they can attack the Peacock Treasure Land, it can still be considered a victory. Alright, let's detoxify as soon as possible, a general said. The other scouts near the camp all felt very strange, because according to their predictions, Exotic Cat King should have already attacked the Peacock Treasure Land. But now, Exotic Cat King is holding back his troops. It has to be said that Exotic Cat King is very powerful, he can block the news very tightly. The matter of them being poisoned is airtight. Xianxia's heaven-leaping shuttle is very fast. Not long after, he arrived at the other group of reinforcements. That group of reinforcements is returning to the Golden Claw Treasure Land. This is also according to Xianxia's calculations. They have been flying for a whole day and now they want to fly back, it is too late. Inside the heaven-leaping shuttle, Xianxia said with a smile, Exotic Cat King, this is the result of provoking me, Xianxia. How do you feel now? After Xianxia chased after them, he bombarded them with artillery shells and directly crippled them. Then the God King warriors went to harvest the crippled cat-ear people. The whole process was very easy. What made Xianxia feel somewhat regretful is that many cat-ear people were turned to ashes by the artillery shells. The divine universe heavenly bones are very hard, they were smashed to pieces and scattered on the ground. Xianxia didn't bother to pick them up and ordered the God King warriors to collect the rest of the corpses. This will allow him to obtain a large amount of divine universe heavenly bones. The news of the 2 armies being destroyed immediately reached Strange Cat King's side. Of course, Strange Cat King was furious, but he was able to calm down quickly. He ordered the other 3 armies to disperse and not gather together. Xianxia also immediately learned of this news. He is not surprised at all. If Strange Cat King doesn't disperse his army, then he is really stupid. This Strange Cat King is very clever. Xianxia now knows that he cannot continue killing cat-ear people, killing 200,000 is already enough. Boss, are we going to attack the Golden Claw Treasure Land now? After attacking, can we defend it? Ba Taiyin asked, because this development was different from what he had imagined. It is not going as smoothly as he imagined. Now that 300,000 cat-ear people have dispersed, it will be very difficult to catch them all in one fell swoop. Moreover, they don't know where they are going. If they go to Peacock Treasure Land, it will be very dangerous. If they do not go to Peacock Treasure Land, then maybe they will return to Golden Claw Treasure Land. Then it will not be easy to attack Golden Claw Treasure Land. Xianxia is also speculating where these 300,000 cat ear people will go. They only received orders to disperse, they did not receive any orders to go anywhere. When they dispersed, they were in small groups of a few people or a dozen people. They are still somewhat organized and did not completely disperse. Xianxia let Meng Kai out of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and told him the current situation. How can we gather the cat ear people? Your exotic cat kingdom should have a method to do this, right? Xianxia asked. A large number of cat ear people have been brought here, moreover, they are exotic cat kingdom soldiers. If they disperse and run around and never come back, it will be a great loss to exotic cat kingdom. Therefore, Strange Cat must have a way to control these soldiers, and even a way to gather them together. Generally speaking, there will be a bugle horn. When the bugle horn is blown, it will emit a very strong soul fluctuation. As long as the cat-eared people have poured their blood-soul power into the bugle horn, they will immediately go over when they hear the sound of the bugle horn. If they don't go over, then the next time the bugle horn is blown, they will be in great pain, Meng Kai said. Where's the horn? Do you have one? Asked Xianxia. Of course I don't. Even if I did, it would be useless, because I don't have the blood-soul power of these soldiers. Meng Kai shook his head and said, this horn should be in the hands of a great general. Xianxia had already finished off the two generals' avatars. There were no bugle horns in their storage Dharma treasures, but there were quite a number of Divine Universe goldstones, totaling about 200 billion. In other words, as long as he could find one of the great generals and obtain his horn, he would be able to quickly gather the 300,000 cat-eared people and kill them. The God King warriors Xianxia sent to follow the army are all very outstanding and have very strong scouting abilities. Therefore, after the army dispersed, although they did not receive Xianxia's orders, they immediately kept a close eye on the general leading the army. The general and a dozen other 9th-level Divine Space Realm experts formed the strongest squad. Although the generals were all avatars, they did not wish for their avatars to die here, because it would be seen as very incompetent. Therefore, when they dispersed, they all hid their best equipment and disguised themselves as ordinary soldiers. But this was completely useless, because they had long been targeted by the God King warriors. Using the soul-chasing talisman, Xianxia found the two God King warriors who were following the general. When he learned that they were following the general, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. He controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and quickly caught up to them. Then, he sent out several dozen God King warriors, and very easily killed the general's squad. After killing them, Xianxia searched the general's storage divine artifact, but did not find the horn. However, he obtained 100 billion Divine Universe goldstones. Continue. Xianxia quickly met up with the two God King warriors who were following the cat-eared people general. Just like before, after killing the general's squad, he searched the storage divine artifact. Found it. Xianxia took out a huge golden horn. Not only did he find the horn, but he also obtained 100 billion Divine Universe goldstones. Each of the cat-eared people generals had 100 billion Divine Universe goldstones in their storage divine artifacts. Their storage divine artifacts were quite spacious. Xianxia killed 4 generals and obtained a total of 400 billion Divine Universe goldstones. This was a very considerable harvest. After obtaining the horn, Xianxia let Meng Kai out. It's not easy to blow this thing, right? Xianxia did not blow it himself. He was worried that something would happen, so he let Meng Kai do it. Although Meng Kai's internal divine universe had been destroyed by Xianxia stuffed another internal divine universe back into his body after killing a general. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to transplant internal divine universes, but Xianxia could do it. It just needed Meng Kai to adapt to it. But no matter what, Meng Kai was still alive. His true body had already been destroyed, and his soul was gone. He was now relying on his avatar to survive. He felt somewhat grateful to Xianxia, or he would have been completely dead. Blowing the horn requires mental power. Meng Kai took the horn and vigorously blew it. Xianxia and Tien Ba are standing on the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, they are exposed outside. Meng Kai is constantly blowing the horn. This is the death horn, all the cat-eared people gathered here will be killed. The cat-eared people came to Divine Desolate and killed many Divine Desolate people, they even ate them. These cat-eared people have been brainwashed by Strange Cat King and other high-level people. They don't even see Divine Desolate people as people, they kill and eat them on sight, they are very savage. Therefore, Qin Yin will not show any mercy to them. Meng Kai kept blowing until he was very tired, then he stopped to rest. Will they really come? Qin Yin asked. They will come, but it will take a bit of time. Meng Kai said with certainty. Alright, I will go kill the remaining generals now. Qin Yin returned to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and rushed to kill the last general. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle recorded the previous location. So long as he kills that general, he can immediately return to his previous location. After blowing the horn, all the cat-eared people have a direction in their mind, then they will rush towards that direction. Qin Yun very quickly killed the last general, his harvest is the same as before. He returned to his previous location and let Meng Kai continue blowing the horn. On a plain not far from the Peacock Treasure Land, Strange Cat King and several other generals are frantically forcing the poison out of their bodies. Their true bodies are experts who have surpassed the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. Their doppelgangers are a bit weak, but their true bodies are very experienced and have a deep understanding of power. At this moment, their doppelgangers can really force out a bit of poison. However, at this time, their true bodies also learned that the generals of the 5 armies have been killed. The true bodies of the 5 generals are at the headquarters of Strange Cat Kingdom. That headquarters was not too far away from the Divine Desolate. Their infuriated true bodies wanted to immediately charge into the Divine Desolate and tear Qin Yin to shreds. Their true bodies have surpassed the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm, so they can't come to Divine Desolate. No one knows what the consequences will be if someone surpasses the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm come to Divine Desolate. Nine Suns Dharma Spirit only said that there will be serious consequences, but no one knows how serious it will be. When Strange Cat King heard this news, his heart collapsed and he almost vomited blood. Your Majesty, what should we do now? A general is also very desperate. That little bastard Qin Yin found the horn and blew it, how did he know about the horn? Strange Cat King angrily cursed. It must be that bastard Meng Kai who told him. Meng Kai's doppelganger is still in his hands. A general said. Meng Kai, that bastard, why did he betray me? Strange Cat King trembled in anger, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His true body is also very angry at this moment. Meng Kai's true body has been killed. If he did not betray Strange Cat King, who would he betray? His avatar relied on selling you, Cat King, to make a living. Qin Yin blew the horn and gathered a large number of cat-ear people. It will definitely be a massacre in the end. Strange Cat King closed his eyes and is thinking about the battle situation. He can foresee the next result. And all this is the result that he never thought of before going to war. He once thought that Qin Yin is someone recognized by the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit. Moreover, he is the target of the Great Luo Empire, so he must have some ability. He even thought that half of the 500,000 soldiers will be lost and the attack on the Peacock Treasure Land will not be smooth. But now the result is that not only will the 500,000 soldiers he brought be lost, even the Golden Claw Treasure Land's Strange Cat King City will be breached. This was a great humiliation. Moreover, it was impossible to keep this news under wraps. Soon, it would definitely spread out. His million-strong army had died in such a cowardly manner without even fighting. He was very indignant, very indignant. The spies of the other forces near the military camp all received shocking news at this moment. They were painstakingly guarding this place, waiting for the exotic Cat King to lead his army into the Peacock Treasured Land and engage in a fierce battle with Qin Yin. However, the battlefield was not here. Instead, it was elsewhere, and the battle was already extremely intense. 200,000 cat-eared people had been killed. There were also many spies outside the Golden Claw Treasure Land from other kingdoms. After all, these kingdoms were enemies with each other, so they were always watching each other. They naturally knew that a large army had suddenly attacked from the Golden Claw Treasure Land, so they immediately followed. Some of the spies among them witnessed the process of the exotic cat army being killed from afar. Dao Linqing took a deep breath, still in disbelief. He exclaimed, Qin Yun, we underestimated him. That guy's target is actually the Golden Claw treasured land? He wants to take it down? Impossible. Could it be that he has given up on the Peacock treasured land? Indeed, the Golden Claw treasure land is much bigger and better than the Peacock treasured land. However, how difficult is it to attack the Golden Claw treasure land? Hualing Empire's ambassador Jiang Ming looked at the military camp in front of him. According to the spies, Qin Yan very easily killed the 200,000 cat-eared people. As for the other 3 armies, they are now scattered. Dao Linqing frowned and said, is Qin Yan going to attack the Golden Claw treasure land next? Why hasn't the exotic cat king returned to the Golden Claw treasure land? His home is about to be stolen. Jiang Ming said. Could it be that they are unable to move because of some reason? Dao Linqing was immediately horrified when he thought of this. Jiang Ming was also shocked to the point of shivering. And all of this had been set up by Qin Yan very early on. Without anyone knowing, Qin Yan's 500,000 cat-eared army was trapped here, and then he went to steal exotic cat king's home. If this was really the case, then Qin Yan would once again shake the entire divine desolate and exotic cat king would become a laughingstock. Exotic cat king also felt despair. He did not expect Qin Yan to be so insidious. Meng Kai blew the bugle horn from time to time and gathered the 300,000 cat-eared people. Those cat-eared people didn't know what was going on, they just heard the bugle horn and came over. After they gathered, Qin Yan shot 2 primal chaos cannonballs and then let the divine king warriors harvest them. Meng Kai saw all of this with his own eyes and couldn't help but shiver. He finally knew how his exotic cat king city was destroyed. Qin Yan actually had such a terrifying killing tool in his hands. After harvesting 300,000 cat-eared people, Qin Yan let the divine king warriors return to the heaven leaping shuttle to rest. Next, it was time to attack the Golden Claw treasure land. Qin Yan didn't have many primal chaos cannonballs left, he had to use them sparingly. Finally, as long as he could capture the Golden Claw treasure land, he would be able to create even more powerful things. Then he could attack the other 2 traders and obtain even more resources. Half a day later, the heaven leaping shuttle arrived outside the Golden Claw treasure land and went underground. There are still some cat-eared people inside the Golden Claw treasure land, but their numbers are very small. They are mainly guarding exotic cat king city and can be ignored. Qin Yan went underground and took out the divine king heavenly seal. He pressed it on the primal beginning divine mirror and shone it on the barrier. The Golden Claw treasure land's barrier also penetrated deep underground. Qin Yan originally wanted to enter from deep underground, but there was also a barrier underground. In the end, he could only forcefully break it open. Qin Yan was somewhat depressed. The Divine King Heavenly Seal could allow many divine artifacts to absorb the energy of the 9-Sun Divine Spirit, but when the Divine King Heavenly Seal helped him cultivate, it couldn't do this. He needed Divine Universe Goldstone. The Divine King Heavenly Seal had previously consumed 10,000 Divine Universe Goldstone and it was still evolving. Grand Prime had said that after the evolution, the amount of Divine Universe Goldstone needed wouldn't be too much. Qin Yan used half a day to open the barrier. Furthermore, the commotion wasn't small. The entire barrier was fluctuating. The Golden Claw people jumped up and down in fright. They were still very afraid of Qin Yan. They also knew what had happened to the exotic cat army. 500,000 exotic cat army had been annihilated by Qin Yan. Their Golden Claw race couldn't compare to the exotic cat army. They knew that the Divine King was awesome, but they never expected him to be this awesome. Otherwise, they wouldn't have betrayed the people of Divine Desolate. Qin Yan opened up a very small passageway so that he could enter. After entering, he released the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and came to the ground. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle floated in the air. A large number of Golden Claw people could be seen holding weapons in their hands, preparing to fight. Qin Yan looked at the Golden Claw people below him without any ripples in his heart. The Golden Claw people were also people of Divine Desolate, but they had betrayed their own people. Qin Yan, you can't kill us. We are all the children of the Nine-Yang Law Spirit. The Golden Claw Patriarch said loudly, if you kill us, you will be punished by the Nine-Yang Law Spirit. Although Golden Claw clan leader brought out Nine-Yang Law Spirit, he is still panicking in his heart. He is only holding on to a very slim hope of scaring Qin away. After Qin heard this, he laughed loudly and said, Golden Claw clan, you should be the ones being punished by Nine Young Law Spirit. Foreign enemies have invaded our Divine Desolate and enslaved our Divine Desolate people. As a part of Divine Desolate, not only did you not defend against the foreign enemies, you actually helped them capture a large number of Divine Desolate people. Golden Claw clan helped the Cat Air people capture a large number of Divine Desolate people and made General Meng Kai and the others enslave them. Then, they helped the Cat-Eared people attack the Peacock Treasure Land, and even allowed the Cat-Eared people to enter the Golden Claw Treasure Land to build the exotic Cat Royal City. They had helped their enemies again and again. Even if the Nine Young Law Spirit wanted to punish them, it would definitely punish the Golden Claw clan first. As a divine king, Qin saved the Divine Desolate people, fought against the powerful exotic Cat Kingdom and finally punished Golden Claw clan. It seems very natural and he did it very well. In the eyes of the other powerful races of Divine Desolate, Qin did it very beautifully. Qin, although you are a divine king, you have not obtained the recognition of the various races of Divine Desolate, so you are not a divine king. You are not a divine king. What qualifications do you have to represent Divine Desolate? What qualifications do you have to uphold justice for the Divine Desolate people? You said exotic Cat Kingdom is an enemy? However, they are all powerful civilizations. They came to God Desolate to help our God Desolate's backward living beings become stronger. 7 Great Kingdoms and Great Luo Empire's arrival was allowed by Nine Young Law Spirit. Why can't our Golden Claw clan receive exotic Cat Kingdom? My Golden Claw clan will never recognize you as a divine king. The Golden Claw Patriarch shouted loudly so that the scouts outside could hear him. Qin finally saw how shameless this Golden Claw clan leader is. He actually said this kind of thing so confidently and competently. What does it matter if you recognize me or not? I, Qin, am a divine king. I do not need the recognition of a treacherous dead person like you. Just as Qin finished speaking, Ba Taiyin immediately rushed over and slashed down with his saber, directly splitting Golden Claw clan leader's head into 2. At the same time, he grabbed Golden Claw clan leader's soul. Kill, leave no one alive. Qin ordered 200 godly monarch warriors to charge forward. There weren't many Golden Clawed people, and their equipment wasn't very good. The Golden Clawed people at the 9th tier of the Divine Space Realm were far weaker than the Cat-Eared people. Facing a Divine King warrior, they were like powerless chickens, instantly killed. Under Taiyin Ba's protection, Qin flew towards exotic Cat King City and fired a chaos cannonball. This exotic Cat King City was much smaller than the previous 2 cities, so it was blown up by the firepower. The Cat-Eared people in exotic Cat King City had also suffered heavy casualties. Qin had previously captured a few scouts. They were Golden Clawed people and Cat-Eared people. This allowed Qin to understand the strength of the Golden Clawed people. The Golden Clawed people had evolved quite well, and their reproduction speed was even faster. It seemed that the Cat-Eared people were secretly helping them evolve. The Golden Clawed man used the energy under the treasure land to condense giant eggs. The Golden Clawed man that came out of the eggs all looked like adults. They were all very strong and bloodthirsty males. After these Golden Clawed people were born, they could directly instill a large amount of memories into them. They mainly focused on killing, fighting, and plundering. Therefore, the Golden Clawed people raised through this method were all very brutal. And Qin learned from the Cat-Eared people that the Cat-Eared people used the Golden Clawed people as experiments. The Golden Clawed people they raised were all deprived of fear. This meant that they were not afraid of death and would become very crazy in battle. Of course, these Golden Clawed people could easily lose their minds and become berserk fighting fiends. No matter how unafraid they were of death, facing a powerful Divine King warrior, they would all be instantly killed. The scouts outside the Golden Claw treasure land were not only shocked that Qin had taken it, they were even more shocked by his Divine King warriors. Many of the scouts came from empires and kingdoms, such as Great Luo Empire, Great Blue Empire and Hualing Empire. They knew very well that Divine King warriors were very terrifying. Even the 9th tier Divine Space Realm experts raised by their empires would need to fight 2 against 1 to defeat a Divine King warrior. The Great Blue Empire and Hualing Empire did not send any manpower to Qin. This was what they promised the Great Luo Empire. The other scouts were also very sure of this because even the Great Blue Empire and Hualing Empire could not raise such a level of 9th-tier divine space realm expert. And their equipment was also very powerful. So where did these divine king warriors come from? There were only 200 of them, which meant that they had just appeared. Could it be that they were raised by Qin Yun? If that was the case, then it was very terrifying. If there were more and more of these divine king warriors, Qin Yun could really dominate the divine desolate and sit firmly on the throne of divine king. Even the great Luo Empire would have to use a large amount of resources to contend against Qin Yun. This was very important information that had to be reported to the empires. The three empires did not want to see Qin Yun control the divine desolate because in their eyes, the divine desolate was a huge piece of meat. Even if the three empires ate it together, they would still be full. If it was controlled by Qin Yun, then the resources of the divine desolate would be distributed to the various races of the divine desolate. Once the various races became strong, they would worship Qin Yun as the divine king and with the help of the 9 Sun Law Spirit. At that time, the various races of the divine desolate would form an army and conquer many universes. The other empires would be destroyed. If it was before, the other empires would not have such worries. But now that they saw Qin Yun was so powerful that he was able to suppress the strange cat kingdom, they had to re-evaluate Qin Yun's strength. Half a day passed, the beautiful Golden Claw treasure land was destroyed and the divine king warriors are searching the entire Golden Claw treasure land. Qin Yun released 10 pairs of heavenly eye avatars to cover the entire Golden Claw treasure land. They even penetrated deep into the ground to find all the enemies hiding in the treasure land. They spent another half a day finishing up the work. Delise. Corpse was sent to the Nether Sun Pearl. Ling Yun-er and Malur-er were extremely busy. They had to separate the divine universe heavenly bone from the corpse and then send the corpse into the Nether Sun. The Golden Claw treasure land is now under Qin Yun's control. This will be the starting point for him in the divine desolate's great evolution era. Not long after Qin Yun took over the Golden Claw treasure land, he sensed a burst of weak vibration coming from outside. Then he saw a huge golden mountain moving towards the Golden Claw treasure land at a very fast speed. This 100,000 feet tall mountain is flickering with golden light. From far away, the light it released is very dazzling. Qin Yun saw this huge mountain and felt very surprised. This is actually the Heavenly Dao altar. Heaven Dao Zi has arrived. The Heavenly Dao altar has changed a lot. Not only it has become taller and bigger, the entire mountain looks like it has been reborn. That fool Heaven Dao Zi, coming here at this time, is he eyeing my Golden Claw treasure land? Qin Yun is very puzzled. Why does Heaven Dao Zi always appear at such a good time? 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Every time Qin Yun sees this showy Tian Dao Zi, he wants to ruthlessly beat him up. There is no reason, he just feels that Tian Dao Zi deserves to be beaten up. Master Qin, I trust you have been well since we last met. Tian Dao Zi laughed loudly and said. He is now standing on top of the mountain and looking down at Qin Yun. Qin Yun groaned, then released a pair of large blue heavenly eyes and unwaveringly stared at Tian Dao Zi from above the Heavenly Dao altar. I.O. Master Qin's heavenly eyes are truly awesome, they are even more powerful than Heavenly Dao back then. Tian Dao Zi said with smile. Idiot, where the hell have you been all this time? I haven't seen you since 10 days after the Heavenly Seal. Qin Yun asked. I will appear when you need me, am I not here now? Tian Dao Zi chuckled and said, Master Qin, I am here to help you. Don't worry, with me, Tian Dao Zi here, everything will be fine. Quickly open the barrier and let me and the Heavenly Dao altar in. The Heavenly Dao altar is now under Tian Dao Zi's possession. Tian Dao Zi must have become even stronger after using the Heavenly Dao altar for so many years. After all, the Heavenly Dao altar now looks like a huge mountain made of divine universe golden stone. Tian Dao Zi, why do you have long hair? Are you really Tian Dao Zi or not? Not bald Tian Dao Zi, you look too fake. Master Qin, quickly let me in. Tian Dao Zi urged. I really needed your help before, why didn't you appear? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, I don't really need your help now. First tell me, what kind of help can you give me? Master Qin, I, Tian Dao Zi, possess remarkable abilities, I have become very, very strong now. Tell me, what can a very strong Tian Dao Zi help you with? To be honest, I also don't know how I can help you because I don't even know how strong I am now. Tian Daozi said with laugh. Tian Daozi now has long and elegant long hair, moreover, he still looks like a young man. In the past, he was completely hairless and had maintained this state for many years because he was afraid of being cursed. Now, he was no longer afraid, so he had long hair. He even held a comb and combed it from time to time. Don't tell me you want to enter my Golden Claw treasure land and absorb the divine universe goldstones beneath it, asked Qin Yun. After this Heaven Daozi came in, if he couldn't provide any help and even secretly absorbed the energy of the divine universe golden stone, then that would be a great loss. He didn't want to raise this kind of parasite. I can provide the greatest defense to the Golden Claw treasured land. Tian Daozi said, Master Qin, you should know that the divine desolate will not be very peaceful from now on. The Golden Claw treasure land's barrier is very strong but it is far from enough. Fine, but I have to tell you, if you run away at this crucial moment, don't blame me for destroying your heavenly law altar. Qin Yun threatened. Relax, I, Tian Daozi, am not that kind of person. Tian Daozi laughed loudly and said. This long-haired heavenly Daozi is no longer nagging, Qin Yun is not used to it. Qin Yun let Heavenly Dao Child and the Heavenly Dao altar in. Seeing this heavenly law altar, the divine king warriors and the others were all stunned. This was because this was a huge mountain made of metal and stone, and it could even move. It seemed to be a great formation. They all felt that this thing was obtained by their divine king, causing them to revere Qin Yun even more. The heavenly law altar is very conspicuous, it is hard for the spies outside not to know about it. This is also a very important piece of information. The moving divine universe Golden Claw treasure land looks like a huge killing weapon. After the Golden Claw treasure land stabilized, all kinds of spies immediately returned to pass on the news. They must use the fastest speed to pass on all kinds of information to their masters. Not far from the Peacock treasured land, Strange Cat King and the others found out that the 500,000 strong army left behind have been exterminated. They also found out that the Golden Claw treasure land is now under Qin Yun's control. Crushing defeat. Crushing defeat, Strange Cat King personally led 1,000,000-strong army here, yet they actually suffered a crushing defeat. Not only Strange Cat King is unable to accept this fact, even the other powers don't dare to believe it. Great King, the poison in our bodies will soon be completely expelled. A general said, we have so many 9th-level divine space realm experts, very soon we will be able to force out all the poison. We will risk our lives to attack the Peacock treasured land. We are all avatars, if we die, then we die. If we can't attack the Peacock treasured land and exterminate the Peacock race, then our defeat will be even more unsightly. Another general said. We didn't even go out to fight, we can't be defeated like this. Great King, we still have a chance to attack Qin Yun. Strange Cat King tightly clenched his fists. In these last 2 to 3 days, they have indeed forced out a lot of poison. Now Strange Cat King can also feel that his fists are filled with power. However, this is far from enough, they have to completely force out the poison. If they completely force out the poison, then they can definitely attack the Peacock treasured land and exterminate the Peacock race. Qin Yun, this time this king lost, but even if I lose, I will let you know how powerful this king is. You are the divine king of divine desolate, you want to protect the various races of divine desolate, right? This king will completely exterminate the Peacock race and make you, the divine king, be questioned by all the races. Strange Cat King said with sneer. Great King, our Strange Cat Kingdom is still very powerful. Our main forces are unable to enter divine desolate, our army is just a temporary patchwork, they are all trash, our defeat is pardonable, one general said. Even if it was any other kingdom, or even Great Luo Empire, they would not be any better. Yes, this is not because we are weak, if it was any other kingdom or empire, the result would be the same, another general nodded and said, Great King, we should send out battleships. Our battleships are the strongest part of the Strange Cat Kingdom. Strange Cat King said in cold voice, no need for you to say, this king has already decided to send 5,000 battleships. They are already on the way, 5,000 battleships, and they are already on the way to Divine Desolate. This caused the 5 generals to be extremely shocked. Their true bodies actually did not know about this. Naturally, they are generals of the ground forces. But they have no way of contacting the battleships, so they naturally do not know. These battleships are heavy weapons used to fight between kingdoms. They are used in large-scale wars in the Middle World. Previously, the middle and upper echelons felt that sending battleships to Divine Desolate is like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Now, Strange Cat King has no choice but to send battleships, otherwise he will not be able to save his face. Dao Linqing and Jiang Ming are inside a small building floating in the sky. After they found out about the battle situation at Golden Claw Treasure Land, they realized that Qin Yun's battle will attract the attention of the Empire. Divine Desolate's situation will become more and more grim. Strange Cat King suffered a crushing defeat. He will definitely send battleships to flatten Golden Claw Treasure Land and Peacock Treasure Land. He might even launch a large-scale attack on many powerful races. Only by doing this can he save his Strange Cat Kingdom's face. Gao Linqing said. Strange Cat Kingdom's battleships are very powerful. I heard that Great Luo Crown Prince is looking for Strange Cat Kingdom to buy battleships. Can Strange Cat King kill Qin Yun this time? Jiang Ming said with smile. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Exotic Cat King lost all his face, but everyone just laughed and ridiculed him. The spies sent by the various kingdoms and empires knew how powerful the Exotic Cat Kingdom's warships were. To be able to become the king of a kingdom and have a close relationship with the Crown Prince, the Exotic Cat Kingdom must have its merits. Exotic Cat Kingdom may have suffered great losses this time, but they didn't lose their regular army. The regular army couldn't come to the Divine Wilderness. In the eyes of the empires and kingdoms, the million-strong army was nothing but trash. But even so, these trash came from the middle level of the Divine Wilderness. They were born better than the people of the lower level of the Divine Wilderness in all aspects. But now, they were defeated by Qin Yun and 300 people. Exotic Cat King and the other generals were filled with anger and frantically tried to expel the poison in their bodies. They couldn't lose in such a cowardly manner. They had to win back a little, even if it was just a little. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Although this would not cause the entire Exotic Cat Kingdom to lose much strength, after all, this was not their main regular army. However, it made King Exotic Cat look bad. This was the army led by Exotic Cat King's avatar. Although it was just an avatar, it was personally commanded by Exotic Cat King. If he had known this would happen, he would have left Exotic Cat King to the other generals. No matter how ugly the loss was, it had nothing to do with him. Exotic Cat King wanted to show off too much. Qin Yun had destroyed Exotic Cat King City twice and the Crown Prince wanted to capture Qin Yun, so he personally went to ensure that the operation went smoothly. Damn Meng Kai, it's all that bastard's fault. If he hadn't betrayed me and told Qin Yun about the horn, we wouldn't have ended up like this. The more Exotic Cat King thought about it, the angrier he got. We shouldn't have let him die so comfortably. Yes, it's all Meng Kai's fault. Meng Kai is a general, he knows all the tactics of the Exotic Cat Kingdom like the back of his hand. Moreover, he knows us generals and our king very well. That's why Qin Yun succeeded. Your king, your tactics were perfect. It could be said to be impeccable. But you missed that damn traitor Meng Kai. Another general cursed softly. Meng Kai's avatar is still in Qin Yun's hands. The next time we capture Qin Yun, we must make him hand over Meng Kai's avatar. That bastard deserves to die. At this time, Exotic Cat King and several generals were like grasping a life-saving straw. They pushed all the reasons for this failure to Meng Kai and put all the blame on Meng Kai. They planned to publicize it in this way in the future. They would say that Meng Kai provided important information to Qin Yun and that Meng Kai had planted a large number of spies in the army. The funny thing was that they speculated that at least 100,000 of their million-strong army were planted by Meng Kai. Meng Kai had already been miserable enough to be a mouthpiece. Later on, Meng Kai's true body had been killed, and now he was being blamed for all sorts of things. The Golden Claw treasured land had already settled down. That fool Tiandaozi did not disappoint Qin Yun. That heavenly Dao altar is indeed very powerful. It is currently in the middle of the Golden Claw treasure land. After the heavenly law altar arrived at the center of the Golden Claw treasure land, it poured in a very formidable energy from the bottom of the altar into the ground. The energy quickly spread in all directions, like a spider web. It covered the entire Golden Claw treasure land and transformed into very complicated runes. Moreover, there was a very powerful heavenly pattern cluster inside the Gold Claw treasured land's enormous divine universe goldstone. This heavenly pattern ball is releasing very powerful energy to strengthen the Golden Claw treasure land's barrier. Of course, the heavenly Tao altar would also absorb a portion of the Golden Claw treasure land's energy. Qin Yan did not say anything about it. Heavenly Daozi was not a selfless person. He must have a reason for entering the Golden Claw treasure land. It has been 2 days since Qin Yan took over the Golden Claw treasure land. During these 2 days, they have conducted a comprehensive search of the Golden Claw treasure land and confirmed that there are no Golden Clawed people or cat-eared people around. The Divine Universe goldstone beneath this Golden Claw treasure land should be a large-scale mine. I didn't make a loss this time. Not only did Qin Yan not suffer a loss, he made a huge profit. Not only had he obtained the Golden Claw treasure land, but he had also obtained a massive number of Divine Universe heavenly bones. With a large number of Divine Universe heavenly bones, he would be able to develop even more God King warriors and form a true God King army. Now he only has 300 God King warriors. It is still not enough to form a decent army. With the Golden Claw treasure land here, a God King realm warrior would be able to constantly strengthen the Divine Universe heavenly bone within their bodies, strengthening their Divine Universe heavenly bone and strengthening their mental strength. This would allow them to become increasingly stronger at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. By resting in the Golden Claw treasure land, the God King warriors will recover even faster. Moreover, they will be able to fill up their super strength storing pearls. After Qin Yan determined that the condition of the God King warriors is very good, he decided to kill his way back to the Peacock treasure land. Strange Cat King and the others have almost detoxified the poison. It is time to go back and give them a pleasant surprise. Qin Yan looked at the direction of the Peacock treasure land and said with a smile. Boss, can they really detoxify the poison? Ba Taiyin is startled. After all, they are middle-ranked people from a middle-ranked heavenly soil. If they still can't detoxify the poison after several days, then they are complete trash. According to my estimation, the 9th level of Divine Space Realm can completely detoxify the poison. The 7th and 8th level of Divine Space Realm can only detoxify a part of it. There are many 7th and 8th level Divine Space Realm experts and the 9th level Divine Space Realm experts opening the way. Once they attack the Peacock treasure land, it will be very troublesome. Qin Yan entered the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and moved the 200 God King warriors inside. The 100 God King warriors of the Peacock treasure land will not be able to resist the attack of a large number of 9th level Divine Space Realm experts. Ba Taiyin said. If it was 300 God King warriors, then it would not be a problem. Moreover, with Qin Yan using the Primal Chaos Cannonball, they would definitely be able to resist the crazy counterattack of the Strange Cat King. Qin Yan said with a smile, I already said, we are going back to give them a pleasant surprise. If we directly block them and attack the Peacock treasure land, how can we give them a pleasant surprise? Boss, you really know how to have fun. Ba Taiyin said with a smile. Qin Yan led them to kill several 100,000 cat-eared people and also smoothly took down the Golden Claw treasure land. Ba Taiyin does not need to worry about the Peacock treasure land. At noon, in a military camp not far away from the Peacock treasure land, many cat-eared people suddenly came out. After the formation of the military tent was closed, the cat-eared people who were sealed inside the tent could come out. Those generals have already detoxified the poison. At this moment, they are in high spirits and their aura is formidable. When they went to the military tent to check, they discovered that 300,000 of their 500,000 troops are missing. The ones who disappeared are all the weaker cat-eared people. The generals informed the Strange Cat King about this news. Then, General Meng Kai was once again cursed. Strange Cat King and the other higher-ups are very clear that the night before they were poisoned, those cat-eared people might have been quietly killed. Qin Yan and the others did not move the 7th, 8th and 9th level Divine Space Realm experts because they are afraid of causing a commotion and alerting the enemy. No matter what, we must attack the Peacock treasure land. Strange Cat King is holding a huge sword and floating in the air. All the spies were overjoyed to see the appearance of the exotic Cat King. They knew that a good show was coming. There were only a little more than 10,000 cat-eared men in the 9th tier of the divine space realm, and all of them had been detoxified and were in peak condition. If tens of thousands of 9th tier divine space realm experts were to charge at the Peacock Treasure Land, they would definitely be able to break through the barrier of the Treasure Land in an instant and kill their way into the center of the Peacock Treasure Land. "Your Majesty, do you think Xianxia will storm back?" a general suddenly asked worriedly. "Even if he ambushes us in the Peacock Treasured Land, do you think he can defeat us? These 10,000 9th tier divine space realm warriors of mine are not trash. They were trained under this king's orders, and they are all king-level warriors." Strange Cat King said confidently, "Xianxia only has 500 powerful warriors around him. He can't kill us king-level warriors. What's more, this king and all of you are very strong. The bodies of our doppelgangers are very strong, and our true bodies far surpass the divine space realm. How can these trash at the 9th tier of the divine space realm compare to the doppelgangers refined by our true bodies?" Exotic Cat King said disdainfully. He was arrogant again, but the other generals didn't say anything, for fear of angering Elvis Presley. In any case, they had already lost miserably. It didn't matter if they lost even more miserably. Even if they lost more miserably, it wouldn't be much worse. Moreover, Meng Kai was the scapegoat. In any case, everything was Meng Kai's fault. Kill all these lowly people!" Strange Cat King roared. A group of cat-eared people at the 9th tier of the divine space realm immediately rushed toward the entrance of the Peacock Treasure Ground. The gate didn't have a door, but there was a very strong barrier around it. The cat-eared people frantically attacked the barrier. Their divine cosmos power was 200,000, and after a few continuous attacks, they were able to break it open. Dao Linqing and Jiang Ming, who were watching the battle nearby, also controlled their flying buildings to follow. A counterattack to defend his dignity? Dao Linqing shook his head and smiled. No matter what, Exotic Cat was defeated this time. If we take down the Peacock Treasure Land, it won't be too miserable. After all, there is a large amount of divine universe goldstones below. Jiang Ming said with a smile. But then again, Xianxia obtained the Golden Claw Treasure Land and gave up the Peacock Treasure Land. You don't care about the Peacock tribe anymore? This will damage his reputation. He has been fighting against the Exotic Cat Kingdom all this time. Is he going to give up the reputation he has built up? Gao Linqing said. In that case, we thought too highly of Xianxia. We believed that he would really shoulder the responsibility of being a godly monarch. I didn't expect him to be a profit-seeking guy. The Golden Claw Treasure Land's benefits are greater, so he gave up on the Peacock Treasure Land. Jiang Ming sneered. Exotic Cat King led 10,000 people in the 9th tier of the divine space realm and 100,000 people in the 7th and 8th tier of the divine space realm. Outside the Peacock Paradise, there were 90,000 people in the 7th tier of the divine space realm who were very weak. They could not even walk, so they were not allowed to come. As for those at the 7th and 8th tier of the divine space realm, they had not completely detoxified the poison, so the power they could display at this moment was pitifully small. Dragging them here was just to keep up appearances and boost their morale. He did not expect much from them. Strange Cat King and the others had a very easy journey. They didn't encounter any Peacock people or Xianxia's Divine King warriors. They went straight ahead and smoothly killed their way into a city surrounded by high walls in the middle of the Peacock Treasured Land. All the Peacock men ran away? Strange Cat King sneered. Your Majesty, beware of an ambush. A general warned. Ambush? If there was an ambush, there would have been one on the way. They definitely did not expect that we could detoxify the poison. Another general said with a smile, Your Majesty's brilliant tactic, how could those lowly people have predicted it? Yes, their journey was very smooth, there were no ambushes or traps. But now they still felt a little flustered, mainly because it was too smooth. This is the core city of the Peacock Paradise, why would they use this kind of place to set up a trap? Are they crazy? They usually set up traps outside their homes or on the road outside their homes, why would they set up an ambush inside their homes? We all rushed into their homes, no matter how useful the trap is, we will definitely be able to eliminate them. Another general laughed loudly and said, Your Majesty, we have won now, we have taken down the Peacock Paradise, this is all because of your majesty's wisdom, martial prowess, and good leadership. Strange Cat King shouted, destroy everything in the city, capture the peacock people, don't kill them, this king wants to put them to death by dismembering them. I want all the races of the divine desolate to see with their own eyes that their good-for-nothing divine king abandoned the people of the divine desolate and let them be put to death by dismembering them. A large group of cat-ear people entered the city and crazily attacked all kinds of buildings. However, the entire city is already empty, there are no peacock people here. Dao Linqing and Jiang Ming also found it very strange. Qin Yin abandoned the peacock paradise and moved the peacock people. This is very normal. What is not normal is, why didn't they take the opportunity to set up an ambush? Why did they let Strange Cat King and others enter the important city of the peacock paradise so smoothly? At this time, a burst of miserable screams suddenly came out from the city. From all around the city, a large number of flying golden bugs blew over like a gale. Like locusts, they enveloped the city. These are bloodline poisonous bugs, they specialize in eating the flesh of the cat-ear people. After the bloodline poisonous bugs eat the cat-ear people, they will frantically multiply, more and more, they will also become stronger and stronger. The city was suddenly sealed and enveloped by a powerful barrier. Although the peacock people stand aloof from worldly affairs, it does not mean they are weak chickens, they are still very strong in terms of formation seals. The city's barrier was set up by them, they can ensure that the poisonous bugs will not spread. The moment the incident happened, Strange Cat King and the other 5 generals ran the fastest. They were originally standing at the city gate. When they sensed the fluctuation of the barrier, they immediately jumped out of the city. However, after they went out, they were caught by Ba Tain's group of several dozen Divine King warriors. Strange Cat King and the other generals didn't see the God King, but after knowing that they were caught, they immediately destroyed the soul of the doppelganger. Even the doppelganger was about to be destroyed, but they were stopped by Ba Tain and the others with a talisman. The avatars of Strange Cat King and several generals no longer had souls, but their bodies were still alive at the moment. No matter what, Strange Cat King's avatar fell into Qin Yun's hands. This is even more shameful. A grand king of the middle-class world, even if his avatar went to the lower-class world, he should not be so weak, but now he is so useless. Next is to harvest all the cat-ear people. The peacock people were enslaved by the cat-ear people before, their patriarch was sacrificed, so those cat-ear people who have no battle strength outside were handed over to the peacock people. Now that all the cat-ear people in the city have turned into bones, Qin Yun and the Divine King warriors can directly go and pick up the Divine Universe heavenly bones. The million cat-ear people must have obtained a great number of Divine Universe heavenly bones. Dao Linqing and Jiang Ming both know that Qin Yun has obtained a great number of Divine Universe heavenly bones. This number of Divine Universe heavenly bones, even in those empires, is an enormous number. Obtaining a person's Divine Universe heavenly bone is the greatest taboo, but Qin Yun does not fear this taboo. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. In Qin Yun's opinion, these foreign kingdoms and empires were all plundering Divine Universe metal stones from the Divine Wilderness. Thus, it was only natural that he would be able to obtain a Divine Universe heavenly bone from these upper-class people. Exotic Cat King's avatar was captured. Although it didn't have a soul, it fell into Qin Yun's hands. For Exotic Cat King, it was a disgrace. Who knew what Qin Yun would do with his avatar? Cat King's avatar looked like a very majestic and mighty middle-aged man. His cat ears were slightly bigger, and his black tail was covered with scales. The battle was over, and King Exotic Cat's army was annihilated. After the spies confirmed this shocking result, they all used their own abilities and used the fastest speed to report back the situation of this place. Not all of the spies were very powerful. Only some of them ran errands to pass on the news, while the other spies continued to pay attention to the movements of the peacock's treasure ground. After Exotic Cat King attacked the peacock treasured land and captured the city, it was completely destroyed. Clearly, it was a trap set by Qin Yun. Qin Yun had said before that he would give them a surprise, but this surprise directly shocked Cat King's avatar to death. Dao Linqing and Jiang Ming felt somewhat embarrassed at this moment. From the beginning to the end, they did not think highly of Qin Yun. However, Qin Yun had used strange moves time and time again to ruthlessly slap their faces. Because Qin Yun had swindled them in Elegant Mist's business, they were very unhappy with Qin Yun and hoped that Qin Yun would lose. Qin Yun won't be proud for long. He has completely infuriated Strange Cat King. It won't be long before Strange Cat King's battleship army arrives. At that time, no treasured land will be able to withstand the attack of the battleship. Gao Linqing sneered. Qin Yun has gone too far this time. He massacred so many hunter-eared people, the great Luo Empire will definitely not sit idly by. Just wait and see. Jiang Ming said. In the eyes of the Empire's people, Qin Yun and his group of lowly people should hand over the divine wilderness. They looked down on people of the lower class, but now they had no choice but to admit that Qin Yun had indeed grasped great power. With Qin Yun's momentum, be it the middle or upper echelons, it would be impossible for them to completely dominate the divine wilderness. It would be very difficult for Qin Yun to pass this hurdle. Just as they were chatting, they suddenly saw many people appearing at the entrance of the Peacock treasured land. Qin Yun slowly walked outside under the escort of Tien Ba and the other brothers. Meng Kai also followed beside Qin Yun. Furthermore, he looked excited because Qin Yun wanted him to do something that would allow him to vent his anger. Strange Cat King's avatar was still in Qin Yun's hands. Qin Yun wanted to kill Strange Cat King's avatar in front of all the spies. Qin Yun will not do it himself. Instead, he will let Meng Kai do it. This will be the best way to stimulate Strange Cat King. Meng Kai was a general of the exotic cat kingdom. The fact that his true body was killed by the exotic cat king was also a ploy by the Crown Prince of Daluo. It could be seen that exotic cat king and the Crown Prince of Daluo were on good terms. Qin Yun had killed exotic cat king, which was equivalent to provoking Crown Prince Daluo. This was the effect Qin Yun wanted. He hoped that Crown Prince Daluo would send someone to cause trouble for him. He wanted the entire Divine Desolate to see with their own eyes how the Crown Prince of Daluo was defeated by him. The king of exotic cat kingdom, Strange Cat King, ordered the enslavement and slaughter of a large number of Divine Desolate people. Previously, he mobilized the cat-eared people to attack the Peacock treasured land. The Peacock Patriarch fought against the cat-eared people and died tragically. Now, Strange Cat King's avatar has been captured by me. Although his soul is dead, he must still be judged and punished. I must let these outsiders know the consequences of bullying us Divine Desolate people. Qin Yun already ordered people to hang up Strange Cat King's avatar and strip it of all its clothes. Meng Kai took out a very sharp knife and floated in the air excitedly. He began to torture Strange Cat King's avatar. He wants to cut off Strange Cat King's flesh piece by piece. This kind of torture was used on Strange Cat King's avatar. Moreover, it was carried out by the cat-eared people. If this news were to spread to the Strange Cat Kingdom, one can imagine how Strange Cat King would react. Just as Meng Kai floated in the air, a tyrannical dragon roar came, as if it was pressing down from the sky. Hearing this dragon roar, Meng Kai's body trembled in fear. He said in a low voice, "It's the Tyrant Dragon Army, Tyrant Dragon Warriors." What's their background? Qin Yun asked. Ba Tien and the other brothers were already on guard. They hastily surrounded Qin Yun, as if they were facing a great enemy. It said that the Crown Prince of Great Luo's own super-strong army. It said that they underwent inhuman and arduous modifications for the divine wilderness. Meng Kai's face was filled with fear. He looked around and continued, "The Tyrant Dragon Army is made up of people whose cultivation surpasses the 9th level of the divine space realm. In order to come to the divine wilderness, they modified the divine universe in their bodies, causing their cultivation to fall to the 9th level of the divine space realm. It's possible for their cultivation to fall, but how much sacrifice would they have to make? Moreover, by modifying the divine universe in their bodies, wouldn't they be afraid of leaving behind hidden dangers that would cause them to be unable to cultivate in the future? Their upper limit of divine universe power should be 400,000. The main reason is that their divine universe heavenly bones are very strong. Not only have their heavenly bones been completely strengthened, but they have also reached a higher realm, allowing their upper limit of divine universe power to be even higher," Meng Kai said. After Ba Tien and the others had their bloodlines modified by Qin Yun, their upper limit of divine universe power reached 350,000. In most cases, the upper limit of divine universe power of the 9th level of the divine space realm was 256,000. For Ba Taiyin and the others to surpass the limit by 100,000 is already very rare. But the Tyrant Dragon army has more than 150,000 Divine Universe heavenly bones in their bodies. Just thinking about it is very scary. Moreover, the Tyrant Dragon army's equipment is made of 10,000 Gene Divine Universe heavenly bones. Meng Kai added. 10,000 Gene Divine Universe heavenly bones. Divine King Warrior's equipment is 500 Gene Divine Universe heavenly bones. That is already very powerful. What about the Tyrant Dragon army's equipment of 10,000 Gene? Qin Yun is sure that the number of Tyrant Dragon army that can come to the Divine Wilderness is not many. First of all, they need a lot of expensive equipment. Moreover, this Tyrant Dragon army is the Crown Prince's personal army. In other words, when the Crown Prince wants to fight for the position of Heavenly Emperor, this Tyrant Dragon army will be very important. Finally, the Tyrant Dragon army's cultivation will regress. This is irreversible. After their cultivation regress, they will not be able to cultivate again in the future. The sudden appearance of the Tyrant Dragon army's dragon roar shocked all the spies. Even the Great Blue Empire and Hualing Empire's ambassadors have heard of the Tyrant Dragon army's prestige. Now that the Tyrant Dragon army has appeared, what does it mean? Does the Crown Prince want to stand up for Exotic Cat King? Why? Does the Crown Prince want to obtain the Exotic Cat Kingdom's help to fight for the position of Heavenly Emperor? In other words, Princess Luo Shu of Great Luo Empire is a threat to the Crown Prince. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Luo doesn't have long to live. This is a very important signal. The internal situation of Great Luo Empire is very complicated. The powerful Heavenly Emperor of Great Luo is actually facing death. The Crown Prince wants to fight for the position of Heavenly Emperor, so he is trying to rope in the support of other kingdoms. In that case, Princess Luo Shu would definitely take action. The Tyrant Dragon army is nearby. Master, you should quickly leave. They are very powerful. If there are many of them, we won't be able to resist. Meng Kai hastily said. Meng Kai has never personally seen the power of the dominant dragon core, but he has reliable information. He is very sure that they are the legendary dominant dragon core. Great Luo Crown Prince intervening in the dispute between Qin Yun and Exotic Cat Kingdom means that he will continue to support Exotic Cat Kingdom. In the eyes of the various factions, Qin Yun had implicated the Crown Prince of Zenith Luo. Great Luo Crown Prince is the power of an empire. Qin Yun has never seen the strongest power of a kingdom. For example, once Exotic Cat Kingdom's battleships arrive at Divine Desolate, they will display terrifying power. And the strongest power of Great Luo Crown Prince is not just the dominant dragon core, there are others. 9 Dragon Kingdoms Ambassador Long Jinchuan warned Qin Yun not to look down on these empires. If the empires become serious, it will be very terrifying. Qin Yun can naturally sense the powerful aura of the dominant dragon core. He released his Heavenly Eye avatar into the sky to see more clearly. The dominant dragon core only has 30 people, they are all floating in the sky wearing golden armor. It doesn't look very thick, it is hard to tell that it is made from 10,000 Gene Divine Universe bone. Generally speaking, this kind of armor is made from 10,000 Gene Divine Universe bone and other expensive materials, so the entire armor is very heavy. Meng Kai, continue to torture Exotic Cat King's avatar. Qin Yun said in a clear voice, no power can stop me from punishing Exotic Cat King. Although Meng Kai is very afraid of the dominant dragon core, he is even more afraid of Qin Yun. He can only take a few deep breaths to stop himself from trembling. Just as he was about to slash at Exotic Cat King's clone, many powerful divine cosmos force condensed into balls of light and attacked him from all directions. The 300 God King army have already prepared to defend. They jointly released a barrier to block the attacks from all directions. The barrier is layered on top of each other. There are dozens of layers. The dominant dragon core's attack is very terrifying. It penetrated more than 20 layers. These guys are very strong. Qin Yun took out the divine mirror of Primal Beginning to see if Primal Beginning has any way to get rid of the dominant dragon core. The divine mirror of Primal Beginning shone on the dominant dragon core, maybe it can see through their secret. If it can find their weakness, it would be for the best. The dominant dragon core did not show themselves, instead they are hiding. They are constantly releasing light balls condensed from divine universe power to attack Qin Yun's barrier. The godly king army was very powerful and could quickly repair the layers of protective barriers that had been breached. They are indeed very strong. Only 30 of them can give us such a huge pressure. Xianxia said. What? They are only 30? Tyrant Ba was shocked. 30 tyrant dragon warriors were enough to make them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. If more of them came, they could only flee in a sorry state. It's impossible for there to be too many of them. Even if we want to create a large number of Balong army, it will take a very long time. Xianxia said. It hadn't been long since the great Luo Empire entered the Divine Wilderness, so they didn't have enough time. Not long after, Taisher made a discovery. The structure of their bodies is very familiar, very strange. Taisher is very doubtful and said, Xianxia, do you know what kind of feeling this is? It's as if they were created by me. They were created by you? Xianxia was alarmed. More accurately, it might be a legacy left behind by the primordial Grand Prime. The Grand Prime said, I'm a new Grand Prime reconstructed from the original Grand Prime's Great Yin and Great Heaven bloodlines, so I might not possess the original Grand Prime's complete memories. In other words, the Daluo Empire had once used the primordial to create something. Do you have a way to make the Divine King army as powerful as them? Xianxia asked. I can make the God King army stronger than the dominant dragon army, but only after the God King Heavenly Seal evolves. In addition, your 9-Sun Divine Spirit needs to create even more Divine Sunday, Taisher said. At that time, we will need to borrow the Divine Sun within the 9-Yang Divine Spirit to transform the Divine King army. Xianxia has several sun seeds. They are Heavenly Poison Divine Sun, Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sunday. Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun are very evil divine suns, but Xianxia can control this evil power. When he entered the extreme devil mode, there were no side effects at all. He hadn't been in this state for a long time because he didn't need it for the time being. If one entered an extreme demonic state, the consumption of the Divine Universe realm would be even faster and the burden on the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone would be even greater. Then what Divine Sun should I create next? Xianxia had long wanted to create a new Divine Sunday. With Xiaqiru's help, it will be even easier. Especially now, the Divine Sun created through the Divine Sun cultivation technique will be even stronger. Xiaqiru is a very special 9-Sun Divine Maiden. She has mastered many techniques that other Divine Maidens don't have. However, Xiaqiru went to the Outerverse and has not returned even now. Even the 8th Divine Sun has appeared, there is still no news from Xiaqiru. Old brother Taisher, we can talk about creating Divine Sun later, we should deal with the dominant dragon core first. Xianxia said. Their strength lies in the fact that they have even stronger bloodline Heavenly Rune. Let's say it like this, the Divine King Army's bloodline Heavenly Rune should be 4th generation and the dominant dragon core's is 5th generation. Taisher said. It's only a generation difference, how can the disparity be so big? I feel that their 30 dominant dragon core can defeat my 300 divine king core. Xianxia exclaimed in admiration and said, it's only a generation difference, yet the disparity is like heaven and earth? Indeed, the evolution of bloodline Heavenly Rune is getting more and more difficult with each generation. The Divine King Heavenly Seal can now directly produce 4th generation bloodline Heavenly Rune. The Divine King Heavenly Seal is currently in the midst of evolution. After digesting the 1 trillion Divine Universe Golden Stones, it might be able to produce 5th generation bloodline Heavenly Rune. Taisher said again. Xianxia made a great decision to upgrade the Divine King Heavenly Seal and spent more than 1 trillion Divine Universe Golden Stones. After the Divine King Heavenly Seal evolves, not only will it increase his Divine Cosmos power, it will also consume a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones. It will also allow his bloodline Heavenly Rune to evolve. This is very profitable. Old brother Taisher, how many Divine Universe Golden Stones do you need? Xianxia said. Taisher definitely has a way to deal with the dominant dragon core, but he needs Divine Universe Golden Stones. Before, Taisher used up a great amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones to help Xianxia suppress a few dominant dragon core. I can't guarantee that I can kill them, but I can freeze them for a short time and make them unable to use their Divine Cosmos power. Taisher said, this needs to be used in conjunction with Star-Fixing Divine Art. Star-Fixing Divine Art is the ability of the Star Dome Divine Mirror. It can freeze people, but the duration is very short. The dominant dragon core strength lies in their divine cosmos power as well as their powerful armor. After freezing a divine king core's defense, if it can't quickly break their armor, then it is completely useless. How long can you freeze them? Xianxia asked. I don't dare to be sure. In short, it can make them lose their battle strength for a short time. Taisher said. Xianxia is considering whether he should ask Taisher for help or not. He is worried that if he uses a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Rocks and fails, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Of course, if he succeeds, even if he uses a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Rocks, it will not be a loss. After taking down 30 Tyrant Dragon Warriors, just their equipment alone would be enough to cover the cost. Moreover, Tyrant Dragon Warriors have a very high research value. How many Divine Universe Golden Rocks? Xianxia asked. 10 generals of Exotic Cat Kingdom were killed by him, each of them has 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks, that is 1 trillion in income. Strange Cat King himself had 200 billion on him. At the end of the battle, he had earned a total of 12,000 yuan. Xianxia originally had 200 to 300 billion, he used a lot to upgrade Divine King Heavenly Seal, now he has recovered 500 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks. Taisher said, put 500 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks into Divine King Heavenly Seal and we can start immediately. Xianxia's heart is in pain. But thinking about it, even if he uses 500 billion, he still has about 1 trillion, enough for him to cultivate. Alright, 500 billion it is. Xianxia wants to see what kind of Tyrant Dragon Warriors are. They have 5th generation bloodline heavenly runes, plus they are devolved from Divine Space Realm experts, it is worth researching. Furthermore, Xianxia wants to study the Tyrant Dragon Warriors' blood and armor to find out their weaknesses and research bloodline poison bugs to deal with them. Should we gather them together? Xianxia asked. He is currently crazily putting Divine Universe Golden Rocks into Divine King Heavenly Seal. Tyrant Dragon Warriors keep their distance from each other because they know you have Primal Chaos Cannonballs, so they won't gather together. It will be very difficult for you to gather them together, so we can go over and kill them one by one. Xianxia is calculating, if he uses 500 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks, how many Primal Chaos Cannonballs can he make? Primal Chaos Cannonballs are very useful. They are almost invincible among 9th level Divine Space Realm experts. Xianxia knows that Exotic Cat Kingdom has very powerful battleships. Exotic Cat King will soon send an avatar over to take revenge. Xianxia is having a headache thinking about how to deal with such powerful battleships. Divine King Army, listen to my order, we will move as a whole, maintain the barrier and move quickly, you should be able to do it. Xianxia said. Yes. Qin Zhong, Qin Yi, and Qin Qin quickly nodded. Now, Xianxia did not need to worry about the Peacock Treasure Land. The Peacock people had already hidden themselves. Under Xianxia's command, the 300 godly monarch warriors worked together to release layers of barriers, forming a huge ball of light floating in the air. The attacks of the Tyrant Dragon Warriors were not as concentrated as at the beginning. They continuously used a large amount of Divine Cosmos power, which consumed a lot of energy. But they were from the dominant dragon army, so they definitely had a super power storing pearl. The Tyrannosaurus warrior had also underestimated the defense of the godly king army. To them, this short attack would not be able to take down the godly king army even after a long time. The main reason was that there were too few Tyrant Dragon Warriors. If there were 100 of them, Xianxia and the others would have no choice but to flee. Xianxia and the 300 godly king soldiers are inside a huge ball of light. Charge. After Xianxia specified a direction, the light ball immediately moved at an extremely fast speed. Through the heavenly eye, Xianxia determined the position of a Tyrant Dragon Warrior. While flying over, the Tyrannosaurus warrior also sensed danger. Xianxia had already used the Godly King Heavenly Seal to suppress the back of the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning. A beam of light shot out and landed on the Tyrant Dragon Warrior. The Tyrannosaurus warrior could not move at all. Use the Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability Talisman. Xianxia shouted. Only a dozen Godly King warriors went over. The sabers in their hands pierced through the armor and directly stabbed into the Tyrant Dragon Warrior's body, seriously injuring the Divine Cosmos inside. The Divine Cosmos inside the Tyrant Dragon Warrior's body was damaged. No matter how strong he would be crippled in front of the godly king warriors. Got it. Qin Yin immediately took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and placed the tyrant dragon warrior inside. Then he immediately rushed to the next one. The other tyrant dragon warriors are very astonished. Because in their opinion, these weak lower-class people, even if many people joined hands to besiege them, they would still be able to kill their way out of the encirclement. However, the tyrant dragon warrior just now did not manage to escape. He did not even resist and was taken down. Very quickly, Qin Yin killed another one. This is the star-fixing divine art activated by the godly king heavenly seal. It is indeed very powerful. It can lock the powerful tyrant dragon warrior to death. However, this is not cheap. Just this one illumination would need to burn about 17 billion divine universe golden stones. After Qin Yin succeeded, the spies from various countries became dumbstruck. What happened to the tyrant dragon warrior? He actually stood there like a silly bird and foolishly allowed himself to be taken down. Strange, too strange. This is definitely Qin Yin's evil art again. The tyrant dragon warrior has a very difficult mission this time. It is to save Strange Cat King's avatar and capture Qin Yin. If they cannot do it, they cannot go back. This is a death order. Either die or complete the mission. Therefore, the tyrant dragon warrior did not run. The tactic they discussed before was to disperse and attack to avoid being killed by Qin Yin's powerful and mysterious weapon in one move. However, now that they are separated, Qin Yin still has mysterious and evil moves to deal with them. The tyrant dragon warrior began to form small teams with a few people. They thought that Qin Yin's move would not be able to lock down a few powerful tyrant dragon warriors at once. A few powerful tyrant dragon warriors would definitely be able to break free in an instant. However, they were wrong. The might of the godly king heavenly seal is something even Qin Yin could not imagine, much less the tyrant dragon warrior. The godly king heavenly seal cooperated with the divine mirror of primordial beginning and shot out a strong light that locked down 5 tyrant dragon warriors in an instant. Following that, the spies saw the tyrant dragon warrior being taken down stupidly. F***ck, this Qin Yin fellow, what the hell has he mastered? He can actually lock down a tyrant dragon warrior in an instant. Gao Linqing cried out in alarm. Is Qin Yin really invincible and divine desolate? The 9-Sun Law spirit did not give him any help. Where did he obtain such formidable power? Jiang Ming looked down on Qin Yin before, but now he is afraid. He is after all the divine king of divine desolate. If he did not have this ability, he would have died a long time ago. Dao Linqing said in low voice, I heard that his strength lies in that godly king heavenly seal. Godly king heavenly seal has been tempered for millions of years. I don't know what it was refined from. Did your great blue empire give you a mission to obtain Qin Yin's godly king heavenly seal? Jiang Ming said. Your Hualing empire must have also given such a mission. Gao Linqing said. While they were talking, Qin Yin and company killed more than 10 tyrant dragon warriors. Now there are only 10 tyrant dragon warriors left. Although Qin Yin used a large number of divine universe golden stones, it was very worth it. The tyrant dragon warriors were outstanding in all aspects. Without Qin Yin's help, it would have been difficult for the 300 God King warriors to take down the 30 tyrant dragon warriors. Although there were only a dozen or so Tyrannosaurus warriors, if a God King warrior were to charge recklessly, it was highly likely that he would be killed instead. The closer Qin Yin got to the tyrant dragon warrior, the more he understood the tyrant dragon warrior's strength. He was certain that the divine king warrior was not its match. Actually, the God King warrior still had a very powerful force that he had yet to release. The warriors from the 9 Dragons Kingdom could transform into dragons, and they could transform into many different dragon forms. After transforming into a dragon, their divine cosmos force and fleshly body would become even stronger. Qin Yin did not dare to let the godly king warriors take the risk. These godly king warriors were very precious. Losing even one would make his heart ache. Hence, he would rather use more divine universe goldstones to take down the tyrant dragon warrior. The God King warrior would not have to take the risk. If the remaining Tyrannosaurus warriors wanted to escape, Qin Yin and the others would definitely not be able to catch them. However, they were all very inflexible. The Crown Prince of Great Luo had given a death order, so none of them dared to escape. Not long after, the remaining tyrant dragon warriors were captured by Qin Yun one by one. Their divine cosmos were destroyed, their heads were chopped off, and their bodies were placed inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Outside the peacock treasured grounds, peace quickly returned. The spies from various forces were once again shocked to the point that their hearts were in turmoil. Even the powerful Tyrannosaurus warriors were annihilated one by one. The spies have long-range vision equipment. They can clearly see that Qin Yun is using the godly king heavenly seal and a mirror. He can easily freeze those tyrant dragon warriors and then let the godly king warriors kill them. The power of the godly monarch heaven mark was too terrifying. Was this the strength of a godly monarch? Why did this godly king heaven seal have such immense power? Was it bestowed by the nine yang dharma spirit? The scouts were all filled with shock and confusion. Fortunately, they were spies and did not need to confront Qin Yun head-on. The ruling dragon army sent by the crown prince of Great Luo was meant to teach Qin Yun a lesson. He wanted to show Qin Yun the difference between the lower class and the upper class. At the same time, he also saved King Strange Cat's clone and won King Strange Cat's support. But now, the Tyrannosaurus warrior was defeated and Qin Yun's side did not suffer any losses. Meng Kai, continue to torture the exotic cat king. Qin Yun shouted. Meng Kai took a while to calm the shock and fear in his heart. He never expected that even the powerful Tyrannosaurus warrior would be easily killed by Qin Yun. Meng Kai continued to torture Cat King's clone, and the whole process was recorded by the spies of the various forces. This video would definitely reach Exotic Cat King. This was like insulting Exotic Cat King, a provocation to the entire Exotic Cat Kingdom. The various battles outside the Peacock Treasure Ground were recorded. The process of Qin Yun and company vanquishing the Tyrant Dragon warriors was also seen by the Crown Prince of Origin Luo. Are there any scouts from the Crown Prince of Daluo present? Transfer it to him for me. I, Qin Yun, will definitely use the same method to ruthlessly torture him. Qin Yun said loudly. This was not the first time Qin Yun had provoked Crown Prince Daluo. Back when he captured Meng Kai, he had asked Meng Kai to pass a message to Crown Prince Daluo. The Crown Prince of Great Luo said that he wanted Xiao Yuan, the nine-son divine maiden, to become a female slave. He wanted to capture all the nine-son divine maidens. Just based on this, Qin Yun would never let him off. Exotic Cat King's clone was sliced apart by Meng Kai's saber. Although this would not cause Exotic Cat King any pain, it would severely injure his dignity and infuriate him. Qin Yun's goal is to force the Exotic Cat Kingdom's battleships out. Those battleships are used in wars between kingdoms. Even empires need these battleships. If they could shoot down the battleships, the materials on them would definitely be very valuable. That would be a great fortune. The Peacock Treasure Ground returned to peace. The new Peacock clan chief thanked Qin Yun and gave him 200 billion Divine Universe goldstones. Qin Yun did not want it at first. After all, the Peacock clan suffered great losses when the Golden Claw Treasure Ground attacked. However, the entire Peacock clan hoped that Qin Yun would accept it, so he accepted it. After leaving the Peacock Treasure Ground, Qin Yun immediately brought the Divine King warriors to the Golden Claw Treasure Ground. The Golden Claw Treasure Ground is very quiet. There is only the Heavenly Tao altar inside, no one else is there. After this battle, Qin Yun is very satisfied with the power of the Divine King army. However, it is still insufficient compared to the Balong army. He can't always use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to deal with the Balong army. How many Divine Universe goldstones would that consume? The Crown Prince of Great Luo has been slapped in the face this time. He will definitely send more Tyrant Dragon warriors. He has too few Tyrant Dragon warriors now, but there will definitely be more in the future. Especially to deal with Qin Yun, the Crown Prince of Great Luo will send more Tyrant Dragon warriors even if the price is huge. Qin Yun has been gone for a period of time. However, there are still many scouts outside the Peacock Treasure Ground. They want to investigate the battlefield and see if they have discovered anything. Dao Linqing and Jiang Ming did not leave either. Qin Yun has completely infuriated the Crown Prince of Great Luo. Then, will the Crown Prince of Great Luo take revenge on him? Jiang Ming asked. If I were the Crown Prince of Great Luo, I would not spend too much effort on Qin Yun, especially at a time like this. Dao Linqing shook his head and said, according to reliable sources, the crown prince of Great Luo is facing great pressure. Princess Luo Shu wants to fight for the throne, and she has the support of many big shots in the empire. The crown prince of Great Luo's tyrant dragon warriors are very precious. He can't possibly send all of them to the divine wilderness. Even if he does, he can't use them to deal with Qin Yun. Who knows how much will be lost? He might as well use them to mine and obtain more divine universe goldstones. Jiang Ming nodded and said, then the next battle should be Exotic Cat King leading his fleet. I wonder how Qin Yun will deal with it. The warship's defense is very strong. Even if he uses a small divine sun to attack, it might not be able to penetrate the warship's defense. Dao Linqing said, the Exotic Cat Kingdom's warship is even more battle-hardened. Moreover, it is a great killing weapon from a Middle Heaven Earth. Jiang Ming and Gao Linqing did not dare to say that Qin Yun could not block the warship. They did not want to be slapped in the face. Let's quickly return and report Qin Yun's situation to the Empire. The Empire is very interested in Qin Yun. Gao Linqing said with a smile. I wonder how much the Empire is willing to pay to snatch Qin Yun's heavenly seal. If only they could send warriors of the same level as the tyrant dragon warriors. Jiang Ming sighed. No rush. In short, our great blue empire attaches great importance to the divine wilderness. Gao Linqing said. These two ambassadors paid a lot of attention to Qin Yun and knew how powerful he was. However, they still wanted to obtain the Divine King Heavenly Seal in Qin Yun's hands. They believed that as long as they obtained the Divine King Heavenly Seal, they would be able to shake the entire divine wilderness. After Qin Yun returned to the Heavenly Law Altar, he immediately sent people to contact Xianxia and the others. Next, Qin Yun still had to deal with two powerful races that betrayed the divine wilderness. According to the information provided by Xianxia, those two races were not as powerful as the Golden Claw race. They also did not have the help of the Kadir's race, so they could be easily taken down. The Heaven Secret Sect also has many Heaven Secret spies lurking outside the Peacock Treasure Land to record all kinds of battles. If necessary, Qin Yun will let them spread the news and let all the cities in Divine Desolate know about it. This will have a deterrent effect and let the other powerful races know what the consequences of betraying Divine Desolate are. The Golden Claw race has been exterminated and there are two other powerful races whose spies are also paying attention to the Peacock Treasure Land. These two traitorous races now know the fate of the Golden Claw race and the destruction of Strange Cat King's million-strong army. They are trembling in fear. Illusory Pupil Race. This powerful race's battle strength is not very high, but their illusory pupil race has a very strong bewitching power. They can make people hallucinate and at the same time they can control people mentally. The illusory pupil race's contribution in capturing a large number of divine desolate people as slaves to the Kadir's race cannot go unnoticed. The illusory pupil race just found out about the Peacock Treasure Land's battle situation and are discussing how to deal with Qin Yun's revenge. From the moment they betrayed, they knew that as long as Qin Yun does not die, this day will definitely come. They are very clear about the responsibility of the Divine King of Divine Desolate. The illusory pupil race leader said, how did Qin Yun attack the Golden Claw Treasure Land? The barriers of our treasure lands are very strong. Nine Sun Law Spirit said that even though Qin Yun is a divine king, it will be very difficult for him to enter the treasure land. Maybe Nine Sun Law Spirit lied to us? The illusory pupil race's great elder said, we can't rely too much on the treasure land's barrier, we need to prepare two ways. According to the information I obtained, Qin Yun can enter the Golden Claw Treasure Land because there are spies inside the Golden Claw race. We also need to guard against spies inside the race, the second elder said. General Mengkai? This guy has indeed helped Qin Yun a lot. Strange Cat King's army was defeated, this bastard contributed a lot. The illusory pupil race leader said coldly, our illusory pupil race doesn't have spies of this level, we don't need to worry. If Qin Yun breaks through our barrier, what should we do? Even though Divine King warriors are not as strong as Tyrant Dragon warriors, they are more than enough to deal with us. The great elder sighed and said. The second elder said, don't talk about the past, this was our unanimous decision, we can't blame anyone. If Qin Yun attacks, we'll run. Let's talk about preserving our lives. Yes, there are so many of us from the illusory pupil race. Once all of us escape, it will be difficult for Qin Yun to capture us one by one. In the future, we will spread rumors everywhere to discredit Qin Yun. Clan leader Illusory Eyes said with a sinister smile, using our illusory eyes, we can make many people believe us. Then, they can help us spread rumors. It won't be long before godly monarch Qin Yun's reputation is ruined. Ha ha ha. The Great Elder also laughed, so what if he's a god king? Our illusory pupil clan can also ruin his reputation. Let's see how this bullshit god king deals with the rumors. When the time comes, with us adding fuel to the fire, there will be a lot of people spreading the rumors. Let's see how many of them he can kill. Just thinking about it made Second Elder extremely excited. He wanted to immediately take action. Just as the few of them were happily chatting, they suddenly felt several powerful auras surging towards them. Several people suddenly appeared in the spacious secret room they were in. It was Qin Yun, Ba Taiyin, and the other brothers. It's very simple to deal with rumors. Get rid of the source of the rumors in time. Qin Yun said with a smile, everyone from the illusory pupil clan, this bullshit god king doesn't have any other abilities, but I can still get rid of the few of you. The illusory pupil clan's upper echelons were dumbfounded. They trembled all over. Although they were all in the 9th tier of the divine space realm, they did not have the strength to fight back against Ba Taiyin and the other brothers. After a moment of panic, they immediately used their illusory eyes. Qin Yun took out the divine mirror of primordial beginning and directly reflected the rays of light shot out by their illusory eyes. Moreover, he also added other powers, causing the upper echelons of the illusory pupil clan to become foolish. Use them to order the other illusory pupil clan members to mine the divine universe goldstone and use them as slaves. Qin Yun said. Qin Yun left Qin Qing to lead 100 divine king soldiers to watch over the illusory pupil clan and the illusory pupil clan leader here. The illusory pupil clan's Great Elder and Second Elder were controlled by Qin Yun. They were ordered to lead 3,000 illusory pupil clan members to the treasured land of the Dual Heart clan. The Dual Heart clan was one of the traitors. It was a strong clan that was very good at fighting and was also very rude and unreasonable. Qin Yun wanted to take down the Dual Heart clan more easily and turn them into slaves so that he could mine the treasured land of the Dual Heart clan. At this time, he needed the power of the illusory pupil clan. The illusory pupil clan and the Dual Heart clan were both traitors. They had connections with the Golden Claw clan and the Cat Ears people. At this moment, it was very normal for the illusory pupil clan to head to the Dual Heart clan. Qin Yun led 200 divine king soldiers and blended in with several thousand illusory pupil clan members. Those illusory pupil clan members had their minds controlled. The ones who used the illusory eyes on them were the Second Elder and Great Elder. Therefore, they believed that Qin Yun and the divine king soldiers were companions and did not have too many doubts. The illusory pupil clan's Great Elder and Second Elder were firmly under Qin Yun's control. Therefore, Qin Yun could rest assured as he loaded them into the heaven-leaping shuttle and headed to the treasured land of the Dual Heart clan. They quickly arrived at the treasured land of the Dual Heart clan and waited outside for the Dual Heart clan members to open the entrance to the treasured land. The Dual Heart clan members had 2 hearts, which meant that they had 2 internal divine universes. Of course, these internal divine universes were very small. When the Dual Heart clan members saw the Great Elder and Second Elder leading so many illusory pupil clan members over, they were very surprised. Great Elder of the illusory pupil race, what is the matter? The guard at the entrance asked in shock. Don't tell me you don't know that the Golden Claw treasure land has been taken by Qin Yun? The Great Elder said. Although he was being controlled, no one could tell. This? Of course we know, we just found out. You guys came so quickly. The guard said. Qin Yun's next target is you. We came here to set up a trap to capture Qin Yun. The Great Elder said, or it should be said that we are here to help you block Qin Yun's attack. Our illusory eyes will definitely be able to take down Qin Yun's Divine King army. When the Twin Hearts race learned that the Golden Claw race and Strange Cat King's million-strong army had been wiped out, they were worried that Qin Yun would attack. Now that the illusory pupil race had arrived, they felt much more at ease. This was because they knew that the illusory pupils of the illusory pupil race were truly terrifying. The illusory pupil race and the Dual Heart race had both betrayed the divine wilderness. Now that they were in the same boat, it was normal for them to help each other. Therefore, it would not take long. The higher-ups of the Twin Hearts race arrived. The patriarch and elders of the Twin Hearts race came out one after another. They welcomed the arrival of the illusory pupil race warmly with smiles on their faces. Xianxia and company had already successfully entered the treasured land of the Twin Hearts race. Next, it was time for the illusory pupil clan members to use their illusory eyes to gradually control all the dual heart clan members. Among the dual hearts race, there were also people who were not weak. When they discovered that the illusory pupil race was using illusory pupils, they immediately started to resist. However, as soon as they resisted, Ba Taiyin used his mental energy to make them give up. In the end, the experts of the Twin Hearts race were also controlled. The illusion pupil race's ability was truly terrifying. It was no wonder that they were valued by the cat-eared people. If they could control the illusion pupil race, then it would be much easier to enslave the other powerful races of the Divine Desolate. Therefore, the cat-eared people took great care of the illusion pupil race. However, the illusory pupil clan was now under Xianxia's control. After the dual heart race's patriarch and elder were controlled by the illusory pupil race, they gathered all the dual heart race's members and had their minds bewitched by the illusory pupil race. Before long, the dual-hearted ones began to get busy, mining the divine universe goldstones in their treasured land. Xianxia took down 3 treasure lands. Among them, the Golden Claw treasure land is a very big treasure land. It is also a treasure land that he will use to build his base, so he will not mine it. All he had to do was extract the treasured lands of the Twin Hearts race and the illusory pupil race and transfer the resources from these 2 treasured lands to the Golden Claw treasure land. Xianxia and 100 Divine King warriors stayed behind to guard the Twin Hearts tribe's treasured land. The treasured lands of the illusory pupil and Twin Hearts race were each garrisoned with 100 godly monarch warriors. In that case, Xianxia could only mobilize 100 godly monarch warriors. This was not enough at all, so he had to develop even more and stronger God King warriors next. Strange Cat King will soon arrive with his fleet. Xianxia is in a hurry, he must make sufficient preparations to deal with Strange Cat King's fleet. He had to guard against the Crown Prince of Daluo as well. Now that the Tyrant Dragon Warrior had been killed by Xianxia, the Crown Prince of Origin Luo would definitely make a move. Even if it was not a big move, he would definitely show that he hated Xianxia. If the Crown Prince of Daluo did nothing, the outside world would think that he was being suppressed by Princess Luo Shu. Xianxia quickly returned to the Golden Claw treasure ground. According to his estimations, he had obtained at least 2 to 3 million kilograms of Divine Universe goldstones after killing so many Golden Claw and cat-eared men. However, he had yet to sort them out. Ling Yuner and Miller were dealing with a large number of cat-eared people's corpses. Fortunately, they both had great strength and could quickly extract the Divine Universe golden stones from the corpses. Xianxia still had more than 100 billion Divine Universe goldstones in hand. The illusory pupil and Twin Heart race's treasured lands would continue to produce large amounts of Divine Universe goldstones in the future. It was enough for him to use for a very long time. It feels great to have a mine. Xianxia felt much more comfortable at this moment. As long as he guarded these treasure lands, he wouldn't need to worry about the Divine Universe goldstones for a very long time. The Heavenly Law Altar was a very large mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall. It could also be seen as a mountain-like building. The interior was very spacious and had many floors. Inside the Heavenly Law Altar, the Divine Monarch warriors also had very comfortable rooms. Inside the Heavenly Law Altar, they could also absorb more energy from the myriad worlds Divine Sun and Golden Claw treasure land. Naturally, Xianxia is also in the Heavenly Dao Altar. The Heaven Secrets Gate also has a very spacious office here. Xianxia, contact the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms and ask the Divine Judge to come and talk to me. It's time to rebuild the Divine Court. Xianxia said, also, call the Law Enforcement Realm King. The Myriad Realms Divine Court and the Law Enforcement Realm are the orthodox powers of the Divine Desolate. They are responsible for maintaining the order of the Divine Desolate. In the future, when we attack, we must have a good reason. Xianxia arrived at the Heaven Secrets Gates office and asked Xianxia to call the people of the various powers. Xianxia needs people now, he needs them very, very much. Not only the Myriad Realms Divine Court, Ninyang Divine Palace and Imperial Heaven Pawnshop will also come. Xianxia wants to rebuild the Myriad Realm's divine court and the law enforcement realm. He believes that it is very necessary to guide the great races of the divine desolate to evolve and let them be reborn from nirvana. Of course, the most important thing is the great war launched by Strange Cat King. Strange Cat King's fleet must be very powerful. Xianxia doesn't have too much confidence, so he has to concentrate his resources. Outside the Golden Claw treasure land, Longshu arrived. Xianxia personally went out to greet her. Longshu was originally guarding the lake in the Heavenly Flame treasure land because the Monkey King wanted to be reborn from the lake. The little monkey's situation is not good, Longshu hastily said after seeing Xianxia. Let's go, we will immediately go to the Heavenly Flame treasure land. Xianxia brought along Ba Taiyin and entered the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Xianxia used a black bloodline heavenly rune to let the Monkey King be reborn. It has a certain evil nature. He did this in order to make the Monkey King stronger. Although it would have some evil nature, that kind of evil nature could be suppressed. The lake in the center of the Heavenly Flame treasure land is now crazily churning. The black lake water is very black, it is surging with evil energy. Xiaoyun, will the little monkey be alright? Longshu is somewhat worried. Xianxia waved his hand, the 9 sun dragon altars suddenly floated up. Xianxia floated in the middle of the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Divine King Heavenly Seal suddenly became very big, it looked like a small mountain. The seal faced the lake and runes rushed out from the surface of the seal and entered the Black Lake. This is the power of the Taisher bloodline heavenly rune box. At the same time, through the Divine King Heavenly Seal, the Monkey King became even stronger. It's coming out. Xianxia hastily put away the Divine King Heavenly Seal and arrived outside the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the Black Lake. It is as if all the liquid in the lake is gathering towards the center. Not long after, more than half of the lake's water disappeared. Longshu and Ba Taiyin can now sense that a dreadful creature is being born in the center of the lake. Half an hour later, the entire lake dried up. At the bottom of the lake, there is a huge black egg. A crack suddenly appeared on the egg and a strong white light shined out from the crack. Seeing the white light, Xianxia felt a lot more relieved. It means that the Monkey King can suppress the evil nature. The egg suddenly exploded and a monkey man covered in white fur appeared. From his appearance, it seems that he is a young boy. The monkey man has long and elegant white hair, the fur on his body is pure white. He looks a bit handsome, he has the appearance of a young and handsome youth. Little monkey. Longshu very happily shouted. Success, his whole body is made of Divine Universe heavenly bone, moreover he is at the 9th level of Divine Universe realm. Xianxia said with smile. Then he took out the Divine Mirror Primal beginning to examine the Monkey King's Divine Universe power. Big brother, big sister. The Monkey King knows that it was Xianxia who reborn him and made him so strong. He is filled with reverence towards Xianxia. Little monkey, your current Divine Universe power is 400,000, very good, very good. Xianxia said with smile. 400,000 Divine Universe power upper limit, this caused Ba Taiyin to be extremely shocked. Even Xianxia is somewhat surprised. He did not expect that using the power of a treasure land to create the Monkey King's body would have such a good effect. Fire Tribulation Crazy Race doesn't need their treasure land's lake, that's why they let Xianxia torment them. But other powerful races won't let Xianxia do this. Xianxia wants to use the treasure land to create more and more powerful people, but that won't work. He still has 3 treasure lands he can use, Golden Claw treasure land, Illusion Pupil race and Twin Heart race's treasure lands. Xianxia looked at Longshu, this Queen Longshu's battle prowess is very high, she is the type that can fight very well. Moreover, Xianxia wants to nurture her into the new Dragon Emperor of Heavens and let her unify the dragon race. Little monkey, come with us. Xianxia said, let's go back first. I know you are anxious for revenge but now is not the time. Xianxia can sense Monkey King's anger. Although Monkey King is doing his best to suppress it, it still overflowed. Big brother, the enemy is Great Luo Crown Prince, they are very powerful. If I go find them now, I will only be courting death, I won't act recklessly. Monkey King said, Big brother helped me become so powerful with great difficulty, I won't throw my life away like this. Monkey King naturally knows that Qin Yun needs help, so he will do his best to help Qin Yun. You can be so calm, very good. Qin Yun said with gratified smile. After returning to Golden Claw Treasure Land, Qin Yun let Monkey King familiarize himself with the environment and let him find other Divine King warriors to exchange pointers. Golden Claw Treasure Land also has a lake. Qin Yun brought Long Shu to the side of the lake. Long Shu, I can make little monkey so strong, I can also make you as strong. Qin Yun said with smile. Xiao Yun, you are the one who needs to become strong, I will give you the opportunity to enter Golden Claw Treasure Land. Long Shu naturally wants to become strong, but she feels that Qin Yun becoming strong is the most important thing. If it was possible, Qin Yun would definitely do it. But he asked Grand Prime, his cultivation path can only be through Divine King Heavenly Seal. This kind of cultivation method is not suitable for me. Quickly become stronger and unify the dragon race. Qin Yun said with sigh. Dragon race is a very powerful force, they will have a very important position in the coming era. Xiao Yun, didn't you say before that Divine Moon race has a kind of cultivation method? If we can master it, we can cultivate it at the same time and obtain the same benefits? Long Shu asked. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. How about this, I'll master this cultivation technique and then enter the lake with the Divine Moon Clan's woman to become stronger. The lake in the Golden Claw Treasure Ground can at least create a few bodies as strong as the little monkey. Long Shu said. It should be possible. Qin Yun did not think of this. How about this, you use this lake to help a few dragon ladies become stronger at the same time. I want to become the All Heavens Dragon Emperor and I need helpers. Long Shu said, it's not enough to just have a little monkey. Besides, the little monkey is more suitable to follow you. If it's the dragon ladies. Xiaofeng, Yu Qing, Heavenly Concubine. The three of them have entered the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake before. Qin Yun said. Alright, it's them then. Long Shu knew them back at the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake. Back then, Qin Yun even got Long Shu to take care of them. I have to contact the Divine Moon Clan and ask them to send someone to bring you to the Divine Moon Clan to learn that cultivation technique. Qin Yun said with a smile, this Sun Moon Heart Sutra can only be learned by women. Men are definitely not allowed to know the details of this cultivation technique. Alright, then when will they send someone over? Long Shu is rather anxious because she hopes to become as strong as the Monkey King before the strange Cat King arrives with his warship. At that time, she will be able to help Qin Yun. They'll be here very soon. I sent people from the Heaven's Secret sect to deliver the message. Qin Yun said. He needs manpower, especially people from the Nether Sun Pearl. He needs people to deal with those corpses and extract the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone from them. He can only find Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. They are the ones Qin Yun is most familiar with, and now that they have become his women, it is even easier to deal with them. The people from the Divine Moon Clan arrived very quickly, it is as if they came down from the moon. The Divine Moon Clan has cities in the Four Divine Sun and All Heaven's Divine Moon. Moreover, there is a secret teleportation channel between the All Heaven's Divine Moon and the Four Divine Sunday. What made Qin Yun even more surprised is that Yu Shengyun personally brought Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi over. In addition, Luo Yaofeng also came over. Apart from Yu Shengyun, Luo Yaofeng, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi, the four women who slept with Qin Yun, there are also Feng Yu and Shui Yu. They have not slept with him, but they are not outsiders. Yu Shengyun is still the same, her entire body is wrapped in black armor. There's an important matter, let's talk in secret. Yu Shengyun said directly when she saw Qin Yun. N. Qin Yun responded. Then, he greeted Luo Yaofeng and the other girls and released the 9 Sun Sky Raising Pagoda. After entering the 9 Sun Sky Raising Pagoda, Yu Shengyun said, Princess Luo Shu came to find me. When Qin Yun heard this, his brows furrowed. He instinctively told him that this was not a good thing. Is it to seek your cooperation with her? Qin Yun asked. No, she wants us to be loyal to her and she wants us Divine Moon women to join hands to capture you and hand you over to her. Yu Shengyun said. Qin Yun is rather surprised. He thought that Princess Luo Shu's attitude would be relatively low. He never expected her to have such an attitude. This meant that Princess Luoshu has a high and mighty attitude. She has a completely disdainful attitude towards the Divine Moon clan. Yun, what I saw was Princess Luoshu's clone. She is very beautiful. If you see her, you might fall in love with her. I have never seen a woman as perfect as her. Even if it's just a clone, even if I'm a woman, I can't deny her beauty, not to mention that it's just her clone. Yu Xiangyun said. I don't like her. Don't worry, I won't be bewitched by her. Qin Yin shook his head. He did not know what Yu Xiangyun meant. I think that you should try to get in touch with her and see if there's any way to change her attitude. Yu Xiangyun said. Qin Yin was startled. What did the Divine Moon Empress mean? Did she want him to sell his face? Sister Xiangyun, do you know why Princess Luoshu's clone is so perfect? Qin Yin suddenly smiled. Then, he took off Yu Xiangyun's helmet and stared at her beautiful face that was filled with a strange fragrance. Why? You've seen her before? Yu Xiangyun asked. Because she's not real. After saying that, Qin Yin kissed Yu Xiangyun. Yu Xiangyun did not refuse and hugged Qin Yin tightly. Then, the two of them rolled onto the bed. What Qin Yin and Yu Xiangyun did not expect was that Luo Yaofeng would suddenly barge in. Of course, she knew that Qin Yin and Yu Xiangyun had something important to discuss. It was regarding Princess Luoshu. However, she also guessed that when they were discussing important matters, they would definitely kiss. Luo Yaofeng had long known that Qin Yin and Yu Xiangyun had a close relationship. Furthermore, he had exposed them in front of Yu Xiangyun. When Yu Xiangyun was still Tian Shixiang, her relationship with Luo Yaofeng was already very good. In addition, both of them were Qin Yin's women. Therefore, after Yu Xiangyun found out that Luo Yaofeng had slept with Qin Yin, she did not mind too much. Qin Yin soaked in the bath. His entire body was about to fall apart, but his mental state was still very good. The two Jiutian goddesses at the side, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. In fact, they seemed even more delicate and beautiful than before. By the way, didn't you have something important to discuss? Luo Yaofeng smiled and said, let's continue. She usually looked quiet and gentle, or even a little mischievous. But now, she had become very lively, and was constantly teasing the serious big sister Xiangyun. Yu Xiangyun said, Luo, you have also seen Princess Luoshu. What do you think of her? Luo Yaofeng was startled, then smiled, and said, Sister Xiangyun, your Yun Lang has enough women by his side, do you still think it's not enough? Luo, that's not what I meant. Yu Xiangyun said seriously, I mean, what do you think of her clone? Perfect. I think Brother Yun will fall madly in love with her. Luo Yaofeng sighed and said, at that time, Brother Yun will no longer remember us. This is a very crazy beauty. Even I want to conquer her. If she can be with Brother Yun, I don't think I will feel disgusted. Qin Yin swam over and pinched her waist a little harder. He jokingly scolded, Luo, is Brother Yun such a heartless person in your eyes? I know you have a lot of women around you, but most of them were not initiated by you. But I guarantee that Princess Luoshu will definitely let you take the initiative, and you will even crazily chase after her. Luo Yaofeng laughed and said, I've always been very good at judging people. When she said these words, she even looked at Yu Xiangyun because she knew that Yu Xiangyun was with Qin Yin back then. Let's not talk about this. Princess Luoshu asked the Divine Moon clan to swear loyalty to her. Did you refuse? Qin Yin asked. No. She didn't ask us to give an answer immediately. She will give us time to consider. Yu Xiangyun said, Yun, why did she ask us to hand you over to her? Luo Yaofeng said, could it be that this Princess Luoshu likes our brother Divine King? Yun, you are the emperor of the Divine Moon clan. Regarding the matter of loyalty to Princess Luoshu, I must discuss it with you. Yu Xiangyun said again. Qin Yin becoming the emperor of the Divine Moon clan was something that all the women of the Divine Moon clan acknowledged. Furthermore, they did not leak this matter and kept it a secret. Luo Yaofeng looked at Yu Xiangyun and asked, Sister Xiangyun, what do you think? My Divine Moon clan's clan emperor is the Divine King. Why should my Divine Moon clan be loyal to others? Yu Xiangyun said. That's right. Our man is the God King. Why should we be loyal to a woman? She should be loyal to us. Luo Yaofeng said. The reason why you think she's perfect is because her mental power is extremely high, and it has an effect on your minds. Qin Yan said, this woman is very dangerous. She used her powerful mind to interfere with your perception of her. This is not a kind action. When Qin Yan heard Yu Shangyun say that Princess Luo Shu's avatar was perfect, he immediately knew that that kind of perfection was not real. It was an illusion, just like the ability of the illusory pupil race. As for the people involved, if they didn't have enough mental power to break through this illusion, they wouldn't be able to discover the strangeness within. When Yu Shangyun and Luo Yaofeng heard this, they frowned slightly. Of course, they knew that this was a bewitching technique. Ling Daixin had grasped a similar technique. Not only could she bewitch men, she could even bewitch women to the point of falling head over heels for her. However, Ling Daixin was not able to bewitch Luo Yaofeng and Yu Shangyun. However, the women who were bewitched by Ling Daixin felt that she was extremely beautiful and unknowingly fell in love with her. This is a very low-level method. Qin Yan said with a smile, I say, you guys are all women. To actually be bewitched by a woman. Are you possessed by Yu Lan? You even said that I would fall madly in love with her. You guys are underestimating me too much. Yu Shangyun did not say a word. Luo Yaofeng pouted coquettishly before coming to Qin Yan's side and leaning on him. Yun, how can we resist her bewitching technique? Yu Shangyun asked. She thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. The terrifying thing was that she did not even realize it. Brother Yun, you're still the best. It seems like it will be very difficult to bewitch our brother Yun. Luo Yaofeng said with a smile. In that case, I'm also quite amazing to be able to bewitch Brother Yun. Qin Yan laughed and said, I'll make some talismans for you guys to wear on you. It can eliminate a certain amount of influence. Also, it's best not to let the Divine Moon women come into contact with her. As he finished speaking, Qin Yan's expression gradually became solemn. Because he and Yu Shangyun are worried that Princess Luo Shu would plant a spy in the Divine Moon clan or bewitch the Divine Moon women. Yun, I heard about your recent conflict with Strange Cat King. Is there anything we can do to help? Yu Shangyun asked. Bring Long Shu back and let her learn the Sun Moon Heart Sutra from Qiafeng and the other dragon girls. I want to nurture her and make her the new Heaven's Dragon Emperor. Qin Yan said. The Heaven's Dragon Emperor was killed by the Crown Prince of Great Luo. Yu Shangyun and the others already knew about this matter. Brother Yun, is Long Shu our sister? Luo Yaofeng asked. Yes. Qin Yan nodded. Alright, I will make arrangements for her. Let her go to the Divine Moon clan and master the Sun Moon Heart Sutra as soon as possible. Yu Shangyun said. The moment she heard it, she knew that Qin Yan had a very big plan. Luo Yaofeng asked again, Brother Yun, you really don't need the help of the Divine Moon clan? Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, if possible, try your best to contact the Phoenix Kingdom. Phoenix Queen? Yu Shangyun asked, Yun, what's your plan? You can cooperate with the Phoenix Queen. According to my guess, the Phoenix Queen and Princess Luo Shu might be enemies. Furthermore, the Phoenix Queen's background is not small. There must be a very powerful force supporting her to fight against the Great Luo Empire. Qin Yan said, since the Phoenix Kingdom has come to the Divine Desolate, they definitely need the resources of the Divine Desolate. You can use the resources to cooperate with the Phoenix Kingdom. Yu Shangyun nodded and said, I will try my best to contact the Phoenix Kingdom and have them cooperate with us. Qin Yan originally did not want to come into contact with the Phoenix Kingdom, but Princess Luo Shu looked for Yu Shangyun and even used a very arrogant attitude to make the Divine Moon clan swear loyalty to her. If the Divine Moon clan refused, then Princess Luo Shu might use underhanded means to attack the Divine Moon clan. At this time, he had to look for the Phoenix Kingdom. The Phoenix Queen and Princess Luo Shu had a hostile relationship. Perhaps she would help the Divine Moon clan. Even if she did not, she would still provide the Divine Moon clan with information about Princess Luo Shu. Sister Shangyun, you must remember that Princess Luo Shu is the most powerful person in the upper echelons. People like us who were born in the lower echelons, no matter how outstanding we are not people in her eyes. Qin Yan warned. I understand. Yu Shangyun nodded lightly. Princess Luo Shu believed that if she personally looked for Yu Shangyun and made her entire clan swear loyalty to her, Yu Shangyun would definitely be happy to kneel down and lick her. After all, she was the princess of the great Luo Empire. Not to mention Yu Shangyun, even the experts of the other kingdoms would kneel down and lick her. If Yu Shangyun refused, then Princess Luo Shu's reaction could be imagined. She would definitely take revenge on the Divine Moon clan. End of chapter 31-22. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.